Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Here, we provide high-quality novel audiobooks for free. Many of you might think that web novels and web novel audiobooks are the same, but they are actually quite different. Simply converting a web novel into an audiobook without adaptation often leads to a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every chapter to create an immersive and enjoyable experience. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to ensure the narration flows naturally, just like reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I want to be transparent. I've adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. Please know that this does not violate copyright policies. I do all of this for one simple reason: I'm a huge fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. We also have many more audiobooks available for free on Patreon, including I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world Conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King. In Hueco Mundo with Shindu Template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DxD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DxD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DxD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Don't forget to check out our Facebook page on Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and upcoming projects. Thank you for your support. Enjoy listening. Phew, you scared me. That's because we thought too much. Zhonglei seemed to be relieved. Even if they get the purple spatial crystal ore of the zombie apocalypse, they still need to get the blue spatial ores of the wasteland apocalypse, the ring of the vampires, and the fruit of Angetes. The real world should be safe. Dongqing was skeptical about this, he said, the fruit of Angetes requires a large amount of blood and flesh to be irrigated. According to Fang Hang's information, Angetes has matured. They have already gotten the fruit of Angetes. As for the ring of the vampires, it's not difficult for the vampires to get it. Zhonglei was embarrassed. No way. He's right. The 13 holy artifacts of the vampires that are scattered across the world of the vampires only have one ring of the vampires in the hands of a player who is on good terms with the Federation. We are trying to verify the whereabouts of the other rings of vampires. Also, Chen Yu's face was extremely pale. He continued, about 5 years ago, there was an accident in the wasteland apocalypse that was controlled by the Federation. A large number of people died in that incident. After that, when we checked the materials in the warehouse, we found that a large number of materials were missing, including a large number of blue spatial crystals. In the follow-up investigation, we found traces of Night Owl's actions. After listening to Chen Yu's narration, everyone in the room fell silent again. Well, there was no doubt this time. After a long time, the vampires were only left with purple spatial crystals before they could open the world of vampires. No wonder it was such a big fight this time. Almost everyone present felt that Night Owl's purpose this time was to open a passage to the real world, preparing to go to the real world to do some work. However, no one had expected that Night Owl's plan had already begun 5 years ago. There is no substantial evidence that Night Owl's ultimate goal is to invade the real world. Seeing that the atmosphere in the hall was too heavy, Tianjin tried to lighten it up. It's also possible that we're just scaring ourselves here. Just like what Feng Heng said, they don't have the need to invade the real world. Everyone looked at Feng Heng again. Feng Heng casually took another bottle of coffee and lowered his head to think. This time, with Chen Yu around, the efficiency of the Federation's intelligence was unexpectedly fast and the investigation was clear and thorough. He felt that the real world was most likely the target of the Night Owl organization. But it wasn't just pure destruction. Otherwise, it would lower their standard. That guy, Old Black, most likely knew something. If he asked Old Black for confirmation, he would most likely be able to confirm this information. However, he had no way of contacting Old Black immediately. He had gone off track. Now was not the time to think about this. Feng Heng raised his head and said, "So, regardless of whether Night Owl's ultimate goal is to open the passage into the real world or not, we have to think of a way to stop them from obtaining the purple spatial crystals, right?" Chen Yu nodded solemnly. "Yes, the Federation has already raised the level of this crisis incident in District 7 once again. We have to speed up our actions and obstruct Night Owl from obtaining the purple spatial crystals. But so much time has passed, they should have already obtained a portion of the purple spatial crystals. Opening the world of the vampires requires a lot of energy. It would be fine if it was just opening a small passage, but if Night Owl's ambition is very big, sending a large number of creatures from the world of the vampires into the real world, or even opening a permanent and large-scale one-way passage." Seeing Chen Yu's stiff expression, Dong Cheng did not continue. Feng Heng shook his head. Damn, the Federation had been schemed against by Night Owl again. The authority to open the space passage was already firmly in Night Owl's hands. Night Owl was basically holding a bomb in their hands. The next problem was probably the size of this bomb. Feng Heng had already begun to imagine the scene where he woke up one morning and found that the world had already been conquered by the vampires. The original owner of this body was right. It might be safer to hide in the game. Chen Yu said, "Feng Heng is right. We have to stop the vampires immediately. Now, it's not just the zombie apocalypse anymore. Not to mention the 3 elementary game worlds, even the real world will be in great danger." Feng Heng's thoughts were pulled back to reality by Chen Yu. No one wanted the real world to suffer. It was not good for him. However, this matter was still far away. Ding Minutes' safety was what he needed to think about now. Once the vampires obtained enough purple spatial crystals, Ding Minutes, who was staying in the vampires branch, would also be in danger. Chen Yu received an urgent message from the survival radio. He checked the latest order he received from his superiors. Feng Heng, the intelligence department believes that the probability of vampires opening the world of vampires is at least 20%. We have received authorization from our superiors. The Federation will launch a surprise attack on the headquarters of the vampires in District 5 in 4 hours. The goal is to destroy the vampires' teleportation passage in District 5 with all our might. Feng Heng's eyelids twitched. It seemed that the Federation was anxious. From the moment they determined the other party's intention to invade the real world until now, they had already made a plan of action in less than 10 minutes. Moreover, it seemed like the probability of failure was extremely high. "We need your help." Chen Yu looked at Feng Heng. He said anxiously, "The plan is like this. Just like last time, we have formed a special operations force. When we send out a large number of teams to attack from the front, we will arrange for the special operations force to infiltrate the vampires' headquarters in District 5 and destroy the teleportation passage directly." Hearing Chen Yu's words, Feng Heng did not answer. He lowered his head and began to think again. Chen Yu saw that Feng Heng was hesitating and frowned. "Feng Heng, is there something you're worried about? If you have any requests, you can ask. I will go and coordinate, but we really don't have much time." "Yes, I refuse to participate in this operation in District 5. "Ah." Chen Yu let out a nah sound. He did not expect Feng Heng to reject him so decisively. Firstly, District 5 had already suffered a similar attack the last time. I don't think they are that stupid. They must have taken precautions this time. It will be very difficult for them to succeed in a second sneak attack. Secondly, with the aid of Angitas, the strength of the vampires is higher than the last time. The passage they use to enter District 5 from District 7 is also more stable. Once District 5 is in danger, a large number of vampires will enter District 5 through District 7 to provide support. Feng Heng thought that there were 3 other reasons. Last time, it was so smooth because he was a mole among the vampires. Now that there was no mole, it was even more difficult to carry out the plan. Chapter 559 The Ambush Plan. After hearing Feng Heng's analysis, Chen Yu was unable to say what he had prepared. No matter what, We have to give it a try. If we don't do anything, we will be too passive. We have to disrupt the other party's plan and delay the other party's collection of purple spatial crystals. Don't be anxious, Feng Heng said calmly. I am just not participating in District 5's operation. I didn't say that I would give up directly. We have a better way to act. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. What way? In 4 hours, we will split up and act. Your Federation will carry out the original plan to launch a surprise attack on the vampires' headquarters in District 5. The bigger the commotion, the better. I will take this opportunity to attack the vampires in District 7. We will act at the same time. If District 5 is attacked by the Federation, the vampires will have a chance to mobilize troops from District 7 to protect District 5. We will take this opportunity to sneak into District 7. Since it is a two-way passage, it will be the same whether we destroy it from District 7 or District 5. Hearing this, everyone stopped and carefully considered Feng Heng's plan. It made sense. The overall strength of the vampires was stronger than theirs. In a situation where they were at a disadvantage in terms of head-on strength, rather than focusing on District 5 to launch an attack, it would be better to use a split-up sneak attack to have a higher success rate. When Chen Yu heard this, he immediately felt that it made sense. He thought to himself that Feng Heng did not rely solely on luck to obtain the ownership of District 8 in such a short period of time. Alright, let's do it this way. In 4 hours, the Federation of District 5 will be on standby. It is estimated that they will launch a general attack on the vampires' headquarters in District 5 in 6 hours. By then, it will be around noon, and the strength of the vampires hasn't increased at all. Okay. Feng Heng nodded. Chen Yu asked again, Feng Heng, how many people do you need to join this operation? I will go and organize people for you right now. Manpower? Feng Heng waved his hand and said, no, I don't need too many people. For the sake of maintaining contact, I will only bring 2 people at most. Ah. Only 2 people? Feng Heng explained, we agreed to sneak in and attack. If there are too many people, it will turn into a frontal assault. What we want is concealment. That's true. Chen Yu thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. Feng Heng, we're really relying on you this time. No problem. Okay, I will go offline to communicate with District 5 about the battle plan. Feng Heng nodded. Then, he thought of something and reached out to stop Chen Yu who was about to go offline. He said, oh, right, there's one more thing. You must hurry up with the perception tower. This is our way to completely eliminate the vampires. Chen Yu was stunned. The perception tower can completely eliminate the vampires? Yes, this is our chance. Okay. Chen Yu looked very serious. He nodded hard and said, I understand, Feng Heng. I will ask them to speed up. Before noon today, I will ensure that all the shelters controlled by the Federation in District 7 complete the construction of the perception tower. Wait for my good news. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Do you have anyone in the Necromancer Association? I may need some help. Yes, we do. Chen Yu immediately nodded. He then revealed a troubled expression. Our Federation has a resident vice president in the Necromancer Association. However, he has a very high rank in the Federation and has a very strange temper. It might be a little difficult to contact him to help you now. I can at most help you contact 2 association members right now and ask them to help you as much as possible. If you run into any big trouble, we will then adjust our plans. Alright. Feng Heng shrugged. It was better than nothing. His main intention was to buy some high-tier special soul bodies and see if the people from the Federation had any connections. He wanted to see if it would be cheaper or even get them for free. If he could think of a way to raise his necromancy to the elementary level, it would be more stable to resurrect Hyla. Alright, I will go first. In 10 minutes, I will send them directly to the Necromancer Association in the real world to look for you. As he spoke, a white light flashed and Chen Yu went offline and disappeared. Zhonglei and Tianzan looked at each other. Tianzan said, Feng Heng, there's no need for that. Just now, I promised Chen Yu about the perception tower. Will it be a little troublesome if the Federation investigates the matter later? Huh? Investigate? Why? I am just telling the truth. Huh? We need to speed up and split up. I will go deal with the vampires. The Federation has the most shelters in District 7. Once you get the location of the last 4 high-less tissue samples, bring your people to look for them. You can rely on the Federation's strength, but don't reveal any more information for now. Okay. Feng Heng's face turned serious. After thinking for a while, he had a rough plan in his mind. If the Sacred Tree Angitas was the highest tier combat power in the world of the vampires, then the highest tier combat power in the zombie apocalypse should be Hyla? After all, she was the ruthless character who destroyed the entire meteorite company and dragged the entire world into the apocalypse. In an ideal situation, he could resurrect Hyla and use her strength to fight against the vampires. Of course, even if he couldn't control Hyla, as long as he could properly guide her, or provoke her, and draw her anger onto the vampires. The real world. The Hall of the Dead. You can't, sir. The customer service staff had a professional smile on his face as he patiently explained to the young man in front of him once more. According to the strength of the soul, you need 300 King of Gods points to purchase it. So expensive. 300 King of Gods points to purchase a soul. He would roughly need 40 souls to complete the advancement of elementary necromancy. 12,000 King of Gods points? This was simply robbing him of his money. For the same soul, he would need an average of 300 King of Gods points to purchase it, and he would only be able to exchange it for 100 King of Gods points if he sold it to the public. There would also be a game tax deduction, and if he obtained it, he would probably need to pay another 60-70 King of Gods points. The Necromancer Association was truly profiting after inquiring about the price. Feng Heng turned around and looked at Danzō and Li Shoqian behind him. The King of Gods points that he had obtained from completing the main storyline mission in District 8 had already been almost spent. He didn't have any spare money on him. Danzō and Li Shoqian met Feng Heng's gaze and looked back at each other. They didn't have any money either. More than 10 minutes ago, they received orders from the federal authorities to cooperate with Feng Heng in the Necromancer Association. Then, they brought Feng Heng to the Hall of the Dead to buy a soul. Feng Heng gave it one last try and asked, "Didn't your federation buy shares here? Didn't you get a discount?" Cough cough, Feng Heng, that's not considered shareholding. Only a portion of the federation's members joins the Necromancer Association. It doesn't involve participating in the daily affairs of the Necromancer Association. Feng Heng thought to himself, if I can't even get a discount, then why are you all here? Feng Heng, why do you need a high-tier soul? We will help you think of other ways. Chapter 560 Nurtured and Reborn. It's to level up. Feng Heng felt that there was no need to hide this matter. Hearing Feng Heng's words, Danzō stood where he was. He wanted to say something, but his lips moved slightly, but he held it in and did not say anything. Level up? Why do you need a high-tier soul to level up? Li Shoqian did not react for a moment. He then raised his head and looked at Feng Heng with a strange expression. Could it be that you've already reached the threshold? Yes, the level-up mission for elementary necromancy requires absorbing a large number of high-tier souls. I didn't expect it to be so expensive. Feng Heng sighed. This. Hearing Feng Heng's words, Li Shoqian was completely speechless. He sighed. Feng Heng, your tone makes me want to beat you up. If it wasn't because I couldn't beat you. What? It had only been a few days, and he had already started to level up? Why was the difference between humans so huge? From the beginning to the end, Danzō stood by the side without saying a word. He had already completely shut himself off. Ever since he met Instructor Dicky the last time, he had been going to the Federation Hospital to receive treatment from a psychiatrist every day for the past 2 days. Seeing Feng Heng today, his Taoist heart, which had finally stabilized slightly, was once again shattered. Compared to Feng Heng, who had just learned necromancy a few days ago, they had already learned necromancy for so many years and had yet to even touch the threshold of elementary necromancy. Li Shoqian also sighed heavily in his heart, wondering why he had to ask that stupid question again just now. Looking at Danzō, who had fallen into isolation, Li Shoqian felt the same way. He patted Danzō's shoulder and comforted him in a low voice, "Don't compare yourself to him. He's just a freak." Feng Heng knew that he had cheated, so he did not explain. He only asked, "Is there no other way?" Li Shoqian thought for a moment. Feng Heng, logically speaking, we can help you apply for a King of Gods points from your superiors, but this requires time. It involves King of Gods points, and you're not even a member of the Federation. The difficulty is a little high, so it might not be approved. Forget it. Feng Heng knew how precious King of Gods points were. Normal resources were fine, but once it involved resources that were extremely versatile, like King of Gods points, the Federation would deduct a large amount of King of Gods points. Even if they managed to get their hands on one, they would have to pay a large amount of game transaction tax. The real world might be in great danger now, but if the Federation was willing to provide him with King of Gods points, they would need to go through many layers of application and approval. It was simply too slow. Feng Heng decided to ask Dicky about it. Although that occult teacher liked to be a master to others, he still seemed quite amiable. Come, let's go find Mr. Dicky. He's been studying necromancy for hundreds of years, so he might have other ideas. Now. Feng Heng, I suggest that we go another time. Instructor Dicky doesn't receive any visitors on Wednesdays and Thursdays every week. This period of time is his fixed reading time. It's best that we don't disturb him at this time. There's no time to delay. Let's go and try out first. Seeing that Fang Heng insisted, Li Shouqian and Tan Shao could only silently bring Fang Heng to Dickie's private study room. Under Li Shouqian's lead, Fang Heng arrived at the door of Dickie's study room. Outside the door, 2 necromancers stopped the 3 of them. The attendant said, "I am sorry, you two. Mr. Dickie is reading in the study room. It's not convenient for him to see you two. Please come back in 2 days. I told you." Li Shouqian spread his hands and put on an expression that said, "Fang Heng, we'd better come back another time." Without waiting for Fang Heng's reply, the attendant looked at Fang Heng again. "Are you Mr. Fang Heng? Instructor Dickie mentioned you before. If you have something to ask him, he can take you there." "Thank you so much. Then, I will have to trouble you to bring me in." "Thank you." Fang Heng's eyes lit up. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Li Shouqian. "I told you, Mr. Dickie is very willing to help the younger generation." This. Li Shouqian was momentarily at a loss for words. He watched helplessly as Fang Heng was brought into the room by the attendant. Damn, this game is really boring. It's Fang Heng. In the study room, Dickie was in a good mood when he saw Fang Heng take the initiative to look for him. He put down a half-finished book in his hand. "How is it? Are you done with the matters in the game? Mr. Dickie?" "Huh?" Seeing Dickie's slightly displeased gaze, Fang Heng immediately reacted and changed his words. "Teacher Dickie." Dickie's expression was gentle. He nodded repeatedly. "Yes, sit down. There's no need to be restrained." Fang Heng sat directly opposite Dickie. The entire living room was very large. The 3 walls were filled with tall bookshelves, which were filled with books. "Teacher Dickie, I've encountered a little trouble in the game. I would like to seek your advice." "Yes, learning is a long process. Necromancy is a longer process compared to other subjects. During this process, we often encounter trouble. Don't worry. As your teacher, I will guide you in the direction of your future. Just like I've mentioned to you, if you have any problems, you can come and find me at any time." "Thank you, teacher. It's about soul bodies. I have some questions." Fang Heng roughly explained what he had encountered in the game. After hearing Fang Heng mention that he had sealed Mengbo's soul, Dickie's half-closed eyes suddenly opened. He looked at Fang Heng with an unconcealable excitement in his eyes. He could complete the seal of a high-tier soul body just by relying on basic necromancy. He was definitely a genius in necromancy. There was a lot of potential for the revival of necromancy. In his long life, Dickie had seen many geniuses, but he had never seen someone as talented as Fang Heng. He had waited for this day for far too long in order to find a successor. Therefore, Dickie treasured it very much. He quickly hid the excitement in his eyes. He felt that he needed to restrain himself a little. He had to take it step by step to avoid scaring him. What if Fang Heng didn't want to learn necromancy by then? Something done grudgingly will not produce satisfactory results. He had to think of a way to guide him. Fang Heng did not notice Dickie's strange behavior. He was still thinking about the resurrection of Mengbo. He asked, "Teacher, what was the strength that tore through Mengbo's soul that I saw back then?" Dickie smiled gently and replied, "If I am not wrong, it should be the strength of the sacred tree, Anjitas." Fang Heng was stunned. Anjitas was the one who resurrected Mengbo? Fang Heng, humans do have souls, but other than humans, most species of life forms also have souls. I've heard of a saying that vampires evolved from humans, so vampires also have souls. The red strength that you saw through the necromancy skill came from Anjitas. This strength pulled Mengbo's soul into the sacred tree Anjitas after his death. After that, through the nourishment provided by the tree of God, Mengbo was nurtured and reborn. Chapter 561 The Book of Prayers Rebirth. Hearing this, Fang Heng's first reaction was not troublesome, but that this trouble was worth it. Anjitas also had the power of resurrection and rebirth. In this way, if he successfully brought Anjitas back to District 7, would he also be able to obtain the power to revive indefinitely? This was too awesome. Fang Heng's heart pounded rapidly as he hurriedly asked, could it be that as long as Anjitas exists, the vampires can rely on it to resurrect indefinitely? In theory, that is indeed the case, but there are still many restrictions in the actual process. The first is the distance. The further the deceased is from Anjitas, the more difficult it is for the soul to be pulled. If they cross the boundary, Anjitas will not be able to pull the soul. The second is the strength of the soul. After the resurrection, the soul will weaken for a short period of time. Not to mention an infinite number of times, even you scholars who are proficient in necromancy will find it difficult to bear the pull of the soul a few times in a short period of time. As for the third point, it is also related to the strength of Anjitas. To re-nurture the physical body and infuse the soul will consume a lot of Anjitas' strength. As for the final point, we can still rely on a lot of special powers to interrupt Anjitas' resurrection. Dickie stretched out his hand and pointed at Fang Heng, just like what you did before. You have already absorbed Mengbo's soul through the Book of the Dead. Entitas will no longer be able to use its power to resurrect him. Feng Heng understood and nodded. It was the resurrection. Unfortunately, resurrection required a lot of conditions and could not be used without restrictions. Teacher Dicky, thank you for your answer. Then, do you have any more high-tier special souls here? A live sample is fine too. I can think of a way to capture them personally. It's a bit difficult. What do you need them for? I've triggered a mission for elementary necromancy. Mission requirements are to absorb high-tier souls. Feng Heng smiled embarrassedly. I am ashamed. I just went to the Hall of the Dead. The souls there are too expensive. You've triggered a promotion mission? Good. Good. Dicky was even more gratified. No matter how he looked at Feng Heng, he found him pleasing to the eye. Compared to the other players in the Necromancer Association, Feng Heng could always surprise him. Dicky knew very well what kind of hidden promotion mission Feng Heng had triggered. The difficulty of the mission was very high, and the threshold was also very high. The mission could only be triggered on the basis that the player had extremely high talent in necromancy. Dicky believed that as long as Feng Heng successfully advanced into necromancy, once he experienced the beauty of necromancy, he would definitely continue on the path of necromancy. Thinking of this, Dicky had already made a decision in his heart. I can help you, but Feng Heng, this isn't free. You owe me a favor. He was willing to help him just like that? When did NPCs become so generous? Wasn't this a little too much of a free ride? Feng Heng immediately nodded his head and thanked him. Thank you, teacher. I will never forget your goodwill. He already owed Dicky a favor. So what if he had owed him one more? You're welcome. Being called teacher made Dicky feel very good. He picked up the bell on the desk and shook it. Outside the door, an attendant heard the bell ring and pushed the door open. Go, help me take down the Book of Prayers from the 6th floor. Yes, teacher. The attendant nodded respectfully and walked to the side to push the ladder. Feng Heng felt that this operation was more stable. If he raised the necromancy to the elementary level, there would be no problem in resurrecting Hyla. He could even consider the possibility of controlling Hyla. While the attendant moved the ladder to the bookshelf to get the book, Feng Heng continued to ask, also, teacher, I mentioned the main storyline mission to you before. If I resurrect the deceased, can I think of a way to control her? It's only limited to theory. In actual practice, it's very difficult to do this through the soul summoning spell. Even if the physical body and soul are perfectly compatible, her soul is still damaged. If you want to completely control her, you need the caster to have a strong spiritual ability. In addition, it's too difficult to just rely on the basic level of necromancy. Dicky thought for a moment and added, I think it's a good idea to anger her soul. A broken soul is very easy to be controlled by emotions. She will become an angry puppet and destroy everything. Thank you, teacher. Feng Heng thanked him humbly. He understood. It was fine if he controlled Hyla. He would change his strategy and lure Hyla to fight against the vampires after reviving her. Yes, you must be careful. As you said, Hyla's spiritual level isn't low. Be careful not to be affected by her crazy state. I understand, teacher. I will be careful. He left the study. Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao were still waiting at the door. When they saw Feng Heng coming out first, Li Shouqiang asked curiously, how is it? Feng Heng nodded and gave him a thumbs up. It's done. What? It's done? Li Shouqiang was shocked. Instructor Dicky wouldn't really be so generous, would he? He just gave him something worth 12,000 King of Gods points? Just as they were hesitating, they saw an attendant dragging a small trailer out of the study. There was a thick stack of books on the trailer. At first glance, there seemed to be 50 to 60 books. Mr. Feng Heng, may I ask if these books can be placed in your temporary guest room? Of course, thank you. Li Shouqiang pointed at the beautifully wrapped books on the trailer. Feng Heng, these are? Yes, these are the books of prayers that teacher Dicky lent me. Some of the high-tier special souls are sealed inside. Thank you all. You've helped me a lot this time. I can handle the rest by myself. I am sorry. You know, I am really busy over at District 7. I will take my leave first. As he spoke, Feng Heng hurriedly caught up to the attendant in front of him. This. Li Shouqiang quickly turned his head to look at Dan Shao behind him. Teacher. Did he just call Dicky teacher? Although he did not say a word, Li Shouqiang had already expressed everything with his eyes. Tan Shao looked at his gaze and nodded silently. At this moment, Li Shouqiang suddenly felt that everything that had happened before had become reasonable again. Successor. Only a successor could receive such treatment. Instructor Dicky had already chosen Feng Heng as his successor? Li Shouqiang did not know what to say. He was even in a daze for a moment. Great Instructor Dicky. It was said that he had not chosen a successor for more than 500 years. He had actually chosen Feng Heng, who had only come into contact with necromancy a few days ago. Don't think about it. This time, Danzō patted Li Shoqiang's shoulder. He had already accepted this reality. Let's go. Things have already come to this. It's useless to think about it anymore. Li Shoqiang came back to his senses and asked, do you think we should report this to our superiors? Yes. Danzō nodded. He still had the look of someone whose dream had shattered. Our superiors should have noticed it already, but it's only right to report it. Chapter 562 Infiltrating again 5 hours later. Under the vampire's sacred tree Angitas, Athena held the seal with both hands. The red fruit hanging from the branch of Angitas was covered with layers and layers of dense incantations. Athena put down the seal and frowned. She confirmed that Mengbo was dead. Completely dead. That idiot. Athena had thought that Mengbo would lose, but she did not think that Mengbo would actually die. Even Angitas was unable to resurrect him. What kind of trouble had he encountered? And that person? Feng Heng. Was it him who did it? Athena realized that the enemy was more troublesome than she had expected. The next time she saw the prince, she had to remind him of this matter and resolve this hidden problem as soon as possible. Athena did not want to take the risk and go over to take a look. As she was thinking, a voice sounded from behind her. Athena, so you're here. I've been looking for you for some time. What's the matter? District 5 is in trouble. The Federation has violently attacked our base in District 5. Mills has sent us a request for support. Mills was also an idiot. Athena thought. She looked up and asked, can't hold on any longer? The exact situation is unclear. Mills has the warrant signed by the prince and has requested our support. Athena was unhappy, but she did not show it on her face. Since they have the prince's warrant, we will bring people over now. District 7 of the game. Feng Heng and his group of 4 hid in a forest on a high slope, looking at the vampire's shelter branch from a distance. After all, they were sneaking in. Bringing the zombie clone with them would alert the vampires and affect the ambush plan. Therefore, before they came, Feng Heng had already killed the lickers and divine zombies. He only brought the 4 fusion tyrant forms who couldn't commit suicide in a short time into the vampire's barrier. After successfully invading the vampire barrier, the 4 fusion tyrant forms did not follow him into the barrier. Instead, they found a random place to hide. This time, Zhonglei and Qinya, as well as Zhao Dongying, a vampire specialist from the Federation, followed Feng Heng. Zhonglei and Qinya were old friends who had known each other for a period of time. It was more convenient for them to work together. If they ran into trouble during the operation, the two of them could immediately go offline and communicate with the Leftway Gaming Guild and the Federation. Meeting Feng Heng again, Qinya had mixed feelings. She had known Feng Heng for some time, but it was neither long nor short. In the beginning, she and Feng Heng had both joined the scavenger army as spies. However, at that time, she was working for the Federation, while Feng Heng was working for the Dark Knights. Now, he had completely taken control of District 8 of the zombie apocalypse, becoming the leader of the scavenger army. And she? A while ago, she had been moving logs in the scavenger army. Okay, give us the general outline of the plan. Feng Heng looked away from the distance and said in a low voice, our mission target this time is not to completely eliminate the vampires, but to slow down the speed of the vampires collecting the purple spatial crystals, and to delay them as much as possible. I know a relatively hidden passage that can directly enter the shelter. We will sneak through that passage later. If you have any questions, you can ask now. Zhao Dongying was hired by the Federation through a special channel. He frowned and asked, Feng Heng, this plan of yours is a bit vague. Do you have any specific targets? In short, we are trying to find a way to carry out sabotage activities. The tentative target is to destroy the teleportation passage between District 5 and District 7. Zhao Dongying's frown deepened. Forgive me for being blunt, but I feel that the success rate of your plan is very low. Have you prepared a safe retreat plan? Zhao Dongying personally did not have much hope for their mission this time. Just by relying on a few people, would they be able to break into the vampire's branch and wreak havoc? And they even wanted to destroy the space passage? Did they think that vampires were idiots? They were simply courting death. There was nothing he could do. The Federation had given him too much work. He accepted the money and did his job. He hoped that the mission would end as soon as possible. It would be best if he did not have to risk his life. Feng Heng looked at Zhao Dongying and shook his head. There is no retreat plan. Alright, if the plan fails and I die, my compensation will be very high. Qinya listened and silently rolled her eyes in her heart. She regretted listening to her leader's arrangements and bringing Zhao Dongying along. Along the way, there would always be someone in the team who would rant and want to retreat. Annoying. Prepare for action. Feng Heng said and took one last look in the direction of the shelter not far away. He looked at Qinya and said, it's your turn to perform. Okay. Chenya nodded. She had been chosen by the Federation to carry out this mission for a special reason. On one hand, she had met Feng Heng a few times and was quite familiar with him. On the other hand, it was because of her special talent. Talent skill visual distortion. Chenya was able to create a visual distortion area, simulating the light within a small area, so that the objects within the area would become one with the environment, achieving the effect of stealth. It was very suitable for operations like infiltration. Of course, the scope of this effect was not large. It was already the limit to accommodate 6 people, and it could not be maintained for a long time. It was also very easy to see through from a close distance. Seeing that the reflected light on everyone's bodies gradually became one with the surrounding environment, Feng Heng immediately turned on the survival radio and sent a message to the mole, Lin Hanzing. Feng Heng, what's the situation inside the shelter? We are in position. We can start the invasion plan at any time, Lin Hanzing, it's done. A large number of vampires have entered the teleportation passage to District 5 to provide support. In 30 seconds, Dr. Ding Minutes will temporarily cut off the periphery surveillance. We only have 5 minutes. Please hurry. Feng Heng closed the survival radio and looked up. Confirm that a portion of the vampires has gone to District 5. Let's move. With the protection of the visual distortion, they maintained a constant speed and approached the shelter. On the high wall of the shelter, a few high-tier vampires were looking around. If they looked carefully, they could still see that there was a slight distortion in the space and that something was wrong. However, these vampires were obviously lazy. They just stood on the high wall and looked around casually. They didn't notice Feng Heng's team approaching soon. The 4 of them used Chenya's skill effect to pass through the passage under the abandoned building and hide behind the wall at the corner. Behind the wall was the special entrance of the shelter. 4 mid-level vampires guarded the door. Zhao Dongyang curled his lips and whispered, "What should we do next? There are vampires guarding the door. If we make any noise, the vampires will find us. Just watch quietly." Feng Heng nodded to Chenya and Zhonglei and sent a message to Lin Hanzing. Chapter 563 Warehouse Ka. 2 seconds later, the alloy door behind the 4 vampires suddenly opened. Lin Hanzing walked out of the shelter casually and walked to the side of a mid-level vampire. The guards of the vampires couldn't confirm Lin Hanzing's identity. They thought he was a vampire, so they looked at him strangely. "You are." Puff. A soft sound was heard. The vampires who were talking lowered their heads and looked at their shoulders. There was a syringe on their shoulders. A syringe? The vampires felt dizzy and fell to the ground. What's wrong? The other 3 vampires were attracted by the commotion and turned their heads to look. Before they could see where the syringe came from, Lin Hanzing took out a dagger and stabbed at one of the vampires' necks. Kai. Another vampire fell. "It's you? PFFT. PFFT." Behind the wall, Feng Heng and the other 2 appeared with injection guns in their hands and started shooting crazily at the remaining 2 vampires. It was a piece of cake for them to take care of the 4 vampires. Zhao Dongyang was the last to walk out from behind the wall. There are only 20 shots of the syringes. They are used to deal with high-tier vampires. Now that half of them are gone, what should we do about the next mission? Cut the crap. Zhonglei was also very dissatisfied with Zhao Dongyang. He waved his hand and interrupted, "Quick, help us move the corpses into the shelter." The 5 of them worked together to move the 4 vampires' corpses into the shelter. The metal alloy door behind them suddenly closed. The corpses were left in the passage. Lin Hanzing brought Feng Heng and the other 3 back to the underground research room and briefed Feng Heng and the others about the current situation. Dr. Ding Minutes and I saw it from the monitor. About 10 minutes ago, 2 marquee-level vampires led a large group of vampires to District 5 to provide support. Currently in the shelter, 2/3 of the guards are gone. Very good. It seemed that the operation in the Federation's District 5 was quite effective. The first step of the plan was executed with good effect. Back in the laboratory, Ding Minutes was busy with the command station. When she saw Feng Heng come in, she was slightly relieved. "Feng Heng, it's not the right time for you to come. The research on Angita still needs some time. I can't leave here yet." "There's no rush. There's still a very important matter." Feng Heng looked at Ding Minutes and said, "I need to tell you this matter in person. We've determined that the purpose of the vampires' invasion of the world is related to a special type of purple spatial crystals. Once the vampires obtain a large number of purple spatial crystals, we will be in big trouble." "Purple spatial crystals?" Ding Minutes frowned when she heard this. She turned around and typed a few times on the command station, "I think I've seen this kind of special crystal structure before. At that time, I wanted to check it, but the vampires were very careful and didn't let me touch it." A photo of the purple crystals immediately appeared on the screen. Feng Heng recognized it at a glance and nodded, "Yes, that's it." Ding Minutes pursed her lips and said, In that case, I have good news to tell you. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. What? A portion of the purple spatial crystals are still stored in the warehouse here. Hearing this, Chenya's face lit up with joy. This news was simply too good. Eh? They're not being transported back? Yes. Ding Minutes nodded and continued to explain. The teleportation passage of the vampire's headquarters has two functions. One is to connect to the branch here, and the other is to connect to the world of the vampires. The two passages cannot be opened at the same time. The same is true for the space-tearing device here. On one hand, it needs to connect to the parallel world, and on the other hand, it needs to connect to the headquarters. The sacred tree Angitas is still developing. Vampires have been sending energy to the sacred tree Angitas through the passage for the past 2 days. Therefore, the purple spatial crystals and other materials that vampires have plundered from the parallel world are temporarily stored in the warehouse. Hearing this, Zhonglei and the others were overjoyed. Lin Hanzing slapped his thigh and said in surprise, "So, once the warehouse full of materials is destroyed, it means that all the work of vampires for the past 2 days will be for nothing." "Yes. We will destroy the spatial rift first, and then destroy the warehouse. It's enough to buy us a lot of time." Chenya also nodded in agreement. Fang Heng turned to look at the excited Lin Hanzing and Chenya with disdain. "Destroyed? To destroy such good purple spatial crystals just like that? Look at these two prodigals. What a waste." Fang Heng did not say anything. He was already thinking about how to steal all the ores from the warehouse. The Federation and Leftway Gaming Guild were big enterprises. They did not care about these ores. But he needed them. District 8 had just started. There was a lot of work to be done. He wanted everything. Moreover, Night Owl had spent so much effort buying purple spatial crystals. They would definitely be willing to spend a large sum of money to buy them. When the time came, how about selling them to Night Owl through Old Black? The only problematic issue here was that the vampires wanted to invade the real world. However, they could not let them really go to the real world to wreak havoc. Fang Heng scratched his hair and temporarily suppressed the messy thoughts in his mind. No matter what, regardless of whether the purple spatial crystals were useful to District 8 or not, this was such a good opportunity. He had to take the ores home first. Fang Heng raised his head and asked, "Where are the things?" "Warehouse number 1. It won't be easy to destroy that place. The vampires have very tight protection on the purple spatial crystals. There are many vampires guarding that place." Ding Minutes switched to the big screen again as she spoke. Through the surveillance footage, everyone saw a bunch of bats in the form of vampires hanging upside down at the top of the passage outside the warehouse. Zhao Dongyang looked at the screen carefully and said in a deep voice, "Most of them are high-tier vampires, and it's hard to deal with them completely. How about the guards in charge of the main space-tearing device?" Ding Minutes switched to the surveillance footage. On the screen, the ceiling of the teleportation hall was filled with bat-shaped vampires. Ding Minutes glanced at the screen and said, "It's worse." "Whatever, Boss Fang. We don't have much time. I say we do it the hard way. First, we will sneak into the warehouse and destroy the purple spatial crystals. Then, we will try to destroy the teleportation passage. If we can win, we will fight. If we can't, we will run," Lin Hanzing said with a murderous look on his face. "We will summon a wave of lickers and fight them head-on." Fang Heng silently turned back to look at Lin Hanzing. Coincidentally, that was what he had thought when he first came here. But now, the purple spatial crystals in the warehouse were too tempting. "Don't rush, Hanzing. Let's plan again and see if there's a better strategy." Zhonglei looked at Ding Minutes as he spoke. He asked, "Dr. Ding Minutes, can you think of a way to temporarily seal the passage and exits near the warehouse? We don't want to make too much noise and attract the attention of the vampires when we attack the warehouse." Chapter 564 A Special Plan. Are you trying to sneak into the warehouse? Unless I can obtain the highest level of authority in the main control room, I can't fulfill your request. Ding Minutes shook her head and explained, "What I can do is very limited. At most, I can modify the surveillance footage so that the vampires won't be able to discover that you're targeting the warehouse." Zhonglei looked troubled when he heard that. This is troublesome. Once the vampires discover the intruders and trigger the alarm, an endless stream of vampires will come as reinforcement. We need to think of a way to solve this. "Hey, you guys." Zhao Dongyang looked unhappy when he heard what Zhonglei and Lin Hanzing said. "Let's not waste our efforts. High-tier vampires have a heightened perception of the smell of blood. Even without the surveillance, once a large number of vampires die, the nearby high-tier vampires will immediately sense it and came to support, understand? What's wrong with this guy? Why does he keep pouring cold water on them?" Lin Hanzing was displeased when he heard Zhao Dongyang's words. He thought to himself, "Only you understand." He was certain that Zhao Dongyang probably did not know the ability of the liquors controlled by Fang Heng. At worst, they could fight it head-on. The lickers did not fear the high-tier vampires at all. Lin Hanzing rolled his eyes. Don't just stand there and make sarcastic remarks. Do you have any suggestions? Of course I do. Zhao Dongying had already thought of a countermeasure. He said, we can just get hold of the big fish and let go of the smaller ones. We will put everything on the line. We won't consider whether the vampires will be alarmed. We will directly destroy the purple spatial crystals before the vampires come. Then, we will immediately retreat from this damn place. Hearing that, everyone fell into deep thought. Although his words were harsh, Zhao Dongying's words were somewhat reasonable. Our goal is to delay the time for the vampires to obtain the purple spatial crystals. Destroying the warehouse is equivalent to delaying them for 2 days. This plan is the best at the moment. If we're lucky, some of us can still escape. Zhao Dongying revealed a smug expression as he spoke. He looked around at everyone and said to himself, if there are no objections, we will go with this plan. Everyone shut their mouths at the same time and looked at Feng Heng, who was silent. They had been talking for so long, but it was all nonsense. They were only providing Feng Heng with some ideas. Other than Zhao Dongying, everyone else had worked with Feng Heng a few times. They knew that Feng Heng would most likely not follow the rules. Noticing that everyone was looking at Feng Heng, Zhao Dongying also realized that the leader of the team was Feng Heng, so he turned his head to look at Feng Heng, who had been lowering his head in deep thought, and asked, Captain, what do you think? What do you think of my plan? I think what you said makes sense. Feng Heng finished thinking and looked up at everyone. Okay, the plan is like this. We will first think of a way to tackle the large-scale space-tearing device in the teleportation hall and paralyze it. What? Hearing the first half of the sentence, Zhao Dongying still had a smile on his face. However, the second half of the sentence caused the smile on his face to freeze. PFFT. Lin Hanzing covered his mouth and almost laughed out loud. Looking at Zhao Dongying's expression, Lin Hanzing was secretly pleased. How could someone like him see through Feng's style of doing things? Zhao Dongying was about to go crazy. He said, Feng Heng, don't you understand what I am saying? Yes, I understand, Feng Heng interrupted. That's why we won't attack the teleportation hall directly. We will just attack this place and temporarily paralyze it. With that, Feng Heng reached out and tapped a location on the small map of the shelter. Everyone turned to look. Central control room? Zhao Dongying frowned. Soon, he figured out Feng Heng's strategy. His face was full of disdain. I thought you were going to say something. Do you want to destroy the control room? Feng Heng, I understand that you're a newbie and don't understand the principles of mechanical maintenance. Repairing the control room is much faster than repairing the space-tearing device. Even if we destroy the entire control room, the vampires can easily repair. As they were talking, Zhao Dongying saw Ding Minutes walk in front of him. Huh? Shut up. Everyone knows about this. We don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Zhao Dongying was stunned. Okay, I will continue. Feng Heng looked around at everyone. He said, listen to the plan. We will sneak into the control room and cut off the power supply of the entire control room. We will stop the power supply of the entire shelter and temporarily stop the teleportation passage. We will cut off the vampires' follow-up support, and then... Feng Heng's eyes became sharp. We will use the control room as the base point. We will surround the area and send reinforcements. We will destroy the vampires' remaining forces until we clear the place and occupy the entire shelter. Fuck, take over the entire shelter? Amazing. Hearing this, Lin Hanzing's eyes lit up. The leader of the antagonists was awesome. Just this aura alone was hundreds of times stronger than Zhao Dongying's. He was absolutely convinced. Feng Heng looked at Ding Minutes and said, Ding Minutes, this is the general plan. You fill in the blanks. Ding Minutes nodded and thought for a moment, then, she analyzed, the plan is theoretically feasible. The backup power source in the shelter will be activated within 5 seconds after the power is cut off. However, I can modify the backup power source activation procedure in advance. According to the abilities of the vampires, they will not be able to activate the backup power source. The failure of the power source will cause the teleportation passage to be cut off and fail to operate. Okay. Feng Heng immediately said, let's proceed with the simulation plan. Ding Minutes walked to the command station and tapped on the keyboard twice to enlarge the detailed map of the shelter on the big screen. Everyone looked solemn, except for Zhao Dongying, who was in disbelief. Crazy. He felt that this group of people had gone crazy. Feng Heng still wanted to occupy the entire shelter. Wasn't he courting death? Why did no one come out to stop him? Zhao Dongying wanted to say something, but he realized that no one had raised any objections. Instead, he saw that everyone's faces were filled with excitement and eagerness. What was going on? Were they as crazy as Feng Heng? Ding Minutes used a program to mark the density of vampires on the map. At the same time, She tried to analyze. There are a small number of vampires guarding parts of the passage in the shelter. Most of the vampires are concentrated in the control room area, storage area, control center hall, and the teleportation hall. Our first target is the control room area. To prevent the pressure from the siege point from being too great, I suggest that we temporarily block the 2 passages to the control room. Zhonglei carefully looked at the map around the control room and made a suggestion. If possible, it's best to seal the remaining passage as well. Ding Minutes shook her head. Even after the power is cut off, sealing this passage is impossible. Then I will do it. We will use explosives to destroy the passage directly. Alright, Ding Minutes, you stay here. Lin Hanzeng, you cooperate with Ding Minutes. If anything happens, contact us through the survival radio immediately. The remaining 4 of us will head to the control room. After roughly assigning the tasks, everyone nodded in unison. No problem. Feng Heng looked at Zhao Dongying and said, Zhao Dongying, set up a magic array at this point to weaken the vampires. Do you have any questions? Zhao Dongying opened his mouth. He could not understand the brain circuits of these people. It was obviously an impossible task, yet they were still analyzing it seriously. They even had to follow the plan. Was the world sick or was he sick himself? Zhao Dongying began to doubt whether it was his own problem. As the words came to his mouth, Zhao Dongying said, No. Chapter 565 Misunderstanding. When the scavenger army took over the shelter, Feng Heng had made special modifications to the shelter. In addition to the main power control room, there were 2 backup power sources in the shelter. However, with Ding Minutes' help, they could directly change the trigger mode of the backup power source so that it could not be activated. Even if there were 100 backup power sources, they would not work. No matter how strong the fortress was, it would be difficult to defend against them all. After finalizing the plan, Feng Heng and the other 3 arrived at the power control area. On the pathway at the back of the corner, 2 high-tier vampires guarded the door of the electrical control room. Other than that, there were also a large number of vampires hanging upside down from the ceiling. Zhonglei poked his head out to observe for a moment before quickly withdrawing his head. He nodded at Feng Heng, lowered his voice and said, There are a lot of vampires. We have to think of a way to get rid of them. If the commotion is too big, the nearby vampires will rush over to help. Zhao Dongying also turned to look at Feng Heng. He thought, Come on, let's see how you plan to deal with these vampires. Once the fight started, the vampires on the ceiling nearby would be attracted. They would swarm up, and the team would not be able to complete the task of setting up the explosives and magic array. The so-called plan to occupy the shelter would be like a castle in the air. All of you wait here. I will go and lure the vampires away. You all think of a way to set up explosives and a magic array, and then I will join you. What? You can lure them away by yourself? Can you do it? I say, don't try to act brave. Zhao Dongying wondered if he had heard wrong. He was halfway through his sentence when a hand pressed on his shoulder. Eh? Zhonglei put his hand on Zhao Dongying's shoulder and shook his head. Don't talk nonsense. Watch and learn. Feng Heng moved his body and lingered on the spot for half a minute. Finally, he glanced at the game hint. There were only 20 seconds left before the zombie clones could be resurrected. The timing was just right. Let's go. After saying that, Feng Heng walked out from the corner of the wall and swaggered toward the door of the main control room. In the passage, the 2 vampires guarding the door didn't have any reaction when they saw Feng Heng walking over. In non-hibernation mode, high-tier vampires all had extraordinary perception abilities. They sensed the faint scent of the vampire bloodline on Feng Heng and thought Feng Heng was a normal vampire. This, Zhao Dongying couldn't understand. Why didn't the vampires attack Feng Heng? And it was too strange. Under normal circumstances, there was almost no difference in appearance between humans and vampires. However, at such a close distance, the vampires would definitely sense that Feng Heng was a human. Feng Heng would definitely be discovered. Zhao Dongying could not help but turn his head to look at Chinya and whisper, why didn't the vampires? Keep it down. Chinya had long been used to strange things. Anything could happen to Feng Heng. Shut up. Zhonglei was the same. He also glared at Zhao Dongying and whispered to stop Zhao Dongying, telling him to keep quiet. After staying with Feng Heng for a long time, Zhonglei's understanding of all kinds of strange things would be unlimited. He felt that even if someone came out now and directly told him that Feng Heng was the leader of the vampires, he would not be too surprised. Feng Heng slowly walked forward until he reached the control room door. The 2 high-tier vampires at the door cast a puzzled look at Feng Heng. There were still more than 10 seconds left. The 2 high-tier vampires standing at the door of the control room stopped Feng Heng. One of the vampires asked, Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Marquis 18 has issued a ban. No one is allowed to enter the control area without a warrant. As they spoke, the vampires hanging upside down on the ceiling started to move. They all descended and reverted to their human forms, surrounding Feng Heng in the center. "This is our first meeting. It's normal that you don't know me." Feng Heng smiled and swept his gaze across the vampires who were gradually surrounding him. High-tier vampires were very powerful and had the effect of blood magic spell damage. Therefore, theoretically, it was still dangerous to be besieged by a large number of vampires. It would be a joke if they died in the crossfire. For safety reasons, Feng Heng already had a plan. He used the silent skill of the vampiric spirit cane, coupled with the undead's physical ability. Silence plus physical immunity was approximately equal to invincibility. Then, he would lure this wave of vampires out and coordinate with the group of lickers. "Actually, I am here too." Feng Heng looked at the countdown. He flipped his wrist and took out the vampiric spirit cane from his backpack. "Lord Marquis." Feng Heng had just raised his hand and was about to delay for a few more seconds to release his silent domain when he saw the surrounding vampires kneeling on one knee. The vampires in the passage sensed the vampire bloodline in Feng Heng's body and saw the holy weapon of the vampires in Feng Heng's hand, which was recognized by the Elders' Council. Among the vampires, only those at the rank of Marquis and above could be granted the holy weapon of vampires after passing the Elders' Council examination. Naturally, the vampires mistook Feng Heng for a Marquis of the vampires. After all, after the opening of the passage of vampires, several world-level vampires could appear in District 7. It was normal for high-tier vampires to think that they didn't know Feng Heng, the Marquis. The vampires knelt down on one knee and said in unison, "Marquis." Feng Heng was also stunned. He felt that there was a change in the plan. Behind the wall, Zhao Dongying was completely dumbfounded when he saw the vampires kneeling down on one knee. What kind of trick was this? He suddenly turned his head to look at Zonglei and thought, did Zonglei already know that Feng Heng had this ability? Zonglei was also stunned. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he was still a little confused by the actions of the vampires. It couldn't be? Feng Heng was really a member of the vampires? And his rank didn't seem to be low? Zonglei swore that he was just joking when he said that Feng Heng was the leader of the vampires. He definitely didn't expect to see this scene. It was one thing for Feng Heng to be able to pass through the barrier of the vampires, but now he could control this wave of vampires? Zonglei couldn't understand it at all. Looking at the kneeling vampires around him, Feng Heng immediately realized that the vampiric spirit cane on his hand had worked. They had misunderstood. It was a beautiful misunderstanding. In a split second, Feng Heng immediately adjusted his plan. There were less than 7 seconds left before the zombie team resurrected. I will go in and take a look. There's also a change in the situation in District 5. You guys go to District 5 to provide backup. Gather everyone along the way and send backup immediately. Understand? Yes, Marquis. A few high-tier vampires immediately accepted Feng Heng's order. They stood up from the ground with a group of vampires and headed to the teleportation hall. Feng Heng quickly stepped into the control room and closed the door with a bang. In the next second, countless red alchemy magic arrays spiraled under Feng Heng's feet. Green-white shriveled palms and the sharp claws of the lickers stretched out from the alchemy magic array. Chapter 566 Feigning outside the power control room. Seeing how easily the vampires were distracted by Feng Heng's words, Zhao Dongying was shocked and speechless. He had thought of 10,000 possible ways that Feng Heng could lure the vampires away, but he had never thought that there would be such a trick. He really wanted to ask the Federation if they were sure that Feng Heng was not a spy sent by the vampires to the Federation. Zonglei had a high resistance to these strange things, so he quickly accepted the setting and pushed Zhao Dongying. Don't dawdle, act now. Zhao Dongying finally came to his senses. According to the original plan, after Feng Heng lured the vampires away, they would enter the control room and install a magic array on the ceiling of the control room to weaken the vampires. Zonglei and Chengya would go to a few special spots to plant bombs. After that, they would detonate the explosives to blow out the part of the passage, hindering the vampires' ability to support the main control room. Zhao Dongying thought that driving away the vampires outside the control room was the most ridiculous and unreasonable part of the plan. But he didn't expect it to be achieved so easily. His mind was still in a mess. Under Zonglei's urging, he walked to the door of the control room in a daze. He reached out his hand and pushed open the door of the control room. Kai kai kai. Zhao Dongying's pupils suddenly contracted, and his face instantly turned extremely pale. Zombies. The entire control room was filled with a large number of zombies. Almost instantly, a group of lickers surrounded him. 2 lickers even stood up straight, almost touching his face. Zhao Dongying could even feel the licker's breath on his face. Zhao Dongying's heart was beating wildly. He saw Feng Heng, who was standing in the middle of the zombie team. Feng Heng. Zhao Dongying had heard that Feng Heng had the ability to control the zombie team, but seeing it with his own eyes still made him feel fear, and his voice was trembling. Kai. 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 The lickers had no interest in Zhao Dongying and quickly dispersed. Don't just stand there in a daze, hurry. Feng Heng was holding a tool wrench in his hand. He said to Zhao Dongying, close the door first. Oh, okay. Zhao Dongying's body was still a little stiff because of the shock he had received earlier on. He agreed, forced himself to calm down, and closed the door behind him. We don't have much time. Set up the magic array as soon as possible. Okay. After the previous two events, Zhao Dongying was now completely convinced by Feng Heng. He looked up at the ceiling of the control room and prepared to set up a magic array targeting vampires. Feng Heng took out a wrench and prepared to dismantle the battery pack. He had been lucky just now. He had used the vampiric spirit cane to trick a group of low-intelligence vampires, buying a lot of time for their plan. However, there was a high probability that there was more than one marquis of the vampires in the shelter, and his fake identity would be exposed soon. It was unlikely that they could trick all the vampires in the shelter to go to District 5. So, they still followed the original plan. Feng Heng thought and deliberately waited for more than 5 minutes. He estimated that when the vampires ran further away, he would cut off the power to the main control room. Ka. With a light sound, the power was cut off, and the entire shelter went dark. Feng Heng looked at Zhao Dongying. Zhao Dongying felt the pressure and nodded. I need more time. I will try my best. The seal can control multiple layers. The more layers, the better. The first layer will take another 5 minutes. Okay. Feng Heng nodded, leaving the lickers in the room. He pushed open the door and left the main control room. Zonglei and Chenya had been waiting for the vampires to leave. They took advantage of the time the vampires had left to set up some explosives at the two entrances and then rushed back. Feng Heng, the remote explosives are ready. They can be detonated at any time to stop the vampires' reinforcements. Okay. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes. The real battle was about to begin. The vampires in the shelter would be completely wiped out and killed here. The branch shelter had a large-scale space-tearing device connected to District 5. Since the vampires had taken over the shelter, they had been using high-level protective measures against it. Originally, there were 5 marquis of the vampires, including Athena, guarding the shelter, with Athena as the leader. Later, with the death of Mangbo, and Athena and another marquis of the vampires leaving the time passage to assist District 5, only 2 marquis of the vampires were left to guard the shelter. Bunny and Booker. The 2 brothers had never been interested in power and had a bad temper. This time, they accepted the order of the Elders' Council and reluctantly came to District 7 to help. At this time, they were hanging upside down on the ceiling of the 5th basement of the shelter to rest. As the lights in the entire shelter dimmed, the entire teleportation passage was instantly closed. The vampires in the shelter sensed that there might be a problem. However, Bunny and Booker were still in hibernation mode. With no one to take charge of the overall situation, the high-tier vampires, almost, could only arrange for the vampires to start the investigation on their own. He led a team to the power control area to find the reason for the power failure. In the basement's main power control area, Feng Heng had been standing at the side of the passage for a full 5 minutes. He was waiting for the vampires to come but they did not. Strange. Why were the vampires so slow? As he was mumbling, a team of vampires in front of him finally rushed towards the main power control room. Almost saw Feng Heng standing at the corner, and his face showed vigilance. Who are you? When Feng Heng saw that the other party was a high-tier vampire, he waved his wrist and showed the vampiric spirit cane in his hand. Marquis. Seeing the spirit cane, almost immediately knelt on the ground with the other vampires. Feng Heng felt that something was wrong. It was one thing for vampires to be slow, but why was it only a high-tier vampire that led the team here to check? Thinking of this, Feng Heng controlled the zombie team that was hiding behind the corner to retreat and asked, "You came so slowly. What if the enemy invades?" Almost immediately lowered his head and apologized, "I am sorry, sir." Humphrey. Feng Heng snorted contemptuously. Who is in charge of the shelter now? The person in charge is Marquis Athena. District 5 has encountered some trouble. She just led 2 teams to District 5 to provide support. Now, the 2 marquises, Bunny and Booker, are in charge of the shelter. There were only 2 marquises guarding the entire shelter. Feng Heng felt that this operation was more stable. Where are they? The 2 marquises are still in hibernation on the 5th basement. Hibernation? Damn, their homes were already invaded yet they were still sleeping? Wasn't this too much? He had been fighting with the air all this time. Feng Heng was a little regretful. If he had known that the vampires were so weak, he would have pretended to be the Marquis of the vampires and given the order. He would have deceived all the vampires in the shelter to go to District 5. It was not too late to know about this. He could still make up for it. Chapter 567 Kill them. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and quickly adjusted his plan. He immediately sent a message to Zhonglei and the others through the survival radio, asking them to change their current plan and hide back in the main power control room first. The power control room is in a bit of trouble now. Take some people to guard the passage opening between here and the second basement. No one is allowed to come near. Do you understand? Without any doubt, Almost nodded and said, yes. Understood. Wait. Feng Heng suddenly had an inspiration and stopped the vampires who were about to leave. You, and you. Feng Heng casually pointed at the 5 high-tier vampires in a team. The 5 of you follow me. The rest of you continue. The 5 vampires who were pointed out did not suspect anything at all. They walked away from the team and followed behind Feng Heng. Feng Heng brought the 5 high-tier vampires and walked around the corner. He opened the door of the main power control room and walked into the room. The 5 vampires also followed Feng Heng into the room. However, just as they walked into the room, the door closed with a bang. The 5 vampires felt a sudden weight on their shoulders at the same time. The red light in the room was bright. It was a magic array that suppressed the bloodline of the vampires. Then, a dense group of liquor appeared in the dark and rushed towards the 5 high-tier vampires. Almost instantly, the 5 vampires were surrounded by the liquors. Countless vines gradually extended toward the 5 vampires. With the liquor's crazy biting attack, coupled with the suppression effect of the magic array, the 5 high-tier vampires were drowned in the liquors until they were torn into pieces. Ding, your zombie clone, liquor, deals 103 damage to high-tier vampires, causing lacerations. Ding, your zombie clone, liquor, has killed the high-tier vampire. You have received 22 survival points, simple and easy. Feng Heng quickly scanned through the game hints. Watching the scene of a few high-tier vampires being torn to pieces by the zombie clones, Zhonglei and Qingyu looked at each other and shivered. Was this what Feng Heng meant by besieging the base and attacking the reinforcements? It seemed to be completely different from what they had imagined. Let's continue. Feng Heng closed the game log and walked out of the room again. He closed the door and prepared to lure another wave of high-tier vampires over. Things were progressing too smoothly. There were not many high-tier vampires in the shelter. As long as the high-tier vampires were lured into the power control room in batches, the remaining mid-level vampires would not be a threat at all. In the end, he only needed to send out a group of lickers to clean up the entire shelter. Right now, Feng Heng only hoped that District 5 could help and delay the vampires so that the vampires' attention would be focused on District 5. And then there was the vampires' headquarters. They were lucky enough that the branch had 2 sleeping marquises, but it might not be so at the headquarters. Once the vampires' headquarters realized that there was a problem with the teleportation passage, they would definitely send someone to check it out. The team was probably already on their way. Feng Heng licked his lips. He had to hurry. He could lure a few more high-tier vampires over and kill them together. Just as Feng Heng was busy luring the high-tier vampires into the power control room to kill them, the vampires in District 5 realized the problem. The time teleportation passage was closed. Athena was deep in thought. She had a bad premonition. Was there trouble in District 7? The 2 brothers, Bunny and Booker, who stayed in District 7 to guard the base were usually not energetic, but their strength was among the best among all the marquis of the vampires. In addition, there were a large number of high-tier vampires guarding the shelter and the vampire barrier at the periphery. Theoretically, there was no risk of destruction. Or did the Federation find a special way to break through the barrier, and the branch suffered a large-scale attack from the Federation? Or did the branch encounter a crisis, so they chose to temporarily close the passage with District 5 and link the passage with the headquarters in District 7 to seek help? After opening the passage to the headquarters, the Marquis of the Vampires at the headquarters could immediately lead a large number of vampires through the passage to enter the branch to provide support, including a large number of vampires under the control of the Sacred Tree entities. Even the prince who was in charge of this mission would choose to take action. In theory, it was impossible for the vampires at the branch in District 7 to fall. After a short period of thinking, Athena came to this conclusion. It was most likely a mechanical failure. A weak light flashed past, and Saikong Mao came online. He looked at Athena and said, Athena, I've already contacted Marquis Raymond in District 7. They didn't receive any news of the attack on the branch at District 7. It might just be a mechanical failure of the passage. There have been similar failures in the past few days. Marquis Raymond has brought 2 teams to District 7 to investigate. My men are inside too. I believe there will be news soon. Okay. Athena hummed, feeling suspicious. Was it really just a simple mechanical failure? Leaving their home world to fight was a big hassle. The battle lines were spread too wide. Once there was a problem with the teleportation passage, communication between the vampires would become very difficult. They could only rely on these strangers as a means of communication. 18 did not trust these strangers at all. Half an hour later, in District 7 of the zombie apocalypse. 5th basement. The strong smell of the blood of their own kind stimulated the two marquis of the vampires who were hanging upside down on the roof. The two opened their eyes and fell from the sky, returning to their human forms. Bunny and Booker, one tall and one short, looked at each other. You smell it too? Yes, a very strong smell of blood. The alarm in the shelter was not triggered, and no one woke us up. Bunny closed his eyes again and tried to sense the low-level vampires around him. Something's wrong. Let's go take a look. Bunny said and walked forward, pushing open the door of the underground hall. Leaving the hall, the two walked toward the end of the pathway. Halfway through, a few red shadows darted out from the right side at the end of the passage. The two of them stopped at the same time. The red shadows pounced towards them at high speed. They were the lickers. Lickers constantly darted out from the corners. Bunny and Booker stood side by side. A faint red light appeared on their bodies. They raised their arms at the same time and assumed a battle stance. A blood-red blade condensed on their arms. Kai. Kai Kai. Facing the incoming lickers, they didn't retreat. Instead, they advanced, taking the initiative to attack. As the blood blade condensed into a solid form, Bunny and Booker used their arms as weapons, facing the oncoming lickers. The moment the red blood blade touched the lickers, it would cut a long and narrow wound, and blood instantly spurted out from the wound. Even when they attacked, they tried their best to avoid most of the lickers' attacks. Chapter 568 Blood Blade. At the end of the pathway, Zhonglei put down the sniper rifle in his hand. Too fast. The speed of the two marquis of the vampires was too fast. They swam quickly among the lickers and kept waving their blood blades to attack. Zhonglei's vision could only barely keep up with the two vampires. Not to mention shooting, he couldn't even aim. Zhonglei only held his sniper rifle and gave up after trying once. He turned his head to look at Zhao Dongying. What ability is that? The 13 holy artifacts of the vampires, the gauntlet. As a consultant invited by the Federation, Zhao Dongying had good foresight. He immediately analyzed and gave his feedback. As a holy weapon, the gauntlet can condense into extremely sharp blood blades. Those blood blades can easily cut through the skin, and the wounds caused by them are extremely difficult to heal. To a player, once he received an attack from the blood blade, he will be in a permanent bleeding state. Only physical or spell-based healing, such as bandages, can end this negative state. It is precisely because of this weapon that the owner of the vampire's gauntlet can rely on the constant stacking of bleeding damage to kill a high-tier life form. It is an extremely terrifying ability. Our luck isn't too good, we are against these two marquises who are extremely good at fighting. Zhao Dongying's expression was solemn. As for the high movement speed, it's the effect of long-term training and the blessing of the vampire's special skills. In the middle of the passage, the lickers were all sent flying backward. Blood splattered everywhere. But as they hacked and hacked, the two brothers, Bunny and Booker, realized that something was wrong. Why did it seem like none of the lickers had died after hacking for such a long time? When they looked again, the wounds on the licker's body that had been cut by the blood blade had actually recovered in an instant. Why? They were actually immune to the special effects of the gauntlet blood blade? The two brothers were secretly surprised. They had been bestowed with the holy weapon, the gauntlet, for so long, but they had never encountered such a strange situation. The cuts caused by the vampire's sharp blades could not heal themselves under normal conditions unless they received emergency treatment. These lickers were obviously abnormal. Bang! At the same time that Bunny was distracted, a gunshot rang out. Kai. Bunny frowned slightly. There was a needle inserted into his shoulder. Booker asked, "Are you alright?" Bunny pulled out the needle on his shoulder and looked at the end of the corridor. It's the Holy See. My strength has been weakened. There's something strange about this wave of lickers. Let's take care of those people first. In the distance, at the end of the pathway, Fang Hang switched to his sniper rifle and slowly reloaded his ammunition. Fang Hang listened to Zhao Dongying's explanation. His face was expressionless, but his heart was filled with joy. Wasn't this a coincidence? Every 0.5 seconds, the skill effect of the undead would clear all physical negative effects. Bleeding was also part of it. The bleeding state would be wiped out by the skill every 0.5 seconds. Damage could not be stacked effectively. In addition to the immunity to physical attacks, the threat of Bunny and Booker was greatly reduced. Be careful, get out of the way. Seeing that Booker and Bunny were quickly charging towards him in the passage, Fang Hang gave a soft shout and once again raised his sniper rifle to aim in front of him. Due to the influence of the vampire's vaccine, Bunny's movement speed was obviously slower than Booker's. Bang! Fang Hang aimed at Booker and fired again. Unfortunately, vampires had high perception and agility, so it was not difficult to dodge the sniper when they were prepared. Seeing the two of them break out of the liquors, Fang Heng flipped his wrist again and took out the vampiric spirit cane from his backpack. The moment they saw the spirit cane, Booker and Bunny's expressions changed. Vampiric spirit cane? Pah! Fang Heng gently knocked the vampiric spirit cane to the ground. Then, a dark ripple spread out from the center of the spirit cane. Almost in the blink of an eye, the ripple spread to Booker and Bunny. The scarlet light that enveloped Bunny and Booker's bodies dissipated. The two of them sprinted down. Following that, Bunny and Booker's eyelids twitched. 4 huge figures suddenly appeared from the corner behind Fang Heng. The 4 figures raised their huge black gun barrels at the same time and aimed at the two of them. Dong 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 dong. In the next second, the 4 fusion tyrant forms activated their revolving machine guns and fired wildly at Booker and Bunny in the passage. The space in the passage was not big to begin with, so there was no way to find any cover. The fusion tyrant forms did not rely on the accuracy of the revolving machine gun, so they aimed and fired roughly. Without the buffs from the agility skill of the vampires, Booker and Bunny were unable to dodge such a dense barrage of bullets. Their bodies were blasted open by large caliber bullets, and they were instantly sent flying backward. The group of lickers at the back pounced on them. Lickers had a physical immunity to lethal attacks, so they were not afraid of being hit by the fusion tyrant form's bullets at all. They pounced towards Booker and Bunny, who were repelled in midair. They bit tightly onto the two of them, trapping them on the ground, unable to move. Bang! Bang bang! The 4 fusion tyrant forms held the modified revolving machine gun in one hand and stepped forward step by step until the 4 muzzles were less than 3 meters away from Booker and Bunny. Dong 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 dong. Zhao Dongying felt a strong tremor under his feet. He saw the revolving machine gun aiming at the trapped vampires and bombarding them. At this moment, Zhao Dongying, who had a layer of cold sweat on his forehead, finally understood. It was the strength of the vampiric spirit cane. No wonder the vampires mistakenly thought that Fang Heng was the marquis of the vampires. That was why their team had relied on the spirit cane when they sneaked into the barrier previously. Previously, Zhao Dongying had felt that it was a little strange. What kind of ability could break through a powerful barrier? At that time, he had thought that it was a special tool that the Federation had spent a lot of money to buy. So it was Fang Heng. But the dots in Zhao Dongying's heart did not diminish. Instead, they increased. Why? Why was Fang Heng able to control the holy weapon of vampires? Could it be that Fang Heng possessed the vampire bloodline? Zhao Dongying could not help but turn his head to look at Fang Heng. The game prompt on Fang Heng's retina quickly popped up. Ding! Your fusion tyrant form has caused 45 damage to the Marquis of the Vampires. Ding! Your fusion tyrant form has caused 33 damage to the Marquis of the Vampires. He was not going to make it in time. Fang Heng was constantly paying attention to the state of the 2 Marquis of the Vampires. His spirit was tense. Seeing that the 2 vampires were about to die, he immediately put away the holy weapon of the vampires in his hand and quickly switched to the Book of the Dead. Ding! Your fusion tyrant form has caused 43 damage to the Marquis of the Vampires. Ding! You have killed a special character Booker. You have obtained 221 survival points. You have obtained a high energy evolution crystal. Your relationship with the various clans of the vampires has been greatly reduced. Ding! You have killed a special character Bunny. You have obtained 199 survival points. Your relationship with the various clans of the vampires has been greatly reduced. A game hint flashed past. Fang Heng held the Book of the Dead in his hand. A layer of grayish-brown was attached to his pupils. Chapter 569 Occupy Fang Heng clearly saw 2 spiritual bodies rising from the corpse that had been smashed by the bullets, wrapped in 2 separate red lights. Under the guidance of the red lights, the spiritual bodies floated toward the ceiling. Go! Amidst the rumbling of the revolving machine gun, Fang Heng lightly shouted. The Book of the Dead released a weak fluctuation. The 2 spiritual bodies were pulled by the fluctuation and strength released by the Book of the Dead and began to gradually shrink back. Zhao Dongying saw the book in Fang Heng's hand, and his eyes expressed shockness again. What the hell was that? The Book of the Dead? Fuck. Did he study necromancy? Wasn't he the owner of the vampire bloodline? The logic chain that Zhao Dongying had just built was destroyed again. He was completely confused all over. The owner of the holy weapon of the vampires actually learned necromancy? This was illogical. Ding! You have sealed 2 high-tier special souls. Ding! You have obtained 0.002 necromancy talent points. Ding! Checking. Ding! After absorbing the current high-tier special soul, the progress of the mission, Necromancer, can be increased by 4 to 7%. Phew. Fang Heng sighed heavily as he forcibly sealed the souls of the 2 Marquis of the Vampires into the Book of the Dead. The process of snatching the souls from the sacred tree entities was still very difficult. Fortunately, he emerged the final winner. Previously, He spent quite a bit of time bringing the book of prayers that was given to him by Necromancer Dicky in the real world back to the game world. Then, he let the zombie clone stay in the shelter to hack in and absorb the souls. However, absorbing high-tier souls took a very long time, so until now, his level of necromancy had not been improved. Feng Heng, is there a problem? Zhonglei and the others looked at Feng Heng's posture, which was very strenuous. They did not dare to disturb him. Yes, it's done. Feng Heng put away the Book of the Dead. Tell the Federation and the Leftway Gaming Guild that we have temporarily taken control of the branch. Tell them to pay attention to the movements of the vampires. Okay. Qinya and Zhonglei nodded as they listened to Feng Heng. They threw down a sleeping bag and went offline. Zhao Dongying gulped. He felt as if everything was a dream. He thought that with the strength of the few of them, it was already a miracle if they could sneak into the base of the vampires and destroy the warehouse. He didn't expect that they could really take over the shelter as Feng Heng had said. And it seemed so easy. It was just like playing games. 2 Marquis of the vampires died at Feng Heng's hands so easily. Feng Heng even used the power of the Book of the Dead to imprison their souls. So that they couldn't use the power of Anjitas to increase their power. It was as if everything was within Feng Heng's plan. No matter how he thought about it, it felt unreal. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhao Dongying would never have believed it. He once again looked at the group of lickers in the passage. What a group of terrifying zombies. Taking advantage of the fact that Qinya and Zhao Dongying were offline, Feng Heng once again opened the game log to observe. Good news. After Booker's death, he even dropped a high-energy evolution crystal. With that, in addition to the large number of blood puppets that he had killed and the 2 high-energy evolution crystals that he had obtained from the Federation, he had gathered 20 high-energy evolution crystals that he needed to upgrade his Tier 4 space-tearing device. Feng Heng logged into the game with a built-in notebook and crossed out one of the recorded items. Next. The holy weapon of the vampires that these 2 Marquis of the vampires possess. It should drop as well, right? Feng Heng muttered to himself and slowly walked forward. On a passage, the lickers gave way to a small path. Feng Heng bent down and came before the corpses that were gnawed into pieces. He picked up 2 pieces of the gauntlet from the ground. Ding! Bloodline authentication successful. You have obtained the holy weapon of the vampire's gauntlet, left inferior, the holy weapon of the vampire's gauntlet, right, inferior, item, vampire's gauntlet, left inferior. Description, special item, soul binding. It occupies a special backpack slot and cannot be discarded. It will definitely drop after death. Description, the 13 holy artifacts of vampires. It is rumored that it possesses great strength. It will be effective immediately when placed into the backpack. Increases basic agility +1, basic strength +1, basic vitality +1, blood affinity by +3. Additional skill, blood blade. Skill description, attach the blood blade to the arm or weapon, limited to most close combat left-handed weapons. Greatly increases the weapon's attributes such as sturdiness, sharpness, and so on. Every attack can be added with the bleeding effect. The bleeding damage effect is related to the current level of the vampire bloodline and the player's basic attribute. The effect can be stacked indefinitely. Bleeding duration, permanent. Effect priority, low. Skill cost, 5% mental strength per minute. Description, the 13 holy artifacts are rumored to contain the great secrets of the vampires. Additional effects can be obtained by obtaining more combinations of the holy artifacts of the vampires. Ding! You have obtained 3 pieces of the holy weapon set of the vampires. You have activated the special effect of the holy weapon of the vampires' blessing of the blood. All attributes will be increased by 2 points. Collect 6 pieces of the holy weapon of the vampires, and you can level up the set effect. Not a bad skill. Feng Heng carefully looked at the holy weapon skill. Then, he took out a machete from his backpack and held it in his hand. Buzz. The blood blade skill was activated. A layer of blood red light was attached to the machete. Amazing. The blood blade's effect could be attached to the machete. In the future, it would be very useful in close combat. Feng Heng felt that the arm gauntlets were more practical. Just as he equipped the gauntlets on the left and right, Zhonglei and Qinya came online again. Qinya took the lead and said, Feng Heng, due to the influence of the vampire's barrier, our Federation doesn't know what the situation is like at the vampires' headquarters. However, we believe that the vampires should have noticed the problem with the teleportation passage and will send people over soon. Feng Heng nodded. Zhao Dongying also suggested, Feng Heng, we can't stay here any longer. The vampires will most likely come out in full force. There's definitely no way to defend this place. Why don't we just blow up this place and run? Unlike before, Zhao Dongying was completely convinced by Feng Heng. He felt that the plan to invade the branch of the vampires was too successful. They had already earned enough. If they could completely destroy the large-scale space-tearing device, it would take the vampires at least 6 to 7 days to rebuild it. Then, they would destroy all the materials that the vampires had plundered from District 5 in the past 2 days. They could even destroy the entire shelter branch. Feng Heng hummed again. From the moment he chose to occupy the shelter, Feng Heng had already formulated the entire plan. He looked up and said, "We are not in a hurry to retreat. We still have time. After all, there are so many materials here. Wouldn't it be a waste to just destroy them?" Zhao Dongying was stunned. What did he mean by a waste? What did he want to do? Feng Heng, what do you want to do? Return to the teleportation hall first. We will talk about it later. Chapter 570 Connecting Hello? God? Mojai I stayed up until midnight last night and didn't sleep until today. When he received Feng Heng's call, he was still a little confused. The coordinates of the passage in District 8? I am not sure. I will check it for you in the game right away. What? You want to build a passage between District 8 and District 7? There's a stabilizer available? Prepare a warehouse. Okay. Right away. Mojai I instantly woke up and sat up from his bed. Damn it, did the god go to District 7 to get more goods again this time? There's work to do. Time for action. I got it, I will go find Victor right away. After hanging up the phone, Mojai I was unusually excited. The god was a god after all. Last time, he went to District 5 and obtained a wave of goods, and this time, he obtained another wave of goods from District 7. He quickly went back to District 8 to prepare the warehouse. Half an hour later, the Lickers had cleaned up the entire branch shelter to ensure that all vampires were slaughtered. In the teleportation hall, the zombie clones were busy moving boxes of purple spatial crystals from the storage room to the corner of the hall. Ni Shengtao returned to the teleportation hall with a group of scavengers. They were the captives of the vampires who had just been rescued by Ni Shengtao from the 5th basement. After being saved, the scavenger army saluted Feng Heng one after another. Commander. Feng Heng waved his hand and walked to Ding Minutes, who was studying the space-tearing device's stabilizer. How's the situation? The damage of the space-tearing device and stabilizer is within the acceptable range. There is also an adequate supply of raw materials here. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and asked, "Can you modify it?" "Yes. We need to make some minor adjustments in the early stages. We need to change the location of the transmission as the receiver of the world passage. We estimate that it will take 30 minutes to complete the positioning. District 8 will be the main passage to initiate the transmission, and we will be the receiver to bear the aftermath of the passage." "No problem. Let's begin." Feng Heng was excited to receive a definite answer from Ding Minutes. Next, he could move all the resources in the shelter back to District 8. He could take away all the materials that the vampires had spent a lot of effort to plunder from District 5. Zhao Dongying, Zonglei and Qinya were standing in the corner of the room, silent. They had not expected that Feng Heng's goal would be to open the teleportation passage. Move all the materials back to District 8? But thinking about it, it seemed to make sense. After all, Feng Heng was now the world lord of District 8, he had the authority to open the passage from District 8 to District 7. What's more, in the branch, the stabilizer and large-scale space-tearing device were ready to be used. Even the blue crystal ore to open the space-tearing device had already been prepared by the vampires. With these materials, they could easily open the passage. Damn. Was this his original goal? No wonder he wanted to take over the entire shelter. Thinking about it, he had been planning from the beginning. They looked up and saw Feng Heng walking toward them. "I am going to tell you all about the battle plan. Qinya, we will activate the teleportation passage to transport materials. To be safe, I need you to set up explosives on the space-tearing device in advance. When we leave, destroy the space-tearing device completely. I will bring the bombs from District 8. Can you do that?" Qinya nodded and said with a serious face, "I have no problem. Zonglei, you and Ni Shengtao will lead a scavenger army team to scout the outside. Confirm if there are any vampires near the shelter. If vampires are detected, we need to react in advance." "Okay. Leave it to me." Feng Heng looked at Zhao Dongying. "Zhao Dongying, I need you to set up a magic array to weaken the vampires. The location will be inside the teleportation hall and the passage entrances of the shelter. Lin Hanzing will go with you to provide protection." Zhao Dongying secretly praised Feng Heng's ambition to empty the shelter. He nodded and said, "Okay, but I don't have enough materials to set up the magic array." "Well, don't worry about the materials. I will bring them from District 8 immediately after the passage is opened. Then there's no problem. I can start preparing now." After doing all this, Feng Heng rubbed his fists and waited for the delivery. District 8. Teleportation Hall. Victor and a group of NPC researchers were in the final stage of the docking and debugging of the teleportation passage. David led a group of elite Dark Knights with weapons in their hands and stood guard at the side of the teleportation passage. After getting the news from Mojai, as the top combat strength of District 8, the Dark Knights would naturally participate in this cross-world defense battle. Genius Caillou, are you really going to follow them? Not far away from the large-scale space-tearing device, Caillou Yokang slowly turned his head and glanced at Mojai. The excitement in his eyes could not be hidden anymore. What do you think? Vampires, an unknown race, a brand new life form. Not only do they have a humanoid appearance, but they also have a special race tier system and enhanced system. There are even powerful unknown life forms like Angitas. Can you give me a reason not to go? Mojai shrunk his neck and reluctantly gave a reason. It's very dangerous over there. Caillou Yokang gave Mojai a disdainful look. Huh? Dangerous? While the two were talking, a blue light opened in front of everyone. Spatial fluctuation has reached the limit. Trying to pass through the passage. Victor said in a deep voice, the data is normal. The space passage has been connected successfully. The testing of the passage has officially begun. Hearing that, everyone turned their eyes to the teleportation passage in the hall. Buzz. The light screen of the space passage sent out a weak ripple. A vine zombie walked out from the other end of the light screen. A wooden box was wrapped by the vine entanglement on the back of the vine zombie. It threw a box of purple spatial crystals onto the ground, turned around again, and staggered back into the passage. Seeing this, Mojai waved his fist excitedly. It's done. Victor heaved a sigh of relief and said loudly, passage test completed. Teleportation can be carried out. The current teleportation tier is level 1. Large-scale teleportation cannot be carried out. Excessive teleportation will cause the passage to be unstable, and there is even a risk of triggering spatial turbulence. Please pay attention to the teleportation time interval. David nodded. Dark Knights, Group 1 and Group 2, follow me. I will go and take a look too. Mojai also shouted, I will leave the collection and storage of materials to you. Among all of them, Caillou Yokang was the most excited one. He could finally go and take a look at vampires. After the two elite Dark Knights finished exploring the passage to ensure safety, Caillou Yokang personally carried 2 boxes of sample collectors into the passage. Chapter 571 Change of Plan Shelter. Control Center Hall. Lin Hanzing stood at the corner. He watched as the members of the scavenger army who had just been rescued received weapons and equipment from the Dark Knights of District 7. The scavenger army and the Dark Knights had reached an epic cooperation. He had never seen such a scene before. Angitas. Looking at the surveillance footage of the ancient tree of the vampires, Angitas, and Ding Minutes' research during this period of time, Caillou Yokang's eyes revealed a very interesting expression and he praised in a low voice. Feng Heng, you want to transplant it into our world? That's right. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and looked at the projection of Angitas on a screen with a greedy gaze. Caillou Yokang, with your ability, you should be able to do this, right? Hey, your luck is quite good. Other than me, it's very difficult to find anyone else in this world who has the ability to do this. Of course, Dr. Ding Minutes is one of them. Caillou Yokang smiled lightly, his eyes flashing with excitement. He felt that Feng Heng was too much to his liking. A thing like Angitas needed to be moved back for research to be able to bring out its greatest value. But Angitas is very special. It's not easy to bring it back. Caillou Yokang's fingers tapped on the keyboard as his gaze quickly swept across the recent research data of Ding Minutes on Angitas. After a moment, he turned back to look at Ding Minutes with a rare appreciation in his eyes. Dr. Ding Minutes, your research on Angitas is very outstanding, but I found that this part of the research on Angitas is missing. This is not a mistake that a rigorous scholar like you can make. Ding Minutes patted the mask on her face and walked to Feng Heng's side. Initially, when she saw Caillou Yokang and the Dark Knights appear from the passage, Ding Minutes was indeed shocked. However, she quickly accepted the fact that Feng Heng was the deputy commander of the Dark Knights from the parallel world. She also requested Mojai to immediately send her a pack of masks. After all, vampires could enter their world even though they were from an unknown world. It was not surprising that Feng Heng came from the parallel world. With her face mask on, Ding Minutes shook her head and said, yes, we can't do physical research for the time being. Vampires are very protective of Angitas. Other than vampires, humans will not be allowed to get close to the 5th basement where Angitas is. I've tried to get close to Angitas many times, but I've failed. That's why I've never been able to get a sample of Angitas. That's right. Caillou Yokang revealed an expression that seemed to say as expected, it's also because of this that your research speed is so slow. You should also realize that without a physical sample, our research on Angitas will soon reach a bottleneck. Ding Minutes stood calmly on the spot and did not comment. On the contrary, If we can obtain a large number of Anjita's samples for research, the research efficiency can be greatly increased. Kaiyu Yokang turned his head and looked at Feng Heng. Feng Heng, I want to go over personally to take a look. Go over personally? Feng Heng was stunned. Are you crazy again? Don't joke around. Feng Heng would never risk a Super S-level research NPC. The vampire's headquarters was not only filled with high-tier vampires, there were even many marquis of the vampires. Where almost every marquis had a holy weapon of the vampires, and their power was extraordinary. Feng Heng himself did not dare to go there easily, let alone bring along Kaiyu Yokang who had no combat strength at all. No, there's no room for negotiation. This cannot be done. Kaiyu Yokang re-evaluated Feng Heng. He had been in contact with Feng Heng for a long time, so he knew that Feng Heng would not easily compromise on certain things. Alright, then let's take a step back. I have to get a live sample of Anjita's. Feng Heng, if we want to transplant Anjita's, this is a necessary step. The earlier we act, the faster we can develop a feasible plan to relocate Anjita's. Feng Heng turned his gaze to Ding Minutes again. Ding Minutes patted the mask on her face again to make it more fitting to her face. She nodded and said, indeed. If we can't obtain a sample, our research will soon come to a standstill. As she spoke, a hint of a game appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding, player has triggered a special mission, Ancient Myth the Sacred Tree of the Vampires, Anjita's, mission name, Ancient Myth the Sacred Tree of the Vampires, Anjita's. Mission target, your research on the Sacred Tree of the Vampires, Anjita's, has reached a bottleneck. You need to obtain a sufficient sample of the Sacred Tree or research. Mission requirements, sample of Anjita's. Mission reward, speed up the progress of Anjita's research, the more samples you collect, the higher the bonus of Anjita's research. Current Anjita's research level, 7% additional description, provided by Ding Minutes and Kaiyu Yokang. When Anjita's research level reaches 30%, the transplant method of Anjita's can be unlocked, to ensure the survival of Ding Minutes and Kaiyu Yokang. Seeing the game hint, Feng Heng calmed down and began to think about the feasibility of this mission. In the beginning, he did not plan to enter the vampire's headquarters at all. Originally, as long as he moved all the materials in the warehouse back home, it would be over. But now, if he couldn't complete the mission, the research on Anjita's would gradually come to a halt, and the transplantation of Anjita's would become empty talk. Wouldn't he incur a heavy loss? Could he tolerate it? Feng Heng looked at Ding Minutes and asked, can the branch's teleportation passage restore the communication with the vampire's headquarters? Yes, Ding Minutes nodded, but we still need some time. Let's do it. Feng Heng decided to give it his all. He would infiltrate the vampire's headquarters alone and find a way to get a sample of the Sacred Tree of the Vampires, Anjita's. He had an advantage. The vampire bloodline in him was the best disguise. On second thought, the vampires couldn't recognize the faces of all their companions. Plus, if he could find a way to make some noise and cause some chaos among the vampires, it wasn't impossible to get a sample of Anjita's. However, if he sneaked in, the zombie clones couldn't be brought to the vampire's headquarters. Perhaps. Under the temptation of an Anjita's transplant, Feng Heng's brain worked rapidly. A rough plan gradually formed in his brain. Feng Heng did a rough calculation in his heart. This deal was extremely risky. If he wasn't careful, he would die, but the reward was also generous. For the sake of Anjita's. Since they were going all out, they had to make some changes to their original plan. Ding Minutes did not need to stay here anymore. It was safer for her to return to District 8 first. If she and Kaiyu Yokang went back to study Anjita's together, it would be more beneficial for her. Ding Minutes, after the materials are collected, you will temporarily return to the parallel world with them. You will conduct Anjita's research with Kaiyu Yokang there. Under the white face mask, Ding Minutes frowned slightly. What about you? Chapter 572 Probing. I will stay behind and think of a way to enter the vampire's headquarters and get Anjita's. Ding Minutes hesitated. She was worried about Feng Heng's safety, so she raised her head again and met Feng Heng's eyes. Okay, you have to be careful. Okay, I will. Feng Heng turned to look at the zombie team in the hall. All the purple spatial crystals left had been sent back to the shelter. The zombie clones were working hard to move the remaining materials. How many materials are left in the storage area? Mojai Oi had been in charge of the transportation and storage of materials. He made a rough calculation and said with a bitter face, too many. What a blissful trouble. Other than the purple spatial crystals, the vampires had also plundered a large number of ore resources from District 5. For the vampires, the more resources, the better. Therefore, they brought them all back and temporarily stored them in the storage room of the branch. When Mojai Oi first saw the warehouse full of materials, he was overjoyed. But later, he found that he couldn't bring all the ores back. He was very unhappy. Mojai Oi had already chosen to move the rare high-tier ores first, but there was still not enough time. There are too many good things. Besides the purple spatial crystals, there are many high-tier ore resources that District 8 lacks. Even if we give up on other ores and only move the high-tier rare resources, with our current efficiency, we still need more than 3 hours. No, 3 hours is too slow. Feng Heng was also a little distressed. We only have 10 minutes at most. Get the people ready to leave at any time. Once the vampires attack, we will immediately retreat. Okay, I will arrange it immediately. Mojai Oi was a little disappointed that he could not empty the entire shelter. As the two of them were talking, Lin Hanzing, who was leaning against the wall to hack, suddenly woke up and hurried toward Feng Heng. Feng Heng. Lin Hanzing was anxious. He walked quickly to Feng Heng and said, Feng Heng, there's trouble. The vampires are here. TSK, they came just like that. They didn't even give him 10 minutes. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and asked, how many are there? I am not sure. Zhonglei doesn't have any scouting skills, so he can't see the whole situation clearly. He estimated that there are about 1,000 to 2,000 vampires, led by the Marquis of the Vampires. Yes. Tell Zhonglei to bring his people back and remove all the defenses outside the shelter. Feng Heng nodded. He immediately raised his hand and said, everyone, I need you to complete the evacuation within 20 minutes. Return to the parallel world and temporarily hide. Execute it immediately. What? They were not going to fight? Hearing Feng Heng's order, the Dark Knights, who were preparing to fight, were a little confused. David was even more confused. It was said that they had been summoned urgently to fight against the vampires in the parallel world. Why did they stop fighting now? During the mission, everything was done according to the order. No matter how confused David was, he still waved his hand and said, Dark Knights. All of you. Retreat in batches. Yes. Outside the shelter. After discovering that there was an anomaly in the teleportation passage of the vampires, Marquis of the Vampires, Raymond, brought a large group of high-tier vampires to the branch to investigate the situation. Originally, Marquis Raymond thought that this might have been an accident caused by a failure of the teleportation passage. However, after the first group of vampires sent out to investigate completely disappeared, Raymond realized the problem. A large number of vampires gathered not far from the shelter. Raymond looked at the dead shelter in front of him and pondered. It was strange. Evelyn, did you find anything? Next to him, Marquis of the Vampires Evelyn sniffed and licked her lips. The smell of blood, the smell of the same race. Raymond's heart sank. With a cruel smile on her face, Evelyn said, yes, they're all dead. Raymond said in a deep voice, a bunch of trash. Standing beside Evelyn and Raymond, Jikaiubai's expression changed several times. He was a member of the Night Owl organization and the person in charge of this operation. When he heard that there was a problem with the time teleportation passage of the vampires branch, he already realized that something was wrong, so he took the initiative to propose to join the investigation team as a liaison. At first, Jikaiubai thought that the failure of the space passage was not an accident, but the Federation's counterattack. Launching an attack from District 5 and District 7 at the same time seemed to be the Federation's usual operation. Hearing the conversation between the two, Jikaiubai was even more shocked and uncertain. They were all dead? In addition to a large number of high-tier vampires guarding the shelter's branch, there were also 2 marquises with the ability to control the vampire's holy weapon. Even the Prince of Vampires would not be able to kill all of them in such a short time. Who could it be? The Federation? Impossible. The Federation's strength was not enough to do this. It was Feng Heng. It must be him. Jikaiubai thought for a short while, and his mind immediately locked onto the name Feng Heng. Damn it. He still came to District 7. Jikaiubai gritted his teeth. Once Feng Heng joined in, the uncertainty of the situation would greatly increase, and he could lose control at any time. Evelyn noticed Jikaiubai's change in expression. She looked at Jikaiubai and asked, is there any news from Angetes? Marquis Evelyn, just 5 minutes ago, we confirmed that there are no signs of life for the brothers, Booker and Bunny, under the sacred tree Angetes. Raymond and Evelyn looked at each other. They didn't die? Or were they affected by a special strength? 18 knows the resurrection spell best, so she should know what happened. Unfortunately, she is now supporting District 5. Their discussion was fruitless, and they raised their heads again to look in the direction of the shelter. Strangely, from the outside, the entire shelter did not seem to be under attack. Even the door of the shelter was open, without any defense. They're playing tricks. Raymond's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. Raymond, let me do it. Evelyn said as she placed her hands on her chest, maintaining the posture of conjuring a seal. Under Evelyn's spiritual control, 5 high-tier vampires entered the shelter first. After the vampires entered the shelter, They followed the passage to the main control room. After walking for a while, the passage suddenly lit up with a red light. The alchemy magic array carved on the ceiling was activated. The high-tier vampires were covered in a layer of powerful pressure, and their attributes were greatly reduced. Then, lickers appeared from all directions and pounced on the high-tier vampires. The 5 investigating high-tier vampires didn't resist and were quickly surrounded by the lickers. They were quickly devoured. Chapter 573 Arrangement. There's alchemy magic arrays in the passage of the shelter. It's the demon hunters. Outside the shelter, Evelyn connected her spirit to a small number of vampires via a vampire spell. She could see the situation inside the shelter through the eyes of vampires. She frowned and let go of the spell seal in her hand. Through the spirit attachment, she realized that the strength of the lickers in the shelter was much stronger than her peers. In less than half a minute, the 5 high-tier vampires sent to investigate were all killed. There are lickers, a native creature of the apocalyptic world. Huh, I thought it was something else. So it's the demon hunters. The Holy Court's lackeys are everywhere. Raymond's tone was disdainful. He felt that it made sense now. After all, they were demon hunters who had been around for hundreds of years. They had all kinds of strange secret techniques against vampires. It was not unusual for them to be able to stop the resurrection of the vampires. Evelyn reminded him, Raymond, those are not ordinary lickers. Their strength is not ordinary. Even if the high-tier vampires were suppressed by the seal, they would not be completely wiped out by the lickers. The strength of the lickers was evident. After hearing Evelyn's words, Jikaiubai was completely sure. There was no mistake. It was definitely Feng Heng. He was the one who single-handedly destroyed their plan in District 8. Originally, Night Owl's original plan was to use District 8 as a springboard for the main base and attack the other regions of the zombie apocalypse. However, Night Owl never expected to encounter Feng Heng. They spent several years to formulate their plan in District 8 and it had been a failure. Night Owl's internal department had already listed Feng Heng as a dangerous person, and they tried their best not to have any conflicts with Feng Heng. But Jikaiubai gritted his teeth so hard that they were chattering but they could not resist the other party coming to find them. Marquis Raymond, I think the controller behind the lickers is an inhuman called Feng Heng. He has the ability to control a zombie team, and among them is a high-tier fusion tyrant form. Oh? Raymond raised his eyelids. He had heard about the fusion tyrant form. When the vampires first attacked the shelter of the scavenger army, the fusion tyrant form had caused great trouble to the vampires with its powerful self-recovery ability. Marquis Raymond, that inhuman is very strange. You must be careful. Careful? He's just an inhuman. Vampires had always been arrogant in the face of humans, not to mention that the person they were dealing with was just an inhuman. In the eyes of vampires, humans were just their food. The difference was how delicious the food was. Do you think these shallow alchemy magic array can stop us? Ignore them. Let's go. Raymond sneered, ridiculous. Then, Raymond waved his hand and led the elites of the vampires into the shelter. Idiot. Seeing the vampires enter the shelter openly, Jikaiubai cursed in his heart. He had seen the arrogance of the vampires. It was not uncommon for people to rush to their deaths. Jikaiubai and Feng Heng were old rivals. They had fought so many times, but he had not gotten any advantage from Feng Heng. This time, Feng Heng must have set a trap. Jikaiubai cursed his pig teammates in his heart, but he had no choice but to follow the vampires into the shelter. Shelter, main control room. Feng Heng, vampires have launched a general attack on the shelter. They have broken into the first floor. All the prearranged alchemy magic arrays have been activated. It is expected to last for 20 minutes at most. Okay. Feng Heng stood in front of the screen of the shelter and softly acknowledged. Thank you for your hard work. Through the internal monitor, Zhao Dongying saw the scene in the passage, and his expression changed slightly. There is trouble, Feng Heng. The leader of the vampires this time is Raymond, the owner of the holy weapon of the vampires, the Scarlet Cross. The Scarlet Cross? Feng Heng stared at Marquis Raymond on the screen and asked in puzzlement, is it very strong? Very strong. In terms of individual strength, Raymond's strength can be ranked in the top 3 among the Marquis of the vampires. In addition to his relatively strong close combat ability, he is also familiar with the vampires' mantras such as curses. The Scarlet Cross, one of the holy weapons of the vampires, has enhanced curse effects. It can strengthen the curse ability of the caster, including imprisonment, weakness, aging, and so on. It works well with Marquis Raymond. Zhao Dongying tried to provide a clear explanation so that Feng Heng could have the most accurate assessment of his opponent's strength. In short, Raymond is a very difficult opponent. Originally, Zhao Dongying's evaluation of Raymond was an opponent that he could not defeat at this stage. However, considering Feng Heng, Zhao Dongying's evaluation of Raymond dropped a lot. After all, there were many lessons learned from the past. Zhao Dongying was not sure if Feng Heng could get rid of Raymond. While the two were talking, Zhonglei came back with a joint investigation team comprising the Dark Knights and the Scavenger Army. Feng Heng? Why did you call us back all of a sudden? Zhonglei had been on an investigation mission outside. It was strange that Feng Heng suddenly called him back. There's a change of plan. You guys go back to District 8 first. Ah. District 8? Zhonglei was stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look at the time teleportation passage in the hall. He had indeed thought of using this method to escape. But the problem was that if he escaped like this, he would have to leave behind the space-tearing device. What about the teleportation passage? I will stay behind to deal with it. Stay behind to deal with it alone? What special plan did he have? Zhonglei looked at Feng Heng carefully. This is too dangerous. Are you going to deal with those vampires alone? That's not it. Feng Heng lowered his head to look at the time and urged, I have a plan. In short, hurry up and return to District 8 before the vampires break into this place. Okay, alright. Since Feng Heng already had a plan, Zhonglei nodded and did not say anything more. He lined up and prepared to return to District 8 to take refuge. Feng Heng then shifted his gaze to Victor and Chinya who were behind him. Your luck is not bad. The explosives have been set up. Victor wiped the sweat on his forehead, nodded and said, according to your request, the explosives are all assembled inside the large-scale space-tearing device. If you do not open the device and carefully examine it, it will not be discovered. The amount of explosives installed is also enough to completely destroy the space-tearing device. As he said that, Victor handed a palm-sized controller to Feng Heng. This is the starter. After pressing the starter, it will automatically explode 20 seconds later. In addition, the induction range of the starter is only 100 meters. You must pay special attention. Okay, you guys go back first. If everything goes well, I will come to find you soon. Feng Heng, be careful. After watching Victor and Zhonglei leave with a group of Dark Knights, Feng Heng immediately closed the time passage. Let's begin. Feng Heng said in a low voice, raising his spirit. He took out a machete from his backpack, took a few steps forward, and slashed at a few high-tier parts on the space-tearing stabilizing device. Chapter 574 Bind Bang, ka. Pooh. The space-tearing stabilizing device was attacked. After a few sparks, a cloud of black smoke rose and soon stopped working. That's more like it. It's just a bit of a pity. Feng Heng muttered to himself softly and turned to look at the surveillance monitors set up in the hall. Next, it was time to start executing the plan. During the battle with the vampires, Feng Heng realized that the overall strength of the vampires who invaded District 7 was strong, but the leader of the vampires seemed to be particularly arrogant and stupid. They actually chose such a stupid way to attack the shelter's headquarters? If it wasn't for the sake of transplanting all of Anjita's, Feng Heng would have devoured this wave of vampires and wiped them out, earning him another one of the vampire's holy weapons. Forget it. Feng Heng shook his head. For the sake of a bigger goal, he had to give up some things. Finally, he confirmed the time. He and Mojai Ai had agreed that 2 hours and 8 minutes later, District 8 would summon him back. At that time, he would instantly disappear from District 7. This was the best chance for him to escape after seizing the research sample of Anjita's. So, he had to get the sample within 2 hours and 8 minutes. Through the monitor, Feng Heng watched Raymond's every move. In a short while, Raymond led the vampires straight into the shelter's headquarters. Behind the corner, a group of lickers swarmed out and crazily pounced on Raymond. 2 high-tier vampires saw this and shouted at the same time, Sir. Be careful. Raymond snorted in disdain and raised his hand. Kai. Kai. The lickers that pounced on Raymond were instantly bound by a layer of blood-colored chains. Bang. Bang bang. The lickers lost control instantly and fell from the air. After landing, the lickers struggled frantically on the ground, trying to break free from the blood-colored chains. However, they were unable to do so. The lickers immediately lost their combat strength. Trash. Seeing that the lickers were unable to withstand a single blow, the corners of Raymond's mouth curled up in disdain. Let's go. Yes. Seeing this, the vampires were greatly excited and charged forward together with Marquis Raymond. Everywhere they went, all the lickers were restrained by Raymond's bind skill. With just a slight raise of his hand, a large number of lickers were bound, losing their ability to fight. Jikai Ubai followed Raymond all the way to the inner passage. His inner shock was unparalleled. The strength of the lickers controlled by Feng Heng was already shocking, and compared to Feng Heng, Raymond's strength was actually even more terrifying. Ha! I thought it was nothing, but it turns out that's all you have? Everything was going too smoothly. Raymond's lips curled into a cold smile. Jikai Ubai's uneasiness grew stronger. He was very sure that these lickers were controlled by Feng Heng. Was Raymond too strong? Or were these liquors getting weaker? Jikaiubai suddenly had a surreal feeling. No. It was a trap. Thinking carefully, this was very likely a trap set by Fang Heng. Jikaiubai wanted to say something but saw that Raymond had already led the vampires into the final passage of the third basement. At the end of the passage was the teleportation hall. That's right. The teleportation hall. Jikaiubai suddenly had an inspiration and a word appeared in his mind. Explosives. They must have set up explosives. Fang Heng. He must have tried to lure the vampires into the teleportation hall and then blow up the vampires and the large-scale space-tearing device together. How vicious. Thinking of this, Jikaiubai quickly walked to the front of the team and suggested to Raymond loudly, Marquis Raymond, based on my understanding of Fang Heng, it is very likely that they have set up an ambush in the teleportation hall. Please be careful. Hearing this, Raymond stopped in his tracks. Indeed, what Jikaiubai said was somewhat possible. Ha! Despicable human. Raymond thought for a moment and waved his hand forward. In the team, more than 10 mid-level vampires quickly moved forward. They walked straight to the front of the passage and pushed open the door of the teleportation hall. They did not even have the time to step into the hall to check. Dong 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 dong. In the next moment, the sound of machine guns rang out. 4 fusion tyrant forms stood in the teleportation hall. They aimed the muzzle of the 4 revolving machine guns at the entrance and fired wildly. The few mid-level vampires who were leading the way were instantly turned into minced meat by the large-caliber bullets. Quick! Get out of the way! It's the fusion tyrant! Jikaiubai shouted and immediately dodged to the back of the vampires. However, he was already one step too late. He was accidentally grazed by the bullet and lost 1/3 of his health point. He was so scared that he quickly gulped down a potion. The vampires were instantly thrown into chaos. Even Raymond was unable to block the high-density guns. He transformed into his bat form and dodged to the back. The firing lasted for nearly 30 seconds. Ka. Kai kai kai. The revolving machine guns let out a series of whirring sounds. The bullets were exhausted. The fusion tyrant forms threw the revolving machine guns in their hands onto the ground and took out the iron twists that they had been carrying on their backs. Finally, Jikaiubai panted heavily. He peeked out from behind the cover to observe, exclaiming in his heart that he was lucky. After being hit twice by the stray bullets, his health point immediately decreased, and he almost died here. Fortunately, the fusion tyrant forms could not hold too much ammunition. They were out of bullets. Raymond was also hit by the stray bullets, and he suffered some minor injuries. After he recovered his human form, red blood dripped down from his forehead, blocking his left eye's line of sight. He did not expect to be made into such a mess by a few fusion tyrant forms here. Raymond was extremely furious, and he suddenly raised his hand forward. Go. A black mass of vampires crazily pounced toward the 4 fusion tyrant forms. In the blink of an eye, the 4 fusion tyrant forms were surrounded in the center. The vampires crazily attacked the fusion tyrant form members. However, the fusion tyrant form did not seem to be able to hold on to death. Jikaiubai looked at the fusion tyrant forms that were surrounded in the center and reminded, Marquis Raymond, the fusion tyrant form has a powerful life recovery ability. I am afraid. Shut up. Raymond went forward step by step and stretched out his hand, aiming his palm at one of the fusion tyrant forms. Ka ka ka. Blood-colored shackles appeared on the fusion tyrant form. Jikaiubai was stunned. The blood-colored shackles grew more and more solid. Under the control of the shackles, the fusion tyrant form gradually lost its ability to resist. It knelt down on one knee and half-knelt in front of Raymond, completely losing control. Raymond's expression was solemn as he once again aimed his palms at the 3 remaining fusion tyrant forms. Without exception, all the fusion tyrant forms were affected by the bind, and fine red shackles appeared on their bodies. Chapter 575. The whole Jikaiubai could not believe what he was seeing. He turned back to look at Raymond, his eyes filled with shock. Marquis Raymond. Was he really that powerful? Was the gap between Marquises really that big? When they were attacking the scavenger army, the 4 fusion tyrant forms had brought great trouble to the vampires. But now, they were easily controlled by Marquis Raymond. Humphrey. Until all 4 fusion tyrant forms were bound in place by the shackles and remained in a half-kneeling position, unable to move, Raymond withdrew his hand and let out a disdainful snort from his nose. Check the hall. The vampires who followed them into the teleportation hall immediately began to search the hall. The vampires checked the entire interior of the teleportation passage and found no anomaly. 2 high-tier vampires knelt in front of Raymond once again. Reporting to the Marquis, we have already checked the teleportation hall. There are no traces of alchemy magic arrays or explosives in the room. Hearing this, Raymond turned to look at Jikaiubai behind him. This. Jikaiubai frowned and was at a loss for words. He suddenly thought of something and asked loudly, "Where is the space-tearing device?" "How is it?" Raymond pointed his chin at the two vampires behind him. The two high-tier vampires received the order and immediately walked to the center of the hall to inspect the large-scale space-tearing device. "Marquis, the main body of the teleportation array is safe, but the other stabilizer has been damaged to different degrees. It will take some time to repair." "It will probably take some time." After a short while, a vampire briefly checked the space-tearing device and reported to Raymond, "During the repair period, we are temporarily unable to restore the passage to District 5. We can only connect the passage to District 7's headquarters." The space-tearing device was intact? Hearing this, Jikaiubai was stunned again. He even wondered if he had heard wrongly. "That's not right." Jikaiubai stood rooted to the ground, feeling that his worldview had suffered a great impact. This feeling of incongruity was too strong. What happened in the shelter was too out of line with Fang Heng's style of doing things. Ever since the last fight with Fang Heng ended in failure, Jikaiubai had stayed up for several days to study Fang Heng's information. If a person like Fang Heng were to occupy the shelter in such a situation, he would probably do everything he could to move everything away. Not to mention the space-tearing device, even the tables and chairs could be moved away. In the end, the remaining things that could not be moved away would also be immediately destroyed. How could he possibly leave the large-scale space-tearing device intact here? This was simply not logical. Raymond did not realize the problem. He nodded and said, "Yes, repair the stabilizer as soon as possible. For the time being, connect the passage to the headquarters." "Yes." When the vampires heard this, they immediately began to open the teleportation passage to District 5. Fang Heng. What was he trying to do? Jikaiubai was confused. Who was Fang Heng? Would he stop when things were going well? Even if he killed all the sheep, he might not stop. But why did he leave just like that? He could have destroyed the space-tearing device before he left the shelter and even brought the zombies with him. There was no need to leave them to die. What was his plan? Maybe. Jikaiubai could clearly feel it. There was only one reason. Fang Heng had dug a bigger hole for them. And they were already on the road to the hole. Although Jikaiubai couldn't figure out where the hole was. Just as Raymond ordered some vampires to search the entire branch shelter, Fang Heng, who was hiding in the dark, disguised himself as a vampire and sneaked into the search team of vampires. After searching part of the passage together, Fang Heng found another opportunity to return to the control center hall in District 5. "Marquis Raymond, we just checked the warehouse and found that the purple spatial crystals and some resources in the warehouse are missing. We suspect that they were taken away by the enemy. These despicable humans. Don't let me catch you. I promise I will make your lives a living hell." Raymond felt extremely furious. The vampires had been played by a group of humans. As this was a disgrace to the vampires. It was absolutely unforgivable. "Marquis, there are still a lot of resources left in the storage area to be counted. As for the liquors and fusion tyrant forms that are bound, what should we do with them? Please give the order." Raymond thought for a moment, he waved his hand and said, "The stabilizer still needs some time to be repaired. The materials in the storage area should be sent back to the headquarters first. As for the zombies, they can also provide a small amount of energy to Angitas. Use the coffin of the vampires to seal them all and send them back. All of them will be used as Angitas nutrients." A few high-tier vampires immediately nodded and replied, "Yes." "Marquis." Raymond turned to look at Jikaiubai, who was at a loss. "Why are you still standing here? Contact the vampires' headquarters and tell them to prepare the passage to the branch." Jikaiubai felt that there was definitely a pit in this place. And it was a huge pit in the abyss. He frowned and said, "My lord, it is not easy for the branch shelter to fall in such a short period of time. In addition, Marquis Booker and Bunny are still missing. Why would the enemy give up this place so easily? Even the space-tearing device hasn't been destroyed. There must be something wrong with it. I suggest. No need to say it. Stupid inhumans. I've had enough of your blabbering." Raymond smiled disdainfully. "In my opinion, those two sleepyheads were killed by the demon hunters while they were sleeping. I am sorry." Jikaiubai suppressed his displeasure. He knew very well that vampires had always been arrogant. Vampires look down on humans from the bottom of their hearts. For the sake of future cooperation, Jikaiubai could only nod his head, drop a simple sleeping bag, and log out of the game. He then went offline to contact the vampires' headquarters to open the teleportation passage. When Jikaiubai left, Raymond did not hide his mockery of humans anymore. "He's just here to open the time passage. How dare he give me advice? Who does he think he is?" "Raymond, don't waste your time with these people." Evelyn reminded him. A large amount of purple crystal ores has been destroyed in the shelter. 3 marquises and a holy weapon have gone missing at the same time. The prince will be very angry. Those two are useless. They can't even do such a small thing. Raymond shook his head and continued, the prince is still resting. When he wakes up, I will personally report to him. I hope the prince has the ability to lead us to the missing holy weapon of the vampires. Chapter 576 Low-Class Descendant. A few minutes later, Jikaiubai went online again. Marquis, the headquarters is ready to connect to the scheduled passage. Evelyn nodded to the two high-tier vampires behind her. The two high-tier vampires quickly entered the command station. Soon, the large-scale space-tearing device was activated again. A blue light screen condensed in the center of the teleportation hall. The passage to the vampires' headquarters was opened. Faint ripples gradually appeared in the center of the light screen. The blood slaves formed a long line and continuously entered the hall from the other side of the light screen. In the corner of the hall among the many vampires, Fang Heng carefully watched Raymond. Very good. Everything was going smoothly according to plan. Before the vampires invaded the shelter, he had destroyed the stabilizer in the hull but left the space-tearing device intact. This prevented the passage to District 5 from being activated for a short time. After Raymond took over the teleportation hall, the command to open the passage to District 7 became the best solution. It was also the only solution. All of Raymond's actions had been predicted by Fang Heng. However, Fang Heng turned his gaze to Jikaiubai, who was next to Raymond. He didn't expect to see Jikaiubai here. Night Owl's people. Fang Heng quickly scanned the game log again and continued to control the lickers to remain in the bound state. From the moment Raymond led the vampires to invade the shelter, everything had been part of Fang Heng's plan. Fang Heng was sure that Raymond would use the vampire's bind skill to deal with the zombie clones. Therefore, he deliberately controlled the zombie team to pretend that they were under control and could not fight. Raymond's bind curse was somewhat effective, but it was not so easy to make the lickers and the fusion tyrant forms lose their ability to resist. All of this was the result of Fang Heng's control in the dark. As long as Fang Heng wanted to, with just one thought, all the lickers and fusion tyrant forms could instantly break free from the bind and teach these vampires a lesson. Just as Fang Heng had expected, Raymond chose to bind the zombie clones and use them as nutrients for Anjidas. Fang Heng slightly narrowed his eyes. He watched as the blood slaves loaded the licker clones into the blood coffins one by one. After that, the blood slaves lifted the blood coffins one by one and carried them into the headquarters of District 7 through the teleportation passage. These blood slaves would guide him to the location of Anjidas. A perfect plan. Fang Heng thought to himself. The only one he had not expected was Jikaiubai. Fang Heng's gaze swept towards Jikaiubai. The two marquises had keen perception. There was a risk of them seeing through his disguise, not to mention Jikaiubai recognized his appearance. It was too dangerous to run out now. Fang Heng patiently hid among the vampires, thinking about how to lure them away. While he was deliberating, Fang Heng heard Jikaiubai say in a deep voice, Marquis, the incident of the shelter being invaded is still a little strange. We can go take a look at the surveillance footage in the main control room and see if we can find any traces left by Fang Heng and how the two marquises, Booker and Bunny, disappeared. Raymond frowned. He was annoyed by Jikaiubai. He waved his hand impatiently and was about to chase away the annoying fly in front of him when Evelyn interrupted. It just so happens that I am also a bit interested in the main control room. I will go and take a look. Thank you, Marquis Evelyn. As you wish. Raymond frowned. He transformed into the form of a bat and flew up, hanging upside down on the ceiling of the teleportation hall. It wasn't until Jikaiubai and Evelyn left the teleportation hall that Fang Heng realized that his chance had come. He activated his stealth skill, lined up with the blood slaves and carefully approached the teleportation passage. Fang Heng used the corner of his eye to constantly size up Raymond, who was hanging upside down from the ceiling. He seemed to have fallen asleep. But Fang Heng was very sure that Raymond's perception was still on. Seeing that he was about to reach the teleportation passage, Fang Heng quickly took out Victor's time detonator from his backpack and gently pressed the button. Then, he stepped into the teleportation passage. It had only been a few seconds since Fang Heng entered the teleportation passage. Boom. A violent explosion resounded throughout the entire teleportation hall. The vampire's headquarters. Fang Heng blended in with the blood slaves and walked out of the teleportation door. He tried his best to make himself look normal while carefully observing his surroundings. The vampire's headquarters was originally a large-sized shelter built by the Federation. On the ceiling of the teleportation hall, there was a dense layer of vampires. It looked like they were not to be trifled with. A few seconds later, the light screen in the teleportation hall fluctuated violently and then disappeared. The passage stopped. A few high-tier vampires noticed the problem and came up to check the teleportation passage. Taking advantage of this small chaos, Fang Heng activated his stealth skill and left the teleportation hall with the blood slaves who were carrying the coffins. Fang Heng had been very careful along the way. The number of vampires in the vampire's headquarters had greatly increased compared to the number in the branch. There were more vampires in the form of bats hanging upside down on almost every ceiling. Soon, Fang Heng followed the blood slaves to the 5th basement. The 5th basement was newly opened after the vampires occupied the shelter. It was very simple and crude. Following the winding passage, Fang Heng slowly moved forward. Soon, an entrance appeared in front of the passage. Behind the entrance, there was a wide cave. Angetas. Fang Heng's pupils contracted slightly. Through the cave entrance, he could clearly see the huge sacred tree of the vampires. Seeing it with his own eyes, Fang Heng was even more shocked. Fang Heng clearly noticed that his heart was beating violently. The blood in his body also sped up along with it. Angetas, the sacred tree of the vampires, also had an effect on his body. Hey! Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat as he raised his head to look at the entrance of the cave. Newcomer? At the entrance of the cave, 2 high-tier vampires stood there. One of them had a sharp gaze as he sized up Fang Heng. I've never seen you before. State your purpose for coming here. Fang Heng took 2 steps forward and used his gaze to signal the blood slaves who were moving the blood coffins into the cave. He said in a deep voice, "It's an order from Marquis Raymond. I am in charge of helping to transport nutrients for Angetas." Marquis Raymond? The vampire who asked the question became alert. He stared at Fang Heng, his eyes shining with red light. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. He felt the blood flow in his body speed up again. Unknowingly, his eyes were also shrouded in a faint red light. Low-class descendant. As if he had confirmed Fang Heng's identity as a vampire, Balon retracted his gaze. He said, "Let me give you a piece of advice. The next time you come up with an excuse, don't look for such a lousy one. I am in a good mood today. Pretend that I haven't seen you before and immediately disappear from my sight." Chapter 577 Probing. He saw through it. Fang Heng frowned slightly. There was a deviation in the plan. What was the problem? Where did he reveal the flaw? This was not important. The problem was how to deal with it now. If he could not get close to Angetas, the mission could not be completed. In this state, if he forced his way in. Fang Heng looked at the situation in the cave and quickly assessed the danger. It was too dangerous. If he carried out the plan ahead of time, the success rate would only be 20% to 30%. But he had no other choice. He had to go all out. Fang Heng was about to control the zombie clones to make a move when another voice suddenly sounded. "Hey, don't be so serious, Balon." Another vampire guard standing at the entrance of the cave giggled and patted Balon's shoulder. "After all, it's the lifelong dream of low-level vampires to worship the sacred tree Angetas, right? Don't be too harsh on the juniors. I am still very willing to help these upstarts of the vampires." As Ling spoke, he looked at Fang Heng and raised his eyebrows at him. "I am Ling, and this is Balon. The 2 of us are responsible for guarding the entrance of the ancient tree." Fang Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. Ling gestured at Fang Heng with his finger, indicating for Fang Heng to come closer and talk. "You can tell me the truth. This time, you secretly came here to use the power of Angetas to refine and upgrade your bloodline, right? Refine and upgrade your bloodline." Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He knew that the vampires must have misunderstood. But when it came to condensing bloodlines, the so-called refining of bloodlines mentioned by the NPCs, did it mean that he could level up his vampire bloodline? The vampire bloodline on his body was the reward for killing a tier 5 creature for the first time when he had just entered the game. It was only an elementary vampire bloodline. Fang Heng had already leveled it up to the maximum level. The game hint said that he needed to upgrade through a specific method. Now it seemed that Angetas was indeed very likely the way to level up the vampire's skills. Was he in for an unexpected surprise? "You're lucky to have met me." Ling saw the expression on Fang Heng's face and nodded in satisfaction. He extended his right hand to Fang Heng, his thumb rubbing against his index finger and middle finger. "Young descendant, I am willing to give you a chance to sneak in and take a look. Do you understand what I mean?" Of course, Fang Heng understood. It was a very direct hint. Money? Or things? Fang Heng quickly rummaged through his backpack. What kind of things was hard currency for vampires? If he were to give him the holy weapon of vampires as a bribe, would he not dare to accept it? This thing might be possible. A few thoughts flashed through his mind. Fang Heng quickly took out a piece of purple spatial crystal from his backpack. He flipped his wrist and opened his palm. "Is it enough? I secretly hid it when I was helping to collect materials in District 7. It's all I have now." Seeing the light purple crystal in Fang Heng's hand that was half the size of a fist, Balon was surprised. This vampire in front of him was a little too bold. He actually stole such a big purple spatial crystal. Hey, not bad. It's a good thing. He is quite sensible. Ling was very clear about the value of purple spatial crystals. A flash of greed flashed across his eyes. He quickly reached out and took the purple spatial crystal in Feng Heng's hand. I admire you very much, Junior. As he spoke, Ling exerted a little force. Crack. The purple spatial crystal split into two halves in his hand. Ling threw half of it to Balon. Balon took it and lowered his head to take a closer look. After confirming that it was the purple spatial crystal, he put it away. I don't like to take advantage of others. See that blood pool over there? Balon stretched out his hand and pointed at a few blood pools under the Angitas tree not far away. Feng Heng shifted his gaze to the spot Balon was pointing at. Yes. From left to right, the strength of the blood pools is gradually increasing. The condensing effect is also getting better and better. Their effects are much better than the fake blood pools of the Elders' Council. However, you have to be careful. Your ability is too low. Do not try to absorb the strength of the blood pools. You will not be able to take it. Feng Heng nodded. Balon's words made his past memories gradually appear in his mind. Feng Heng's body had also studied the game world of the vampire apocalypse. In the vampire apocalypse, very few players could become real vampires. 1 in 10,000. Anyone who could successfully become a vampire was a high-level player who had a good life in the game and was sought after by the major game guilds. There was once a player who revealed some secrets related to the upgrade of the vampire's bloodline on the forums. The bloodlines of low-level vampires could be condensed through the special blood pool of the Elders' Council. After a period of soaking, the player could advance his bloodline to the mid-level. However, according to the recorder, the blood pool of the Elders' Council was not so easy to enter. Every time, a large number of contribution points were required for the person to enter. He spent more than 5 years and entered the blood pool 49 times before completing the elementary condensation of the vampire's bloodline and becoming a mid-level vampire. It was too difficult. After succeeding, the recorder sighed with sorrow over these years. He then posted the record on the forum and showed it off. Now, a hint of greed appeared in Feng Heng's eyes. As the sacred tree of the vampires, the blood pool created by Angitas should have a better effect on advancing the bloodline of the player. Ling saw that Feng Heng was still in a daze and frowned. He felt that this young vampire was not only greedy but was also not very smart. But there were also good things about him. He was generous and sensible. Ling could not help but urge him. You can go in now. There are still 3 hours left. Take advantage that the Marquis is in a deep sleep. Only then did Feng Heng come to his senses. Okay. Balon reminded him again, don't make any noise. If you attract the attention of the Marquis, we will kill you immediately to silence you. Yes, I understand. Feng Heng nodded and turned around. He followed behind the blood slaves and walked toward the giant tree Angitas. Feng Heng was very calm. The temptation to level up the vampire's bloodline was indeed great. But the most important thing at the moment was to obtain a sample of Angitas. First, he had to think of a way to protect his capital, and then he would try his best to reap additional benefits. Feng Heng secretly made a plan in his heart. This time, apart from obtaining a sample of Angitas, he also needed to make a follow-up plan to transplant Angitas. Therefore, he needed to observe the terrain as much as possible and think about the battle plan for the next time he invaded the vampire's headquarters. Feng Heng pondered in his heart. He released his perception to the maximum and sensed everything that was happening around him. The entire empty 5th basement had just been newly excavated not long ago. It was surrounded by black rocks. The walls were covered with bat-shaped vampires. Only high-tier vampires had the right to hang upside down under the ancient tree Angitas. Chapter 578 Condensing Feng Heng swept his gaze across the area. All he could see were the vampires in hibernation mode. If there were any strange movements, the large number of vampires entrenched in the cave would be awakened. After passing by a few blood pools along the way, Feng Heng finally approached Angitas. He slowed down and walked forward step by step. Suddenly, an extremely strange premonition rose in Feng Heng's heart. He could clearly sense that if he continued to get close to the ancient tree, all the vampires living under it would wake up in an instant. Was it a special perception? Feng Heng didn't dare to gamble. Fortunately, the roots of the ancient tree were extremely developed. Feng Heng could already see the protruding roots under his feet. He squatted down and pretended to pray. He reached out and touched the exposed roots of the ancient tree. Just as his finger touched the roots, a game hint appeared. Ding! You have discovered an ancient myth Angitas, live form, Angitas, description. Legend has it that the vampires were born under Angitas, unknown. Description. You know very little about the legends. This hint is too useless. Feng Heng quickly scanned the game hint. In the distance, at the entrance of the cave, Balon frowned slightly when he saw Feng Heng's actions. What is he doing? I don't know. Ling was also curious. He teased, not going to the blood pool, but instead going to Angitas. Could it be that he really came to worship Angetes? He's as stupid as those old antiques in the Elders' Council. Feng Hang glanced around again. After confirming that the two high-tier vampires behind him might be looking at him, he simply knelt on one knee and made a respectful pose. At the same time, he secretly took out the live sample collector from his backpack. He aimed the collector at the protruding tree root on the ground. Kai. The needle hole of the collector pierced into the tree root. Ding! You have obtained Angetes live sample 1 piece. Obtained. It was a little easier than he had expected. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng Hang switched to another collector and continued to collect live samples. Ding! You have obtained 23 Angetes live samples. After collecting a full box of samples, Feng Hang stood up and gently patted the dust on his trouser leg. This trip was guaranteed. Next was a wave of greed. Sample collection was not enough. According to Kaiyu Yaoking's previous emphasis, in order to speed up the overall research speed of the Angetes, it was best to directly get some live samples to study. For example, cut a branch from the ancient tree Angetes and bring it back. However, it was a little difficult to do so. If he were to do it, his actions would alarm all the vampires in the cave. He wasn't in a hurry to make his move for now. Feng Hang already had a plan. He pondered, turned around, and walked towards the blood pool not far away from the sacred tree Angetes. The blood pool that was nurtured by Angetes. It could condense the blood in the vampires' bodies and allow them to level up. He would go and take a look at that first. It's starting. At the entrance of the cave, Ling watched Feng Hang's movements with interest. Guarding the cave was very boring. Feng Hang's arrival had brought him a lot of fun. Balon, do you want to bet? Which blood pool do you think he will choose to enter? The first blood pool. His bloodline is very thin. This is the most suitable for him. No, he will go to the second blood pool. Balon frowned and said, no, the second blood pool is not suitable for him. An overly powerful blood pool will cause a burden on his body. Ha ha, you don't understand this. Ling laughed proudly, looking as if he was giving advice. This kid even dares to steal the purple spatial crystals that the prince is targeting at. He is so bold. He will definitely choose a more radical method. As for the damage that the blood poison has to the body, just endure it and it will pass. Ling was very confident in his judgment. After all, like him, I have advanced from a low-level descendant to where I am now. Our chances of advancement are very small. Once there is a chance, we will do our best. Balon was silent. Under the gaze of the two, Feng Hang walked to the side of the blood pool. Feng Hang sized up the blood pool. It was like a pool of water. The water was extremely calm. There were no ripples on the surface of the water. A few blood puppets were being nurtured in the blood pool. Feng Hang stood on the side of the blood pool and squatted down. He stretched out 2 fingers and gently touched the blood pool. On the surface of the water, a circle of ripples spread out in all directions. It was bone-chilling. It was coming. Feng Hang raised his eyebrows and carefully observed the game hint that appeared. Ding! Blood pool discovered. Level 7. Ding! Player's vampire bloodline detected. Ding! Analyzing. Ding! Player has triggered the mission Vampire Bloodline Advancement. Mission name, Vampires, Bloodline Advancement. Mission description. There have been rumors among the vampires that soaking in the pool of blood nourished by Angetes can quickly condense and raise the vampire bloodline. Mission requirements. Enter the vampire blood pool and undergo the baptism of the blood pool. The higher the tier of the blood pool, the faster the efficiency of the bloodline condensation. Mission reward, skill Vampire Bloodline Advancement. Player's current elementary bloodline condensation, 0%. Danger hint, triggered by the difficulty of the elementary game. The difficulty of the bloodline condensation is related to the various attributes of the player's body and the strength of the blood affinity attribute. There is a probability that the player will die from the bloodline condensation. Please be careful, it really can be done. The passive vampire bloodline skill can finally be leveled up. Feng Hang's face was filled with joy. Even though the passive body recovery ability provided by the vampire bloodline was much weaker compared to the undying body, it could still be upgraded. However, it had a basic attribute. There was also the night vision effect, as well as the bat form that could be obtained after the upgrade. These were all abilities that Feng Hang was very envious of. Neither greedy nor greedy. Feng Hang quickly opened his backpack and took out the second set of sample collectors from his backpack. He was extremely patient as he took out a sample from each of the 7 blood pools. Finally, he put the sample back into his backpack and looked at the game hint. There was less than half an hour left before he and Mojai agreed to teleport back to District 8. There was enough time for him to try out the effects of the blood pool. He had to go and try. Such a good opportunity to level up his skills was right in front of him. If he gave up just like that, he would definitely not be able to sleep well at night. Feng Hang took a deep breath and walked to the edge of the first blood pool. He stepped into the blood pool. Just as he stepped into the blood pool, a bone-chilling cold invaded his entire body. Ding! You have entered the blood pool. Ding! You have received damage from the blood pool -21. Ding! You have received damage from the blood pool -21. Ding! You have received -21 damage from the blood pool. Ding! You have received a negative effect blood poison. Ding! Your elementary bloodline condensation has reached 0.01. Ding! You have received -21 damage from the blood pool. Chapter 579 I won the game hint kept popping up on his retina. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Opening his character's attribute, his anomaly status had an additional description of blood poison. Abnormal status, blood poison. Description: your body has absorbed a small amount of blood poison. Please expel the blood poison in time. As the amount of blood poison increases, your attribute will continue to decrease. Description: the blood poison can be cleared through various methods. At the same time, it will continue to be expelled from the body as time passes. The efficiency of self-expulsion is related to the player's various attributes. Current blood poison effect: all attributes of the player will be reduced by 0.54%. I see. Blood poison. As he recollected the player's tutoring post that he had seen in his memory, Feng Heng felt that he had a bit of an epiphany. After entering the blood pool, the player's health point would be deducted continuously and the negative effects of the blood poison would be stacked every second. And the longer he soaked in the blood pool, the greater the benefit he could receive. The vampire affinity attribute affected the damage that the blood pool caused to the body. There was even a chance that it could reduce damage. Now, he already had 4 sets of the vampire's holy weapons on him. Each of them had +3 blood affinity. His blood affinity was definitely stronger than that of an ordinary player. In theory, he could withstand a higher level of blood pool immersion than normal vampires. In addition to the skill effect of the Undying Body, his health point recovery was also amazing. Undying Body? Oh right, there was also the Undying Body. Feng Heng's eyelids twitched. The game hint refreshed again. Ding! Due to the skill effect of the Undying Body, the blood poison in your body has been removed. Amazing. Feng Heng was very excited. The Undying Body's skill could clear the negative buff of the blood poison every 0.5 seconds. In this way, he could completely ignore the effect of the blood poison. Even so, Feng Heng was very excited. He took a step forward and continued to walk deeper into the blood pool. Ding! You have received damage from the blood pool -51. The blood gradually soaked to the waist, and the damage from the blood pool began to gradually increase. Feng Heng looked at his own health point, which suddenly rose and fell. The Undying Body's recovery effect and the blood pool's damage effect began a tug of war. It was not until Feng Heng's entire body was completely immersed in the blood pool that his overall health point began to spiral down. For the time being, Feng Heng was unable to determine whether the damage from the blood pool was physical or magic. If it was physical damage, then he could completely ignore all the negative effects of condensing the bloodline. As long as he wanted to, he could easily level up the vampire bloodline in one wave. Feng Heng was faintly excited. Sigh, this is boring. Seeing Feng Heng step into the elementary blood pool, Ling gave a sigh. He realized that he had guessed wrong in this round of bets. Balon, on the other hand, stared at Feng Heng without saying a word until he saw that Feng Heng had completely disappeared into the blood pool. His eyes revealed a hint of surprise. This young vampire was very strange. He seemed to be particularly tolerant. Normal low-level vampires could not even soak their entire bodies in the blood pool, much less stay in it for a minute. Why did it seem so easy for him? Could it be that he had some special prop supporting him? Balon said in a deep voice, he has already lasted for 2 minutes. Huh? Ling had already lost interest in Feng Heng, but when he heard this, he turned his head to look in Feng Heng's direction. He felt even more displeased. This kid is really useless. He could even last 2 minutes in the blood pool. His blood affinity can completely withstand a higher level blood pool and undergo better tempering. What a waste. Balon looked at Ling and asked, how long do you think he can last in the blood pool? Strange. Since when did you become curious about this? Ling looked at the blood pool as he spoke and replied, what do you think? For the proposed bet, name a number first. Balon thought for a moment and said, 5 minutes or more. Oh? You think so highly of him? Ling licked his lips. I am in. I bet he won't be able to last 5 minutes. The two of them did not say anything. They just stood there quietly and waited. Time passed by minute by minute. 3 minutes had passed. Ling could not help but frown. 5 minutes had passed. Ling's expression sank. A full 10 minutes had passed. The blood pool was still calm. It couldn't be, right? Even for high-tier vampires, staying in the elementary blood pool for more than 10 minutes wasn't good. How could it be? Ling couldn't hold it in anymore. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Balon. Why isn't there any movement? Is he dead? Balon was expressionless and kept quiet. Some vampires forcefully endured the tempering of their bloodlines so that they could level up, resulting in them dying in a blood pool. Similar things rarely happened, but it was not unheard of. TSK, he's really an idiot. Ling looked displeased and shook his head. To think that I was praising him before, but he actually died in such a way. It's really embarrassing. Balon seemed to agree with Ling's point of view. He also shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, I won this round." Ling was excited when he heard that. Won? That's not certain. How can you guarantee that he died 5 minutes later? So you didn't win? No, I won. Show me evidence to prove it? The two of them were arguing. Feng Heng, who was immersed in the blood pool, kept his body still and stared at his health point bar. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, his health point finally dropped to 8%. Feng Heng had been waiting for this moment. If the blood pool dealt spell damage, then he would be in trouble. He needed to go back and forth in the blood pool and wait for his health point to recover before entering the blood pool to condense his bloodline. If not, ding, you have received damage from the blood pool. Due to the effect of the Undying Body skill, you are immune to this damage. Following that, a few words appeared above Feng Heng's head. It appeared. It was physical damage. The type of damage from the blood pool was determined to be physical damage. Feng Heng was ecstatic. This meant that he could stay in the blood pool forever, waiting for his bloodline to be tempered until he reached maximum level. The hidden main storyline level mission reward in the world was indeed a bug. Feng Heng opened his character log to check again. After soaking in the elementary blood pool for more than 20 minutes, his bloodline condensation reached 12.4%. It was a little slow. Anyway, with the existence of the Undying Body skill, he could ignore the negative effects of the blood pool. He might as well go straight to the highest tier blood pool and accelerate his leveling speed. With this thought in mind, Feng Heng, who was completely immersed in the blood pool, slowly opened his eyes, turned around and walked back. Gulp gulp gulp. A series of bubbles appeared on the water of the blood pool. Ling, who was trying to argue with Balon, was stunned. The two of them turned their heads at the same time and looked at the blood pool where Feng Heng was. He didn't die? They watched as Feng Heng walked out of the blood pool step by step. Hey, Balon, that kid seems to have something. Ling's eyes were full of suspicion. To be able to last so long in the blood pool, is there any special tool? Yes. Balon nodded and continued to reiterate, I won. Chapter 580 Ascension. That's not what I am talking about. Don't you think he's weird? Look, he doesn't look weak. Ling stared at Feng Heng, frowning. What's he doing? After leaving the elementary blood pool, Feng Heng stopped for a moment, then walked straight to the highest tier blood pool. Under the astonished gazes of Ling and Balon, Feng Heng stepped into the high-tier blood pool without a second thought, until his entire body sank into the blood pool. This is impossible. Ling was shocked by Feng Heng's actions. Even I can't stay in the high-tier blood pool for so long. There must be something wrong with him. Balon frowned. Ding, current blood pool level, level 29, ding, you have received 1212 damage from the blood pool, ding, you have received 1212 damage from the blood pool, ding. You have entered the blood poison state, all your attributes have been reduced, ding. Due to the effect of the skill Undying Body, your negative effect blood poison has been removed. Feng Heng looked at the game hint and his heart skipped a beat. The damage of a high-tier blood pool was dozens of times that of an elementary blood pool. His health point dropped rapidly by a large chunk, to 8%. Ding, you have received 1212 damage. Due to the effect of the skill Undying Body, you are immune to this damage, ding. Your bloodline condensation has reached 30%, ding. Your bloodline condensation has reached 40%. At the same time, the channeling bar of the bloodline condensation had also increased rapidly. Ding. Your bloodline condensation has reached 100%, ding. Your skill, low-level vampire, has advanced to mid-level vampire, ding. Your original skill, low-level vampire, has been deleted, ding. Your mid-level vampire's current level, level 1, suddenly, Feng Heng opened his eyes in the blood pool. Both of his eyes were covered with a touch of blood red. Skill mid-level vampire bloodline, level 1. Pick, description, player can have multiple bloodlines at the same time, but part of the bloodlines cannot be owned at the same time. Description, zombie clones and vampires have a conflict of bloodlines, and can only inherit a small part of the bloodlines. Skill level, S-level restriction, this skill can be upgraded to level 18, the player's current highest level skill cannot exceed the player's current level. The player can find a way to upgrade the bloodline. Derivative Skill 1, Vampire's Bloodline. Skill description, after learning the skill, You will immediately gain an additional 150% maximum health point, strength +2, agility +7, physique +2, perception +2. Additionally obtain skill level by 0.5 of strength, skill level 1 P.5 of agility, skill level by 0.5 of physique, skill level by 0.2 of perception. Derivative skill 2, blood draw. Skill description: vampires can gain strength by devouring blood. By devouring blood, they can gain 250 health point recovery speed per second and gain an increase in skill experience points. The gain of skill experience points is related to the energy in the blood. Derivative skill 3, self-recovery. Skill description: vampires have a powerful self-recovery ability. In a non-sunlight environment, the player gains 10 health point recovery speed per second. In a non-combat state, the player gains an additional 20 health point recovery speed per second and an additional 20 health point recovery speed per second. Derivative skill 4, night walk. Skill description: player gains high-tier night vision ability. Player will feel sleepy during the day. Player will receive an additional 12% damage when hit by light attribute attacks. Player will be immune to all critical hits except for the heart. Derivative skill 5, bat form. Skill description: player can enter the bat form by relying on the strength of his bloodline. Under this form, the player can fly at a low altitude for a short distance. The player will immediately exit the bat form after receiving damage. Cooldown time, 600 seconds. In the blood pool, he kept clenching his fists and releasing them, sensing the change in his body's strength. Fuck. It was a bit of a scam. After the bloodline was upgraded, it still needed to be re-upgraded from level 1. In the current short period of time, he had actually become weaker. No wonder the player who had previously learned the vampire bloodline was cursing about it. Of course, after a period of time, after the skill level of the mid-level bloodline was upgraded, all the basic attributes of the body would definitely increase. Moreover, the bat form was a very good skill. With it, he could deal with more complicated situations in the future. It was not a loss. Feng Heng opened the skill description again and read it in detail. He frowned slightly. He felt that he had discovered something again. Just like the elementary bloodline, the mid-level bloodline also absorbed blood to level up. The more energy contained in the blood, the higher the skill and experience points obtained. If that was the case, wouldn't the blood in the blood pool be the perfect blood? The blood pool was where part of the essence of Angitas was located. From the blood pool, one could even breed a blood puppet. It definitely contained extremely powerful energy. But it was also blood. Theoretically speaking, could it also be absorbed? It should be possible. Give it a try. Feng Heng simply opened his mouth in the blood pool. In the next moment, an extremely pungent smell surged into his mouth. Ding! You have absorbed blood that contains extremely high energy. Your skill mid-level vampires experience points plus 1833. You are affected by the blood poison. Ding! Your mid-level vampire's skill has been upgraded to level 3. Ding! You have absorbed high-energy blood. Your skill mid-level vampire's experience points plus 1459. You have received a significant increase in the blood poison status. All of your attributes have been greatly reduced. Please be careful. Ding! Your mid-level vampire's skill has been upgraded to level 5. Ding! Through the skill Undying Body, you have successfully reduced the effect of blood poison. At the edge of the cave, Balon and Ling had been watching the blood pool that Feng Heng had just jumped into. Their expressions were extremely grave. It's already been 10 minutes. Balon hummed softly. He should be dead, right? Ling's tone was somewhat uncertain. Not to mention a low-tier race, even themselves were unable to stay in the high-tier blood pool for such a long time. He must be dead. Balon and Ling looked at each other again. Well, Gulp 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 gulp. Hearing the sound, both of their expressions changed slightly at the same time as they looked in the direction of the high-tier blood pool. A red bubble actually appeared in the middle of the blood pool again. Along with the continuous rising of the bubble in the blood pool, the dark red blood flowing through the entire ancient tree Angitas also became bright and dark. Shock flashed across Ling's eyes. He could not believe what he was seeing with his own eyes. He turned his head to look at Balon. He's absorbing the energy from the blood pool? The blood in the ancient tree Angitas contained extremely powerful energy. It was a great tonic for the vampires. However, the blood poison contained in it was extremely berserk. It was also a highly toxic item for the vampires. It would take a few months for the high-tier vampires to completely clean up the blood poison after sucking a small mouthful of blood. It was a matter where the gains were not worth the losses. Chapter 581 A Branch Butt. Everything in front of them told them that someone was absorbing the blood energy essence in the blood pool. Soon the blood pool was replenished by the sacred tree Angitas. If the blood pool's essence was extracted in a short amount of time, the Anjita's tree would also be affected. Balon frowned and rushed towards the blood pool. Quick! Stop him! Ling reacted and also rushed over. No matter what method Feng Heng used to absorb the blood pool's energy essence, if something went wrong in the blood pool, the two of them would definitely take the blame. Ling walked in front of the blood pool but did not dare to make a move. He could only shout at the blood pool, "Hey! Kid! Come out quickly!" In the blood pool, Feng Heng was quickly absorbing the strength from Anjita's. He felt that he was gradually becoming stronger. This feeling of grinding levels was too great. Noticing the two high-tier vampires outside approaching, he shut his mouth and opened his eyes. Only at this time did Feng Heng realize that something strange was happening in the outside world. Oh no! The energy was extracted too quickly, and the commotion was too big. He had only swallowed a few mouthfuls, and his mid-level bloodline skill had already risen to level 12. Fortunately, the vampires under the Anjita's tree were not affected. Feng Heng pondered, and slowly walked out of the blood pool. Beside the blood pool, Balon and Ling stared at Feng Heng. Balon saw Feng Heng, and the first thing he felt was the change in Feng Heng's body. A look of surprise appeared on his face once again, and a faint red light burst out from his pupils. In less than half an hour after entering the blood pool, he had already advanced to the mid-level vampire. After completing the advancement, the vampires would enter a period of weakness. Why did the vampire in front of him not seem to be weak at all? Balon was bewildered. Ling did not consider that. He directly asked, "Who are you? Which clan do you belong to? Which marquee do you follow? Why are you able to stay in the blood pool for so long?" Feng Heng looked at the two high-tier vampires. He quickly checked the game log and tried to stall for time. "Sorry, you asked so many questions at once. Which one should I answer you first?" There were only 15 minutes left before the teleportation time agreed upon with Mojai Oi. It was almost time to carry out the plan. These two vampires recognized him, and it might be troublesome to keep them around. To be safe, he might as well get rid of them directly. Feng Heng's eyes were filled with killing intent. Ling would not let Feng Heng off so easily, and he stared at him. "Don't play dumb. Your little tricks can't escape my eyes. Tell me, what did you do to the blood pool just now?" Feng Heng put on an innocent look. "I didn't do anything special. I think it might be related to my special physique." "Special physique?" Balon and Ling looked at each other. They were about to continue asking questions. Bang! Bang bang! Suddenly, the sound of several wooden boxes exploding came from all around. Balon and Ling immediately looked back in the direction of the sound of the explosion. The boxes that the blood slaves were transporting to the ancient tree exploded one after another. The liquors that were sealed in the coffins escaped from the exploded boxes. After breaking free from the restraints, they pounced crazily at Balon and Ling. Boom! Boom! Apart from that, there were 4 fusion tyrant forms. The fusion tyrant forms broke free from the exploded coffins. They waved their fists to sweep away the surrounding blood slaves, and then began to sprint towards the ancient tree Anjitas. The fusion tyrant form at the forefront raised its fist and punched the trunk of the ancient tree Anjitas. Bang! A dull, loud sound. The ancient tree received a heavy blow, and its dense branches shook violently. The huge impact instantly caused a commotion in the cave. The vampires on the surrounding rock walls and the ancient tree of Anjitas were awakened from their slumber. A dark mass of vampires pounced towards the few fusion tyrant forms. Among them, there were 2 marquee-level vampires. At this moment, Balon and Ling saw a large number of vampires heading towards them and their expressions changed drastically. They had no time to care about Feng Heng and immediately gathered their blood blades to retreat and counterattack. However, the lickers had already locked them down as targets. Taking advantage of the chaos in the hall, Feng Heng quickly dodged back and flew towards Anjitas in his bat form. In the chaos, the attention of the vampires was attracted by the 4 fusion tyrant forms and the lickers. No one noticed Feng Heng, who was mixed in with the vampires. It doesn't feel very useful. In his bat form, Feng Heng flapped his wings and flew toward Anjitas, muttering to himself. He finally understood why the vampires didn't use their bat forms to fight. It was very difficult to fly in the bat form, and it was also difficult to control his body to dodge in the air. He didn't know if it could be improved if he continued to upgrade his bloodline. At least for now, this move could only be used to climb over special terrain. Soon, Feng Heng stopped on a thick branch behind the ancient tree and transformed into a human form. Feng Heng poked his head out from behind the tree and observed again. The 2 fusion tyrant forms were already bound by the vampires, and the last 2 were still struggling. As for Balon and Ling, they were immediately killed by the lickers. No vampires noticed that he was hiding behind the Anjita's tree. Feng Heng raised his right hand. The vampire's holy weapon gauntlet. Blood blade skill activated. A bloody light appeared on Feng Heng's wrist. Using the ancient tree Angitas to conceal his body, Feng Heng raised his arm and chopped it down. Kai. An extremely weak sound. It was like a knife cutting through tofu. A large branch the size of an arm was chopped off by Feng Heng's hand knife. Red blood spurted out from the cut wound of the ancient tree. To the huge ancient tree Angitas, this branch was just a drop in the bucket. Ding! You have obtained the broken branch of Angitas. Item: broken branch of Angitas. Description: the branch from the vampire's sacred tree Angitas. It will take effect when placed into a backpack. Player's blood affinity will be increased by 2 points. The branch is withering. Description: triggered by occult, elementary ancient legendary item, can be used as a high-tier casting material. It is withering rapidly. You need to use it before it loses its strength completely. Putting the branch into his backpack, Feng Heng scanned his surroundings again. The vampires were still fighting with the fusion tyrant forms and a group of lickers. They were gradually taking control of the situation, but they did not realize that a small piece of Angitas had been cut off. Feng Heng jumped down from the ancient tree of Angitas again. The next step was to find a place to hide until he was teleported back to District 8. Feng Heng had already made sufficient preparations. He took another step towards the blood pool and quietly hid in it. He closed his eyes and activated his stealth skill. This was the safest place in the entire cave. No one expected him to hide in the pool of blood all the time. Chapter 582 The third force. The lickers and the fusion tyrant forms, which were immune to physical damage, caused quite a lot of trouble to the vampires. It took them more than 10 minutes to suppress or destroy the zombie clones. The vampires also paid the price as the lives of more than 10 high-tier vampires were lost. Duke Nate. In the cave, all the vampires saw the Duke flying in from outside the cave, and they all knelt down on one knee. Angitas has been damaged. Let me take a look. Nate's gaze slowly swept across the entire underground cave, and finally stopped on the ancient tree Angitas. What happened? Marquis of the Vampires, Oro, who was in charge of the cave security, knelt down on one knee. Duke Nate, a group of zombies that were bounded just rebelled. The problem has been solved. The sacred tree could be affected during the riot. Okay. Duke Nate nodded expressionlessly. He looked around the cave again. He didn't sense any anomaly. Oro, I am feeling uneasy about this. I want to thoroughly check the cave. I want to ensure the absolute safety of Angitas. Such situations cannot happen again. Oro shivered and bowed his head respectfully. Yes. Nate nodded. He did not leave. Instead, he transformed into his bat form and hung upside down on the rock wall on the ceiling. Oro and the other two Marquis of the Vampires personally led a team and began to inspect all the vampires in the cave one by one. All the clan leaders to report to me to conduct an inspection. Everyone else to go there and stand in groups according to your clans. At this moment, Feng Heng had already sneaked into the bottom of the blood pool. Through the blood pool, he could vaguely see the shadows outside and hear what was happening outside. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. With the power of the Undying Body skill, he could stay in the blood pool forever. Unfortunately, there were too many people outside, so he could not absorb the strength of the blood pool for the time being, as this would cause a commotion. Anyway, it was better to wait a little longer. Feng Heng thought as he transferred the Angitas branch he had just obtained from his basic backpack into his warp backpack. A few minutes later, a game hint began to appear on his retina. Ding! You are being pulled by a special spatial strength. You are in the process of teleporting. It is estimated that the teleportation will be completed in 1 minute. Ding! Please ensure the safety of the teleportation process. If the teleportation is interrupted, there is a probability that the player will die. District 7. Federation Branch. After receiving the news from his superiors, Chen Yu frowned. Commander, it is an order from our superiors. Deputy Chief Commander Zi Junhao is assisting us in dealing with the vampires. However, according to our private investigation, the eastern region has been secretly setting up a time passage stabilizer a few days ago. The superiors seem to have a lot of confidence in Zi Junhao. However, Zi Junhao has come with ill intent. It's possible that he's here for our eastern region. Not only that, but I also heard that Zi Junhao has already promised his superiors that he will settle the vampires in District 7 within 3 days. That is why the superiors had allowed him. Commander, what should we do? Chen Yu's head swelled up as he listened to everyone's words. He clenched his fists tightly. Alright, these are all groundless rumors. Don't talk too much. We only need to receive orders from our superiors to help Zi Junhao enter District 7 and prepare to receive him. A few members of the Federation looked at each other. Groundless rumors? They were a little suspicious that Chen Yu had been brainwashed. It was a known fact that the 4 major federations were in discord with one another. Ordinary players might be ignorant about this, but the Federation members were aware of it. Would they let Zi Junhao enter District 7 so easily? Were they sure that they would not regret it in the future? Chen Yu suppressed the irritation in his heart and urged, "Why aren't you making preparations?" "Understood. Alright, all of you can leave first. I need to be on my own to calm down and think carefully." "Yes." The Federation members left the hall one after another. Chen Yu took a deep breath and let out a heavy breath of frustration. He was very annoyed. Originally, one vampire was already a big problem. With the help of Fang Heng, they managed to control the situation with great difficulty and destroyed the purple spatial crystals in the vampire's branch. And now, they had another unstable factor. A player from the Wasteland Apocalypse. Chen Yu was a little flustered. He was the person in charge of this raid. This was also his first operation since he became the acting commander of District 7. Now, District 5 had been declared a complete failure. They had paid a huge price, and all they had achieved so far was destroying a portion of the purple spatial crystals. It wasn't enough. Whether this operation would succeed or not depended entirely on Fang Heng. They urgently needed to confirm whether Fang Heng had really destroyed the branch's teleportation passage. Once they obtained the relevant information, they could make adjustments to their next battle plan. If Fang Heng also failed, then he would have less authority to speak. If it's Fang Heng, he shouldn't have any problem. District 8. At the prison shelter's teleportation hall, everyone gathered at the entrance of the passage and waited. After entering District 8 through the teleportation passage, player Zonglei and the others quickly received a hint from the game. As they were players belonging to District 7, they could currently choose to return to the King of God's space within 240 hours. After paying a fee, they could immediately use teleportation to return to District 7. If they stayed in District 8 for more than 240 hours, their identities would change and they would become a player of District 8. Chenya was most concerned about the teleportation passage of District 7. She had already received news that the Federation's raid on District 5 had failed half an hour ago. The sneak attack team had suffered heavy losses. Half of the team members had died, and the remaining half was already half dead when they escaped. At least, they wouldn't be able to continue fighting for a while. It was said that during the sneak attack, they were seen through by Atina, a marquis of the vampires. Zonglei was also waiting for news from Fang Heng. Fang Heng's success or failure would determine the future of Leftway Gaming Guild. Zhao Dongying was still alright. He was purely taking up the onlooker role and being curious. He was very curious. Why did Fang Heng stay on his own? Did he want to deal with vampires alone? Or did he want to collect more vampires' holy weapons? Thinking carefully, Fang Heng already had 3 vampires' holy weapons. For a player to own 3 vampires' holy weapons at the same time, this was too. Among all of them, Caillou Yaoking was the most excited and anxious. Unknown parallel world. Vampires. Anjita's sample. They were all things that Caillou Yaoking urgently wanted to obtain and study. Suddenly, a white light flashed on the large-scale space-tearing device in the hall's center. Fang Heng walked out from the light screen. Caillou Yaoking was the first to step forward and asked in a deep voice, "How is it?" "Well, it's done," Fang Heng said as he took out the branch that he cut off from Anjita's from his space-time jump backpack. "Good." Chapter 583 Return. Caillou Yaoking carefully put on a pair of gloves and observed the branch in his hand. The blood on the cross-section of the branch was no longer flowing, and some of the branches had already turned yellow. Anjita's. Caillou Yaoking could not hide the excitement in his eyes. "With it, our research will soon have a major breakthrough." Zonglei curiously looked over at the branch. He couldn't understand it. Fang Heng, what is that? You stayed alone just for this thing? This is Anjita's? Zhao Dongying stared at the large broken branch in Caillou Yaoking's hand. He was shocked. It was actually an Anjita's branch. This was too. Zhao Dongying felt that this was too ridiculous. But everything he saw told him that the branch in Caillou Yaoking's hand definitely belonged to the Anjita's tree. And it was just cut down from the Anjita's tree not long ago. It was very fresh. But Zhao Dongying turned his head to look at Fang Heng again, his eyes revealing shock. What was Fang Heng trying to do by bringing this thing back? Purely research? Zhao Dongying had a feeling that things were not that simple. What? The branch of the sacred tree of the vampires? Are you sure? Zonglei was also shocked when he heard this. Everyone turned to look at Fang Heng. So, Fang Heng just ran to the vampire's headquarters and then cut off a large section of the sacred tree Anjita's in front of so many vampires? How did he do it? Please don't question my professionalism. Zhao Dongying retracted his gaze from Fang Heng. He took a deep breath and steadied his mind. He continued, if you want to do research, I suggest that you do it as soon as possible. Without the nourishment of blood, the branch of Anjita's will wither very quickly. Oh? You seem to know a lot about Anjita's? Caillou Yaoking looked at Zhao Dongying. He turned back to look at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, I want this person. He will help with the research in the future. Let him come to the laboratory to find me later. After saying that, Caillou Yaoking turned around with the Anjitas branch and walked straight to the underground central laboratory. Huh? Zhao Dongying was stunned. He thought to himself, he was just an onlooker, but now he was also involved in this. Then I will leave it to you, Zhao Dongying. Feng Heng looked at Zhao Dongying. The fee for hiring you will be settled with the Federation after the matter is over. Alright. Zhao Dongying did not have anything to hesitate about. He could get money from this. Besides, it was just to cooperate with the research. There was no danger to his life. It was much simpler than invading the branch of the vampires. After agreeing, Zhao Dongying immediately left with Caillou Yaoking. Qinya had no objection to the Federation paying out the fee. Her focus was not on the payment and Anjitas. Then, Feng Heng, what about the teleportation passage of the branch? Is it destroyed? Yes, I activated the detonator. The entire space-tearing device will be blown to pieces. Oh. After receiving Feng Heng's definite reply, Qinya heaved a sigh of relief. Destroying the teleportation passage and also taking in a large number of materials, the Night Owl organization's plan to collect the purple spatial crystals was disrupted. The Federation had finally obtained a temporary respite. They could buy a certain amount of time to stabilize the situation and explain it to their superiors. Alright, Feng Heng, I will immediately return to the Federation to report the situation. We will immediately make follow-up arrangements. Feng Heng nodded and instructed, okay, keep in touch. Remember to tell Chen Yu that the box we are looking for is very important. Let him think of a way to get it as soon as possible. Okay, I understand. After Chen Yu went offline, Feng Heng looked at Zonglei. How is it? How is the collection of Hylas tissue sample coming along? Oh. Only then did Zonglei recover from the shock of seeing the branch of the sacred tree Anjitas. The remaining 4 samples of Hylas tissue have all been located. We have already split up with the people from the Federation to search for the samples. If we are quick, the samples will be transported over tomorrow afternoon. At the latest, we will be able to collect all the samples by tomorrow evening. However, Feng Heng, we still have a portion of Hylas tissue samples left in the previous branch of the vampires. I am a little worried that something might go wrong with this portion of the samples. Feng Heng rubbed his chin and lowered his head to think a portion of the Hylas tissue samples in the branch of the vampires was considered a special mission item. It could not be taken away through the space-tearing device. When they were evacuating, Feng Heng did not move the samples for safety reasons. Therefore, before completing the main storyline mission, he needed to return to the branch of vampires to find a way to obtain the remaining tissue samples of Hyla. Okay, I will handle the tissue samples of Hyla in the branch. Contact me immediately after collecting all the tissue samples of Hyla. If you encounter any trouble during the process, look for the Federation to help solve it. Huh? Zonglei was puzzled. Aren't you going to collect Hyla's tissue samples with us? I have more important things to do. Feng Heng made a rough plan in his head. He still needed to wait. On one hand, he needed to wait for the Federation to collect the remaining tissue samples of Hyla to complete the main storyline and ending mission. On the other hand, he also needed to think of a way to wait for Caillou Yaoking to come up with a transplant method for the sacred tree of the vampires, Anjitas. During this period of time, he needed to stay under the Anjitas tree and think of a way to level up his vampire bloodline skills and escape from the nest of vampires. Oh right, there was one more thing. Feng Heng suddenly thought of something. He turned his head and shouted to Victor, who was in charge of directing the maintenance, Victor, please come over. I have something good for you. Okay, I will be right there. Victor looked up and replied. He climbed out from under the device and walked to Feng Heng with a wrench in his hand. The imprint on the back of Feng Heng's hand flashed and a blue crystal appeared in his palm. Look at this. I've gathered all the evolution crystals. So fast? Victor was a little surprised. He nodded and said, okay. After the repair of the teleportation passage is completed, I will immediately arrange for people to expand the space-tearing device. It will take about a week. No problem. Feng Heng patted Victor's shoulder. I will leave it to you. As he said that, a wave of sleepiness hit him. Feng Heng yawned again and subconsciously touched the coffee in his backpack. He touched nothing. Unknowingly, he had finished the coffee in his backpack. It seemed that it was time to log off and replenish his sleep. At the moment, even if he went straight back to District 7, he wouldn't be able to find a way to leave the vampire's headquarters within a short period of time. It would be best to wait for Caillou Yaoking to confirm the transplant plan for Anjitas before making any plans. With this in mind, Feng Heng left his backpack on the spot and temporarily went offline. Returning to the Necromancer Association, Feng Heng walked out of his room and hung a Do Not Disturb sign at the door. Close the door. Sleep. Chapter 584 Transplant Plan. He slept soundly for an unknown amount of time. Feng Heng was still in a daze when he heard a soft knock on the door. Who is it? The voice of the Necromancer Association's attendant came from outside the door. Mr. Feng Heng, I am sorry to disturb your rest. You have a guest waiting outside the door for a long time. Feng Heng rubbed his face, stretched, and sat up from the bed. After staying up for a few nights in the game, he had a good sleep. I am here. Feng Heng got off the bed, put on a coat, and walked to the door to open it. The attendant stood at the door. Behind him, Li Shouqian and Tan Shao were looking eagerly at him. Feng Heng, you're finally awake. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Li Shouqian finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Feng Heng. We're going to be in big trouble again. Feng Heng frowned slightly. So soon? The vampires have made new moves again? Not the vampires, but the Northern Federation. Northern Federation? Feng Heng was a little baffled when he heard that. In his previous life, Feng Heng's body spent most of his time in the Eastern Federation region. His understanding of the entire world was basically limited to the forum's information. With the vague memory of his body, Feng Heng roughly knew that the 4 regions of the Global Federation were not in harmony. Even though on the surface they were friendly and the world was peaceful and united, in reality, it was not the case. The power struggle between the 4 regions had always been turbulent. Generally speaking, after many years of struggle, in the elementary game stage, the Northern Federation and the Southern Federation roughly controlled most of the Wasteland Apocalypse, while the Eastern Federation controlled a portion of the Zombie Apocalypse, and the Western Federation was extremely miserable in the elementary game and did not have any achievements. Feng Heng turned to the side and led the 2 into the room. There's no rush. What exactly happened? Tell me slowly. It's Zi Junhao, the owner of District 7 of the Wasteland Apocalypse game world. He is also the Deputy Chief Commander of the Wasteland Apocalypse. Li Shouqian's expression was a little ugly. He followed Feng Heng into the guest room and explained to him, the Wasteland Apocalypse opened a time passage and brought people from the Wasteland Apocalypse to District 7 of the Zombie Apocalypse to provide support. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. A helper from Wasteland Apocalypse? Wasn't that good news? The problem is huge. Li Shouqian saw the confusion on Feng Heng's face and sighed. He continued to explain, on the surface, it looks like they're here to help, but in reality, they're here to fight for the resources of District 7. At the same time, they're also here to fight for the right to speak and control District 7. Feng Heng rubbed his chin. For resources and benefits? It seemed like they were similar. Li Shouqian continued, on the surface, Chen Yu is the chief commander of District 7, but District 7's own strength is limited. Zi Junhao brought a special fusion beast from the Wasteland Apocalypse world this time. Using his own strength and the Federation's higher-ups' trust in him, he repeatedly pressured Chen Yu to fight for the actual control of District 7. The real world might be involved because of the invasion of vampires. Now, the Central Federation is unhappy with our eastern region. Chen Yu is under a lot of pressure right now, and he can't withstand it. Also, during this period of time, our zombie apocalypse's District 7 has been badly beaten by vampires. If Zi Junhao defeated the vampires the moment he arrived, we would lose face. It's not just about losing face, Dan Shao, who had been silent all this time, added, I heard from a friend that Zi Junhao might be here for the main storyline of District 7. They want to completely occupy District 7. Main storyline. Hearing this, Feng Heng was startled. He had worked hard to came to District 7 for so long. The so-called resources, materials, upgrading the vampire bloodline, snatching the holy weapon of the vampires, snatching entities, and so on were all just add-ons. District 7's main storyline mission was his foundation. There must not be any mistakes. Feng Heng immediately became serious. He looked up at the 2 of them and asked, by the way, how is the collection of the special boxes I need coming along? Yes, the boxes were all collected by 4 o'clock this morning. They are being transported to the frontline shelter through various channels. They should be on their way, but the boxes cannot be transported through the spatial rift passage. There might be a slight problem with the transmission, so we need more time. Feng Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Very good. At least for now, all the tissue samples of Hyler had been obtained. The people of the Northern Federation had just arrived from the Wasteland Apocalypse. They definitely did not understand the zombie apocalypse as well as the natives like Chen Yu. They still had to deal with the vampires, so there was no need to complete the main storyline mission so quickly. There was no time to waste. The longer they delayed, the more dangerous it would be. He had to act as soon as possible. I understand. I will immediately return to the game to set up the next step of the plan. I will keep in touch at all times. District 8. Zombie Apocalypse. What a great discovery. Standing in front of the tempered glass, Kaiyu Yokeng looked at the broken branch of the sacred tree Angitas that was soaked in blood behind the glass. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. After the branch was cut off from the sacred tree, it would quickly wither. Soaking it in blood helped to slow down its speed of withering. Kaiyu Yaokang was extremely amazed by the biological characteristic of angitas as it absorbed the blood. What a pity. Kaiyu Yaokang sighed regretfully. After leaving the main body, the activity of the branch is too low. I can't conduct further research. Fang Heng had just come online and came to Kaiyu Yaokang immediately. Hearing Kaiyu Yaokang sigh, he couldn't help but shake his head. Alright, don't sigh. How's the transplant plan coming along? When we transplant the entire Angitas tree, you can do whatever you want. Plop. There was a heavy sound. Everyone suddenly turned their heads and looked at Zhao Dongyang, who had fallen from a chair in the corner of a laboratory. Zhao Dongyang grabbed the chair with one hand and climbed up from the ground awkwardly. Last night, he accompanied Kaiyu Yaokang's experiment team to study the Angitas tree branch to provide theoretical data. It was not until half an hour ago that he could not help but lie down on the chair and take a nap. In a daze, he heard Fang Heng's transplant plan for the Angitas tree. Transplant the Angitas tree? In his excitement, Zhao Dongyang accidentally fell from his chair. What a guy. Transplant the vampire's sacred tree Angitas. Zhao Dongyang had been very curious during this period of time. He even wondered what Fang Heng was planning. So, they had spent so much effort to get a branch of the Angitas tree and did so much research. Their ultimate goal was actually to transplant the Angitas tree branch. Lunatics. This group of lunatics. It was one thing to bring back the purple spatial crystals and materials of the vampires, but they actually wanted to bring back the Angitas tree as well? You guys. Zhao Dongyang was momentarily at a loss for words. He felt that his high school vocabulary was no longer enough to describe Fang Heng's madness. After all, he knew that Fang Heng was crazy, but he was actually this crazy. Chapter 585 Cut into Pieces. You're awake? Fang Heng shrugged and said casually, Zhao Dongyang, this is our secret regarding the transplant of Angitas. It's fine if you hear it, but I hope you can keep it a secret. Don't worry, we will pay you a secret fee. When the time comes, you can ask the Federation for money. Was this about money? It seemed to be related. Zhao Dongyang felt that his throat was a little dry. He nodded and said, okay. There is one more thing that I am very curious about. Angitas was originally not in our world. How did the vampires transplant it into the zombie apocalypse in District 7? Speaking of this, Kaiyu Yaokang was also very curious. He also turned to look at Zhao Dongyang. This problem is also very troubling to me. The passage created by the vampires through the space-tearing stabilizing device is not big. It is simply unable to accommodate the passage of Angitas. Zhao Dongyang really knew a little about this matter. I have read about the transplant of Angitas in some of the books of the vampires. In short, it is very troublesome. Oh? Fang Heng was curious and said, tell me more about it. Alright, first of all, the vampires need to go through the approval of the prince and the vote of the Elders' Council. After the transplant is confirmed, the Duke of the Vampires clan who protect the Angitas tree will come out and use the power of the holy weapon of the vampires, the headdress, to hold a ritual under the Angitas tree. Zhao Dongyang recalled carefully. The Elders' Council will be in charge of the ritual. In addition to sacrificing the lives of hundreds of vampires in the ritual, the 99 elders of the Elders' Council will have to work together to complete the ritual. After the ritual is completed, Angitas can be temporarily reversed and sealed into the Book of Enoch. Finally, the vampires will bring the Book of Enoch into District 7. The Prince of Vampires will once again use the strength of the holy weapon of vampires, the headdress, to release Angitas from the Book of Enoch. Fang Heng nodded secretly. He thought that this method was similar to sealing the soul. If he wanted to replicate this method, he had to first think of a way to get the headdress of the vampires and the Book of Enoch. The Book of Enoch has always been tightly controlled by the Elders' Council. It's not even in District 7 now. It's impossible for us to get it. Zhao Dongyang saw Fang Heng's gaze and guessed what Fang Heng was thinking, so he quickly explained. He felt that it was impossible to do something like this. There's also the holy weapon of vampires, the headdress. It's controlled by the Duke of Vampires. If you want to get the headdress, you have to first think of a way to get rid of the Duke of Vampires. That's a life form with a strength rating of tier 6. It was too difficult. Zhao Dongyang felt that it was impossible even if he thought about it. Even if you get these two items, you still need to carry out the ritual of vampires. No matter how you think about it, it's an impossible mission. Fang Heng stroked his chin. Was it difficult? Indeed. It was mainly a matter of time. If he had enough time, he might be able to think of a way to use the vampire's passage to secretly make a trip to the vampire apocalypse and think of a way to go to the world of the vampires and get the Book of Enoch. It wasn't difficult to get the headdress of the vampires. After all, a tier 6 creature wasn't necessarily invincible. He could kill it even if he spent some time and thought of a way. Finally, He needed the vampires to perform the ritual. There was also a backup plan. He just needed to figure out the principle of the ritual and trick some vampires into coming back to work. Or he could even ask the zombie clones to perform the ritual on his behalf. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough time. Since they couldn't do the magic transplant, they could only use the second plan. Forced physical transplant. Feng Heng nodded. I understand. It seems a little difficult. I will give up on it. Phew. Zhao Dongying sighed in relief. Although he knew that it was impossible, it wasn't easy to let Feng Heng give up on it. So, we will take another approach. Huh? Zhao Dongying was stunned. Feng Heng looked up at Yu Kang. How is it? Can you announce the results of your research? Alright. Last night, Dr. Ding Minutes and I conducted research and analysis on the sample of angitas. We also did a feasibility analysis and the final plan for the transplant. Yu Kang hesitated for a moment. But what? Let me explain, Ding Minutes said. Feng Heng, angitas is different from normal trees. You can think of it as a special half-organism with a basic consciousness. Angita's vitality is extremely tenacious. Once its main body is threatened, it will immediately launch a counterattack. So, in an ideal state, we need to think of a way to weaken it. Once Angitas overuses its energy, it will enter a special half-hibernation mode. We think that this mode is more suitable for the entire Angitas to be transplanted. So, the first step is to put it into semi-hibernation mode. The second step is to teleport, which is also where we are now facing difficulties. Yu Kang added, I just talked to Victor. Currently, the space-tearing device in our army is not big enough to accommodate the entire Angitas. It is too big, so you need to find another way to shrink Angitas to the size of the space passage. Feng Heng roughly recalled the teleportation passage he had seen in the vampire's headquarters in District 7. Then he thought about the size of the entire Angitas. Forcing the Angitas into the teleportation passage? Hey, Yu Kang, isn't that too small? Yes. Yu Kang's face was solemn. This is also what we are worried about now. The Angitas tree is huge, and due to the current conditions, we can only think of ways to preserve the essence of the Angitas, removing all the other non-essential parts of its body, leaving only the most important part, forcing it to enter the time passage to teleport it. Isn't the risk a little too high? Feng Heng was a little distressed. The image of the ancient tree of Angitas being cut into pieces appeared in his mind. Indeed, the risk of doing so is extremely high. Even if everything goes smoothly and we bring Angitas back here, we can't guarantee that Angitas will be able to survive after the transplant. As he spoke, Yu Kang and Ding Minutes looked at each other again. We've done an assessment before. According to the current situation, the success rate of the successful transplantation of Angitas is less than 20%. Only 20%? Feng Heng frowned. It was too much of a gamble. In short, in the remaining time, Dr. Ding Minutes and I will seize the time to develop a potion that can preserve Angitas as much as possible. Hopefully, it can increase the survival rate. Yu Kang nodded and said, of course, Feng Heng, if you can open a supersized passage and put more parts of Angitas into it, you can also increase the overall success rate of the transplant of Angitas. Chapter 586 Causing one to bald. Feng Heng's eyes lit up when he heard that. That's right. Since Angitas couldn't be cut into small pieces, he could change his way of thinking and directly expand the size of the passage. The size of the time passage was related to the stabilizer and the amount of energy consumed. In theory, as long as they had an infinite amount of space-tearing stabilizing devices and an unlimited amount of energy, the size of the teleportation passage could expand without limit. This was only limited to theory. The bigger the space passage, the more energy it would consume. Under normal circumstances, having a space passage with a higher level may not be better. On the contrary, the smaller the space passage, the better. Feng Heng did not have the time and resources to build so many space-tearing stabilizing devices, but the Federation did. It was probably enough to build a few hundred of his space-tearing stabilizing devices. I understand. I will try my best to think of a way to use the teleportation passage. Yes. As for the final step of the transplant, I've already spoken to Mojai Oi. We've already chosen the location for the planting of Angitas. We will do our best to let it live and grow. From the beginning to the end, Zhao Dongying silently looked at the few of them. Good heavens, they really dared to think and risk it all. Using physical methods to forcibly transplant Angitas? Was this really something that a carbon-based creature could do? From what they said, it was as if they could really do it. As a bystander, Zhao Dongying felt a strange itch in his heart. He even felt a little excited. He really wanted to continue watching. He wanted to see if Feng Heng and the others could actually accomplish something that ordinary people did not even dare to think about. Hello? Feng Heng, I was just about to look for you. Our Federation is in a lot of trouble right now. Because of the matter between the vampires and Zi Junhao of the Northern Federation, Chen Yu is having a headache right now. Just as he thought, after Zi Junhao brought his people into District 7, he started to make all kinds of requests to Chen Yu. He even tried to interfere with his deployment in District 7 and his plan to deal with the vampires. Yes, you heard about it too. Chen Yu smiled bitterly. Zi Junhao needs us to provide a large number of materials. He also wants us to continuously expand the zombie apocalypse and District 7's passage. His reason is to transport large-scale mutated creatures and materials from the zombie apocalypse. I am very worried. I am afraid that we have attracted a wolf into the house. To put it simply, too many wasteland apocalypse life forms will cause damage to District 7's ecology. A larger teleportation passage will consume a large amount of our District 7's blue crystal ores. To put it simply, after the vampires are exterminated, it's very likely that they will. Chen Yu was pouring out his grievances to Feng Heng when he heard what Feng Heng said on the other end. He was suddenly stunned for a long time. What? What did you say? Assist them in expanding the passage? Build more space-daring stabilizing devices? Chen Yu was dumbfounded. When did Feng Heng become so generous? Special arrangement? Chen Yu hesitated and nodded. Okay, I got it. I will cooperate with them. Isn't it enough? You need more stabilizing devices, the more the merrier? You need backup energy crystals too? Chen Yu was puzzled. He was completely confused now. Could it be? Recalling Feng Heng's previous operations, Chen Yu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that Feng Heng was planning to lure all the vampires into the wasteland world? 2 days later, in District 7. Outside the barrier of the vampires, Federation elites had gathered in advance and were lying in ambush in a corner. The leader was a young man with short white hair. A young elite player walked toward him and reported to Zi Junhao. Commander, the energy beam penetrator has been deployed. The expert team has evaluated the strength of the vampire's barrier. When the frequency of the energy beam penetrator is adjusted to the maximum, an hour of continuous focused attacks is enough to completely shatter the barrier. Yes, begin the deployment. Zi Junhao's eyes narrowed slightly as he sized up the giant-sized barrier in front of him. Vampires were quite capable to build such a large-sized barrier. Wait. Zi Junhao stopped his subordinate and asked, is there any new action from Chen Yu's side? Officer Chen Yu has already delivered all the materials that we mentioned yesterday. He is now leading a few teams of Federation personnel to deploy on the right side. He can support our operation from the flank at any time. What about that Feng Heng? Didn't you say that the two of them are very close? The player shook his head and said, I haven't heard anything about Feng Heng for the past 2 days. Currently, most of Chen Yu's subordinates' combat strength has already been mobilized by us. The remaining ones are mainly responsible for the logistics. Hearing this, Zi Junhao sneered in disdain. That brat Chen Yu is quite sensible. Since that's the case, then I will help them deal with the vampires that invaded this world. I just didn't expect that District 7's strength would be so weak. They were suppressed by the vampires to this extent, and they even asked for help from ordinary players. On the surface, Zi Junhao was here to help District 7 deal with the vampires' invasion. In fact, they were not that kind-hearted. Before leaving, Zi Junhao had already received a special mission from the upper echelons of the Northern Federation. The mission target was the purple spatial crystals and the holy weapon of the vampires. The ambitions of the Northern Federation had never been small. They had always been trying to get their hands on the zombie apocalypse and the vampire apocalypse. Putting aside the fact that the holy weapon of the vampires was extremely useful in the world of the vampires, the crystal that could open a special passage into the real world was something that the Federation really wanted. Of course, if it was possible, Zi Junhao did not mind taking the entire District 7 as well. From the looks of it, Chen Yu was a pretty good person. He had a good grasp of the general situation. Zi Junhao was in a pretty good mood. After exterminating the invading vampires, he would lead his men to re-establish order in District 7 during the apocalypse. At that time, it was expected that the Eastern Federation of District 7 would not be able to say anything. Commander, the fusion weapon has been deployed. Zi Junhao stopped thinking and nodded. Pass it down. The general attack will begin in 5 minutes. Ask Chen Yu to cooperate with us when the time comes. Commander Chen Yu, then I will have to trouble you to coordinate from the side. Also, Commander Zi asked me to tell you that vampires are very strong and not something you can deal with right now. Please be careful. Chen Yu's face darkened when he heard the player's words. What did he mean? They were not worthy to fight head-on? The other federal commanders were also quite unhappy these few days. They immediately exploded when they heard that and started cursing. Who does Zi Junhao think he is? He has the face to order us around? I remember that we are the chief commander, right? Zi Junhao has such a big face that he even asked us to help from the side? Does he dare to come over and tell us personally? Look down on who? Who provided them with large amounts of resources to build the space passage? If it wasn't for the fact that we lack resources, we would also. As they spoke, everyone faintly surrounded Zi Junhao's messenger soldier in the middle, looking as if they were about to make a move. A layer of cold sweat appeared on the messenger soldier's forehead. Chapter 587 The day of the final battle. Alright, don't say any more. Chen Yu pressed his hands together and said in a deep voice, put the interests of the whole above everything else. After saying that, Chen Yu looked at Zi Junhao's messenger soldier once again. We will coordinate from the side. In any case, I will leave the direct battle to you guys. Of course, we will do our best. They watched the soldier leave. Many of the Federation's team commanders felt indignant in their hearts as they discussed in hushed voices once again. Damn it. He still wants to fight the vampires head-on? Where does he get his confidence from? Let's see how they will answer to their superiors after they lose. TSK, they also took away the command authority as well. Are we all going to become logistics now? I kind of want to see them being wiped out by the vampires now. One step back, a few steps back, others will take advantage of us. Chen Yu, do you still want to endure it? If it were up to me, we would just retreat. Gu Dongyan was an old man from the Eastern Region's Federation. His words carried a lot of weight. Seeing that everyone was making a racket and the team was not united, he could not help but sigh in his heart. Gu Dongyan took a step forward and looked at Chen Yu. He said, Chen Yu, the superiors sent you to lead because they believe in your ability. We are also willing to believe in you. We are also very clear that you are secretly planning something. However, everyone is very uneasy now. Can you tell us your plan? So that we can have a sense of confidence. Hearing this, everyone quieted down at the same time. They looked at Chen Yu at the same time and waited for his response. Chen Yu was silent as he looked around at everyone. He felt bitter in his heart. He had confidence. Not to mention these people, he also did not have confidence. He was able to hold on until now because of his trust in Feng Hang, which had accumulated over a long period of time. Don't worry, we will wait a little longer. It will be soon. Chen Yu's expression was solemn. He nodded and said, I can promise you that today is the day to decide the victor. Regardless of whether it's the vampires or the wasteland world, the final winner will be our Eastern Federation. All I can say is that everything has already been planned during the tactical arrangement last night. I will repeat it again. When fighting against the vampires this time, the best consideration is to preserve our strength. We will coordinate from the side and wait for sudden orders at any time. All the team commanders looked at each other again. As expected, Chen Yu had already prepared everything. To be able to remain so calm in the face of such a crisis, I believe that I have not misjudged the person. Gu Dongyan nodded when he heard this and turned his head to look at the many federal commanders. Everyone has heard what Commander Chen said. Please be patient. We have already endured until now. The more critical the situation is, the more we must be careful. We do not want our own people to start an internal conflict first. Seeing that the anger of the crowd had gradually subsided, Chen Yu also heaved a small sigh of relief in his heart. Calm? Chen Yu thought to himself, I do not want to be calm either. I really don't know what Feng Hang is planning right now. Fortunately, today was the day he made an agreement with Feng Hang to make a move. If this dragged on any longer, he was afraid that he would first be led by a few commanders of the Eastern Region Federation to rebel. Chen Yu could only hope that Feng Hang's plan would go smoothly. Officer Chen, we've encountered trouble. Chen Yu was praying in his heart when a Federation elite rushed up. He whispered into Chen Yu's ear. Officer Chen, a batch of materials that we just sent to the supply point was intercepted by the people of the Northern Federation. They said that it was an emergency during wartime and that fighting was the priority. This batch of materials was urgently needed, so they immediately took over. Chen Yu frowned slightly, feeling even more unhappy. Zijunhao's people were getting more and more outrageous. Everyone was clearly in a difficult situation. It was one thing to ask them for materials in the past, but he had tried his best to satisfy them. He didn't think that they were still not satisfied. They were already starting to fight openly. Even at the critical moment of the first decisive battle with the vampires, the Federation was still testing its bottom line time and time again, trying to find ways to fight for power. The other commanders of the shelter were making arrangements for the next battle. They did not hear about this, or else they would have to curse again. Chen Yu felt a headache coming on. Forget it. He had endured so many times. He would just endure this wave. Endure them one more time. Chen Yu waved his hand. He was about to ask the player to leave when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Materials? Wait a minute, I remember that the materials we needed last night have all been prepared. Which batch of materials are you referring to? It's the materials stored at the temporary gathering point number 3. It's estimated to have been delivered this morning. Due to some problems with the transportation on the road, it arrived a little late. It just arrived at the battle preparation and gathering point. Temporary gathering point number 3. Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat. Not good. He remembered. This batch of materials was what Feng Heng wanted. There were also a few strange metal boxes inside. In order to find them, the Federation had spent quite a bit of effort. This type of black box was very strange. It was an extremely special item that could not be transported through the teleportation passage, so they could only transport it manually from afar. Chen Yu thought, this is bad. He did not know Feng Heng's specific plan, but judging from the time, Feng Heng should have already gone to retrieve the materials by now. Even if he ran to Zijunhao now to forcefully retrieve the materials, it would be too late. There wouldn't be any problems, right? Those things should be very important to Feng Heng. Chen Yu was a little annoyed and subconsciously scratched his hair. District 7. Vampire's headquarters. In the blood pool, Feng Heng, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him, a row of game hints flashed by. Ding, your zombie clone has completed the absorption of 37 special high-tier soul bodies. Your mission, Necromancy, Necromancer mission progress, 100%, ding, you have successfully advanced to elementary necromancy. Your original skill is forgotten, ding, you have mastered elementary necromancy, skill, elementary necromancy, level 1, skill description, a basic skill of necromancy. Through this skill, you can use tools related to necromancy to learn related skills. When you use various necromancy skills, you will receive a small benefit, upgrade potential. This skill can be upgraded to level 15 at most. Description: you have a basic understanding of death, success. The level of necromancy has also been upgraded. Feng Heng looked at the game hint and lowered his head to think. Just like after the level up of the vampire bloodline, the level of necromancy after the level up phase was also cleared to 0. This might be very painful for an ordinary player, which meant that the skill that he had finally maxed out previously would have to start from scratch again. However, Feng Heng was not panicking. He estimated that he would be able to hack in for a period of time and quickly level up. This time, Hyla's resurrection was even more confirmed. Ever since he returned to District 7, Feng Heng had been staying in the blood pool, maintaining silence. The troublesome part was that he could not complete the process of dropping his sleeping bag and going offline while staying in the blood pool. Once the sleeping bag entered the blood pool, it would be melted by the powerful blood in a short period of time. Therefore, he had been unable to communicate with the outside world offline. It's about time. Feng Heng muttered to himself and tried to release his perception to sense the situation outside. If everything went smoothly, Chen Yu's plan should have started 2 minutes ago. Chapter 588. Research soon. About a few minutes later, there was a commotion in the Anjita's cave. The vampires that were originally hanging upside down on the ceiling of the cave began to become restless. Even the half-finished blood puppets that were soaked in the blood pool also changed. They condensed into form one by one and stepped out of the blood pool. Kai kai kai. The sound of wings rubbing against each other could be heard. A large number of bats hanging upside down on the ceiling flapped their wings and flew out of the cave. It seemed that the Federation's action had already begun. The vampires had also begun to prepare to counterattack. Feng Heng's heart moved. Taking advantage of the chaos in the blood pool, he immediately entered his bat form and flew out of the cave together with a large number of vampires. Among the bats, no vampires noticed anything different about Feng Heng. The last wave, the game has officially begun. Feng Heng was excited. His current goal was very clear. First, he needed to collect all the tissue samples of Hyla, and then summon Hyla to complete the main storyline mission of District 7. And collecting the tissue samples of Hyla would be divided into 3 parts. The first part was to get the tissue samples of Hyla that was left in the branch of vampires. Currently, vampires were attracted by the people of the Northern Federation. If he went to the branch now, it would be easier to get the tissue samples. While thinking, Feng Heng mixed with a group of vampires and left the vampires' headquarters. Then, he slowly left the group and flew towards the shelter of the vampires. The short-term flying ability after transforming into a bat was quite effective when traveling. If he encountered a special terrain, Feng Heng could directly use his bat form to pass through. After nearly half an hour, Feng Heng arrived near the branch of the vampires. Huh? Feng Heng was curious. Where were the guards? The defense at the branch was extremely thin. There were no sentries outside the branch. Only the main entrance of the shelter was guarded by 2 mid-level vampires. Feng Heng was sure that he had completely destroyed the time teleportation passage when he left last time. It would take about a week for the vampires to rebuild it. Strange. Were they not going to continue building the passage? He would know if he went over and asked. Feng Heng turned into human form and slowly walked toward the shelter's door. The two mid-level vampires guarding the door stepped forward and stopped Fang Heng. "Who is it? Tell me where you came from." Fang Heng flipped his wrist and showed the vampiric spirit cane to the two vampires. The two vampires' expressions changed and they knelt on one knee. "Greetings, Marquis." Fang Heng asked, "Where are the others? Why are there only two of you?" The two vampires were a little confused, but they still replied, "Marquis, the prince has decided to give up the branch shelter and rebuild the passage in the main shelter area." "Don't you know about this?" Fang Heng agreed. Since this place no longer had a large-scale space-tearing device, it was more convenient to rebuild it in the headquarters. "Humphrey, of course, I know." Fang Heng raised the spirit cane in his hand and asked, "If that's the case, then why are you here?" The two vampires immediately lowered their heads. "Duke Bellamy asked us to come. When Mr. Jikaiubai was inspecting the branch, he discovered a special unknown life form in the research institute. Duke Bellamy was very interested in this special life form's flesh and blood, so she specially came over from the vampires to inspect it. We are temporarily in charge of the periphery's vigilance." "Oh no." Hyla's tissue sample was still discovered. Two consecutive pieces of bad news made Fang Heng's heart sink. Jikaiubai. He ruined his plan again. This time, he even recruited a vampire duke. Fang Heng knew very well that among the vampires, most of the dukes had reached Tier 6. And Tier 6 was the acknowledged ceiling combat strength in the elementary game. Fang Heng quickly checked his mission panel. There were less than 10 minutes left, and his zombie clone was about to be resurrected. Should he risk it? In fact, the number and quality of the zombie clone that was going to be resurrected in 9 minutes were not enough. Most of his zombie clones had been sealed under the ancient tree of Angitas, becoming the nourishment of Angitas. At present, only 32 liquors and 22 vine zombie clones could be resurrected. There was no time. Even if the other party was a duke of vampires, he had to try. Fang Heng quickly made a decision. Bellamy was very interested in Hyla's tissue sample, so she was most likely a duke of vampires who was good at research. Her combat strength might not be strong. "I see. Where is Duke Bellamy now? I want to see her. Take me to her." "Yes, Marquis. Please come with me." The two vampires immediately turned to open the door of the shelter. Fang Heng followed them into the shelter and moved quickly toward the underground laboratory of Hyla's tissue sample. Inside the hall of the laboratory, Bellamy had been studying the sample for a whole day. She was still enjoying it. A very powerful life form. It's full of life force and mixed with some strange will. It doesn't look like a complete human. In the hall, more than 10 high-tier vampires formed a circle. In the center of the circle, a blood puppet was kneeling on one knee. Its body was almost 1/3 taller than a normal blood puppet. If one looked carefully, there was a layer of wriggling flesh and blood on its body. A layer of red light was flickering on the flesh and blood. A tissue sample of Hyla. Under the control of the red light, the mutated tissue sample of Hyla was continuously kneaded into various shapes in an attempt to fuse into the body of the blood puppet. After a full 5 minutes, the flesh and blood sample was finally fused into the body of the blood puppet. The blood puppet gradually quieted down and stopped struggling. "Oh? It succeeded?" Bellamy muttered to herself and stopped controlling Hyla's tissue. The red light enveloping the blood puppet's body gradually dimmed. The blood puppet accepted Bellamy's command and slowly stood up. Kai. Kai kai kai. In the next moment, countless flesh buds extended out from the blood puppet's body. The flesh buds grew rapidly and enveloped the blood puppet in the blink of an eye. It completely devoured the blood puppet like a lump of flesh. After a moment, there was only a pool of melted blood and a small piece of flesh and tissue on the ground. It failed again. What's the problem? It seems to be able to grow indefinitely, eternally indestructible. There was a hint of fascination in Bellamy's eyes. She was not the least bit angry. Instead, she muttered to herself, "It would be great if I could think of a way to bring it back to our world. With the authorization of the Elders' Council to conduct research, I can use it to create an even more powerful magical creature." Jikaiubai watched from the side. He had been here for a whole day. From the initial shock to the numbness now. Research, research, research. Chapter 589. A rare moment of confusion. Jikaiubai had already realized that Bellamy was not interested in the so-called world of the ancestors of the vampires. He regretted giving the unknown sample to the vampires. In the beginning, Jikaiubai wanted to find out how Fang Heng attacked the shelter, so he checked the situation of the entire branch after the vampires left. He was surprised to find these sample bodies in the underground laboratory. Jikaiubai didn't know what the sample bodies were at first. But he touched them and triggered the main storyline mission. So Jikaiubai thought that they were very important to the main storyline mission. So he gave the sample bodies to the vampires, hoping that the vampires could get some information. Unexpectedly, the vampire duke, Bellamy, was very interested in the meat, and personally came to study the unknown tissue samples. Jikaiubai could not help but persuade her, Duke, the latest development. The Human Federation has already launched an attack on the vampire's barrier. They're just mere humans, not worth mentioning. The vampire's barrier is enough to stop them. Bellamy was very casual. She did not even glance at Jikaiubai out of the corner of her eye. If you're worried, you can go over and take a look yourself. I don't need you to stay here anyway. Listen. Is this human talk? Jikaiubai gritted his teeth and secretly hated her. What kind of stupid teammates are they? Vampires are also a bunch of idiots. Okay, I will head to the barrier area to scout. I will immediately report to you as soon as there's any news. Okay. Bellamy hummed softly. She did not care if Jikaiubai stayed here. She was not interested in the war at all. If it was not for the tissue samples of Hyla, she would not have come here. Bellamy focused and said, "Formation." A few vampires walked forward and formed a circle. They began to reform the magic array. Jikaiubai left the laboratory. He regretted staying here and wasting a lot of time with Bellamy. He prepared to go to the main battlefield of the vampire's barrier. The people of the Northern Federation had also interfered with District 7. This made Jikaiubai feel a little uneasy. As he thought and walked forward, Jikaiubai suddenly noticed two vampires walking towards him from the end of the pathway. Seeing the person following behind the two vampires, Jikaiubai's expression instantly changed. Fang Heng? How could it be him? Why did he come here? And so a barbard? Coming in with the vampires openly? He's Fang Heng. Take him down. Fang Heng? The leader of the scavenger army? The two vampires who were leading Fang Heng were also stunned. Hearing this, they turned their backs at the same time. That's not right. Isn't he the Marquis of the Vampires? The aura of the vampires on his body was very obvious, and he could even possess a holy weapon of the vampires. Jikaiubai's hair stood on end, as if he was facing a great enemy. He did not think too much and reacted almost immediately. After shouting loudly, he raised his guns and fired continuously at Fang Heng. Bang! Bang bang! Bang 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 bang! A magazine of bullets was quickly emptied. More than half of the bullets were empty. The remaining few bullets entered Fang Heng's body, splashing out a few drops of blood. Jikaiubai stared at Fang Heng, his brows tightly knitted. Tada! Tada! The few bullets that entered Fang Heng's body were squeezed out by his squirming muscles. The wounds almost instantly healed. No injuries? Jikaiubai was instantly dumbfounded. He was not a battle-type player. His body's various attributes were rather mediocre, and he could not even equip high-level weapons at all. Thus, he could only use this type of most ordinary light weapon. It was indeed not powerful enough, but it was not to the extent of not causing injury. When Jikaiubai came back to his senses and wanted to switch the magazine again, he discovered that Fang Heng had already rushed in front of him and pressed down on his gun. Fang Heng saw the fear reflected in Jikaiubai's eyes. He smiled and chuckled. A few words. Fear rose in Jikaiubai's heart. Fang Heng. Ka. The pistol in Jikaiubai's hand let out a whine. He saw the durability of the guns in his hand decrease crazily. Bang. The gun was crushed by Fang Heng with one hand. What a powerful strength attribute. Jikaiubai was once again shocked by the ability that Fang Heng displayed. All along, Jikaiubai had thought that Fang Heng relied on summoning a life form to fight. His main body's strength was not strong, but what happened today completely overturned his understanding of Fang Heng. This person was too terrifying. As long as he was given a few days to develop, his overall strength would undergo a qualitative change. Jikaiubai was tightly held by Fang Heng's palm, and the pain was unbearable. Fang Heng came forward, he whispered, "Hey, Jikaiubai, I heard that you are one of the people in charge of Night Owl, right? Coincidentally, I have a batch of purple spatial crystals in my hands. If you are interested, I can sell them to you for a good price." Hearing this, Jikaiubai was stunned again. Deal? Was he serious? The heart-piercing pain of his clenched fist made Jikaiubai clench his teeth tightly, unable to speak at all. Don't be happy too early. I have additional conditions. You can deal with the Federation however you want, but you can't attack the real world. Yes, in short, consider this suggestion of mine. Because of the intense pain, Jikaiubai's forehead was covered in a layer of cold sweat. However, his brain was still operating at a rapid speed, thinking and analyzing the current situation. Was what Fang Heng said true? Cooperation? Trade? Was there a need for him to lie to him? Or was it to gather information? Or was he being serious? Fang Heng's relationship with the Federation seemed to be at times good or bad. He could give it a try. If he used negotiations to solve the problem. Ubai came to a conclusion that they could cooperate after a few seconds of analysis, even though most of this judgment was based on intuition. He raised his head and was about to speak when he saw a black muzzle pointed at his head. If you've thought it through, you can come find me anytime. My price is very fair. As Feng Hang spoke, he pulled the trigger of the modified shotgun. Boom. Feng Hang raised his eyebrows. He did not see the scene of flesh and blood splattering before the bullet was about to hit Ubai's head. Ubai's body emitted a white light and completely disappeared on the spot. TCH. Feng Hang was rather displeased and withdrew the shotgun. Ubai's attribute value was not high, and his combat strength was also very low. Feng Hang had already analyzed this point from the low-level small pistol that Ubai had just used. But his ability to escape was exceptional. Feng Hang had originally wanted to kill him first to vent his anger. Feng Hang did not have time to chase after Ubai. He turned back and looked at the two vampires. Go on, lead the way. The two vampires looked at each other. They were more willing to believe that the person in front of them was the Marquis of the Vampires. Even if he was not a vampire, he was not someone the two vampires could deal with. Sometimes, it was better to be a little muddle-headed. The vampire said respectfully, Your lord, Duke Bellamy is in the laboratory in front of you. We are not allowed to enter. You can go back. Feng Hang waved his hand and signaled the two vampires to get lost. Chapter 590 The Vampires Researcher Feng Hang turned around and walked to the metal door. He took one last look at the resurrection time of the zombie clones. He reached out his hand and gently pressed on the metal door of the laboratory. Crack. The door was not locked. Feng Hang gently pushed it open. Feng Hang frowned. In the hall of the room, more than 10 high-tier vampires were forming a large circle. A female vampire with long red hair had her back facing him. And in front of her, a high-tier vampire was kneeling on the ground. A lump of flesh and blood was wriggling on the shoulder of the vampire. It was gradually fusing into his body and greedily absorbing his life force. The high-tier vampire couldn't help but let out painful wails. Kai kai kai. Suddenly, countless tender flesh sprouts grew from the flesh of the vampire, wrapping the entire body of the high-tier vampire in an instant, forming a meatball. Blood continued to flow out from the meatball and the size of the meatball gradually decreased. In just a few seconds, the 1-meter-tall meatball became the size of a football. In the end, the flesh sprouts dispersed. Hyla's tissue sample returned to its original state. And there was another pool of blood on the ground. Unfortunately, I failed again. Marquis Bellamy muttered softly to herself. She slowly turned her head and looked at Feng Hang who was standing at the entrance. You've disturbed me. Feng Hang's eyelids twitched, but he did not say anything. He stared at the young girl in front of him who looked like she was only 17 or 18 years old. The Duke of Vampires, Bellamy. A life form with the estimated strength of Tier 6. She seemed to be conducting some kind of special human experiment. Was she trying to use Hyla's tissue sample to perform fusion with vampires? Not talking? You're a little cold. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? The bloodline on your body is very strange. And the holy weapon in your hand, the gauntlet. Did you get it from those two brothers? I seem to have heard of them. They just died not long ago. Yes, they died at the hands of an inhuman. So it's you. I have to say, you're very powerful. Bellamy looked at Feng Hang who had barged into the laboratory with great interest. She did not mind the failure of the research this time. Instead, she was even more curious about Feng Hang. I am very curious. What method did you use to completely kill them? As Bellamy spoke, she suddenly noticed something, and her eyes narrowed into slits. Oh? It's your special ability? Several red magic rays appeared around Feng Hang's feet. More liquors swarmed out from the entrance behind Feng Hang, pouncing on Bellamy and the dozen or so high-tier vampires around her. Interesting ability. Bellamy's eyes revealed a curious look. The dozen or so high-tier vampires in the experimental hall immediately released their blood blades and pounced on the group of lickers. Amid the chaotic battle, Bellamy stood calmly on the spot. She had no intention of making a move. She only looked at the group of lickers in the battle with an excited expression and let out a series of praises. Interesting. It's too interesting. You're Feng Hang, right? I will remember you. I think this is the life form that you created by fusing with the lickers, right? Their life force is very strong. Were they designed based on this special tissue sample? How interesting. I can't bear to kill you. Feng Hang ignored Bellamy's crazy words. He took half a step back and picked up Ding Minut's specially made modified sniper rifle. The muzzle of the rifle was aimed at Bellamy's forehead. Bellamy looked at Feng Hang eagerly, her eyes filled with excitement. I am really getting more and more interested in you. Come, be my research subject. Feng Hang remained silent and steadily pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet shot out of the gun. Bellamy was just halfway through her sentence when the bullet accurately hit her forehead. Boom. Bellamy's entire head exploded. Bullseye. Just like that? It was so easy to shoot the Duke of Vampires in the head. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Kai. Almost instantly, a new head grew out of Bellamy's neck. Hee, you have quite a temper. You're so fierce. Bellamy's eyes were filled with excitement. You're so cute. As my test subject, you have to be obedient. Bellamy giggled and stretched out her hand toward Fang Heng. Creak creak creak. Along with the strange sound of crystals condensing, several sharp red crystals condensed around Fang Heng's body. The crystals rapidly extended outwards, forming sharp blood spikes. Fang Heng felt that the blood spikes were a great threat to him. He was shocked and immediately began to retreat. At this stage, Fang Heng's various attributes were much higher than ordinary players. Under his mad dash, his speed had increased to the limit. However, the blood spikes that were forming had already locked on to Fang Heng. They moved quickly along with Fang Heng's movement. The speed of the blood spikes condensation was even faster than expected. It's useless, you can't escape, be good. As Bellamy spoke, she clenched her fist. Kai. Almost instantly, all the condensed blood spikes stabbed toward Fang Heng. Puchy. A dull sound. Dong. The huge blood spikes pierced through Fang Heng's body, ruthlessly piercing half a meter into the ground. Kai. Following that, the dull sounds of the blood spikes continuously piercing through Fang Heng's body rang out. Fang Heng was completely pierced through by dozens of blood spikes. His entire body looked extremely terrifying. He was bound to the spot by the blood spikes, unable to move, but he did not die. The undying body effect was triggered, but Fang Heng was still standing there. Bellamy was surprised. She curiously looked at Fang Heng, who was nailed to the ground by the blood spikes. You're okay. It seems that you've already fused with a part of the unknown cell's super regenerative ability. How did you do it? Suddenly, Bellamy realized something. Bellamy finally saw the life form in front of her clearly. It was just a clone. Bellamy said in realization, oh, I get it. So it's a blood shadow clone, no wonder it didn't speak. So Mengbo died at your hands too. With that, Bellamy turned her head abruptly. Two lickers pounced on her. Bellamy raised her hand forward. Kai. Several small blood spikes condensed in the air, piercing the two lickers. Blood explosion. Boom. In the next moment, the two lickers in the air exploded. Blood and flesh splattered. Bellamy clearly did not expect the lickers to have such an ability and was stunned by this move. In the next moment, a figure dashed out from behind the door and went straight for Hyla's tissue sample on the ground. Got it. Fang Heng put the sample on the ground into his backpack. Ding, you have obtained the tissue sample of Hyla 4-piece, 4 samples, 2 were missing. Did Bellamy take it? Suddenly, Fang Heng felt a strong sense of danger from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 591 Cooperation and Trade. Fang Heng realized that the blood-red crystals were rapidly condensing around him, gradually forming a scarlet blood spike. He felt as if he was being stared at by something. It was as if something was pressing down on his shoulder, and it instantly sank. It's happening again. Fang Heng cursed in his heart, troublesome. The ceiling combat strength of the elementary game. Humans were no match for the Duke-level vampires. With his previous experience, Fang Heng immediately moved to the right. He maintained his fast movement. The moment the blood spike exploded and pierced into his body, he suddenly accelerated and leaped forward. Kai. Dong. Dong dong. The blood spike still left huge wounds on Fang Heng's body and finally, it left a hole in the ground. At least Fang Heng did not have to be nailed to the ground like the previous blood shadow. Ho! He dodged. Fang Heng kept a distance from Bellamy and looked at her from afar, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. In the blink of an eye, the wounds on Fang Heng's body that had been cut by the blood spikes quickly recovered. A very interesting ability. Did you come for it? Bellamy said as she gently moved her shoulder. The flesh on her shoulder was enveloped by a red light, and it was constantly struggling and squirming. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. Bellamy's 2 pieces of flesh clearly did not belong to her. It was Hyla's tissue sample. Fang Heng stared at Bellamy, thinking, this is bad. Tier 6 Duke of Vampires. Based on preliminary judgment, Bellamy had long-range blood magic attack ability and an enhanced resurrection ability with unknown weaknesses. The good news was that the final stage of blood magic's blood spike was a physical attack. He could rely on the undying body's skill to be immune to lethal damage. Now, he had to get all of Hyla's tissue samples. The success rate of forcefully plundering was too low. He could try to deceive. Fang Heng was not confident in his deception, but at this moment, he could only bite the bullet and try. He stared at Bellamy. Indeed, my target is the sample in your hands. Can we talk? Cooperate. How about it? Oh? Cooperate. You mean cooperate with a hostile inhuman? Bellamy looked at Fang Heng, her eyes showed more interest. Interesting. However, the basis of cooperation is the strength of both parties. Do you think your strength is enough? As she said this, Bellamy raised her right hand, aimed at Fang Heng, and gently clenched it. Fang Heng's pupils constricted. He felt a numbing sensation on his skin that had been pierced by the blood-red light. Immediately after, the muscles under the wound could not help but spasm strangely. Was it Bellamy's special ability? When? A game hint flashed across Fang Heng's vision. Ding, you have received a special effect from Bellamy. Ding, your skill Undying Body has taken effect, your unknown has been cleared, everything returned to normal. Fang Heng had regained control of his body. Bellamy was once again shocked by Fang Heng's special ability. In just a few exchanges, the special ability that Fang Heng displayed seemed to be somewhat restraining her ability. Bellamy retracted her hand and licked her lips. She looked at Fang Heng as if she was looking at a plate of exquisite food. Alright, I admit that you have the ability to negotiate. I want to hear how you want to cooperate. I need the remaining unknown sample in your hands. In exchange, I can try my best to do one thing for you. That's good. You will be my research subject first. I will fulfill your 100 wishes then. How about it? Fang Heng frowned and asked, no deal? Sigh. Bellamy shook her head and said helplessly, it's very difficult for me to fulfill your request. Then I will take a step back and borrow the sample in your hands for 24 hours. After that, I will return the sample to you. You can do whatever you want with it. What do you think of this proposal? Oh? So generous? Then what do you want to do with the tissue sample? I am very curious. You will know the specific details very soon. I can only tell you that after collecting all the sample tissues and through my special control, I can create a powerful life form through it. I believe you will be very interested in it. Oh? And the remaining unknown samples, powerful creature. Bellamy muttered to herself and nodded in thought. She suddenly raised her head and looked straight into Fang Heng's eyes. You want to use their strength to deal with us vampires? I think even if I deny it now, you won't believe it. Fang Heng nodded and said, indeed, there's no need to hide it. This is what I planned. Ha 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 ha, you're really too cute. You want to deal with vampires just based on these things? Fang Heng was non-committal. Bellamy seemed to have heard something interesting and laughed out loud. She said, alright then, I can lend you 2 sample bodies. But in the next 24 hours, you need to give me all the unknown sample bodies. What do you think of this cooperation? Greedy vampires. Fang Heng thought of something and nodded. Deal. Once Hyla completed her resurrection, who knew what would happen next? Let's get the sample first. You're very lucky to have met me, and I don't have a good impression of those people from the Elders' Council. Bellamy smiled and threw a silver ring at Fang Heng. Put it on. This is the proof of our cooperation. Fang Heng took the ring. Item, normal iron ring. Description, normal decorative item, old style, without any attribute. Without any attribute? Fang Heng frowned and put it on his index finger in front of Bellamy. Then, I wish you good luck. It would be best if you can give those self-righteous elders some suffering. I have high hopes for you. As Bellamy spoke, her body gradually dissolved in front of Fang Heng's eyes until it melted into a puddle of blood. Pata. 2 pieces of Hyla's tissue sample fell to the ground. Did she leave just like that? Fang Heng cautiously looked around. He quickly walked forward and put away the 2 pieces of Hyla's tissue sample that had fallen to the ground. Together, they were placed into the metal box that he had brought. Ding, you have obtained Hyla's tissue sample 2 piece. The game system did not detect anything wrong with the sample body. Bellamy actually handed over Hyla's tissue samples to him so easily? She did not even state in advance when and where to return Hyla's tissue samples. Not only did Fang Heng not feel that he was trusted, he felt uneasy and confused instead. There must be a problem. Then the problem was. Fang Heng immediately understood the problem. He raised his hand and looked at the ring on his hand. Kai kai kai. Under Fang Heng's gaze, strange granulation grew on the ring. The granulation quickly wrapped the entire ring. The ring was stuck on his finger and could not be pulled out. The newly grown flesh slowly squirmed, forming a familiar yet strange face. Bellamy? Chapter 592. One step ahead. Just as Fang Heng was in shock, the face that had transformed into Bellamy actually spoke. I didn't expect to be discovered by you so quickly. As expected of the experimental product that I've taken a fancy to. Fang Heng stared at that face. Bellamy. I will be watching you, Fang Heng. Don't do anything. If you do anything that makes me feel uncomfortable, I will cut off our cooperation at any time. You don't want this to happen either, right? Feng Heng frowned. I got it. Bellamy's strange face gradually disappeared. Okay, then wear this ring well. Be obedient. Feng Heng lowered his right hand and lowered his head in thought. Bellamy had many tricks up her sleeve, and he didn't have the time to completely solve this problem. Who cares? If she wanted to see it, then let her see it. First, he had to think of a way to gather all of Hyla's tissue samples and summon Hyla directly to complete the main storyline mission, obtain the ownership of District 7, and receive the hidden reward. As for what would happen between Bellamy and the resurrected Hyla, he couldn't care less. When the time came, it would be best if the two of them fought, and he would have a chance to go and mess around with entities. In short, he had to go according to the original plan and get all of the tissue sample first. After finding the right direction, Feng Heng immediately rushed to the delivery location of Hyla's tissue that he had previously agreed upon with Chen Yu. Soon, about half an hour later, Feng Heng brought the liquors and gathered near the coordinates that Chen Yu had previously agreed upon. The coordinates were set outside the vampire's barrier. Looking around, outside the vampire's barrier not far away, the Federation and the vampires were already caught in the flames of war. The vampires were engaged in a battle with a group of mutated creatures from the wasteland world. High-tier beam weapons and high-tier mutated creatures were the specialties of the wasteland apocalypse. In the wasteland apocalypse, the surviving wild beasts were affected by the special radiation, and they were greatly mutated. Most of their bodies had become huge, they had powerful destructive power, and they were constantly undergoing mutation. Similarly, the background of the wasteland apocalypse was the existence of various human sub-bases, and there was no lack of survivors in the sub-bases. Their technological level was even higher, and they were already equipped with high-intensity beam weapons. With the latest technology of the wasteland apocalypse, they were already able to control part of the aberrations. Feng Heng walked forward and came before the vampire's barrier. After advancing into a mid-level vampire, he could directly ignore the vampire's barrier and easily pass through it. However, the liquors behind him could not do originally. Feng Heng planned to use the strength of the vampiric spirit cane to temporarily open a hole in the barrier. But now he had a new plan. Feng Heng raised his right hand and looked at the ring on his index finger. Hey, Bellamy, do me a favor. Are you ordering me around, Feng Heng? Shouldn't you say something nice? I am in a hurry. Straight guy, boring. Buzz. A ripple spread out from the ring. In front of him, a crack gradually appeared on the vampire's barrier. Seeing how easily Bellamy opened a crack in the vampire's barrier, Feng Heng narrowed his eyes. Several thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. It seemed that the plan could be changed. Thank you. Feng Heng nodded and thanked her without changing his expression. While leading the group of lickers to the barrier, Feng Heng noticed a few players walking out from a few hidden corners. Feng Heng. Zonglei and Zhao Dongying saw Feng Heng and waved at him. Then, they led a team to meet up with him. Feng Heng raised his hand and walked toward Zhao Dongying and the others. Zonglei said first, Boss Feng, the boxes that we need to collect have been delivered. They are in the big truck behind us. A truck came from not far away and stopped in front of Feng Heng and the others. Ding Minutes had tested it before. Once a large amount of Hyla's tissue sample was gathered together, the mutation would be accelerated, and it would almost certainly produce unstable mutations. To be on the safe side, Feng Heng had no choice but to use Ding Minutes' newly developed special enhanced metal box for deep isolation during transportation. The newly created enhanced metal box could not be put into a backpack, so transportation was even more troublesome. Feng Heng walked into the car and roughly checked the metal box. After confirming that there were no problems, he jumped out of the car again. Under the orders of Commander Chen Yu, head captain of the 3rd Brigade, Zhu Hongdao, reporting for duty. Following beside Zhao Dongying, a young Federation player, Zhu Hongdao, bowed to Feng Heng. Hello, have you prepared everything I need? Yes, Mr. Feng Heng. Materials have been prepared an hour ago. They are currently stored in a temporary resource point about 2 kilometers away from here. We will escort you there now. Okay, let's go. Feng Heng glanced at Zonglei and the player from the Leftway Gaming Guild. You guys stay here and protect the metal box carefully. I will be back soon. 2 kilometers was not far. In less than 10 minutes, the car stopped outside a temporary resource point. Stop. 2 armed Federation soldiers walked out of the sentry post at the entrance of the resource point and stopped the truck. Captain. A soldier hurriedly ran to the side of the truck. Zhu Hongtao rolled down the window. We're in a hurry. Once we've prepared the materials, we will leave. The soldier's expression was very ugly as he said, Captain, the materials were just snatched away by the people of the Northern Federation. In the front passenger seat, Feng Heng was instantly stunned when he heard this news. Materials were snatched away? They were snatched away by the people of the Northern Federation? Could it be that they already knew the secret of Hyla's tissue samples? For a moment, Several thoughts flashed through Fang Heng's mind. Zhu Hongtao was also stunned. He was very clear about the importance of this batch of materials. Last night, in the middle of the night, Chen Yu had repeatedly warned that nothing must happen to this batch of materials. Why was it that after he had left for more than an hour, the materials were snatched away? Zhu Hongtao was burning with anxiety. He hurriedly asked, "What exactly is going on? Tell me in detail." The soldier gave a rough account of what had happened previously. The shipment of the special metal boxes had been delayed on the way, and the delivery time was slightly later than expected. Originally, there was no problem. After the goods were delivered, they were sent directly to the warehouse according to the procedures. However, unfortunately, the people from the Northern Federation happened to come over to take over the resupply of goods. The leader of the Northern Federation saw the newly arrived materials, so he asked for them. The leader of the team did not know the importance of this batch of materials. He followed the instructions that Chen Yu left some time ago. In order to avoid a bigger conflict with the Northern Federation, he did not forcefully stop them. The materials should have been sent to the warehouse temporarily occupied by the Northern Federation. Looking at the time, they should have just arrived. Everything was not going well today. Hearing the soldier's explanation, Fang Heng heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Northern Federation had just happened to encounter this batch of materials. They did not know that the box was a special tool to complete the world's final hidden main storyline mission. Chapter 593 Mutated Beasts. I understand. This is not your fault. Zhu Hongtao cleared his mind and nodded. He then looked at Fang Heng. I will immediately contact Officer Chen and then we will go and ask for this batch of materials. There's no need to trouble Chen Yu. It was originally ours. Let's go and get it. Fang Heng interrupted Zhu Hongtao and made a decisive decision. It was too slow to go and find Chen Yu about getting back this batch of materials. This would directly affect his follow-up plan. Previously, he had only cooperated with the Northern Federation in order to make use of them. Now, it was no longer necessary. The fastest solution was to directly run over and get Hyla's tissue samples back. Go and get it? Hearing Fang Heng's reply, the Federation players in the surrounding resource points instantly became excited. Did Fang Heng mean that they are going to find the other party to look for trouble? During this period of time, the actions of the Northern Federation players had already provoked public anger. Even though Chen Yu had been asking his subordinates to restrain themselves and endure, the anger of the players had already been suppressed to a certain limit. They really needed a vent. Fang Heng's arrival gave them a glimmer of hope. Zhu Hongtao's expression was solemn. After weighing the pros and cons, he immediately nodded and shouted to the Federation players behind him, "Form up. All of you. Follow me." Yes. At Northern Federation's important material supply point. It took less than a day to build the supply point and put into use. Most of the materials here were provided by Chen Yu's men, and a small amount of high-tier weapons and materials were transported directly from the Wasteland Apocalypse through the teleportation passage. The temporary commander of the shelter was Qiaohu. He was originally the person in charge of a medium-sized shelter located in the northern region of District 7 of the zombie apocalypse. In the past, the zombie apocalypse had always been firmly controlled by Kuai of the eastern region. The players from the other three major federations basically did not have much authority. Zi Junhao's arrival changed this situation. As Zi Junhao gradually took control of District 7, Qiaohu was promoted to temporarily take charge of the security of the material supply point. Having just completed today's material count, Qiaohu was in a good mood. Currently, both the supply point and Zi Junhao's condition were very good. Under Zi Junhao's leadership, District 7 had already withstood several waves of attacks from the vampires. When Zi Junhao completely exterminated the vampires and truly took control of District 7, he would be able to go one step further and become the commander of a large-sized shelter. As he was thinking happily, a sentry guard rushed forward and reported, "Officer Qiao, there's a team coming toward our shelter." Huh? Is it a player team? It's the Eastern Federation player team from the temporary resource point. It should be Chen Yu's people. They're coming in large numbers. The player hesitated for a moment and then added, "They are all fully armed. It looks like they are here to cause trouble." Qiaohu frowned. What was going on? This was the first time Zi Junhao had led a team to fight against vampires, but there were people coming here to cause trouble? Let's go and take a look. On the sentry tower, Qiaohu felt that something was wrong when he saw that the other party was coming in full force. Something was wrong. Qiaohu immediately ordered the players of the shelter to gather, and then personally led his people out of the resource point to meet them outside the door. More than 20 large trucks stopped outside the resource point. The leader was a young man who got out of the truck. Following closely behind him, the Federation players of the eastern region also gathered and lined up. Seeing the young man in the lead, Qiaohu was shocked, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. It was actually Fang Heng. This was troublesome. The previous Kwai was powerful enough since he had single-handedly controlled the entire District 7 completely. Their Northern Federation and the other 3 federations were suppressed to the point that they couldn't even raise their heads. When he heard Kwai's name, Qiaohu didn't even dare to say a word. However, ever since he met Feng Heng, Kwai had been restrained everywhere. Every operation had ended in failure, and in the end, he died without reason. It was even revealed that he had colluded with Night Owl, and even after his death, his reputation remained tainted. In Qiaohu's view, all of this was caused by Feng Heng. Feng Heng was an even more terrifying existence than Qiaohu. Fuck. Why was it him? Qiaohu cursed in his heart but pretended to be calm on the surface as he looked at the person who had come. He represented the Northern Federation. No matter how afraid he was in his heart, how could he cower at the sight of Feng Heng? This is the North District's shelter. I am the temporary commander of the logistics supply point, Qiaohu. Please state your purpose for coming. Feng Heng stopped and looked at Qiaohu. You just took a batch of materials that belong to me. I need you to return them to us now. I can treat it as if nothing happened. Materials? Qiaohu was stunned. When did they steal Feng Heng's materials? A player hurried forward and whispered into Qiaohu's ear. When Qiaohu heard this, his expression changed slightly. This was not the first time they had snatched materials from others. These things were all done under Zi Junhao's instructions. Why did they have to provoke Feng Heng this time? Or was it an excuse that Feng Heng deliberately made up? Qiaohu pondered in his heart. He actually really wanted to just return the materials to Feng Heng right now, but he was still a little embarrassed. Thus, he said, "Are they your materials?" Feng Heng, I need time to check. Unless there's a special emergency, the Federation will not requisition them. There's no need to check. I don't have time. Qiaohu frowned. Just as he was about to give in, he suddenly heard a voice from the side. Who do you think you are? Deputy Commander Lin Yuanxin came from the Wasteland Apocalypse. He did not know Feng Heng, nor would he give him any face. He stared fixedly at Feng Heng. I don't care who you are. Trespassing into an important area of the Federation will be considered an invasion. Take a step forward and try again. Bang. Bang. As he spoke, 2 huge fusion-mutated beasts that were about 4 meters long jumped down from the high wall and approached Feng Heng. Feng Heng, be careful. They're fusion-mutated beasts. Zhu Hongtao shouted to remind him. Feng Heng stared at the fusion-mutated beasts and narrowed his eyes. He had seen fusion-mutated beasts on the internet. In the wasteland world, fusion-mutated beasts that were mutated due to radiation were generally large in size, and some of them could be tamed by humans. Their level was around Tier 3. Qiaohu had already started cursing in his heart, and he quickly shot Lin Yuanxin a look. Was he an idiot? Under such circumstances, he still wanted to intensify the conflict. Qiaohu, stop talking nonsense with him. He has intruded into the Federation's military base, get rid of him. Lin Yuanxin was used to being unreasonable. Ever since coming to the zombie apocalypse, even the chief commander of District 7, Chen Yu, had to be polite when he saw them. This Feng Heng was nothing to him. Go. Lin Yuanxin waved his hand and gave the order to the mutated beasts to attack. Roar. The 2 fusion beasts let out a roar and then rushed toward Feng Heng. Chapter 594. It went smoothly. Feng Heng. Be careful. Feng Heng flipped his wrist, and the machete was already in his hand. With the blessing of the holy weapon of the vampires, the blade of the machete was covered with a layer of blood-colored light. Faced with the fusion-mutated beasts that attacked from the left and right, Feng Heng instantly entered the bullet time state. The flow of time slowed down in Feng Heng's eyes. He took a step to the left to avoid the fusion beasts that were charging at him, and raised his machete to slash forward. Kai. The machete easily sliced through the skin of the fusion beasts, cutting through their flesh. The fusion beasts let out a painful howl. A foul-smelling pale green pus splattered out from the fusion beasts' bodies. Looking closely, the fusion beasts' bodies were actually left with a wound that was about half a meter long. The scene in front of them had exceeded everyone's expectations. According to the Federation's intelligence, Feng Heng was a player that specialized in summoning enhanced zombies to engage in close combat. His close combat strength was actually so strong. The players from the Wasteland region were all shocked. He could take on 2 Tier 3 fusion-mutated beasts just by using a large machete alone? Among the 3 major elementary games, the Vampire Apocalypse's enhanced effect on the player's main body was especially obvious. The Zombie Apocalypse could also enhance the body by consuming a potion. As for Wasteland Apocalypse, other than some basic skills, there was almost no attribute bonus. Wasteland Apocalypse's advantage was technology and controlling the mutated beasts. In a short moment, 7 to 8 long and narrow cuts were made on the bodies of the 2 mutated beasts, and blood flowed like a river. Bang! Feng Heng's shoulder was also hit by another fusion-mutated beast. He took a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. Fang Heng. Stop. Qiahu stared at Fang Heng, cursing his pig-like teammate in his heart. This is a misunderstanding. These materials are... Bang. Qiahu was startled. The gunshot came from the right. Damn it. Those pig-like teammates fired first. The two Northern Federation players from Wasteland Apocalypse looked at Fang Heng as if they were looking at a monster. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They were very sure that the bullet had indeed hit Fang Heng. However, Fang Heng's muscles that had been hit by the bullet squirmed, and the bullet was squeezed out of his body and fell to the ground. The injured wound healed itself almost instantly. Fang Heng's eyelids twitched slightly. He turned his head to look at Qiahu. Indeed, it might be a misunderstanding, but not anymore. As he spoke, more than 20 lickers who were originally following behind the team quickly pounced toward the Federation players. For a moment, the sound of gunshots rang out. Go. Seeing that both sides had directly shed all pretense of cordiality and attacked, Zhu Hongtao could not care less and stood on Fang Heng's side without any hesitation. Help him. The Eastern Federation players also immediately raised their guns and began to counterattack. Amidst the chaos, the Federation players were shocked to find that the guns in their hands were almost ineffective against these lickers. What kind of monsters were they? Even their guns were of no use? How could the native creatures of the zombie apocalypse be so much stronger than the creatures from their wasteland apocalypse? Even the vampires found it difficult to deal with these lickers that were immune to physical damage. This was the first time the Federation players had encountered a group of lickers controlled by Fang Heng. They did not understand their physical immunity at all. They even foolishly used normal guns to deal damage. The lickers took the damage from the guns and quickly broke into the group of players. It was a one-sided massacre. In less than 5 minutes, the Federation players all surrendered. Zhu Hongtao and his men easily occupied the entire temporary supply point. Qiahu did not know how things had developed to such a state. He felt that he was only in a daze for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he was already firmly controlled by the two Federation players of the eastern region and brought in front of Zhu Hongtao. Qiahu questioned, Zhu Hongtao. Do you know what you are doing? Are you trying to rebel? Shut up. Zhu Hongtao pointed the muzzle of his gun at Qiahu's forehead. I will only ask you once, where is the truck that was snatched from us now? Qiahu's heart was thumping wildly. He did not want to gamble with his life, so he quickly said, it's in the parking lot behind warehouse number 2. Let's go, to warehouse number 2. They hurriedly returned to the materials storage area to check on the materials. The player who had transported the goods earlier recognized the truck that had been snatched by the Northern Federation at a glance. Let's go check it out. Everyone opened the back of the truck. The materials were still intact and stored in the back of the truck. Fang Heng immediately jumped into the back of the truck and opened the huge metal box that was hidden in the deepest part of the truck. There was also a small metal box inside the huge metal box. Fang Heng opened the boxes one by one to confirm. Ding, you have obtained 4 pieces of high-less tissue sample. Ding, player has discovered 4 unknown boxes hidden by the Meteorite Company for the first time. You have obtained 4,000 main storyline contribution points. Very good. Hyla's tissue sample box could only be rewarded with 1,000 main storyline contribution points the first time it was opened. This meant that Chen Yu was very trustworthy and had never opened the box before. Fang Heng put Hyla's tissue back into the metal box. He turned to Zhu Hongtao and said, it's done. Let's go. Retreat. Let's go. Zhu Hongtao waved his hand, leaving behind a messy temporary supply point, and led the players away. Captain, what do we do? A Northern Federation player asked. Seeing Chen Yu's men take the materials and leave, Qiahu felt ashamed and angry. What else could he do? Wasn't it this group of idiots who created this mess? They were reckless, but even so, they couldn't fucking beat them when they were reckless? They were really stupid to the core. Think of a way to immediately report this to Officer Z and let him handle it, Qiahu said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Officer Z will definitely investigate this matter to the end. Yes. Zhu Hongtao drove the truck and brought Fang Heng all the way to the meeting point outside the vampire's barrier. Through the window, Fang Heng watched the battle between the Federation and the vampires from afar. The Northern Federation had high-tier beam weapons and mutated beasts that were under their control. They were using some kind of high-intensity beam weapons to continuously cause damage to the vampire's barrier. It looked like they were having a good time fighting the vampires. But Fang Heng was clear in his heart. The vampires had yet to launch a real attack. This wave was merely the first group of vampires. Jave was 2. There wasn't even half a high-tier vampire in the group. At the very most, it was just a tactic used by the vampires in the early stages of the game. The aim was to use up the Federation's bullets. Currently, all the tissue samples of Hyla had been collected. It was time to proceed to the next step. Summon Hyla. However, For the follow-up plan, the summoning location needed to be carefully selected. Very soon, the vehicle arrived at the meeting point and slowly stopped outside the giant-sized blood-colored barrier. Zhonglei immediately brought the nearby players to surround them. He was somewhat excited and also somewhat nervous. Fang Heng, how is it? Is everything going smoothly? I got it, it's going very smoothly. It was done. Zhonglei felt a huge weight lift off his chest. Chapter 595 shattered. Then what's our next step? There's no rush. Let's wait a little longer. I still have some things to take care of. I will be done soon. Fang Heng got down from the truck as he spoke and slowly walked towards the giant-sized blood-colored barrier by himself. When he arrived in front of the blood-colored barrier, Fang Heng raised his fist and punched it. Bang. Ding. You have caused 233 damage to the unknown barrier. The health point of the vampire's barrier appeared on Fang Heng's retina. It took the Northern Federation an hour to reduce the durability of the blood-red barrier by nearly a fifth. It was too slow. Zijunhao is too inefficient. I still have to think of a way to help them. Fang Heng muttered to himself. He reached out and pressed his palm lightly on the blood-red barrier. Hey, Bellamy. The flesh on his finger ring squirmed again, gradually forming Bellamy's face. Hee, Fang Heng, I've been watching you. What's the matter? I've already found all the unknown tissue samples for you as promised. Now it's your turn to help me break this barrier. You should have the ability to do that. Oh? What a coincidence. I do know a little bit about the weakness of the barrier, but why? This doesn't seem to be within the scope of our cooperation. Because I can promise you that you will see something very interesting. TSK, you're really pushing your luck, Fang Heng. On the ring, the smile on Bellamy's face was a little strange. But who asked you to be so likable? You're quite lucky. I am very curious. Let's begin. Really? Let me remind you. If the barrier is destroyed, the prince might be awakened from his hibernation. The prince of vampires? Fang Heng raised his eyebrows and nodded. I am sure. Let's do it. Alright, then I will help you one last time. The ring on Fang Heng's wrist emitted a faint red light. Ka. An extremely soft sound came from the barrier. Kakaka. With Fang Heng's palm as the center, tiny cracks appeared on the vampire's barrier. Zhonglei and the others could clearly hear the sound coming from the giant-sized barrier. They stared at Fang Heng and the barrier that was filled with cracks, their eyes flashing with disbelief. The vampire's barrier was actually crack, crack, crack. The small cracks gradually enlarged, forming even bigger cracks. The cracks rapidly spread out. Boom. With a loud sound, the vampire's barrier shattered in front of all the players. The barrier that had troubled the players of District 7 for such a long time was actually easily broken by Fang Heng. Zhu Hongtao and the Federation players looked at Fang Heng with some respect. Let's go and meet up with Chen Yu. Fang Heng turned around and boarded the truck again as if he had just done something easy. Okay. Zhu Hongtao immediately started the truck and drove it to the rear. Zijunhao and the vampires were fighting head-on on the battlefield. One by one, the vampires rushed out from the barrier. The fusion-mutated beasts that originated from the wasteland apocalypse were in the front row. They formed an enhanced defensive line, blocking a large number of mid-level vampires and low-level vampires from the front line. At the rear, players from the Northern Federation used the energy weapons they brought from the wasteland apocalypse to attack the enemy. The Northern Federation players were in control of the battlefield and were methodically reaping the lives of the vampires. Officer Z, there are more and more vampires. Zijunhao stared at the vampires that were continuously pouring out of the barrier with disdain in his heart. More? So what if there were more vampires? There was only quantity, there was no quality. These days, Zijunhao had led the Federation players to rely on the shelter to defend themselves. Today was the first time they took the initiative to attack the vampires' barrier. Now, it seemed that the overall strength of the vampires was not strong. For this operation, Zijunhao had set himself the goal of destroying the vampires' barrier. Of course, if he was certain that the vampires were a bunch of noobs, then Zijunhao did not mind directly launching a direct assault to destroy the entire group of vampires in one fell swoop. Just as he was thinking, a player rushed over to report, Officer Z, our resource supply point has been attacked. Zijunhao was surprised when he heard that. Resource supply point? Did the vampires know how to take a roundabout route to launch an attack? Is it the vampires? Who's leading them? The Marquis of the Vampires? No, it's not the vampires, it's Fang Heng. The people from the Eastern Federation came to the supply point with Fang Heng to ask for materials from us. They had a conflict with us, and in the end, they forcefully plundered the materials we stored in the supply point. Zijunhao frowned at first, then sneered again. Chen Yu. He couldn't hold it in anymore? In the past, He always pretended to cooperate. Coincidentally, he couldn't think of a reason to attack the Federation in the past. After this matter was over, he would think of a way to get rid of Chen Yu and completely control District 7 of the zombie apocalypse. And that Feng Heng. Before coming here, he was told to be careful of Feng Heng. Zi Junhao was secretly plotting in his heart when he suddenly heard excited shouts from the player team. Look! The barrier. There are cracks on the barrier. Zi Junhao looked up. Not far away, the vampire's barrier that was being attacked by the fusion weapons had started to crack. Boom. The giant-sized barrier that had 4/5 of its health point remaining exploded in front of the players. We did it. The barrier has been broken. Long live the Federation. The morale of the Federation players was instantly boosted. Who said that the vampire's barrier was very strong and invincible? Once the Northern Federation players arrived, they could easily break through the barrier. Only a few players who were controlling the fusion weapons looked at each other, feeling a little puzzled. The health point recovery speed of the vampire's barrier was faster than their original estimation. Theoretically, it would take at least 4 to 5 hours to break through it. The barrier had 4/5 of its health point left. Why did it suddenly collapse all of a sudden? Wasn't this too strange? Zi Junhao sneered in his heart when he saw that the vampire's barrier was destroyed. Vampire's barrier? It was just so-so. It was a good opportunity to destroy all the vampires in one fell swoop. After losing the enhanced effect provided by the vampire's barrier, the overall strength of the vampires was reduced by a small part again. Everyone. Attack. Zi Junhao's ambition continued to swell, and he immediately gave the order to the team to continue attacking. Federation players began to withstand the attacks of the vampires and moved toward the vampires' headquarters. At the same time, in the vampires' headquarters, a few marquis of the vampires gathered around the blood coffin. After realizing that the vampire's barrier had been destroyed, the vampires realized the seriousness of the problem. Duke Nate, the enemy's strength has exceeded our expectations. To be able to forcefully destroy the giant-sized barrier in such a short time, the enemy's strength has already broken through Tier 6. A marquis of the vampires suggested, Duke Nate, the enemy's strength is very strong. Do we need to awaken the prince? Chapter 596 Tier 7 Nate was also a little hesitant. Due to some special restrictions, the Prince of Vampires was in hibernation mode most of the time. Especially after entering this world, the prince's strength was greatly affected. He only had less than 3 hours to wake up every month. Once he was awakened and entered combat mode, the prince's strength and lifespan would be permanently reduced. Not only that, the awakening also required the high-tier vampires to sacrifice their lives. Nate needed to assess the current situation and make a decision on whether or not to awaken the Prince of Vampires. Feng Heng. At this moment, Ji Kai-Ubai, who was at the side, could not help but say in a deep voice, "It must be Feng Heng." Ji Kai-Ubai was very sure. Other than Feng Heng, there was no one else who could do this. Not long ago, after escaping from the branch of the vampires, Ji Kai-Ubai immediately rushed back to the headquarters to inform the Marquis of the Vampires, telling him the whole story of how he was attacked by Feng Heng in the branch. After listening to Ji Kai-Ubai's narration, the vampires had already tacitly accepted Feng Heng as a man courting death. One-on-one fight with the Duke of the Vampires? Wasn't he courting death? It can't be him. Nate shook his head. That group of inhumans can't have that kind of strength, and I know Bellamy's strength. Feng Heng can't escape from her hands. Ji Kai-Ubai was speechless. This group of vampires were either stupid, impulsive, stubborn, or had a problem with their brains. Ji Kai-Ubai gritted his teeth and could only take a step back. He tried to persuade him again, Duke Nate. Even if Feng Heng didn't do it, it was the Federation's player forces who destroyed the vampire's barrier. We can't give them time to catch their breath. Since the Federation is now gathered together, we need to wake up the prince and destroy the Federation's main force in one go. Nate did not speak. He closed his eyes and pondered. Duke Nate. We have been preparing for this for years. We can't make any more mistakes. After hesitating for a while, Nate opened his eyes and made a decision. You're right. We don't need to take any risks. Let's begin the ritual. Yes. Oro, you will be presiding over the ritual this time. I will bring some people over to personally meet those inhumans from the wasteland world. If their strength is not worthy of the prince's help, then we will just interrupt the ritual. Oro knelt on one knee respectfully and said with his head lowered, I understand, Lord Duke. After Nate said that, he waved his hand forward. Several blood-colored magic rays appeared out of thin air. Nate took the lead and stepped into the magic rays. He disappeared from the hall in a flash. The magic rays were still standing in place. The 3 Marquis of the Vampires nodded to each other. They also followed Nate into the magic rays and disappeared. Then, The blood puppets and a large number of high-tier vampires entered the magic arrays as well. After Nate left, Oro slowly stood up. He looked around and waved at the few high-tier vampires. Let's begin the sacrificial ritual. More than 10 vampires followed Oro's instructions and walked to the front of the altar to form a circle. Under Oro's guidance, they raised their right hand and slit their wrists. Scarlet blood continuously flowed down their wrists and dripped onto the ground. Drip. Drip. The blood that dripped onto the ground gradually condensed into a blood-red magic array. The ground began to sink slightly. A dark red coffin gradually floated up from the floor. It was unknown when it began, but the battlefield was enveloped by a red cloud. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood. After destroying the vampire's barrier, Feng Heng did not immediately sneak into the vampire's hideout. Instead, he returned with Hyla's tissue samples and met up with Chen Yu's branch team. They followed the right rear of the Northern Federation's main force and slowly moved toward the vampire's headquarters. In the passenger seat, Feng Heng poked his head out of the truck window and looked towards the distant sky. At the end of their line of sight, they could vaguely see a red pillar of light rising into the sky in the direction of the vampire's headquarters. At the front of the group, due to the destruction of the barrier, the vampires were greatly stimulated. They swarmed towards the Federation players. Hey, what's going on with the sky? Seeing the abnormal phenomenon in the sky, Zhonglei faintly felt a little uneasy. Oh no, Feng Heng, this abnormal phenomenon is caused by the Prince of Vampires. In the passenger seat, Zhao Dongying's face was a little pale. The vampires are trying to wake the prince. Prince? Was it a life form of a higher tier than the Duke of Vampires? Everyone turned around and looked at Zhao Dongying. I didn't expect Night Owl to be able to persuade the Prince of Vampires to enter District 7. Zhao Dongying continued to explain, in the background of the world of the vampires are a cursed race. Vampires with the bloodline of the prince are all born with a curse. From the moment of birth, as the strength of the prince's control gradually increased, the strength of the curse also became stronger. Most of the time, after adulthood, the prince of the vampires has been in a state to resist the erosion of the strength of the curse. He can only be active for a few days within a year. Chen Yu frowned when he heard what Zhao Dongying said. He could not help but ask, Zhao Dongying, how strong is the combat strength of a prince-tier vampire? Very strong. I can't give a specific assessment. Even in the vampire apocalypse, the prince of the vampires has never really joined the battle. Their existence is more of a deterrent to balance the conflicts between the major vampire clans. Zhao Dongying thought for a moment, then, he continued to add, Vampire Apocalypse is the game world with the highest combat strength among the 3 major elementary games. The combat strength of a Duke-level vampire is already equivalent to that of Tier 6 mutated zombie. So, I think the prince should have the combat strength of Tier 7. Tier 7? Chen Yu's face darkened. This was too ridiculous. He really wanted to curse now. If the prince was already at Tier 7, what was the point of playing? The opponent had revealed their trump card and it was akin to a huge explosion. This was unfair. How could the vampire apocalypse have such a powerful weapon as a Tier 7 creature? Chen Yu's face was also a little ugly. The current combat strength of the Federation in District 7 could only deal with a Tier 5 creature. How could they jump to Tier 7 without even the appearance of a Tier 6? This was a little unreasonable. The revival of the Prince of the Vampires will take some time, right? Yes, according to the Book of Enoch, the awakening of the prince will require some kind of ritual that will last for a period of time. Chen Yu asked in a deep voice, if we can find a way to interrupt their ongoing ritual, can we stop the prince's revival? It's useless. Doing so will indeed affect a portion of the prince's strength and his final lifespan. However, the prince will still be awakened by the stimulation from the outside world. Doing so will only aggravate him even more. Is there no way to stop it? There's really no way. Zhao Dongying shook his head. The combat power of the world of the vampires was simply unreasonable. Chapter 597 Estimation. How much time do we have? Zhao Dongying estimated and said, we can't be sure, but we have an hour at most. Chen Yu's heart almost sank to the bottom. He felt that this problem could not be solved, so he looked at Feng Heng with a pleading gaze. Feng Heng, is there a way for necromancy to stop all of this? Feng Heng listened to the conversation between the two of them and was lowering his head in thought when Chen Yu asked him the question. He could not help but raise his head. Stop? Stop what? Chen Yu was also stunned. Huh? Feng Heng could not help but lower his head to look at the iron ring on his finger again. Prince of Vampires? A life form that was stronger than a duke? That was really too interesting. Tier 6 was already the highest combat strength for an elementary game. In that case, the Prince of the Vampires' combat strength belonged to the lightning rod combat power in the elementary game. Was this the ultimate trump card of the vampires? Who knew if the prince's strength was comparable to Hyla, who had eternal life and used the power of a curse to plunge the entire world into doomsday. If he could use Hyla's strength to kill a tier 7 creature, wouldn't something good drop from him? A hint of greed flashed in Fang Hang's eyes. Seeing the change in Fang Hang's expression, for some reason, Chen Yu felt the familiar pain in his balls again. Hey, look, there's a change in the battlefield ahead. Zhao Dongyang suddenly sensed something. He called out to everyone and pointed at the battlefield ahead. Look, they're here. It's the Duke of Vampires. Duke of Vampires? A tier 6 life form like Bellamy? Fang Hang raised his head again and looked at the battlefield in front of him. I hope Zijunhao and the people from the Northern Federation can hold on. Let them test the power of the Duke of Vampires first. Fang Hang decided to change the plan immediately. He would first summon Hyla to be resurrected so that the Prince of Vampires would not wake up first. If the prince woke up before that, he would not even have the chance to resurrect Hyla. Chen Yu, let's change the route. While the vampires aren't paying attention, we will go around from the right and directly go to the vampires' headquarters. Would the vampires really not pay attention? Chen Yu smiled bitterly. Since things had came to this point, he naturally trusted Fang Hang full-heartedly. He immediately passed down orders to the Eastern Region's Federation players through the car-mounted command radio, leading the entire team of Federation elites to directly go around the back of the battlefield and charged into the interior of the vampires. On the front of the battlefield, the Northern Federation player team led by Zijunhao had also noticed the strange phenomenon at the vampires' headquarters. More and more vampires were rushing towards them. The life form of the vampires had even started to mix with high-level vampires. The resistance the team encountered as they advanced was also increasing. Behind the vampires, a magic ray condensed in the air and emitted a weak light. Nate stepped out of the blood-red magic ray. He slowly floated up and stopped in midair, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. They were all Inhumans? Nate was puzzled. He looked around but did not feel any strong power fluctuations nearby. Who could have broken the blood-red barrier? Under Nate's feet, a scarlet-red magic ray slowly rotated. The magic ray released streaks of blood-red ripples that slowly spread out in all directions. The halo effect. On the battlefield, after the vampires were enveloped by the blood-red ripples, their various attributes received a small increase. Nate raised his hand again. Several teleportation magic arrays formed behind him. 3 Marquis of the Vampires walked out of the magic array one after another and half knelt on the ground. Duke Nate. Go. Take care of them. Yes. Then, the tall blood puppets stepped out of the magic array and entered the battlefield. The powerful combat strength brought by the tier 5 blood puppets and the 3 Marquis of the Vampires directly made up for the deficiency of high-tier vampires in the team. In addition to the halo effect of the Duke of the Vampires, the overall strength of the vampires instantly soared. The first batch of fusion-mutated beasts at the front line of the Northern Federation was reduced at an accelerated speed. Tens of thousands of vampires swarmed over, and the players immediately felt a huge pressure. The 2 experts invited by the Northern Federation saw the halo released by Nate, and their expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly said, "Officer Z, it's the Duke of the Vampires." The Duke of the Vampires belonged to the combat type. He has strong command and combat ability, and can improve the overall combat strength of the vampires. Zijunhao frowned. He didn't expect that the vampires had such a high-tier creature. The 2 experts thought that this was a big joke. Duke of Vampires? A tier 6 creature? They couldn't defeat him at all. The ceiling combat strength of the zombie apocalypse was only at the peak of tier 5. If a tier 6 creature suddenly appeared, wouldn't they be crushed? The expert tried his best to persuade him. The strength of the enemy is about tier 6 to the peak of tier 6. With the power of the holy weapon of vampires, they can even touch the threshold of tier 7. It's not something we can handle now. Reporting, Commander. The frontline fusion-mutated beast army has been attacked by a large number of vampires. The army has suffered serious damage. The enemy has broken through the outermost defense line. Sir. The fusion beasts have entered the battlefield. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. The Duke of Vampires relied on the teleportation array to send a large number of high-tier blood puppets into the battlefield. The positions of both the offensive and defensive sides were reversed instantly. Sir, should we retreat? The experts had long thought of retreating to save their lives. When they heard this, they quickly suggested, Commander, the Duke of Vampires is very powerful. I suggest that we temporarily choose to retreat and avoid the opponent. Retreat? Zijunhao felt disdain in his heart and laughed coldly. Bullshit experts. Under the current situation, retreating was the stupidest choice. The vampires had already charged in from the front. Forcefully retreating meant that they would sacrifice a part of their frontline combat strength. This was his first time commanding a large-scale battle. He could not retreat in such a poor manner. Moreover, A tier 6 Duke of Vampires was indeed very strong, but he was not invincible. Vampires had a trump card, but did he not have one? Danger also represented opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Duke of Vampires gave up his geographical advantage and ran out of his base camp to command a battle. As long as he could get rid of the Duke of Vampires. Zi Junhao was thinking when a player rushed forward to report. Sir. The flank troops of the eastern region led by Chen Yu did not listen to the command to defend against the vampires from the flank. They have already left the designated area without permission. Someone saw them heading toward the hinterland of the vampires. What did you say? Zi Junhao wondered if he had heard wrongly. Chen Yu was too abnormal today. First, he allowed his subordinates to attack their logistics base, and then he led the Federation team from the eastern region to act on his own? Was this something that the submissive Chen Yu would do? Thinking back, ever since they came to District 7, they had abided by almost all of their requests, whether reasonable or unreasonable, and Chen Yu would do his best to satisfy them. So all of this had been his disguise? Chen Yu hid it very well. Zi Junhao muttered to himself. He was very glad that he did not let down his guard against Chen Yu. Otherwise, if he were to be stabbed at this critical moment. Connect me to Chen Yu's communication tower. Chapter 598 Pursuit. Yes. Using the radio, Zi Junhao immediately connected to Chen Yu's communication channel. Chen Yu, where are you? Oh? Are you carrying out a special plan? Of course not. Chen Yu, you are the chief commander of District 7. Zi Junhao sneered and hung up the call, a mocking smile on his face. He turned around to look at the players and said in a low voice, give the order to inject the gamma-active cell body and let the fusion-mutated beast army enter the battlefield. The player's face turned solemn and nodded. Understood. Gamma-active cell body. It was a secret research and development project of the Federation of the Eastern region in recent years. Its initial development came from a powerful creature's genome fragment in an advanced game. The genome could be fused with the mutated beast more easily, greatly increasing the mutated beast's strength and upgrading it. After more than 10 years of research, the project had a preliminary experimental subject, the gamma-active cell body. Injecting the gamma-active cell body into the fusion-mutated beast could increase the mutated beast's strength greatly in a short period of time. Mutated beasts with great potential could even directly increase their strength to Tier 5. Of course, mutated beasts also had a high probability of producing berserk, out-of-control, explosive death, and other negative states. Even after injecting the active cells for 48 hours, only less than 1% of the mutated beasts could continue to survive. But this was already enough. Mutated beasts. It was just a one-time use battlefield tool. After injecting the gamma-active cell body, the mutated beasts that had entered a berserk state charged into the group of vampires in front of them like wild beasts. They attacked everything in front of them without feeling any pain and began to slaughter crazily. Duke Nate stood at the back of the group of vampires and maintained the operation of the teleportation array. He looked at the battlefield that was like a meat grinder calmly. As a Duke of Vampires, unless he met an opponent of the same tier as him, or if he really encountered the threat of extinction, he would not bother to attack these low-level inhumans. Moreover, he was still concerned about something. He was on guard against the dangerous character who broke through the vampire's barrier. Mad beasts. Looking at the mutated beasts below, Nate muttered to himself with a disdainful expression. The use of crude and low-level strength. Nate still felt strange. The strength displayed by these inhumans was not enough to threaten the vampire's barrier. While Nate was puzzled about it, a marquis of the vampires transformed into a bat and flew to his side, kneeling on one knee. Duke Nate, we found an enemy team heading toward the headquarters. If we let them go, it might affect the awakening ritual conducted by the Dukes. Nate turned his head and looked in the direction that the marquis of the vampires indicated. It was just a small team. Initially, he did not care about this group of inhumans who had invaded the hinterland. They were simply courting death. It was impossible for this group of people to reach the headquarters. They would be swallowed by the vampires who had rushed over to support them halfway. However, when he turned his head to take a look, Nate suddenly felt a familiar feeling coming from that place. Malachi, bring your men over personally. Make sure to leave all of them behind. Marquis of the Vampires, Malachi, said, yes. At this moment, Chen Yu's team was driving a vehicle toward the heart of the vampires. Even though the front line of the vampires had been held back by Zi Junhao's berserk mutated beasts, they were still met with great obstacles in the process of breaking into the headquarters. Other than the reinforcements from the vampires, there were still quite a number of vampires chasing after them. Fang Hang controlled the lickers to launch a counterattack. The Federation elites also used the automatic cannons and large-caliber weapons loaded on the truck to deal damage, clearing a path in front of them. At this moment, Fang Hang was standing on the roof of the truck, using the modified sniper rifle to continuously kill the high-tier vampires chasing after them. The flesh on the ring in Fang Heng's hand squirmed again, gradually condensing into a human face. Fang Heng, are you running away? This won't do. After all, Duke Nate is different from me. He's very good at fighting. I am afraid your group of companions won't be able to hold on. Those people aren't companions. Fang Heng said and gently pulled the trigger. Bang. The bullets rumbled and a high-tier vampire in the form of a bat in the distance was shot in the head and fell from the sky. Fang Heng calmly switched the magazine and continued, moreover, we are not running away. Our plan is still being carried out. Is that so? Then you have to work hard. Let me give you another reminder. You don't have much time left. Someone has already caught up. Fang Heng's pupils constricted as he looked into the distance through the scope of the sniper rifle. In the distance, a black mass of vampires was rushing towards the Federation team. Do you know who it is? Marquis Malachi. His strength is not bad. Of course, he can't be compared to me. Can you help me stop them? Too greedy, Fang Heng. I have already helped you many times. If I help you again, it will be very difficult for me to explain to the Elders' Council. Fang Heng frowned. He glanced at his coordinates and quickly put away his gun. He flipped over and entered the truck through the window. Fang Heng, Zijun Hao just contacted me. I told him to get lost. Chen Yu also had a temper. He had been patient earlier so as not to ruin Fang Heng's plan. Now, there was no need for disguise. Chen Yu looked at Fang Heng and continued, in addition, the situation on the main battlefield is still stable for the time being. The Prince of the Vampires didn't make a move directly. The Northern Federation also has its trump card. At least, they won't be defeated so quickly. Okay. Fang Heng agreed. He glanced at the map that he brought with him to the game and said, there is bad news. There are Marquis of the Vampires leading a team to chase us. It is estimated that there are thousands of them. If we leave them alone, they will soon catch up to us. What? Chen Yu was shocked. Marquis of the Vampires? A peak tier 5 creature with a group of high tier vampires? This was troublesome. Don't worry, it's just a Marquis. It's like sprinkling water. Zhao Dongyang, who was at the side, had a calm expression on his face. Quite a number of Marquises had died at Fang Heng's hands. However, if they were to be entangled by the vampires in this situation, the endless stream of vampires would definitely devour them. In any case, Zhao Dongyang was very calm now. He believed that Fang Heng would definitely have a way to deal with them. Zhao Dongyang decided to continue being a bystander. Chen Yu, get the people carrying the materials to stop with me. You guys continue to move forward. I will come over to look for you immediately after I solve the problem. Fang Heng felt that he could not delay any longer, so he quickly made a decision. Zhao Dongyang, you stay with me too. Zhao Dongyang was stunned when he heard that. What? I am going to? I am just a consultant. You have to pay more for such a dangerous matter. Okay. Chen Yu skipped over Zhao Dongyang's words and picked up the car radio to give orders to the entire Eastern Region team. Team 2, stay behind. Everyone listened to Fang Heng and Zhong Lei's instructions. The rest of you, continue to follow me. Chapter 599 District 7 Let's go to. Fang Heng said as he opened the window. He pulled up Zhao Dongyang's clothes and jumped down from the truck with him. Pata. They landed. Large trucks sped past Fang Heng and Zhao Dongyang and continued to enter the hinterland of the vampires. Among the long line of trucks, one of the large trucks separated from the group and stopped by the roadside. Zhong Lei jumped out of the back of the truck. He called a few Federation players with guns to get out of the truck and help the lickers clean up the remaining vampires around them. Boss Fang, is it time? Yeah, it's starting. Zhong Lei was excited. He had waited for Fang Heng's words for too long. Finally. The final ownership of District 7. He waved his hand at a few players from the Leftway Gaming Guild in the rear carriage. Begin. Move the goods. The players from the Leftway Gaming Guild in the rear carriage immediately cooperated and moved the few boxes that were loaded in the rear out of the carriage. They piled them in the middle of the path and formed a circle. The tissue samples of Hyla. There were a total of 12 samples. They were all assembled now. Zhao Dongyang's eyes were filled with curiosity as he watched Zhong Lei and the others complete the transportation. He stood by the side with a few other Federation players, keeping watch of the surrounding for any vampires while quietly observing Fang Heng's movements. The iron ring on Fang Heng's hand gradually squirmed, forming a human figure that stared at Fang Heng's every move. Ka. Fang Heng walked forward and opened the specially made metal boxes one by one. He took out Hyla's tissue sample and placed it on the ground. Swoosh. Swoosh. When the fifth Hyla's tissue sample box was opened, they instantly became restless and moved towards a squirming area. Fang Heng frowned. It was too dangerous to gather 12 Hyla's tissue samples together. Bellamy, help. Don't let them gather together. Interesting little thing, Fang Heng, what are you going to do? Bellamy said as she released her strength. Hyla's tissue samples were instantly covered in a layer of blood-red light. The tissue samples that had gathered and fused together were forcefully pulled and separated by a special force, forming 5 different tissue samples again. It's just a little trick, you will know soon enough. Fang Heng responded indifferently and continued to open the box. As the remaining large metal boxes were opened, Bellamy felt that the tearing force from the sample's body was getting stronger and stronger. This kind of strength made her feel a little apprehensive. At the same time, there was also excitement. When she first saw Hyla's tissue sample, she was able to sense strong and powerful cell activity from it. Bellamy was very interested in this strength, which was why she spent a lot of money to come to this world to examine it personally. Strength from the bloodline of vampires was a blessing and also a curse. Strong strength also brought great side effects. Bellamy had already advanced to Duke, and the next step was Prince. However, she did not want to be like the other princes of vampires, falling into a deep sleep 24 hours a day to resist the curse. All this while, she had been trying to explore a new path of enhancement. She saw hope from the unknown sample body. The higher their strength, the better. Fang Heng took out 11 of Hyla's tissue sample bodies from the boxes one by one. They had already broken through Bellamy's control and began to slowly gather toward the center. Bellamy was already unable to control them, so she could only try to slow down the speed of their gathering. She urged, Fang Heng, hurry up and do it. I am about to lose control. Yes, right away. Fang Heng replied and opened the last giant-sized metal box containing the tissue sample of Hyla. Swoosh. The moment the metal box was opened, all the tissue samples of Hyla went crazy. They instantly broke free from Bellamy's control and gathered together. The gathered tissue samples writhed crazily on the ground. Bellamy's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. What the hell was that? The unknown sample's strength had exceeded her expectations by too much. The sudden burst of strength had directly escaped her control. It could even absorb the energy she released. Fang Heng stared at the wriggling and distorted tissues on the ground. It had begun. According to the original plan, he was prepared to go deeper into the vampire's headquarters. It would be best if he could directly complete the resurrection of Hyla in the vampire's headquarters. He did not expect that the plan would meet with so many accidents during the implementation process that he had no choice but to complete the hidden main storyline in advance. Fang Heng took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and spread out his right hand. Kai. An extremely weak light blue flame was jumping on his palm as if it would be extinguished at any time. Oh? What is this? Bellamy licked her lips and observed the subtle movements of Fang Heng's hand with some curiosity. She muttered to herself in a low voice, Soul Fire? It seems to be a special strength, but it's a little weak. Fang Heng did not answer. He took out another photo from his backpack. The photo was ignited by the Soul Fire. The gray flames gradually ate away at the photo. Fang Heng let go of his hand. The burning photo was enveloped by a special strength and floated in front of him. Fang Heng flipped his wrist and a thick book appeared in his palm. The book opened. Ding! You are using the soul summoning spell. Fang Heng's pupils were shrouded in a layer of dead gray. In front of him, countless tiny grayish-brown spheres rose from the ground and floated into the air. Hyla's soul fragments. The grayish-brown soul gradually rose from the ground and slowly gathered together, forming an illusory human figure. Hyla's main physical body had a strong attractiveness to the soul. The soul slowly floated towards the body that was constantly undergoing fusion and mutation, gradually merging into it. Until the moment it ultimately merged into it. A row of game hints rapidly refreshed on Fang Heng's retina. Ding! You have successfully used the soul summoning spell. Ding! Your soul summoning spell has been judged successful. Ding! You have successfully resurrected Hyla Ruichi. Ding! Your summoning skills affect duration. Ding! Current ending Eternal Moon completed. Ding! You have completed the hidden main storyline ending Eternal Moon, SSS. Ding! Entering the statistics state, in the process of, ding! You have completed the main storyline ending Eternal Moon, and you have received the corresponding final purification ending exclusive reward, limited to 1 skill Eternal Moon, limited skill description. This skill is unique and cannot be leveled up. Player who has completed the ending will not receive the skill reward. Ding! Player has received 5,377 King of Gods points after synthesizing the player's main storyline contribution points in District 7. Ding! You are ranked first in District 7 in terms of overall contribution points. You have obtained the final authority to belong to District 7 of Zombie Apocalypse. Ding! Special passage detected in the current world. Ding! High strength creature that does not belong to the original world is detected in the current world. Ding! Legendary level life form that does not belong to the original world is detected in the current world. Ding. Detected that the current world is being invaded. Ding. You cannot control the world of District 7 of Zombie Apocalypse until the current invasion is lifted. Ding. The final authorization is interrupted. Ding. After the zombie apocalypse in District 7 exits the invasion status, the player will continue to trigger the authorization acquisition process. Chapter 600 Everlasting Moon done. The soul summoning spell was completed, and the main storyline was also completed. After absorbing the soul, the constantly squirming and mutating Hylas tissue samples began to quiet down. In his excitement, Fang Heng's gaze quickly swept across the game hint. As the current District 7 world was being invaded, he was temporarily unable to obtain complete control authority. This situation was within Fang Heng's expectations. He had a simple exchange with the World Lord of District 1, Wei Tao, previously. So this matter wasn't important. As long as this plan was completed, the defeat of the vampires and taking over District 7 was only a matter of time. What Fang Heng was more concerned about now was the skill. Back then, after completing the final purification mission, the effect of the exclusive skill, Undying Body, was so good that it greatly increased all of his abilities. Then, the Eternal Moon's reward mission was Everlasting Moon? He immediately opened the skill panel to check. Skill, Everlasting Moon, the only limited skill, cannot be leveled up, soul binding, can take effect in all the worlds and will not be affected by any world's weakening or enhancement. Skill description 1, consumes mental strength to summon the cursed moon. The strength of the cursed moon, the illumination range, the number of resurrected creatures, and the duration are related to the sum of all the player's basic attributes. Skill description 2. During the existence of the cursed moon, powerful life forms that are under the influence of the cursed moon will be resurrected from the ground. The resurrected life forms are unconscious and controlled by the player. The strength is related to the player's current strength in the main world and the strength of the player's body. The resurrected life form will be reborn within 5 seconds after death. When the cursed moon disappears, the resurrected creature will die immediately. Skill description 3. During the existence of the cursed moon, the player, the summoned creature of the player, and the party members of the player will enter the reincarnation state after death. Description of the reincarnation state. All life forms will be reborn within 10 seconds after death. After rebirth, the health point will be restored to the maximum and most of the negative effects will be eliminated. Intensity sequence, middle. This effect cannot apply to dead life forms. Skill description 4. During the existence of the cursed moon, all enemy creatures affected by the cursed moon will gradually fall into a negative state, such as curses, festering, bleeding, parasite, etc. Skill cooldown time, 7 days. This skill. Fang Heng's heart thumped rapidly. Unlike the previous Undying Body, this time it was an active skill. It looked like a large-scale support-type skill. Fang Heng carefully checked the skill description a few times. He was sure that this was a godly skill. Other things aside, reincarnation was definitely a godly skill. It was a weakened version of immunity to death. After death, it could immediately come back to life. In a player's team, this was a powerful medical treatment skill. As long as the player still had one breath, Fang Heng could use Everlasting Moon to restore him to life. If one day, his mental strength attribute could be used indefinitely like the name of the skill, achieving the effect of Everlasting Moon, wouldn't that be the same as having permanent invincibility? Good stuff. There was also the ability to cause the enemy to enter a negative state and summon a life form. Fang Heng felt an itch in his heart. He wanted to test the effect of this skill right now. He wanted to see the actual effect of the so-called reincarnation. Currently, the number, strength, and effect duration of the life form that could be summoned by using the Everlasting Moon had to be tested to know the effect. Especially in the second skill description, the description of player's current origin world strength also made Fang Heng feel a little confused. He was baffled by it. Unfortunately, now was not the time. Fang Heng suppressed the urge to try out his skill. He slowly withdrew his gaze from the skill description and looked at the human-shaped hyla tissues that were gradually fused in front of him. Meanwhile, Zhao Dongyang, who was watching from the side, was shocked. He was a little dazed. What was going on? He had just seen Fang Heng holding a book and then received a game hint. Fang Heng? He became the World Lord of District 7. When did this happen? During the time he took to read the book? Did he become the World Lord of District 7 and District 8 at the same time? A double World Lord? There was such a thing? Didn't they say that they were here to plunder Amjadis? How did they suddenly plunder the entire District 7? The other players who were watching from the side were also stunned. In just a few minutes, he actually obtained the World Lord qualification? Completing a hidden level main storyline mission, was it that simple? Other than the excited Zonglei, all the other players were at a loss. They looked at Fang Heng and the disgusting tissues that were starting to squirm in front of him again. Zhonglei was too excited. He wanted to throw down his sleeping bag and go offline to tell the president this good news. Feng Heng had obtained District 7. Their Leftway Gaming Guild would be the biggest beneficiary. This round of investment was a huge profit. Next, they just had to chase away the vampires. After a series of twisting and squirming, Hyla's tissue samples condensed into a human body covered in blood. Her face gradually recovered. Kav Hyla Ruichi. Feng Heng looked at the woman in front of him. Bang. Bing bang. Terrifying sarcomas bulged one after another on Hyla's body. Then, the sarcomas burst one after another and healed in the blink of an eye. Was Bellamy, who was on Feng Heng's finger ring, had a solemn expression. The life form in front of her made her feel extremely uneasy. The host that she had left in the sample tissues in advance was destroyed by the other party. Feng Heng opened his mouth and whispered, Hyla Ruichi. The naked woman raised her head, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. A very familiar name. Hyla felt a sense of familiarity with Feng Heng, who had summoned her soul back. She looked at Feng Heng, her eyes filled with doubt and confusion. Feng Heng took out a piece of clothing that he had prepared beforehand from his backpack and threw it at Hyla. Hyla looked at Feng Heng in a daze and took the clothes. Feng Heng looked Hyla up and down. Unlike what he had expected, Hyla was not very aggressive. I am Hyla? Yes, I remember now. This is my name, Hyla. Who are you? You've already died once. I am the one who resurrected you. Resurrected? Hyla muttered to herself. She looked at Feng Heng and became even more confused. Why do I feel so much pain? It was strange. According to Instructor Dicky, the souls that were brought back by the soul summoning spell should be filled with resentment and anger. Why did Hyla look like she wasn't very smart? Or was he in good luck? It just so happened that the spirits that were summoned back were more friendly and didn't have too much offensive power. That wouldn't do. He had brought her back to fight. Several thoughts flashed through Feng Heng's mind, and then he looked at Hyla. Because you're resentful. The root of your resentment lies in those vampires. They killed your lover and destroyed your home. Go, in your limited life, kill and take revenge. Chapter 601. Picking up loot. Hyla's eyes revealed a deeper layer of doubt. Vampires. Yes, they killed your loved ones, your daughter. Have you forgotten? Feng Heng continued to deceive her and handed her a photo. Seeing the photo, Hyla was instantly consumed by anger. I want all of them to die. I want them to suffer forever. That's right. Feng Heng secretly praised in his heart. Bang. Bing bang. Behind Feng Heng, several gunshots sounded one after another. A Federation elite player shouted, Commander Feng Heng. Be careful. The vampires have caught up. Feng Heng's pupils slightly contracted, and he suddenly turned his head to look behind him. Behind him, a dark horde of vampires was approaching Feng Heng's group and pouncing on them. Marquis of the Vampires, Malachi, who was leading the pursuit, recognized Feng Heng. He saw nearly 20 Inhumans standing there and charged forward at the same speed. Malachi was not concerned about these Inhumans at all. He expected that these people would be devoured by the vampires in an instant. Feng Heng stood where he was. He was quite calm and continued to look at Hyla. Hyla, the vampires are here. Release your strength. Hyla turned her head and looked at the vampires behind her. She did not know where the anger in her heart came from. But her heart was filled with the desire to kill. Vampires. Her pupils gradually changed and formed two red full moons. Malachi, who was in the air and ready to pounce on Feng Heng and the others, was suddenly startled. He felt his body suddenly become a little heavy as if he was affected by a strange power. What was going on? Before Malachi could identify the source of the power, the bats beside him started to lose control in large numbers, falling continuously from the air. The bodies of the low-level vampires that fell to the ground began to rapidly rot. What was going on? Malachi was shocked. That woman. The closer Malachi got to that woman, the more bats fell. First, it was the low-level vampires, then the mid-level vampires. Even the high-level vampires started to lose control and fell down in large numbers. Who was she? Malachi stared at Hyla, who was not far below. Suddenly, he felt numbness on his shoulder. Upon closer inspection, the skin on his shoulder started to fester. What happened? The surrounding players were also shocked. They saw groups of vampires flying over with their own eyes. They thought that this would be the end of their lives, but they realized that a large number of vampires had suddenly fallen. Who was the woman beside Feng Heng? Why did she have such a terrifying ability? Malachi was also in a state of shock. He felt that his body was constantly being swallowed by an unknown power. The festering area on his skin gradually expanded and became extremely itchy. Looking carefully, there was actually a tiny worm body gradually drilling out from under his festering skin. Worm? What exactly was it? That woman. They had to get rid of the source. In just a few seconds, Malachi made a quick decision and rushed crazily towards Hyla, trying to kill her at the first possible moment. Hyla looked calmly at Malachi, who was diving down from the sky. Under her gaze, Malachi's body was rapidly festering at a speed visible to the naked eye. By the time he reached Hyla, Malachi was almost a bloody mess. Malachi raised the blood blade in his right hand and prepared to strike forward. Suddenly, Malachi's pupils constricted. Kai. Kai Kai. In the next moment, countless red worm bodies darted out from every corner of Malachi's body, bursting his entire body. Bang. Losing control of his body, Malachi fell to the ground. The red worm bodies devoured Malachi's body cleanly, and then quickly darted around. The surrounding players instinctively took a few steps back, looking at Hyla with horror on their faces. What kind of ability was this? Wasn't it a little too terrifying? Patter. Hyla suddenly knelt down on one knee. She looked like she was in pain as she kept mumbling to herself. I hate. Why? Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. He realized that something was wrong and immediately shouted at Zhao Dongying and the others, retreat. You guys go and meet up with Chen Yu first. Zonglei, tell Chen Yu to carry out backup plan number 7. Understood. Zonglei waved his hand and said, Elites, follow me, let's go. Zhao Dongying immediately gave up on being a bystander and followed Zonglei into the truck to catch up with Chen Yu. Hyla held her head in pain and kept wailing in agony. The flesh on her body started to squirm and mutate, and she seemed to be unable to control it. Feng Heng felt a heart-wrenching strength from Hyla's body. A game hint refreshed. Ding, you have been affected by an unknown power. You have been affected by a spiritual wave shock. Your health point -34, wah, ding, you have entered an unknown parasitic state, ding, your skill Undying Body has been passively activated. Your unknown parasitic state has been removed, hint, based on low-level game difficulty, you have been affected by an unknown power. You can spend 3,000 points to be immune to this effect for 30 seconds, sizzle sizzle. The flesh on Feng Heng's finger ring condensed into form again. Interesting experiment. Her ability surprised me a little, but it seems like she's about to lose control. Her soul is incomplete, so she can't effectively control her strength. She will only become crazier and crazier. Bellamy looked at Feng Heng. Then, Feng Heng, what should we do next? Indeed, Bellamy, what you said is right. As for what's going to happen next, our deal has been completed. You can go and get what we promised you now. As for the rest, I will leave it to you. You. A hint of determination flashed in Feng Heng's eyes. He suddenly threw his right hand forward. At the same time, a machete covered in a scarlet red glow appeared in his left palm, and he slashed at his right index finger. I wish you good luck. Kai. Blood spurted out from the wound. The broken finger and ring flew towards Hyla. Pa. Hyla, whose body was constantly undergoing mutation, raised her hand and held the ring tightly in her hand. On the ring, Bellamy's cell tissues continued to condense and fester until they died. Bang. Hyla exerted a little strength, and the ring in her hand instantly exploded. Feng Heng had already dashed to the right at this time. He quickly picked up the red necklace that the Marquis of the Vampires, Malachi, had dropped on the ground. A faint red light flashed. Ding, bloodline authentication successful, ding, you have obtained the holy weapon of the Vampires necklace, the 5th holy weapon of the Vampires. Got it. When it came to picking up loot, Feng Heng felt that he had always been a professional. Chapter 602 Schemes and Conspiracies. Feng Heng didn't have time to carefully observe the necklace's attributes. He directly threw it into his backpack and quickly left. Feng Heng's plan didn't include controlling Hyla at all. The effects of the soul summoning skill couldn't revive Hyla for too long. He only needed to use Hyla to delay the main force of the vampires. Now that he had to factor in the Prince of the Vampires, the plan was a little uncertain. In fact, according to Feng Heng's plan, attaining the identity of the World Lord of District 7 was just a sweetener. His goal from the start was to obtain a hidden skill after completing District 7. The hidden skill, Everlasting Moon, did not disappoint him. Now that he acquired the skill, the next step was to obtain Anjatas. Leaving the resurrected Hyla behind, Feng Heng quickly headed towards the direction of the vampires' headquarters. Bang! 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 The cells in Hyla's body kept expanding and mutating. They kept exploding, breaking, repairing, exploding, and repairing. All the vampires who had been affected by the spiritual shock around her were all dead. Even the corpses had long been eaten clean by the red worm bodies. In a short moment, Hyla had completely lost her original appearance. The rotten tissues on her body had accumulated and gradually condensed into an extremely tall human-shaped body. It was like a mass of flesh made of countless human tissues. Vampires. Pain. The huge lump of flesh muttered to itself as it strode towards the center of the battlefield. At the same time, Feng Heng drove the truck and tried his best to catch up with Zonglei and the others in front. Feng Heng. Zonglei saw Feng Heng rushing over from behind through the rearview mirror and slowed down the truck. Feng Heng caught up and waved to the front. Zhao Dongyang, come with me. Let's go to the vampire's headquarters. Headquarters? Zhao Dongyang's ears twitched and he stuck his head out of the window. This is counted as another price. No problem. Feng Heng looked at Zonglei. And Lin Hanzeng, tell him to meet us at Point C as soon as possible. Understood. On the battlefield. The Northern Federation player team led by Zi Junhao was engaged in a bloody battle with the vampires. The game log kept on refreshing with numerous messages. Among the countless battle messages, 2 lines of game hints suddenly appeared. Ding. Player Feng Heng has completed the final hidden ending of District 7 Eternal Moon. Ding. Main storyline contribution points have been determined. Player Feng Heng has obtained the final ownership of District 7. What? Zi Junhao vaguely saw something strange flashing through the game hint, and was slightly stunned. He opened the game log again and scrolled up. When he found that special message, Zi Junhao was completely speechless. He checked it 3 times back and forth, making sure that he wasn't mistaken. Feng Heng? Before entering District 7, someone had reminded him. Feng Heng from District 8 is big trouble. We need to be careful of him and pay more attention to him. Zi Junhao remembered Feng Heng in his heart. But when he entered District 7, it was not that Zi Junhao did not pay attention to him, but he could not. The people he sent to investigate Feng Heng could not even find a trace of Feng Heng. He had no idea what Feng Heng was doing. After that, as his control over District 7 gradually deepened, Zi Junhao's ambition also gradually swelled, and he forgot the existence of Feng Heng. Zi Junhao never expected that the first time he saw Feng Heng's actions were actually in the game announcement. How did he do it? Zi Junhao thought of how strange Chen Yu had been lately. After thinking carefully from the beginning to the end, Zi Junhao finally understood. He had fallen into a trap. From the beginning, Feng Heng and Chen Yu had already joined forces to set a trap for him. No wonder Chen Yu was willing to hand over the command authority of District 7. His goal was to show the enemy how weak he was so that the latter would not suspect anything. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng Heng was trying to find another way to secretly complete the main storyline mission. All the strange things that had happened previously now had a reasonable explanation. After thinking through everything, Zi Junhao became even angrier. He brought the people of the wasteland world here after going through so much trouble. In order to defend against the vampires, he even revealed the trump card of the wasteland world and used up a large amount of strength. What was the purpose of all this? In the end? Did they let the Northern Federation's main force fight with the vampires to death so that they could happily take the World Lord title? In the end, he was actually working for Feng Heng? Zi Junhao's expression was terrifyingly dark as he clenched his fists tightly. He knew that he had been tricked. He hated Feng Heng and Chen Yu, and he hated himself even more for being an idiot. Half an hour ago, he actually thought that victory was within his grasp. In reality, he was the dumbest one. Bastard. Zi Junhao spat out vulgarities. The people from the eastern region of the Federation were actually so sinister. He had the urge to flip the table and not play anymore. After playing the game for so long, Zi Junhao had never felt so aggrieved. He might as well just turn the tables and help the vampires kill Feng Heng and Chen Yu to vent his anger. Calm down. Zi Junhao closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He knew that he could only imagine flipping the table and not playing. What was done was done. As an excellent commander, it was meaningless to dwell upon previous mistakes. How could he turn the tables? If he couldn't, he had to think of a way to minimize the losses. The battle had reached its climax. The Prince of the Vampires had not gone on stage. If he retreated now, the losses would be equally great. Hey, look, what is that thing? Zi Junhao was thinking quickly in his heart when he suddenly noticed a commotion within the federal team. He couldn't help but raise his head and look into the distance. In the distance, a huge creature that was as big as a small hill was walking toward the vampires. What was that? Ever since Feng Heng obtained the World Lord qualification in the first few months after the opening of District 8, the official zombie apocalypse forum exploded once again. Coincidentally, it was because of Feng Heng. During this period of time, the focus of the zombie apocalypse forum had been on the vampires invading District 7. Most of the interesting content was the analysis of the current combat strength of the 3 war zones, Vampire Apocalypse, Zombie Apocalypse, and the Wasteland Apocalypse, the Federation's recent actions, Wasteland Apocalypse's participation in the war zone, and so on. After all, it was already very interesting for the 3 forces of the elementary game world to gather in one place at the same time. Not to mention the dangerous anti-federal organization's mysterious conspiracy, The Eastern Federation and the Northern Federation struggle for power and benefits, the Wasteland World's secret weapons, and the players' various conspiracy theories. Even a movie wasn't this exciting. The players of the other districts who had nothing to do with it were excitedly being onlookers. Who would have thought that a person would suddenly appear and directly seize the World Lord's qualification under the current chaotic situation of District 7? This turn of events was too blunt. Chapter 603 Pondering Feng Heng's popularity was once again hyped up then. The entire discussion topic on the forum changed to, where did Feng Heng buy his cheat? How long before the vampires can retreat? Did the Eastern Federation suffer a loss this time? Did the Northern Federation lose their minds? Did Night Owl lose his mind? Was it appropriate to go to District 7 to buy a house and check the bottom line? What was the impact of a dual world lord on the world? Logically speaking, was Feng Heng a jinx? This time, the impact of the succession of the World Lord in District 7 was even greater than when Feng Heng obtained the identity of the World Lord in District 8. In District 1, Wei Tao also received the news that Feng Heng had obtained the identity of the World Lord in District 7. His eyes revealed a look of shock. He had actually done it. He had a simple exchange with Feng Heng before and had roughly guessed that Feng Heng was interested in District 7. However, Wei Tao really did not expect that Feng Heng actually had the ability to take down the World Lord qualification in such a short amount of time. The younger generation was awesome. I am really envious. Wei Tao sighed. From the game settings, only newly built game zones could enter the previous game zones, triggering the main storyline missions. For example, District 8 could enter District 1 to 7, however, they could not enter District 9, which might be opened later. Wei Tao was both envious and relaxed. It had been a long time since he had received such good news. The various abilities that Feng Heng had displayed made him feel at ease. If it was Feng Heng, he should have completed the agreement with him. It was just a matter of time before Night Owl was expelled from the zombie apocalypse. He could also free up his hands and focus on preparing for the next phase of the zombie apocalypse's upgrade to the next level. Only by completing the upgrade would he be able to truly enter a high-tier battle. Wei Tao had been looking forward to entering this battle for a long time. District 7's World Lord. Feng Heng. At the vampire's headquarters, Ji Kai-Ubai received the game hint and his face was ashen. He could not remember how many times he had fought Feng Heng. Obviously, he had failed once again. Ji Kai-Ubai stared at the vampires who were undergoing the awakening ritual. Us arrogant and stupid vampires. Just now, it was the group of self-righteous vampires who had thumped their chests to assure him that Feng Heng would never survive at the hands of Duke Bellamy. And now? They could eat their words. Not only was Feng Heng alive and well, but he had also obtained the qualification to be a World Lord. How hateful. The qualifications to be a World Lord in District 7 and District 8 should have belonged to Night Owl. As long as Feng Heng was not eliminated, he would not be at peace. Yet, he had encountered pig teammates again. Ji Kai-Ubai took a deep breath, barely suppressing the rising anger in his heart and trying to maintain his rationality. Oro was still focused on continuing the ritual. Now was not the time. Ji Kai-Ubai had no choice but to stand on the spot and wait. After waiting for another 10 minutes or so, the sacrificial ritual entered the final countdown. Creak creak. The blood-red coffin made a faint sound. The lid of the coffin was lifted. A suppressed and obscure power escaped from the coffin. In the room, all the vampires knelt down on one knee and respectfully faced the coffin. Oro lowered his head and reported respectfully, "Your Highness, I am very sorry. We encountered some trouble and needed to wake you up in advance." "Yes." Prince Matthews of the vampires raised his hand. He raised his head and looked into the distance. Matthew's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of rock walls and see the scene in the distance clearly. "I have already sensed that strength. He is not someone you can deal with now. You have done well. Currently, you are not suitable to continue fighting. Stay here and continue to protect the safety of the shelter." "Yes. Your Highness." Ji Kai-Ubai gritted his teeth and stepped forward. "Your Highness." Prince Matthews slowly turned his head and looked at Ji Kai-Ubai. Being stared at by Matthews, Ji Kai-Ubai instantly felt that he was being stared at by a powerful life form. His body involuntarily shivered and he froze on the spot. It was as if there was a thick layer of sticky rice stuck in his throat. He even had difficulty breathing. Ji Kai-Ubai bit the tip of his tongue and forced himself to be alert. He said in a deep voice, "Your Highness. Please be careful of a player named Feng Heng. He is the source of all trouble. If you meet him, please get rid of him." Prince Matthews did not answer. His figure gradually turned into a swarm of black bats and flew towards the outside world. In just the time it took to say one sentence, Ji Kai-Ubai's back was soaked in sweat. The pressure on Ji Kai-Ubai's body dissipated, and he let out a heavy sigh. In the face of absolute power, All conspiracies and tricks were laughable. Prince of the Vampires Matthews. Tier 7 Life Form. The ceiling combat strength of the Vampire Apocalypse. Po 1 strength against 10. This time, Feng Heng must be completely eliminated. Jikaiubai pondered. But why? Why did he still feel uneasy inside? At this moment, Feng Heng and Zhao Dongying had just arrived at point C, which they had decided on with Chen Yu and the others when they made the plan. Lin Hanxing had not arrived yet. Feng Heng finally had the time to open the game equipment panel and check the attributes of the holy weapon of vampires that he had just obtained. Ding! Player's bloodline has been determined successfully. Player's equipment, holy weapon of vampires necklace, inferior, attribute activated, item, holy weapon of the vampires necklace, inferior. Description, special item, soul binding. Occupies a special backpack slot, cannot be discarded, will definitely drop after death. Description, the 13 holy artifacts of the vampires. Rumor has it that it possesses great strength. It will be effective immediately when placed into the backpack. Increases basic agility by +1, basic strength by +1, basic vitality by +1, blood affinity by +3. Additional skill, blood strike. Skill description, can control the blood within a 5-meter radius of the player to transform into a blood palm and carry out bind attacks. The strength of the blood palm and bind strength is related to the blood energy that the player is currently controlling, the player's bloodline level, and the player's basic attribute. Skill consumption, blood, mental strength. Controlling one's own blood can consume less mental strength. Description, the 13 holy artifacts are said to contain the greatest secrets of vampires. Additional effects can be obtained by obtaining more combinations of vampires' holy weapons. Ding! You have obtained 3 sets of the vampire's holy weapon. You have activated the special effect of vampire's holy weapon Blessing of the Blood. All attributes will increase by 2 points. Collect 6 vampires' holy weapons to level up the set effect. Bind attack? A skill that requires blood to activate? Feng Heng muttered to himself as he pondered. He took out a small knife from his backpack and slashed at his wrist. Kai. Blood flowed out of the wound. Zhao Dongying, who was standing beside Feng Heng, was stunned when he saw Feng Heng's actions. Huh? What was going on? What is Feng Heng going to do now? Zhao Dongying was about to ask. Kai. Suddenly, blood flowed out of Feng Heng's wound and formed a blood-red palm. The palm grabbed at him fiercely. Fuck. Zhao Dongying was startled and hurriedly took 2 steps back. The pale blood-red palm shattered with a bang. Feng Heng frowned slightly. The blood shadow was very faint, but the attack range was very close, and the power did not seem to be strong. Perhaps it was because of the lack of blood. After all, there were times when the effects of the undying body were too strong. Using a small knife to cut such a small wound could almost instantly heal, and not much blood flowed out at all. How about? Feng Heng looked at Zhao Dongying. Chapter 604 again? This is... Zhao Dongying quickly reacted. He realized that Feng Heng was looking at him with malicious intent, so he quickly took 2 steps back. Is this the holy weapon of vampires, the necklace? Yes. Feng Heng nodded. His gaze toward Zhao Dongying turned to disdain again. Forget it, Zhao Dongying was only an expert, so the strength of his main body's blood was not high. It would be troublesome if he accidentally got seriously injured. It would be better to find another opportunity to test it next time. Thinking of this, Feng Heng put the necklace into his backpack. Zhao Dongying felt relieved. Then, he blinked twice in succession. Good heavens, so another marquis of the vampires had fallen at the hands of Feng Heng? In this way, how many holy weapons did he have? Could it be that he had already gathered a set? The vampires really suffered a loss this time. They came all the way here to give someone holy weapons. Feng Heng raised his head and looked in the direction of the vampires' headquarters not far away. The red pillar that soared into the sky had gradually disappeared. Hey, Feng Heng, it's not that I don't have confidence in you, but are we really going to force our way in? Zhao Dongying looked at Feng Heng and asked softly. He understood Feng Heng's ability. Very strong, super strong. But wasn't it a little too much to force their way into the vampires' headquarters? Don't worry, I have a plan. Feng Heng said as he looked to the right. They're here. In the dense forest not far away, Lin Hanxing and 2 players from the Leftway Gaming Guild were riding 3 mountain bikes. They were sweating profusely as they hurried toward Feng Heng. Boss Feng. Seeing Feng Heng, Lin Hanxing waved to him from afar. He was exceptionally high-spirited and his heart was swelling with joy. It was as if he had won a few hundred million. He was a player from the Leftway Gaming Guild. This time, as a result of Feng Heng obtaining the World Lord qualification, it allowed the Leftway Gaming Guild to instantly take off and become rich overnight. Just a year-end bonus alone was enough for him to buy several houses in a first-tier city. Lin Hanxing rode his bicycle over and casually threw the bicycle to the side. I've brought all the items. See if there are any missing? As he spoke, Lin Hanzing gestured to the other two players who had rushed over together. The three of them took out all the materials in their backpack and threw them on the ground to check. Okay. Feng Heng nodded. He took out a bottle of light purple potion from the items on the ground and threw it to Zhao Dongying. What's this? It's a tool that can temporarily eliminate the presence of humans. It was developed to counter the vampires and made them think that you're a vampire. Of course, it can only fool low-level vampires. Lin Hanzing explained to Zhao Dongying very succinctly, the materials to make this thing are very expensive. We only have 5 bottles for this emergency operation. There was such a high-tech thing? Was it really effective? As an expert on vampires, Zhao Dongying felt that his knowledge had expanded again. Since Feng Heng made it, it should be effective. As expected of a god. Amazing. Zhao Dongying praised, opened the bottle cap, smelled it, and then raised his head to drink it. Feng Heng rechecked the items that might be needed to carry out the transplant plan when he head off to the vampire's headquarters. Small explosives, remote control devices, tarp, breathable canvas, shovel, herbicides, a small amount of wood, nails, 11 frequently asked questions and solutions for tree transplants, Gardener's Handbook, Meteorite Company's Greening Transplant Plan 2918. Feng Heng stuffed a few books into his backpack. Due to the limited capacity of the backpack, especially the weight-bearing items such as wood, he could only let Lin Hanzing and the other two players continue to carry it for the time being. In short, there were 5 people on the team. Zhao Dongying was an expert, and Lin Hanzing and the other two players were mainly here to act as mobile backpacks. After checking that the consumables were ready, Feng Heng waved his hand. All ready. Once we're ready, we will set off immediately. After passing through the forest, we will soon arrive at the periphery of the shelter. Feng Heng gave a simple set of precautions for infiltrating the shelter. To avoid unnecessary trouble, don't use any means of transportation during the rest of the journey. Don't say anything when confronted by vampires. Leave everything to me. Okay. The 3 of them nodded at the same time. Understood. Lin Hanzing and the other 2 refilled their backpack and followed Feng Heng to the vampire's headquarters. They continued to walk along the path in the forest. They had only walked for a few minutes and hadn't left the dense forest yet. Feng Heng frowned. He sensed something and stopped abruptly. Stop. Take cover. Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. They all looked for cover to hide. Feng Heng hid behind a big tree and looked to the right from afar. In the distance, a group of black bats flew towards the end of the main battlefield of the Federation and the vampires. The Prince of Vampires? There was no mistake. It must be him. Feng Heng's eyes narrowed into slits. It was different from the berserk and disorderly strength in Hyla's body. The strength of the Prince of Vampires was so obscure and oppressive. If it wasn't for the suppression of his bloodline strength, Feng Heng wouldn't even be able to recognize the Prince of Vampires. Feng Heng's heart sank. The strength revealed by the Prince of Vampires was not weaker than Hyla's. If he were to fight with Hyla, who was in a crazy state, Hyla, who was not in a good spirit, might have an advantage. Who cares? It did not matter who won or lost. The worst-case scenario would be that Hyla and the Prince of Vampires would fight fiercely and directly destroy District 7. He did not want District 7 anymore. In short, the prince was also attracted by Hyla's strength and left the headquarters. This was his best chance to seize Angitas. Let's continue. Feng Heng said as he walked out from behind the cover and continued to lead the way forward. Due to the fact that the barrier of the vampires had been forcefully destroyed by external forces, the interior of the vampires was also somewhat chaotic. Other than using the newly opened world passage and a large number of vampires who had continuously entered the zombie apocalypse from the vampire apocalypse, a large number of vampires created by Angitas were constantly being nurtured and rushed to the main battlefield. Currently, only the Marquis of the Vampires, Oro, had a large number of high-tier puppets left to protect the ancient tree Angitas. After completing the special ritual to awaken the Prince of the Vampires, Oro was a little weak at the moment. Marquis Oro. Jikai Ubai had just gone offline and made some contact with the mole that Night Owl had planted in the Northern Federation. The mole had just infiltrated as a member of the periphery, so the information obtained was very little. Jikai Ubai only knew that about half an hour ago, Chen Yu had suddenly changed his plan and led the elite players of the Eastern Federation into the hinterland of the vampires. Most importantly, Feng Heng was among them. Chen Yu would definitely not make Jikai Ubai so uneasy. But with Feng Heng, Jikai Ubai did not want to admit it, but he was really uneasy now. Jikai Ubai felt that he was suffering from anxiety syndrome ever since he fought with Feng Heng. Chen Yu's action this time was definitely not ordinary. There must be a conspiracy waiting for him. Could it be that they wanted to do the same thing again and destroy the teleportation array to the world of the vampires? That's right. That must be it. Chapter 605, Full of treasures, Jikaiubai could not help but remind Oro for the third time. Markiaro, we have to be more vigilant. The teleportation passage connected to the world of the vampires is significant to us. I just got the news. No need to say it. I know what you are worried about. Don't worry. We have an endless supply of vampires. The deeper we go into the periphery of the shelter, the more they will be besieged by us. Oro waved his hand, full of confidence. Even if they sneak into the hinterland, there are still a large number of vampires in the periphery of the shelter. Ordinary people can't get close to them. Oro did not care about the inhumans outside. He felt that this wave was stable. He could not lose. The strength of the Prince of Vampires was unshakable. Once the Prince of Vampires, Matthews, made his move, the group of inhumans' attack would be dissolved in an instant. In addition, the periphery of the shelter of vampires, which was constantly joining the frontal battlefield, was also set up with vampires' restrictions. There were also a large number of high-tier blood puppets guarding the interior. It was impossible for the inhumans to make a move against the teleportation passage. Even so, for the sake of safety, Oro still controlled some of the blood puppets that were originally guarding the Anjita's tree to move into the teleportation hall to protect it. Even Oro himself stayed behind to protect it. After all, they had already made the same mistake once when they were in the vampire's branch. This time, the shelter was impregnable. Jikaiubai shut his mouth when he heard this. He felt that it made sense. The shelter of the vampire's headquarters had been defended to such an extent that theoretically, the safety of the teleportation passage should be impeccable. But would Feng Heng really be so stupid as to force himself to come? Or did they have other plans? What were Feng Heng and Chen Yu trying to do by breaking into the hinterland of the vampires? What exactly was their plan? Just as Jikaiubai was thinking hard about gains and losses, under the leadership of Lin Hanzeng, Feng Heng and his group of 5 had already sneaked into the sewer with masks and entered the periphery of the shelter of the vampires' headquarters. This shelter was originally built by the Federation. It was originally transformed from an abandoned steel mill. Chen Yu spent some time and quickly found the shelter's construction blueprint. In the end, it was Feng Heng who came up with the sewer invasion plan. After all, Feng Heng was very familiar with the sewer. As the group walked through the sewer, Feng Heng sighed in his heart. The effect of the special potion was very good. Along the way, they met many vampires, but they were all undetected. However, as they approached the headquarters, the number of vampires increased significantly. It was inevitable that people would be suspicious if they entered the shelter from the front. Therefore, entering the shelter from the sewer was the best choice for vampires. The journey was very smooth. Just as they were about to enter the shelter from the sewer, Zhao Dongyang suddenly shouted and grabbed Lin Hanzeng's shoulder. Wait, stop. Lin Hanzeng's body froze, and he immediately stopped moving. Everyone turned around and looked at Zhao Dongyang, puzzled. It's the restriction left by the vampires. Zhao Dongyang's expression was strange. He carefully stepped forward and leaned against the sewer wall to check. Passing through the restriction will trigger the alarm. Lin Hanzeng and the other 2 were puzzled. They looked at Feng Heng, who had already passed through the restriction. Noticing their gazes, Zhao Dongyang coughed lightly. He's different. Oh. Lin Hanzeng suddenly understood. He wasn't human. Another player asked, then what should we do? Is there a way to solve it? It's a little troublesome. I need to try. It might take some time. There's no need to trouble yourself. Let me give it a try. Feng Heng took out the holy weapon of the vampires and walked to the restriction of the vampires. The anti-magic effect of the vampiric spirit cane could even work on the barrier of the vampires. It was even easier to deal with this kind of restriction. He raised the spirit cane and gently knocked it to the ground. Buzz. A ripple flashed, and the restriction on the wall instantly lost its effect. It's broken. Zhao Dongyang's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and said, come on, let's go. The group moved along the underground sewer through the barrier left by the vampires. Soon, they came out from the entrance of a kitchen in the shelter. They had successfully invaded the shelter. That place, let's go. Feng Heng roughly identified the direction and continued to lead the group in the direction of the ancient tree. There were still a large number of vampires in the shelter. Most of them turned into bats and flew out of the shelter. In comparison, Feng Heng and his group, who were traveling in the opposite direction, made the vampires feel a little strange. But it was only strange. No vampires came up to Feng Heng to talk to him or ask questions. Everything was peaceful along the way. Until they reached the entrance of the cave in the 5th basement where the vampire's sacred tree, Anjita's, was. Previously, the 2 high-tier vampires had already been killed by Feng Heng. At this moment, the other 2 new high-tier vampires were guarding the entrance. Feng Heng, Zhao Dongyang and the others behind him signaled with their eyes, and then they walked up. Stop. The 2 high-tier vampires stopped Feng Heng. Explain your purpose for coming. Feng Heng was already prepared. Last time, his lie had been exposed by the two guards. This time, before he came, he had already communicated with Zhao Dongying, the expert, and found a more reasonable excuse. I am a subordinate of Duke Bellamy. I am here to use the blood pool to advance my bloodline. As Feng Heng spoke, he took out 2 pieces of low-quality blood marrow from his backpack and threw them at the 2 high-tier vampires, one on the left and one on the right. Blood marrow was the currency of the vampires. It was the crystallization of blood with a high concentration of energy after purification. It was non-toxic and harmless, easy to carry and absorb. Vampires could cultivate and recover quickly by absorbing the strength of the blood marrow. When Feng Heng learned from Zhao Dongying about the blood marrow during their exchange, he immediately realized that he had made a loss. After killing the Marquis of the Vampires, the blood left in the corpse could produce a lot of high-quality blood marrow. High-quality blood marrow was worth a lot of money in the world of the vampires. Regret. Feng Heng felt that the Marquis of the Vampires was full of treasures. After killing them, the vampires would usually drop high-energy evolution crystals and survival points. In addition, they could also drop holy weapons of the vampires. The blood from the corpse could be used as blood marrow to sell in the world of the vampires, and the souls collected by the Book of the Dead could be sold in the Necromancer Association for money. Now, the 2 high-tier vampires took the blood marrow and looked at each other. They had some doubts in their hearts. They were also aware of the troubles that the vampires had encountered outside the barrier. Anchitas was currently using all its strength to create vampires. Even the Prince of the Vampires had been awakened. At this time, there was still someone who came to purify and level up their bloodline. Feng Heng looked at the 2 calmly. Any other questions? Chapter 606, Advance again. The 2 high-tier vampires hesitated for a moment, and almost simultaneously stepped aside to make way. No problem. From a procedural point of view, Feng Heng's request was completely reasonable and legal. Thank you, they came with me. Feng Heng lightly thanked them, and led Zhao Dongying and the others forward, slowly walking toward the Angitas tree. Angitas. Feng Heng muttered to himself. This was the first time they had seen the sacred tree of the vampires up close. Zhao Dongying and the others felt an unprecedented shock. It was too huge. Even if they were standing beside it, they could feel a powerful pressure. There was also a giant-sized blood puppet standing inside the cave. Above their heads, there was still a large number of vampires hanging upside down at the top of the cave. A large number of newborn vampires were born from the fruits of Angitas. They flew to the exit of the cave and headed to the front line. Feng Heng was excited. Don't worry, I will bring you home soon. Everything was ready. They began to carry out the second plan. To lure Angitas home. The first step was to weaken Angitas' strength. In other words, think of a way to make Angitas half dead. Feng Heng's eyes quickly scanned his surroundings. Making a move on Angitas would alarm the nearby vampires. There would be trouble. Theoretically, it should be manageable. But before that, he had to wait. His vampire bloodline skill hadn't reached the full intermediate level yet. There was still time. Before that, he had to make use of the blood pool to increase his strength and wait until his vampire bloodline skill was maxed out. Feng Heng led Zhao Dongying and the others behind him to the blood pool on the far right. Wait for me here. I will be done soon. After saying that, Feng Heng slowly took a step forward. Gradually, his entire body sank into the blood pool. A cold feeling once again assaulted his entire body. Seeing Feng Heng walk into the blood pool, Zhao Dongying and the others frowned. They quickly communicated with their eyes. What? What was Feng Heng doing? Running into the blood pool to take a bath? This didn't seem to be part of the plan. At the entrance of the cave, the 2 high-tier vampires looked at each other, feeling even more puzzled. What was the background of this vampire? He directly immersed himself in the highest-tier blood pool to temper his bloodline. Was he sure that his brain was not damaged? Begin. Inside the blood pool, Feng Heng opened his mouth. The stinky blood continuously flowed into his mouth and directly flowed into his stomach. Swallow. 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 Storm suction. Ding. You have absorbed blood containing extremely high energy. Your skill, mid-level vampires experience points plus 2033. You are affected by blood poison. Ding. Your mid-level vampire's skill has been upgraded to level 13. Ding. You have absorbed high energy blood. Your skill mid-level vampires experience points plus 1728. You have received a significant increase in the state of blood poison. All your attributes have been greatly reduced. Please be careful. Ding. Through the skill Undying Body, you have successfully reduced the effect of the blood poison. A game hint flashed across the lower right corner of Feng Heng's retina. He drank until he was full. The strength of the blood pool was quickly absorbed and converted into a massive amount of skill experience points. The blood poison contained in it was also removed by his own Undying Body effect. With the help of the bug effect of the Undying Body skill, Feng Heng crazily absorbed the strength of the blood in the blood pool. Gulp gulp gulp. Zhao Dongying and the others by the side of the blood pool were trying to communicate with each other with their eyes when they suddenly saw the small vortex that appeared from the blood pool. They were all a little confused. What the hell was going on? Did the plan change again? Lin Hanzeng opened his mouth and turned to look at Zhao Dongying. This. Before he could ask, Zhao Dongying reached out his hand and dragged him to the side. Idiot, help block them. Don't let the vampires find out. The two of you can help out as well. Block them so that Feng Heng would not be seen? Are you sure this is really useful? Lin Hanzeng still moved to Zhao Dongying's side. The other two players also reacted and hurried over. The four of them formed a human wall, trying to block the sight of the vampires at the door so that they wouldn't notice the abnormality of the blood pool. Of course it's useful. I am an expert. My suggestion is definitely worthy of this price. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Anjita's tree began to stir restlessly. The branches shook. The trunk of the tree also continuously emitted a blood-red glow that alternated between brightness and darkness. Two high-tier vampires who were standing guard at the entrance of the cave noticed the changes in Anjita's. They were shocked and bewildered. They did not understand. What was going on? Corey stared in the direction of the blood pool and asked, "Is it him?" The other vampire frowned and did not answer. He was not sure either. Under the influence of the Inhumans' attacks from the outside world, Anjita's was constantly breeding vampires. He was also not sure if Anjita's was affected by this strange vampire before that it became abnormal. I am not sure. Corey raised his hand and called a mid-level vampire over. Tell Marquis Oro that there's something strange going on in Anjita's. We suspect that it might be related to a strange race. He claims to be a subordinate of Duke Bellamy. Understood. The mid-level vampires nodded. They transformed into bats and flew towards the teleportation hall. Let's go and take a look. After saying that, Corey quickly flew towards the side of the blood pool. Lin Hanzeng noticed the two vampires coming from the corner of his eye and immediately panicked. Hey, they are coming. What should we do? How would I know? Aren't you an expert? Bullshit, the title of an expert is to cheat the Federation of money. While the two of them were talking nonsense in an attempt to ease their tension, the two vampires had already rushed to the side of the blood pool. Coincidentally, the whirlpool on the blood pool suddenly stopped. Almost at the same time, Anjita's also quieted down. Everything returned to its original state. Lin Hanzeng's heart almost jumped out of his throat, and he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He made it in time. What's going on? Corey was even more confused. He looked at the blood pool and then turned to his companion. There seems to be no problem? Well, he was personally recommended by Duke Bellamy. The other high-tier vampire was also a little hesitant. He said, since everything has calmed down, we should wait for him to come out before we conduct the routine questioning. Indeed, let's take a look again. The two high-tier vampires were a little suspicious of Feng Heng, but they did not dare to directly interrupt Feng Heng's process of condensing his bloodline. They just stood by the blood pool. At this moment, Feng Heng could clearly see the two people outside the blood pool through his reflection. Ding, your mid-level vampire's skill has been upgraded to level 18. You have reached the maximum level of your current level. You can no longer gain experience. Please try to find a way to upgrade your skill tier. Feng Heng had gulped down nearly 2 minutes worth of blood. Now, he felt that his stomach was bulging. A game hint appeared in his vision. Ding, you have discovered a blood pool, level 29. Ding, it is detected that the player has mid-level vampire skills. Ding, analyzing. Ding, player's mid-level vampire has reached the highest level, triggering mission high-tier vampire evolution. Mission name, Vampire Bloodline High-tier Vampire Bloodline Advancement. Mission requirements, enter the vampire blood pool. Undergo the baptism of the blood pool and increase the bloodline advancement. Mission reward, mid-level vampire bloodline advancement. Player's current mid-level vampire bloodline advancement, 0%. Danger hint, triggered by the difficulty of the elementary game. The difficulty of bloodline advancement is related to the various attributes of the player's body and the strength of the blood affinity attribute. There is a probability that the player will die from bloodline advancement. Please be careful. Chapter 607, Blood Strike A? He could actually continue to condense and level up? Feng Heng did not need to gulp down blood like before. He only needed to soak his entire body in the blood pool. The game hint on his retina continued to refresh. Ding, you have received damage from the blood pool 3516. Ding, you have received damage from the blood pool 3516. Due to the blood affinity effect, this damage has been reduced. Ding, you have received minus 3517 damage from the blood pool. Ding, you have received a negative effect blood poison. Ding, Your intermediate bloodline condensation has reached 0.01%. Ding. You have received minus 3,517 damage from the blood pool. Feng Heng hesitated. There was such a good thing? To be greedy or not greedy this time? If he was greedy, would time allow it? Who cares? After all, one could multitask while condensing the vampire's bloodline. He had to be greedy first. Feng Heng opened his eyes and looked at the two high-tier vampires outside the blood pool. These two vampires were a little troublesome. He had to think of a way to get rid of them. It was best not to make too much of a commotion. By the blood pool, if one looked carefully, the two vampires could roughly see Feng Heng's figure inside the blood pool. The two of them looked for a long time but didn't find anything wrong with Feng Heng, so they turned their eyes to Zhao Dongying and the others. Which vampire clan are you from? Lin Hanzing froze when he was asked. This question was hard to answer. There were many factions in the vampire clan, so who knew which clan Duke Bellamy belonged to? Zhao Dongying had done his homework and quickly said, "We are from the Varadini clan." Why did it take so long to answer such a simple question? This delay made the high-tier vampire, Kori, frown and realize that something was wrong. He stared at Lin Hanzing with a layer of blood-red light in his eyes. Seeing the other party's eyes, Lin Hanzing became absent-minded at that instant. "You're not a vampire?" Oh no. He was about to be discovered. Lin Hanzing was shocked, his heart thumping wildly. What should he do? Kai. In the next moment, two huge blood-red palms stretched out from the blood pool. Skill blood strike. Feng Heng, who was at the bottom of the blood pool, seized the opportunity to release the skill while the two high-tier vampires were distracted. The moment a large hand came out of the blood pool, it grabbed the ankles of the two vampires. The two vampires immediately felt something grabbing them tightly. The strength of the blood palm formed from the blood in the high-tier blood pool was so high that it exploded. A powerful force came at them. The two high-tier vampires did not have time to say anything before they were dragged into the blood pool by the blood palm. Dong. 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 Two ripples appeared on the surface of the calm blood pool. Gulp gulp gulp. Then, a series of gas came out from the blood pool. The two vampires were dragged into the bottom of the blood pool by the blood palm and were pressed to the ground. The health point of the high-tier vampires dropped rapidly due to the dual effects of the blood pool's damage and the blood poison. As time passed, the strength of their struggle became weaker and weaker. They gradually lost their resistance and completely melted into the blood pool, becoming new nutrients for the blood pool. Ding! You have killed a high-tier vampire 2-piece. You have obtained 201 survival points. Ding! You have received minus 3,516 damage from the blood pool. Ding! Your mid-tier bloodline condensation has reached 5.71%, blood strike. This skill is really useful. After finishing off the two vampires, Feng Heng muttered in his heart. He closed his eyes and focused on condensing his bloodline. Beside the blood pool, Lin Hanzing carefully swallowed his saliva. He and Zhao Dongying looked at each other. There was no doubt that Feng Heng did it. In the blink of an eye, the two vampires were gone. What a terrifying ability. Vampire's headquarters, teleportation hall. The space-tearing device released a blue light screen. The blood slaves laboriously filled boxes of blue crystal ores into the energy district. Through the light screen, high-tier and mid-tier vampires continuously entered District 7. Marquis Oro personally guarded this place. A mid-level vampire flew in, transformed into a human form, and knelt on one knee. Marquis Oro, there's a strange fluctuation in the sacred tree Angitas. The guards suspect that it's related to a normal vampire who entered the blood pool to condense his bloodline. He claims to be a subordinate of Duke Bellamy. Do you need to go over and check? Oro frowned. He closed his eyes to sense the situation in Angitas. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Marquis. When Ji Kai-Ubai heard this news, he immediately shivered. It's coming. It's Feng Heng. Be careful. Marquis, it's very likely that the other party is luring the snake out of its hole. You must ensure the safety of the teleportation passage. Oro originally intended to personally go to the 5th basement to take a look. Hearing Ji Kai-Ubai's words, he thought for a moment. Indeed. What Ji Kai-Ubai said was also possible. Since there was no problem with Angitas, then there was no need for him to go over and take a look. Go back and bring him here after he finishes refining his bloodline. Yes. Swoosh. Inside the blood pool, Feng Heng's eyes suddenly opened. Ding. Your bloodline condensation has reached 100%. Ding. Your skill, mid-tier vampire bloodline, has advanced to high-tier vampire bloodline. Ding. Your original skill, mid-level vampire bloodline, has been deleted. Ding. Your current high-tier vampire bloodline level 1. Feng Heng's eyes were covered with a deeper blood-red hue. A line of game hints was reflected in his pupils. Skill high-tier vampire bloodline, Level 1. Description: player can have multiple bloodlines at the same time, but some bloodlines cannot be possessed at the same time. Description: zombie clone and vampires have a conflict of bloodlines, and can only inherit a small portion of the bloodline's benefits. Skill level: S level restriction. This skill can be upgraded to level 20, player's current highest level skill cannot exceed the player's current level. Player can find a way to upgrade the bloodline. Derivative skill 1, Vampire's Bloodline. Skill description: after learning the skill, you will immediately gain 250% additional maximum health point, strength plus 3, agility plus 9, physique plus 4, perception plus 5. You will gain strength at skill level by 0.8, agility at skill level by 2, skill level by physique at 0.8, perception at skill level by 0.4. Derivative skill 2, Blood Draw. Click here to see the details. Derivative skill 3, Self-Healing. Click here to see the details. Derivative skill 4, Night Walk. Click here to see the details. Derivative skill 5, High Tier Bat Form. Skill description: by relying on the strength of the bloodline, the player can enter the bat form. Under this form, the player can have faster flying speed. Feng Heng quickly scanned the skill description. Skills 1, 2, 3 and 4 were not much different from before. It was just that the attribute had slightly increased. Skill 5, the bat form could be maintained for a longer period of time. It could obtain a faster flying speed. After being attacked, it would not be so easy to exit the bat form. This time, the upgrade was mostly just a change in the attribute. Feng Heng noticed another detail. Actually, after upgrading to a high-tier vampire bloodline, the skill could actually continue to be upgraded. Chapter 608. There was still time. Feng Heng hesitated for a moment. He opened his mouth and tried to devour the blood. Ding! You have absorbed blood that contains extremely high energy. Your skill: high-tier vampire bloodline plus 2033 experience points. You are affected by the blood poison, experience points increased. Feng Heng had just gulped down 2 mouthfuls of blood when he realized that he was in trouble. This won't do. After upgrading his skill to the high tier, the experience points needed to absorb blood were too high. It was almost 100 times the amount he needed previously. According to this rate, he would have to swallow blood for more than half a day. It would take too much time. Other than that, he had already gulped down a bellyful of blood. Now that it was swollen to the point of discomfort, he couldn't continue to gulp it down. Should he give up first? Feng Heng quickly thought. Got it. Zombie clone. When he first came into contact with the vampire bloodline, the zombie clone could absorb the blood of animals to gain experience points for elementary level vampire bloodline skills. However, in the end, the blood of normal creatures could no longer provide enough blood energy to increase experience points. Based on this, could the zombie clone use the blood pool to gain experience points? That's right. Just like in the past when he was gaining experience points, he could make use of the zombie clone to gain experience points quickly. Although the trick was old, it was effective. After figuring it out, Feng Heng climbed out of the blood pool again. As for where to get the zombie clone, Feng Heng raised his head and looked at the sacred tree, and it is not far away. Wasn't it already available? Previously, a large number of zombie clones had been used by the vampires to bind them with a blood curse and used as nutrients for Angitas. Affected by the skill effect of the undying body, the zombie clone became nutrients that could be used forever. Even though the nutrients they provided were extremely small. Currently, the zombie clones were still trapped under the ancient tree. Seeing Feng Heng walking out of the blood pool, Lin Hanzeng and Zhao Dongyang quickly looked at each other. The aura on Feng Heng's body had changed. Before, they couldn't sense the aura of vampires on Feng Heng. But now, they could faintly sense it. Both of them had a better understanding of vampires, so they naturally knew that the blood pool had the effect of condensing the blood of vampires. They also knew that Feng Heng had part of the bloodline of vampires and could even control the holy weapon of vampires. So, Feng Heng was condensing the blood just now? No way? The blood pool of Angitas had extremely strong blood poison, so it was not suitable for condensing the blood. But it seemed that he had completed it? Both of them were shocked and doubtful. Zhao Dongyang hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, Boss Feng Heng, how is it? Well, it's not bad. Feng Heng nodded lightly and looked around the cave again. In the entire cave, almost all the newborn vampires born from Angitas immediately rushed to the front line. Other than that, there was also a group of bats hanging upside down in the air in hibernation mode. Most of them were mid-level vampires, and only a few of them were high-tier vampires. As for the most noteworthy combat strength, Feng Heng looked at the giant-sized blood puppets standing on both sides of the cave. There were about 20 of them. Wait a little longer. Be careful and stay here. I still need to do some tests. Feng Heng said as he walked toward the sacred tree Angitas. He arrived in front of the zombie team that was entangled by layers of vines. At the outermost layer, the normal vine zombie clones were tightly wrapped by the vines. The vines were densely covered with a layer of barbs that pierced into the zombie clones' bodies, continuously absorbing their blood. At the inner layer, the lickers and the fusion tyrant forms had been merged into one by the huge ancient tree trunk. The zombie clones had been sucked into meat jerky by the sacred tree. Due to the skill effect of the undying body, they did not die. Once the blood was restored, the blood would be immediately absorbed by the sacred tree Angitas again. Perpetual motion machine, huh? Feng Heng muttered to himself. He approached the vine that extended from the sacred tree Angitas and gently raised his hand. The vampire's holy weapon gauntlet. A blood blade appeared on his hand blade. Kai. The blade slashed down. Crack crack crack. The vine of the sacred tree Angitas was easily cut open by the blood blade. It seemed to feel pain, and a part of the vine quickly shrank back. The zombie clone immediately broke free from the vines and staggered 2 steps forward, standing unsteadily on the spot. Done. Feng Heng looked around again. Many high-tier vampires were alarmed and looked at him as if they were examining him. They seemed to be questioning his strange actions. Most of the high-tier vampires were low-level intelligent life forms created by Angitas. He could fool them in a short period of time. Feng Heng had already made up his mind. He raised his hand and raised his holy weapon, the spirit cane, which belonged to the vampires. High-tier vampires lowered their heads to show their submission when they saw the holy weapon. He succeeded. Continue. Feng Heng increased his speed and waved his hand to cut the vines. In less than a minute, more than 20 zombie clones that were entangled by the sacred tree of the vampires regained their mobility. Almost there. Feng Heng gave new orders to the zombie clones. Under the surprised gazes of Zhao Dongyang, Lin Hanzing, and the others, the zombie clones staggered toward the blood pool beside Angitas. Plop. Plop. The zombie clones fell into the blood pool one by one. They gobbled up the blood in the blood pool. Ding. Your zombie clone has absorbed extremely high energy blood. Your skill high tier vampire bloodline plus 2033 experience points. Ding. Your zombie clone has absorbed extremely high energy blood. It's starting. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Row after row of game hints began to refresh rapidly in his vision. He saw that his skill and experience bar had finally begun to slowly move forward. Very good. The plan has succeeded. Zhao Dongyang was standing by the side. He looked at the group of zombies that had entered the blood pool, his eyes filled with doubt and confusion. He couldn't understand it at all. Earlier on, Feng Heng had jumped into the blood pool and absorbed the strength of the blood pool directly. At that time, he could barely comprehend Feng Heng's actions. He tried his best to convince himself that Feng Heng was not a human being. He had a special ability to purify the strength of the blood pool and accelerate the condensing of his bloodline. But now, the zombies had also jumped into the blood pool? What was Feng Heng doing? Were the zombies absorbing the strength of the blood pool as well? Did they also have the bloodline of the vampires? When the zombie clones entered the blood pool, Feng Heng's main body absorbed the strength of the blood more than 20 times faster than before. After absorbing the strength of the blood pool, the entire Angitas tree started to become unstable. The entire sacred tree kept emitting a deep red light. Even the branches of the tree started to tremble slightly. Since the test is successful, then I will start to be greedy. Swallow them all. Feng Heng thought to himself as he narrowed his eyes. He continued to swing his blood blade rapidly to help the zombie clones that were bound by the Angitas tree escape. The zombie clones continued to enter the blood pool and began to absorb the strength of the blood pool. Chapter 609, Drink till you're full. A moment later, more than 70 zombie clones were soaked in the blood pool. The zombie clones were sucking the blood in big mouthfuls. The blood in the blood pool started to decrease visibly. Zhao Dongyang stared blankly at this scene for a moment. In an instant, an idea flashed through his mind. That's right. He understood. Feng Heng had a special ability. He could control zombies to consume the strength of the blood pool. And the source of the strength of the blood pool was Angitas. This meant that the strength of Angitas was constantly being consumed. Feng Heng's goal was to weaken the Angitas tree. He was preparing to transplant Angitas. So that was his plan. Zhao Dongyang looked at Feng Heng with a hint of admiration. As an expert, Zhao Dongyang felt that he had to do something. He quickly turned on the survival radio and sent a message to Feng Heng. Zhao Dongyang, Feng Heng, the Angitas tree has been set to give priority to the use of energy to give birth to vampires. We can change it to giving full power to the blood pool, Zhao Dongyang. This will stop the vampires from giving birth to new vampires. Moreover, we can go one step further by overdrawing Angitas' strength to a great extent and making it fully supply the blood pool energy. This will make Angitas weaken even faster. Feng Heng was cutting the vines. When he opened his communicator and saw the message from Zhao Dongying, he could not help but be stunned. What a good guy. There was actually such a good thing? After spending some effort, bringing an expert here was indeed useful. Previously, he was prepared to use external forces to directly destroy most of Anjitas and make it enter a weakened state. Now, since there was a better way to make the Anjitas become weak, there was no reason not to use it. Feng Heng casually cut off the vines of Anjitas and quickly returned to Zhao Dongying. He asked in a low voice, "What should I do?" This. Zhao Dongying rubbed his temples and recalled, there are corresponding incantations in the Book of Ether of the Vampires. Only vampires can use it. I will go offline to check. Give me 2 minutes. No need to check. It's just the Book of Ether. Lin Hanzing looked at Zhao Dongying. I've memorized that thing. Huh? Zhao Dongying was also stunned. Why are you memorizing this thing? Sigh. Lin Hanzing sighed, and a hint of resentment appeared in his eyes. When I was in the vampire apocalypse, I also wanted to take the demon hunting license. What a pity. As he said that, Lin Hanzing took out a pen and paper, quickly wrote the incantation on the paper, and handed it to Feng Heng. Feng Heng took the paper. The incantation only had 3 short sentences, and it was very concise. You guys stay here and be careful. After saying that, Feng Heng turned around and walked toward the Anjitas tree again. Coming to the front of the Anjitas tree, Feng Heng stretched out a hand and touched the tree with one hand. The bark of the ancient tree was extremely rough, but the palm of his hand felt a warm feeling coming from it. Feng Heng realized that the blood in his body was reaching a certain level of connection with the ancient tree. They shared the same origin? Feng Heng slowly closed his eyes, feeling the response of the strength from Anjitas. He had a sense of being contained by a powerful strength of the same origin. Not now. Feng Heng suddenly opened his eyes and silently chanted the incantation in his heart. Ding. You are trying to use an unknown incantation. Ding. The unknown incantation will cause an unknown effect. Please be careful. Hint. Triggered based on the difficulty of the elementary game. This incantation is extremely dangerous and only works on certain special objects. Casting the incantation will consume a large amount of mental strength. Please use it carefully. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows and ignored the game hint, continuing to chant the incantation in his mind. 3 short sentences. The moment the last word of the incantation was finished, the mental strength in the attribute panel was instantly drained. At the same time, his mind was in violent dizziness. Ding. You have completed the unknown incantation. Ding. You have entered a mild state of mana exhaustion. Ding. For the next 240 minutes, your mental strength recovery speed will be reduced by 500%. Before using any skills that consume mental strength, 10 times your mental strength in health points will be deducted first. Ding. Your incantation has caused the current state of Anjitas to change. Ding. Your affinity with Anjitas plus 0.01. Feng Heng did not have the time to read the game hint. At this moment, he felt as if the world was spinning. He subconsciously placed one hand on the tree trunk of Anjitas. The dizziness lasted for a full 2 minutes. By the time Feng Heng came back to his senses, the nutrient supply to the newborn vampires had already stopped. Fortunately, using the incantation could actually cause such a strong negative effect. Feng Heng was glad that he had not been attacked by the vampires during this period of time. Otherwise, this plan might have failed. He looked up again. The fruit that gave birth to vampires on the trunk of the tree gradually withered and died off. New vampires were no longer born, and the number of vampires in the cave began to decrease significantly. At the same time, the branches of the tree once again bloomed with a bright red color. The blood pool was once again filled with blood. High-tier vampire skill experience bar was also increasing rapidly. Feng Heng licked his lips. Good. Greed 1. More was needed. A hint of greed flashed in Feng Heng's eyes. He continued to walk towards the right side of the sacred tree Anjitas. He pulled out his machete and brandished his blood blade, trying to free the remaining zombie clones. Suck. Suck dry all of them. Headquarters, teleportation hall. Oro suddenly sensed something and frowned. What was going on? Why did the speed at which Anjitas gave birth to vampires suddenly stop? Why was Anjitas's strength? Was there a problem? A vampire rushed over and whispered something beside Oro. Oro's eyelids twitched slightly. Jikaiubai saw that Oro's expression was strange and asked, Lord Oro, did something happen? There's a problem with Anjitas. Jikaiubai's heart moved and instinctively stopped him. Lord Marquis, be careful of the other party luring the tiger away from the mountain. Oro turned around and his eyes were fixed on Jikaiubai. Anjitas is the foundation of our world's vampires. Without Anjitas, even if we obtain this broken world, it would be meaningless. Do you understand? After saying that, Oro ignored Jikaiubai and led the vampires out of the teleportation hall. Jikaiubai gritted his teeth. Understand my ass. Understand my ass. Who cared if the vampires were dead or alive? He only wanted to get the purple spatial crystals. Seeing Oro and his group leave, Jikaiubai gritted his teeth. He didn't have any actual combat ability, and he couldn't order the vampires. There was no point staying here, so he simply followed them. Among the many vampires who followed Oro to the 5th basement, one of them had a layer of red light in his eyes. Chapter 610, Probing in the Hall, including the zombie clone proliferators. Nearly 200 zombie clones were immersed in the blood pool, crazily absorbing the strength of the blood pool. Ding, your zombie clone, proliferator, has absorbed the blood that contains extremely high energy. Your skill high tier vampire bloodline plus 2033 experience points. Ding, your skill high tier vampire bloodline has been upgraded to level 18, reaching the current maximum value. Please try to upgrade your player's level. The game hint in Fang Heng's vision refreshed line by line. It had been maxed so quickly? Fang Heng was a little surprised. Zombie clone was still useful. From the start of the game until now, the zombie clone was his talent skill. Unfortunately, the current player level was only level 18. If he wanted to continue leveling up, he would need a large number of Tier 1 evolution crystals. Under normal circumstances, a Tier 1 evolution crystal would only drop after killing a mutated zombie that was at least Tier 3. In fact, after killing high-tier vampires, there was also a small chance of dropping Tier 1 and Tier 2 evolution crystals. However, the number was still too small, and it was far from enough. Meanwhile, players needed to reach level 20 to max out the high-tier vampire bloodline. It was very difficult to do so in a short period of time. For the time being, Fang Heng was unable to continue upgrading the high-tier vampire bloodline. So what if the experience points were full? It would be a waste if it was wasted. Keep sucking. Crack, crack, crack. Under the frenzied sucking of over 200 zombie clone bodies, the branches of the Anjita's tree began to wither and turn yellow, as if they were wailing in pain. Zhao Dongying and Lin Hanzing looked at each other and saw the faint excitement in each other's eyes. It was really going to work. The plan to transplant the Anjitas was not a joke. Fang Heng was really about to suck the Anjita's tree dry. The strength of Anjitas was being continuously absorbed by the zombie clones via the blood pool. The vines that were originally binding and absorbing the fusion tyrant forms and the liquors began to lose their strength. The fusion tyrant forms and the liquors began to struggle crazily, breaking free from the tree trunks one after another. Fang Heng had long been prepared. He had placed the iron twist in his backpack to equip the fusion tyrant forms. It was a pity. The weight bearing of the revolving machine gun and ammunition was too heavy. Fang Heng had not brought them with him when he came. Otherwise, the fusion tyrant form's strength would have increased even further. With such a big commotion, the vampires should have noticed soon. It's time to prepare for the next step. Fang Heng muttered to himself as he controlled a few more zombies to walk out of the blood pool. He threw the Gardener's Handbook and Meteorite Company Greening Transplant Plan 2918 inches, which he had Chen Yu help collect, to the zombie clones so that they could immediately enter an efficient reading state. Ding! You have learned a skill tree planting. Ding! Your zombie clone is reading. Through reading the Meteorite Company Greening Transplant Plan 2918 inches, your skill tree planting experience points plus 21, with more than 200 zombie clones absorbing the strength of the blood pool. The Anjita's sacred tree began to show signs of fatigue. The entire tree was faintly emitting a blood-red glow. Fang Heng turned to look at Zhao Dongying and Lin Hanzing. How much longer? Not so fast. Zhao Dongying raised his head to look at the Anjita's tree, judging its condition. The Anjita's tree is already using up its original strength. Its vitality is already beginning to decline. Look over there. Fang Heng looked in the direction that Zhao Dongying was pointing at. The branch that was extended by the Anjitas quickly withered and decayed in a few seconds. It fell from the tree like a dead piece of wood that had been drained of nutrients. The dead branch turned into dust the moment it fell to the ground and dissipated into the air. A few years ago, the Anjita's main body had been relying on absorbing energy to grow to such a large extent. It will probably take some time before it is completely consumed. Zhao Dongying felt that it was really a waste. The pure energy that the vampires had accumulated for thousands of years had been directly consumed by Fang Heng. If the vampires knew about this, they would probably strangle Fang Heng to death. As he was speaking, Fang Heng suddenly turned his head to look at the entrance of the cave. Someone is coming. You guys hide first. After advancing to a high-level vampire bloodline, Fang Heng's perception of vampires became more acute. It's the Marquis of the Vampires. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of wings rubbing against each other could be heard from outside the cave. The sound was approaching quickly. Zhao Dongying and Lin Hanzing's eyelids twitched, and they immediately found cover to hide. Fang Heng turned his head and immediately took out the sniper rifle modified by Ding Minutes from his backpack, aiming it at the entrance. A group of vampires in bat form flew in from the entrance of the cave. The leader of the vampires, Marquis of the Vampires, Oro, returned to his bat form and looked at Feng Heng. "Who are you?" "Bellamy's subordinate." Oro raised his head as he spoke. When he saw the sacred tree of the vampires, Angitas, gradually approaching its withering state, his eyes revealed shock. From the moment Oro was born, Angitas had already been flourishing. How could it be as lifeless as it looked now, like a person who is seriously ill and dying? "What did you do to Angitas?" Before Feng Heng could answer, another voice filled with anger and surprise rang out. "Feng Heng?" Ji Kai-Ubai followed the vampires to the 5th basement to check. The moment he saw Feng Heng, he felt like he was going crazy. This guy was still lingering around. Why was he in this place? And on what basis was he able to appear in this place? Didn't they say that this was the vampires' headquarters? It was impossible for ordinary people to break in. Ji Kai-Ubai had expected that Feng Heng would use many plots and tricks, but he had never expected Feng Heng to appear in the most important place of the vampires in such a swaggering manner. Even the sacred tree of the vampires, Angitas, had been affected by Feng Heng. Ji Kai-Ubai stared at Feng Heng and asked, "Why are you here?" Feng Heng looked at Ji Kai-Ubai, who was behind the vampires. Ji Kai-Ubai. Why was he everywhere? He was a troublesome player, but it was hard to kill him. Feng Heng quickly glanced at Ji Kai-Ubai and looked at the Marquis of the Vampires beside him. He was the only Marquis of the Vampires? So he was here to deliver equipment? He had already collected 5 holy weapons of the vampires, and if he added one more, he would have 6 pieces, which could trigger the next stage of the set effect. Not bad, not bad. Several thoughts flashed through his mind, and Feng Heng gently pulled the trigger. Bang! Oro's eyelids twitched, and he disappeared from where he was in an instant, reappearing on the right side of his original position out of thin air. The bullet missed and hit the rock behind him. Boom! The rock exploded. Teleportation? Feng Heng frowned and began to reload the magazine of the sniper rifle. He was very sure that before the bullet was about to hit Oro, his body had moved about half a meter to the right. "So you are Feng Heng?" There was a flash of strange light in Oro's eyes. He was able to escape from Duke Bellamy's hands. What kind of ability did he have? No matter what, he had already caused a great deal of damage to Angitas. Death. Chapter 611, Setting a Pit Not Speaking? Then stay here forever and become Angitas' nourishment. Oro said as he formed a seal with his hands. The blood puppets that were originally hidden in the cave were affected by the seal and were awakened by Oro. They took heavy steps and strode towards Feng Heng. "That's it?" Feng Heng let out a disdainful sneer. The fusion tyrant forms behind him also raised their iron twists and charged towards the blood puppets. The blood puppets and the fusion tyrant forms clashed together. Boom. Boom boom. The iron twists landed heavily on the blood puppets, while the blood puppets continuously used their burning fists to smash against the fusion tyrant forms. Muffled sounds of collisions rang out continuously in the cave. Both sides were similarly large-sized creatures. They also had a lot of health point and strong regenerative abilities. For some time, neither side could do anything to the other. Seeing the Angitas tree continuously withering, Oro's heart was burning with anxiety. He was not sure if the other party was stalling for time, but he definitely could not afford to delay. "Let's see how long you can hold on." The seal on Oro's hand changed again. The bats hanging upside down in the cave were awakened, and they rushed toward Feng Heng. All the vampires in the shelter were summoned by Oro, and they rushed to the cave to help. "Hee, it's longer than you think." Feng Heng waved his hand. "Kai. Kai Kai." A large group of lickers that were originally climbing on the wall of the cave quickly rushed towards the vampires. The lickers encountered the vampires. The two forces collided once again. Another round of slaughter. Oro clenched his teeth. This was troublesome. It's them again. The enhanced lickers. The lickers had extremely strong vitality. Under such circumstances, the vampires couldn't do anything to them at the moment. Seeing that the situation of Angitas was getting worse and worse, Oro's eyes were bloodshot. He could only use words to threaten. "Feng Heng, how long can you hold on? The Duke is already on his way here. Don't struggle anymore and give up resisting. I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, when the Duke arrives, you will die a terrible death." The Duke of the Vampires, whose strength was comparable to Bellamy's. Did he come back as well? Feng Heng frowned when he heard that. It was indeed very troublesome. So he had to speed up. He had to take Angitas away before the Duke of the Vampires arrived. He had to think of a way to get rid of the Marquis in front of him first. During the chaotic battle, Feng Heng had been observing Oro's movements. He made an assessment of Oro in his heart. Vampires who were good at controlling forms had the ability to teleport. If the other party wanted to escape, it would be difficult to kill him with his current ability. So? Fang Heng looked at Oro with a disdainful smile. You're right. But guess, when your dupe comes back, will Anjita still be alive? As he said this, Fang Heng pointed at the constantly withering sacred tree Anjitas. You dare? Hearing this, Oro's eyes were about to split open. He wanted to tear Fang Heng into pieces right now, but he couldn't charge forward. Fang Heng aimed his muzzle at Oro. Do you think I dare or not? Jikai Ubai gritted his teeth. Despicable. Huh? Despicable? Fang Heng smiled disdainfully and looked at Jikai Ubai shamelessly. Thank you for your praise. No, I prefer that you call me greedy. Zhao Dongying and Lin Hanzing, who were watching the battle from the back, looked at each other. Why did Fang Heng look more like a villain now? Fang Heng's brain was thinking quickly. He stared at Oro and threw out a price. I will give you a chance, Oro. Just the two of us, one-on-one? How about it? Jikai Ubai reacted almost instantly. Don't agree with him. He must be up to something. Fang Heng spread his hands and said indifferently, whatever, then let's continue. Anyway, I don't care about the life or death of Anjitas. Using my life to exchange for Anjitas doesn't seem to be too much of a loss. As he said this, Fang Heng pulled the trigger again. Bang! The bullet once again shot out from the barrel. Oro once again relied on his teleportation ability to dodge. The third shot in a row missed. Fang Heng expressionlessly began to reload the bullet, preparing to aim again. The fusion tyrant forms and the blood puppets were engaged in a heated battle, and the lickers were also unable to come to a stalemate with the vampires. High-level vampires had the ability to kill lickers, but in such a chaotic environment, killing them was extremely difficult. As time passed, Anjitas grew weaker and weaker. Facing Fang Heng's threat, Oro could not hold back. One-on-one. I promise you. Jikai Ubai immediately tried to dissuade him in a low voice. Marquis Oro, don't fall into his trap. Shut up. Do you have a better idea? Jikai Ubai gritted his teeth and was at a loss for words. He was very sure that a one-on-one fight was a huge pit that Fang Heng had dug, and the vampires were still desperately trying to jump in. He couldn't even stop them. But he didn't know how deep Fang Heng's pit was, nor did he know how to get around it. After holding it in for a long time, Jikai Ubai could only say, be careful, his close combat strength is not bad. He only knew how to say something useless. Oro glared fiercely at Jikai Ubai, secretly hating Jikai Ubai's uselessness. He should have come to Anjitas to investigate. If not for Jikai Ubai constantly telling them that the target was the teleportation passage and telling them to be careful of the teleportation passage, he would have discovered the fact that Anjitas had been invaded long ago, and things would not have turned out like this. One-on-one. Fang Heng. Come on. Marquis Oro waved his hand as he spoke, indicating for the vampires who were fighting with the lickers to move aside. Fang Heng also controlled the zombie clones to move back. In just a few seconds, the center of the cave was cleared for the two of them to fight one-on-one. Marquis Oro walked into the circle and stared at Fang Heng. Fang Heng put away his sniper rifle and slowly walked forward. Interesting, how should I put it? I admire your courage, and I am willing to accept your challenge. After saying that, Fang Heng took out his machete from his backpack and pounced on Marquis Oro with it. A faint blood-red glow appeared on Oro's body as he brandished his silver longsword to counter the attack. Bang! The machete fiercely smashed onto the silver longsword. The powerful collision force surprised Oro and caused him to take half a step back. However, after a few probing attacks, Oro had a rough estimation of Fang Heng's strength. His opponent's speed, strength, and other attributes far exceeded that of normal humans and were almost on par with him. However, his battle techniques were somewhat clumsy. His grasp of timing was very basic. He was more like a child wielding a great killing weapon. However, it looked frightening, and there was no rhyme or reason to it. Relying on his teleportation ability and exquisite battle techniques, Oro steadily gained the upper hand. Oro continuously tested Fang Heng a few times. The silver longsword scraped a few long and narrow wounds on Fang Heng's body, confirming that Fang Heng was really not good at close combat. I can win. Oro quickly made an assessment in his heart. Finish him off as soon as possible. Chapter 612, resolved. Oro's heart was tied to Anjitas, and he was extremely anxious. He only wanted to kill Fang Heng as soon as possible. It's here. After catching a flaw in Fang Heng, Oro suddenly disappeared from his spot. He directly used teleportation to appear beside Fang Heng. He suddenly stepped forward and thrust his long sword forward. Kai. He won. Oro was very familiar with this feeling. The silver longsword pierced through Fang Heng's heart, directly piercing through it. Oro could even feel Fang Heng's heartbeat coming from the long sword. Red blood flowed out from the wound, dyeing Fang Heng's chest red. Eh? What? Oro suddenly had a thought. He felt extremely uneasy and raised his eyebrows. What was going on? Looking up, Oro saw Fang Heng's slightly ferocious face. Fang Heng stared at Oro, and a few game hints flashed across the lower right corner of his retina. Ding! You have received a critical hit from Marquis of the Vampires, Oro. You have received 6,445 critical damage. You have entered the state of bleeding, serious injury, puncture and stiffness, ding. You are now paralyzed, ding. Affected by the skill effect of the undying body, your state of bleeding, serious injury, puncture, stiffness and paralysis has been removed, ding. Affected by the skill effect of the undying body, you have recovered 932 health point. The silver longsword also had a paralyzing effect. Fang Heng endured intense pain. He suddenly stretched out his hands and grabbed Oro's shoulders tightly, preventing him from moving. Oro also instantly felt a sense of danger. How could Fang Heng still have the strength to resist after being stabbed in the vital parts of his body? The uneasiness in Oro's heart was extremely intense. His face was slightly pale as he quickly pulled out the silver longsword that had pierced into Fang Heng's body. He wanted to retreat. However, teleportation was still on cooldown, and his shoulders were firmly bound by Fang Heng. Fang Heng stared at Oro. Want to run? Too late. Blood strike. Kai. In the next moment, a blood-red palm extended out from the wound in Fang Heng's heart. The palm suddenly shot forward, grabbing towards Oro. This is Blood Palm. The special ability of the holy weapon of vampires, the necklace. How could the necklace be in his hand? Oro's heart was beating wildly. In that short moment, he couldn't think too much. His body instinctively sensed the danger ahead of him and reacted first. He frantically tried to retreat and dodge. But he couldn't dodge. Oh no. Oro's strength wasn't very strong. Coupled with the fact that he had forcefully summoned the Prince of Vampires, his strength had been reduced. For a moment, he was unable to break free from Fang Heng's hands. Kai. The blood-red palm locked onto Oro's throat. Where the blood-red palm was holding on to, fine sealing lines gradually appeared on the skin. The lines spread out rapidly from the skin in all directions. A while ago, he was able to break free from Fang Heng's one-sided grip on his shoulder, but now, coupled with the blood palm bind effect of the blood strike skill, Oro had no chance of breaking free in a short period of time. He was firmly trapped on the spot. It's my turn. A cruel smile appeared on Fang Heng's face. The blood strike skill was really too useful. Fang Heng, you. Oro was about to say something when a large group of lickers behind Fang Heng pounced on the two in the middle of the cave. Fang Heng. You're cheating. Although he had already predicted that Fang Heng would definitely cheat, Jikai Ubai still shouted when he saw this scene. Almost at the same time, the vampires behind Oro swarmed forward. Hee, playing tricks? Very unexpected. Isn't his common sense? The smile on Fang Heng's face grew wider. In the next moment, a large group of lickers surrounded Fang Heng and Oro, and attacked crazily. Then, a large group of vampires pounced forward. In the center were Fang Heng and Oro. Next was the group of lickers. The outermost circle was the group of vampires. They were almost like fried dough entangled together. In the dark, Fang Heng's blood shadow clone aimed at the meatball and pulled the trigger. Bang. Boom. Skill blood explosion. Boom. 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 Fang Heng didn't know how the blood explosion skill worked, but he had tested it many times before when he asked the zombie clones to commit suicide. The final damage of the skill was physical damage. Fang Heng was very sure about this. Ding, your zombie clone has used the skill blood explosion, causing indiscriminate damage to nearby creatures. Ding, you have received 455 damage from the blood explosion. Ding, you have killed 3 mid-level vampires. You have received survival points. The exact amount of survival points would be displayed here. Ding, your undying body skill has taken effect. You are immune to this damage. The game hints in Fang Heng's vision were refreshing wildly. The lickers continuously used the blood explosion skill, causing a huge amount of damage that instantly killed all the vampires that were surrounding the center of the cave. Seeing this scene, Jikai Ubai's eyes were filled with shock. Was he crazy? With such a powerful explosion, did Fang Heng want to die together with the Marquis of the Vampires? What exactly did he want to do? Did he want to kill the vampires at the price of dying together with them? What bigger scheme did he have? Ding, you have killed the Marquis of the Vampires, Oro. Your friendship with the major clans of the vampires has decreased. At the center of the explosion, Fang Heng had been observing the game hint. He only stopped the lickers from continuing to use the blood explosion after seeing the game hint that Oro had died. After a few minutes of continuous explosions, everything in the cave returned to normal. Kai. There were originally 60 to 70 lickers. Now, there were only 18 lickers left. They quickly spread out in all directions and continued to hunt down the remaining vampires. This Ubai was shocked. After experiencing such a violent explosion, why were there still lickers who didn't die? What a strong vitality. Suddenly, Ubai seemed to have seen something terrifying, and his face instantly turned pale. At the center of the explosion, Feng Heng actually slowly stood up. The clothes on his body had been shattered by the previous explosion. He looked like a bloody man. Feng Heng stood up and slowly turned his head to look in the direction where Ubai was standing. Ubai's pupils constricted. He was not dead yet. This was bad. Ubai's mind went blank for a moment. He did not even think about escaping. The last marquis guarding the main base of the vampires was dead. The remaining blood puppets and high-tier vampires could not stop Feng Heng. The vampires' headquarters had fallen. The teleportation passage had been destroyed. The plan that Night Owl had planned for more than half a century would be completely destroyed. The source of everything was this young man in front of him. Hey! Feng Heng looked at Ubai, who seemed to have lost his soul, and tried to call out to him. Ubai stared at Feng Heng, his eyes full of unwillingness. Feng Heng. It's me, there's no need to be so agitated. Feng Heng shrugged, looking very relaxed. He took out a new set of clothes from his backpack and put it on. Remember what I told you? I have a batch of materials for sale, you're welcome to come and find me. Ubai was stunned. As he spoke, Feng Heng switched to the sniper rifle and aimed it at Ubai's head. Then, goodbye. Chapter 613, Teleportation. Ubai's eyelids twitched as he crushed the ball in his hand once again. Swoosh. A white light flashed and Ubai instantly disappeared from where he was. The little one did not cry, did not make a fuss, and did not drink milk. Zhang Piwo was very helpless. After teasing and coaxing for a day, she still refused to drink. If this continued, what should she do? Grandfather Rong looked at his precious great-grandson's disdainful look and made up his mind. He stomped his cane and said, "Give me the phone to Ning. I will tell her personally." Butler Zhang did not dare to hesitate. Although he sympathized with the young madam's hardships from pregnancy to childbirth, she and young Master Rong went on vacation. It was to enjoy the two of them and relax at the same time. At such a time, he should not have disturbed the two of them. However, the situation now forced him to make a call. The call was quickly picked up. Old Master Rong informed Luoning of the little fellow's situation in a few sentences. It was exactly what he had thought. He could not stay for even a moment longer and said that he would be back soon. The entire night at Rong residence was as bright as day. In the entire manor, no one dared to rest. They were all tensed up and did not dare to slack off. When the sky slightly lit up, the guard at Rong residence called the inner room and said that young Master Rong and young Madam had already returned home. After hearing this news, the sleepy people all perked up. Once they got out of the car, Luoning rushed upstairs without caring about her image. Young Master Rong followed behind and carefully held her hand, afraid that she would suddenly fall or hit it. "Ning, don't worry. Little handsome will be fine. He just misses his mother. He won't really starve himself." He tried to comfort his anxious wife. Ideally, if Hyla could kill the prince of the vampires, then the next plan would run smoother. Feng Heng put aside his unrealistic fantasies and nodded. "All right. Let Chen Yu get ready to execute preliminary plan number 18. We have to hurry." "Okay." Lin Hanzing nodded and was about to go offline when a female voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. "Hee, so that's how it is. You want to make a move on Anjitas?" A few of them were shocked at the same time and turned around to look for the sound. On the ground, the corpse of a vampire wriggled and slowly stood up, forming a deformed human body. The human body's face was distorted and mutated, turning into a familiar human face. Bellamy. Troublesome. Feng Heng flipped his wrist and a machete appeared in his palm. He quickly assessed the situation in front of him. Men are all the same. They don't keep their promises. Bellamy stood where she was and lightly snapped her fingers. The blood puppets in the hall instantly quieted down and entered hibernation mode. "So you want to make a move against Anjitas? I appreciate your ambition even more, Feng Heng." Bellamy looked at Feng Heng and said cheerfully, "Actually, I really want to see Anjitas destroyed." Hee, you didn't expect that, did you? I even helped you temporarily block the vampire's perception of Anjitas. However, once Anjitas' life is threatened, or I can't hold on for too long. You have at most 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, once the prince and the others sense Anjitas' abnormality, they will immediately come back to check. Hee, is 20 minutes not enough? Bellamy's expression became slightly more serious. My main body is near the battlefield between the prince and the resurrected specimen's main body. Come and find me. Bang. After saying that, without waiting for Feng Heng's reply, the twisted lump of meat instantly exploded in front of everyone's eyes. Feng Heng frowned. Troublesome. In the end, Hyla was still not strong enough to completely delay the vampire prince. In addition, he had underestimated the spiritual connection between the vampires and Angitas. Feng Heng raised his head and looked at Angitas again. After being absorbed by hundreds of zombie clones, the leaves on the branches of Angitas had begun to wither, and dried branches kept falling to the ground. Zhao Dongying swallowed his saliva and carefully turned to look at Feng Heng. Feng Heng, what should we do next? Feng Heng quickly calculated in his mind. 20 minutes. Not enough. 20 minutes was far from enough to transport Angitas back. It seemed they had to go to the main battlefield and use Bellamy's strength to stall the vampires and buy more time to transport Angitas. Since things had came to this point, they naturally couldn't give up easily. Hurry up, Lin Hanzing. You can take out the items now. As Feng Heng spoke, he controlled more than 30 zombie clones to stop absorbing blood temporarily and walk out of the blood pool. Understood. Lin Hanzing responded and waved at the two players behind him. The three of them began to throw the wooden planks and tools in their backpack onto the ground. Under Zhao Dongying's puzzled gaze, more than 30 zombies picked up the tools on the ground and began to knock on the wooden planks. It looked like they were making some kind of tool rack. I will think of a way to regain control of the teleportation hall and cut off their supplies. You guys stay here. Once the vampires make any moves, inform me through survival radio immediately. Zhao Dongying paused for a moment. Okay. Chapter 614, acquired Feng Heng, who had left the fusion tyrant forms and liquors behind to deal with the remaining vampires in the cave, transformed into his bat form and headed toward the control room alone. On the way, many vampires still brushed past Feng Heng and rushed toward the fifth basement. Feng Heng was too lazy to spend time dealing with them. After rushing all the way back to the main control room, Feng Heng once again transformed into his human form and looked around. The large-scale space-tearing device was still in operation. The vampires who stayed in the teleportation hall were responsible for guarding the place according to Oro's instructions. A large number of vampires from the vampire apocalypse walked out of the light screen continuously and went down to the fifth basement to provide support. The vampires did not realize that the fifth basement was already under Feng Heng's control. They were still operating the space-tearing device methodically. Seeing Feng Heng step into the teleportation hall, several high-tier vampires immediately cast inquisitive gazes at him. Feng Heng directly raised his hand and raised the vampire spirit cane in his hand. Lord Marquis. The vampires in the hall acknowledged the spirit cane and knelt down on one knee. As Feng Heng's vampire bloodline rose again, in the eyes of the vampires, Feng Heng's vampire bloodline was even purer, and the aura he emitted was almost the same as that of the Marquis of the Vampires. They did not suspect Feng Heng at all. He actually obtained control of the teleportation hall so easily? Feng Heng looked at the teleportation passage that was running in the center of the hall. His heart skipped a beat, and he had some new ideas. Wasn't it a bit of a waste to destroy the teleportation passage just like that? Should he use the teleportation passage to go to the world of the vampires to take a look? Come to think of it, District 7 was his. The vampires had gone to great lengths to plunder a large number of resources from District 7 to take back to the vampire apocalypse. This operation should be considered a loss for District 7. Then, couldn't he also run to the world of the vampires and plunder back the resources? It was just a game. Today you plunder mine, tomorrow I plunder yours. It was very fair. Forget it. One shouldn't be too greedy. After all, it was still a little dangerous to go to the world of the vampires alone. One step at a time, get Angitas first. If there was enough time, it wasn't impossible to consider. Feng Heng forcefully held back his greed, but at the same time, he gave up on the plan to destroy the teleportation passage right now. The prince has instructed us to stop the space-tearing device immediately. We need to temporarily cool it down. Understood. Several high-tier vampires began to operate the main control platform and temporarily stop the operation of the space-tearing device. Feng Heng walked to the right side of the teleportation hall and came to a large-scale space-tearing device that was being built. He let out a soft exclamation. What is this? A high-tier vampire by the name of Caroline walked forward and bowed respectfully. Marquis, this is the passage that we have just built in the past 2 days. It will connect to District 5 and is expected to be completed in 2 days. Passage to District 5? That's right, ever since the passage to District 5 was destroyed, the vampires did not choose to rebuild it in the branch. Instead, they built it directly in the headquarters. Feng Heng raised his head and looked at the space-tearing device that was already more than half built. He suddenly had an idea. District 5. If he remembered correctly, District 5 was still being invaded by the vampires. Last time, a wave of vampires from District 7 had been lured to District 5. After that, the teleportation passage had been destroyed, and they were all trapped in District 5, unable to return. Also, The teleportation array had been destroyed in the past 2 days, so there should still be a lot of plundered materials in District 5 that had not been sent back. Thinking carefully, could he run over to District 5 and snatch back the materials? No matter what, he could not afford to lose anything in District 7. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes. He remembered hearing from Chen Yu during the battle deployment meeting that there were 3 Marquis of the Vampires guarding the Vampires' headquarters in District 5. If he could think of a way to kill the 3 Marquis of the Vampires in one go. Marquis of the Vampires. They were full of treasures. He already had 6 holy weapons of the vampires. If he could get 3 more. Feng Heng's eyes brightened. He had to give it a try. After making the decision, Feng Heng's expression didn't change. He turned to the vampires and said, "Now, do your best to repair the passage to District 5. In addition, the shelter has been invaded by the outside world. It is sealed to protect the second basement. No one is allowed to go near it, and no one is allowed to leave the second basement." Understood. Caroline nodded respectfully and said, "Marquis, if the teleportation passage is closed, a large number of precision parts are still needed to complete the transformation of the large-scale space-tearing device. I will think of a way to deal with the parts. Go and do your work first." "As you wish, my lord." Feng Heng waved his hand to wave the vampires away. Then, he walked alone to the large-scale stabilizer that led to the vampire apocalypse. He placed the small explosive device that he had prepared beforehand on the inner side of the main teleportation device. The power of the small explosive device was not enough to completely destroy the large-scale space-tearing device, but it was enough to cause damage to it and let the vampires spend a few days repairing it. It was for precaution's sake. Even if his greed plan failed, he could still blow up the passage and not suffer any losses. After arranging everything, Feng Heng returned to the 5th basement. The main battlefield. Zijunhao's expression was savage. At the start, the gigantic mountain of flesh charged into the battlefield and began a frenzied massacre of the vampires. Zijunhao thought that it was Chen Yu's ultimate weapon to deal with the vampires. He did not expect that the muddle-headed mountain of flesh life form would directly start an indiscriminate massacre on the battlefield. All the vampires in the vicinity, including the Northern Federation players, were also affected by the negative effects of the curse. Following this, the Tier 7 Prince of Vampires rushed to the battlefield. Currently, the unknown life form had been completely suppressed by the vampires led by the Prince of Vampires. More than a quarter of its body was covered with blood-red rune patterns. Looking at these 2 Tier 7 creatures, Zijunhao felt helpless. Their combat strength was simply too high. It was far beyond the reach of ordinary players like them. While the 2 Tier 7 creatures were fighting, Zijunhao finally found some breathing space. He ordered the Northern Federation team to retreat in an orderly manner. The 2 vampire experts who came with the team suggested, "Sir, every time the prince awakens and ascends, the vampires will have to pay a huge price for his awakening. Moreover, it will weaken the prince's strength and lifespan. Next time, they may not be able to." "Shut up." This operation had caused the death of a large number of mutated fusion beasts brought by the Northern Federation. Their strength had been greatly reduced. Zijunhao's mood was extremely terrible. He asked, "Why didn't you tell us such important information earlier?" The 2 vampire experts were speechless. The prince hardly showed up during the vampire apocalypse. We also didn't know that they would appear during the zombie apocalypse. Chapter 615, Tree Transplanting. It was Chen Yu again. That seemingly honest fellow. Zijunhao resented him from the bottom of his heart. Most high-end hunters often appeared as prey. Now he finally understood. He had been used by Chen Yu again. Chen Yu probably knew about the existence of the Prince of the Vampires long ago, so he used them to fight head-on to wear them down. There was also that mysterious giant-sized Tier 7 life form. Even though Chen Yu denied everything, Zijunhao did not believe him. Was the Tier 7 creature like cabbages that could be randomly selected from the market? That strange life form was definitely related to Chen Yu and Feng Heng. Zijunhao regretted coming to District 7 this time. At this moment, a Federation player handed over a walkie-talkie. "Sir, it's Chen Yu." He still had the audacity. Zijunhao suppressed the anger in his heart and took the call from the player. "Hello? It's me. What did you say? The teleportation point in Area G? Do you need to use it urgently?" Zijunhao frowned. "We had an agreement. Area G was allocated to us and belongs to our Northern Federation's shelter group. Our materials, resources, and a large amount of confidential information are all there. What if I don't agree?" "Okay, I got it." Zijunhao turned around and looked at the soldier, asking, "Did something happen in Area G?" "Yes, sir." The Northern Federation soldier said in a low voice, "I reported to you 10 minutes ago. The teleportation point in Area G has just received an order from Chen Yu to temporarily stop the use of the teleportation point. In addition, A few teams have just entered the teleportation point in Area G and chased our people out. It seems that they want to modify the space-tearing stabilizing device of the teleportation point. Hearing what the Federation soldier said, Zi Junhao was suspicious. The teleportation point in Area G? At this time? What was Chen Yu trying to do? Zi Junhao turned to look at the other deputy commander and asked, "Is there any movement from Chen Yu's side?" "No news." Zi Junhao immediately said, "Bring some people over. Make sure to find out what they are trying to do. Report to me at any time." "Yes." "Understood." In the 5th basement of the vampire's headquarters. The strength of Angitas had been extracted by the nearly 200 zombie clones in the blood pool for more than 10 minutes. Finally, it couldn't hold on any longer. Due to its self-protection mechanism, Angitas stopped supplying energy to the blood pool 2 minutes ago. At this time, Lin Hanzing and 2 other players from the Leftway Gaming Guild were constantly spraying the weakening agent specially made by Kaiyu Yoking on Angitas. In terms of appearance, Angitas was already in a complete mess. The outer skin of the main tree trunk was starting to fall off, just like a withered tree. Compared to before, Angitas was less than 1/10 of its original size. "Feng Heng, it's about time." Zhao Dongying felt that the situation wasn't looking good and he whispered to Feng Heng who was beside him, "The origin of Angitas has already been injured. If this continues, it will be absurd if we can't save it after sending it back to District 8. "Okay, stop." Feng Heng also felt that it was about time. He waved his hand and gestured for Lin Hanzing and the other 2 to stop spraying the weakening agent. Then, he slowly walked to Angitas, stretched out his hand, and gently pressed on the trunk of the ancient tree Angitas. Ka. His palm directly pressed on the outermost layer of dried bark of Angitas. Kakakakaka. Like a domino, touched by Feng Heng, the already withered tree bark instantly fell off layer by layer. The thick and heavy tree trunk shrunk by more than 10 times in the blink of an eye. In the end, there was only a tree with a diameter of fewer than 3 meters and a height of about 8 meters left. It was still not small compared to normal trees, but it could not be compared to the ancient tree from before. "Hey! Did it really die?" Feng Heng quickly opened the mission panel to check. Tree planting was a special skill in the skill panel. Through the efficient reading skill, the zombies had read for half a day, and the tree planting skill had been upgraded to level 7. "There's no time to level up, let's just do it." The zombie clones walked out of the blood pool and picked up the shovel from the ground. They carefully surrounded the ancient tree Angitas and removed the rotten roots from the periphery. Following the remaining roots, the zombie clones carefully dug out the entire ancient tree Angitas from the ground along with a large amount of soil. Kakaka. As the roots were dug out, the giant ancient tree Angitas let out a weak howl, and its body gradually tilted to one side. There was a huge wooden shelf at the spot where it fell. The shelf was made by the zombie clones with large wooden planks and nails. The 8 fusion tyrant forms stood at the bottom of the shelf, carrying the protruding wooden stick on their shoulders and the whole shelf. Under Feng Heng's control, they took small steps in unison to support the falling ancient tree. Boom! The heavy Angitas tree landed on the wooden shelf. The 8 fusion tyrant forms' bodies sank down, then steadily lifted the wooden shelf into the air. Next, the zombie clones took out the tarp and wrapped the Angitas tree. Feng Heng let the fusion tyrant forms carry the shelf with Angitas and tried to move it. It was very stable. The fusion tyrant forms could even run slightly. Zhao Dongying and Lin Hanzing looked at each other. Before this, the 2 of them were still wondering why Feng Heng had spent so much effort to get so many wood materials. Now, they understood. He had spent so much time in order to transport Angitas. Everything was planned. Feng Heng. This wave is stable. Zhao Dongying was excited. In the beginning, when he heard that Feng Heng was going to use physical methods to forcibly move the Angitas tree, he absolutely did not believe it. At that time, he felt that Feng Heng was quite talented at making jokes. He did not expect Feng Heng actually did it. Moreover, it was done step by step in front of him. He had even personally participated in it. Zhao Dongying felt that he had enough bragging material for his entire life. He even felt a sense of pride for a moment. Damn it! He had once helped to dig the vampire's sacred tree to bring to District 8. Who among others could do it? Let's go. Feng Heng tried to operate it. He controlled the fusion tyrant forms to carry Angitas and quickly rushed to the designated meeting point. At this time, the entire interior of the vampires was under Feng Heng's control. The 8 fusion tyrant forms swaggered out of the vampire's shelter, carrying the sacred tree Angitas that was tightly wrapped in a black tarp. Along the way, they did not encounter any obstructions and went straight to the meeting point. Chapter 616, List Meeting Point before the zombie apocalypse. This was an emergency underground shelter created by the government. After the disaster, this place was occupied by a group of NPC survivors. Looking at the frozen smiles on Grandfather Rong and Zhang Piwa's faces, The servants cried out in their hearts, "Young madam, come back quickly. We need you. The young commander needs you even more." The little one did not cry, did not make a fuss, and did not drink milk. Zhang Piwa was very helpless. After teasing and coaxing for a day, she still refused to drink. If this continued, what should she do? Grandfather Rong looked at his precious great-grandson's disdainful look and made up his mind. He stomped his cane and said, "Give me the phone to Ning. I will tell her personally." Butler Zhang did not dare to hesitate. Although he sympathized with the young madam's hardships from pregnancy to childbirth, she and young Master Rong went on vacation. It was to enjoy the two of them and relax at the same time. At such a time, he should not have disturbed the two of them. However, the situation now forced him to make a call. The call was quickly picked up. Old Master Rong informed Luoning of the little fellow's situation in a few sentences. It was exactly what he had thought. He could not stay for even a moment longer and said that he would be back soon. The entire night at Rong residence was as bright as day. In the entire manor, no one dared to rest. They were all tensed up and did not dare to slack off. When the sky slightly lit up, the guard at Rong residence called the inner room and said that young Master Rong and young madam had already returned home. After hearing this news, the sleepy people all perked up. Once they got out of the car, Luoning rushed upstairs without caring about her image. Young Master Rong followed behind and carefully held her hand, afraid that she would suddenly fall or hit it. "Ning, don't worry. Little handsome will be fine. He just misses his mother. He won't really starve himself." He tried to comfort his anxious wife. Luoning was deeply worried. Her footsteps quickened. "If we didn't have to stay for another day, little handsome wouldn't be so stubborn and refuse to drink milk. It's been an entire day, and he's still just a baby. I really don't dare to imagine the consequences." "Oh." Chen Yu came back to his senses. He quickly thought about it and said, "These are common materials. There are some materials and resources nearby. I will get someone to gather them immediately." As he said that, Chen Yu turned to look at Zhu Hongdao. "Zhu Hongdao, you're in charge of transporting the materials. Gather them here immediately after you've collected them." "Yes." Zhu Hongdao immediately commanded a group of Federation players. "Team 3. Team 4. Follow me." The two teams of players immediately took action and drove 4 large trucks towards the distance. "Fang Heng, what about you guys? Aren't you going back with us?" "No, I will go to the main battlefield to take a look and help you block the pursuers. In short, if I fail and the pursuers come," Fang Heng said and thought carefully, then don't bother. Let's just run away." "Huh? Run?" Chen Yu was stunned. He felt that he was being looked down upon. He immediately nodded solemnly and said, "Fang Heng, don't worry. Leave it to us. We will do our best to protect this big guy." "All right, then be careful. Keep in touch at all times." As Fang Heng spoke, he looked at Zhao Dongying and Lin Hanzing. "You guys follow Chen Yu first. We will meet up at Area G teleportation point." Listening to the conversation between Chen Yu and Fang Heng, Zhao Dongying and Lin Hanzing looked at each other. How should they explain this to Chen Yu? The so-called pursuers that Fang Heng was talking about were most likely the Tier 7 vampire prince who was suppressing Hyla. Need to fight? They couldn't even run away. Fang Heng looked at the time. The 20 minutes he had agreed upon with Bellamy were almost up. Currently, the teleportation passage to the world of the vampires had been temporarily closed, and the vampires' reinforcements had been cut off. As long as they bypassed the main battlefield, the journey would be relatively safe. There wasn't much point in continuing to teleport Angitas. They had to immediately head to the main battlefield and coordinate with Bellamy to stall the Prince of the Vampires. They need to hurry up. Fang Heng roughly analyzed the current situation. He immediately transformed into his bat form before everyone's eyes and flew rapidly towards the main battlefield. This was the first time most of the Federation's players had seen Fang Heng in his bat form. When they saw Fang Heng take off on the spot, they were instantly envious. Bat form. The unique flying ability of vampires. In an elementary game, the flying ability was extremely difficult to obtain. Only a very small number of players were lucky to have a similar talent or skill. Stop looking. Get your spirit up and get to work. Chen Yu curled his lips and called out to the Federation players to begin escorting Angitas back to the teleportation point. He was already used to the new skills that Fang Heng took out from time to time. After all, it was Fang Heng. He had swaggered to someone else's headquarters, and it was normal for him to have stolen most of the skills of the vampires. In the crowd, Zhao Dongying looked at Fang Heng, who was far away, and his eyes were a little dazed. Bat form. And with that kind of speed, he had definitely reached the strength of a high-tier vampire. Chapter 617, Unlocked? The main battlefield. Hyla, who was in a frenzy, had a head-on fight with the Prince of Vampires. Countless vampires swarmed toward Hyla, almost surrounding her. After Zijunhao realized that he had fallen into Chen Yu's trap, he took advantage of Hyla and the Prince of Vampires' struggle to pull the player team back, doing his best to ensure the Northern Federation's player team's combat strength. A peak Tier 7 creature. Prince of Vampires Matthews. Zijunhao clenched his fists tightly. Damn it. In comparison, the Wasteland Apocalypse's peak combat strength was very weak. The highest was only a Tier 6 mutated beast. Moreover, it was a dangerous creature that could not be controlled. On the way back, Zijunhao still used his binoculars to observe the battle from afar. At this moment, Hyla had already transformed into a terrifying life form. Her body was densely covered with yellow eyeballs of different sizes, making her look ferocious and terrifying. Other than that, her body was bound by several large red chains, and the strength of the curse had been greatly weakened. Countless vampires continued to launch attacks around Hyla despite the effect of Hyla's curse. The Prince of Vampires, Matthews, also participated in the vampire's attack. Every time he attacked, Matthews would leave a sealing spell on Hyla's body, sealing her eyes one by one. White energy beams shot out from Hyla's eyes and attacked the vampires around her. Vampires were attacked and fell from the sky. The number of vampires was constantly being reduced. Even so, there was still excitement in Matthew's eyes. He could feel that this powerful life form in front of him was filled with an extremely strong life force. If he could completely bind it and give it to the Angitas tree to completely absorb it, the Angitas tree would improve greatly. He might also be able to use the strength of Angitas to further gain a longer life. Matthews was very patient. He tried to seal Hyla's strength bit by bit, wanting to seal it into the coffin of the vampires. Not far from the battlefield, a bat flapped its wings and flew into the forest. Feng Heng reverted to his human form in midair and stopped on the branch of a big tree. Feng Heng took out his binoculars from his backpack and observed the battlefield in front of him from afar. Hyla. Looks like she's been completely suppressed. This was troublesome. After falling into a state of madness, Hyla's strength was greatly reduced. The indiscriminate area damage that she used was indeed very strong. The special spiritual energy beams released by her yellow eyeballs could also pose a threat to vampires. Every time she waved her mutated tentacles, she could instantly kill high-tier vampires. But all her skills were not enough to deal with the Prince of Vampires. Her tentacles were too slow and easy to dodge. The remaining eye attacks could not deal any fatal damage to the Prince of Vampires. What should he do? Feng Heng pondered. Should he use the new skill he just learned? Everlasting Moon was a skill obtained from the main hidden mission, and it had a lot to do with Hyla. He did not know if this skill could work with Hyla to bring out a stronger effect and directly kill the Prince of Vampires. Feng Heng thought about it. He did not have much confidence. Oh? So her name is Hyla. A voice suddenly sounded in Feng Heng's ear. Feng Heng suddenly turned his head and looked to the right. Kai. Kai. Several flesh sprouts instantly extended from the big tree. Feng Heng flipped his wrist, and the machete slashed through the air. Kai. Several flesh sprouts that extended from the tree were instantly cut into pieces. Feng Heng jumped down from the tree branch and landed steadily on the ground. He looked around. Bellamy, come out. There's no need to hide. Use your main body. Oh? That's amazing. You can sense the existence of my main body. Bellamy walked out from behind a big tree and looked at Feng Heng curiously. Congratulations. Your strength has increased again. Did you absorb the power of the blood pool? That's very strange. How did you do it? Seeing that Feng Heng was unwilling to answer, Bellamy simply shifted her gaze away from Feng Heng. Forget it. I am not interested in the strength of vampires. Why did you come back so late? I was wondering if I should go and look for you. As Bellamy spoke, she looked at Hyla, who had been sealed by the Prince of Vampires. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. She continued in a friendly manner, You promised me. Hyla is mine. Feng Heng was vigilant as he replied in a low voice, Indeed, I promised you, and now I have no intention of going back on my word. The thing is right there, no one will snatch it from you, as long as you can take it. Feng Heng, don't play childish tricks on me. Bellamy's face was already showing some impatience. We're already so familiar with each other, don't be so polite. I will help you destroy Angitas, and you help me get Hyla. We won't owe each other anything, right? Feng Heng narrowed his eyes. I am not lying to you. I can feel that Angitas is already very weak, and my shielding ability is no longer able to maintain the shielding effect. There are still 3 minutes left. After 3 minutes, they will sense the weakness of Angitas. As Bellamy spoke, she blinked twice at Feng Heng and revealed a smile. Don't doubt me. I hope to see the Elders' Council suffer a great loss because of you. We're still very good companions. I like working with you. Feng Heng frowned. Or? Bellamy's gaze gradually became sharp. Is it just my wishful thinking that we're companions? Alright, companions. What should I do? Fang Heng decided to listen to Bellamy's plan. Eh? You're asking me? Bellamy turned to look at Fang Heng in surprise. Shouldn't you be thinking of a way? You must have a way, or else you wouldn't have let me come here. Be straightforward and tell me what you're planning. Don't make it sound so bad. Alright, don't say that you can't help me. Your spell ability hasn't been pushed to the limit yet, right? I can feel that her strength is being suppressed. Bellamy's expression gradually became solemn. She turned her head to look at Hyla not far away, her eyes revealing excitement and anticipation. Come, release all of her strength. Let me see her true ability. What the hell? Listening to Bellamy's words, Fang Heng now even wanted to die. He wanted to say that he didn't know how to do it. Instructor Dicky only gave him the soul summoning spell. He didn't know anything about unsealing strength. And it didn't exist at all. Wait. Unsealing Hyla's strength. Did it not exist? Fang Heng suddenly thought of something. Instructor Dicky indeed didn't tell him anything about unsealing strength. Moreover, according to Dicky, Hyla should be an extremely angry creature after being resurrected in theory. But that's not the case. At first, the newly resurrected Hyla was confused, but she was not aggressive. Chapter 618, Principal. Why did this change happen? Perhaps Dicky thought that he hadn't learned elementary necromancy? Through elementary necromancy, he could only achieve the most basic resurrection of Hyla, reviving the angry Hyla. However, he had just upgraded his necromancy skill to elementary level. For necromancy, the difference between basic and elementary was like heaven and earth. Perhaps after upgrading to the elementary level, he would really be able to unlock Hyla's strength? Seeing that Fang Heng was deep in thought for a long time, Bellamy could not help but interrupt. Hey, Fang Heng, have you thought of something? Who cares? No matter how desperate the situation was, he would try his best. Fang Heng suddenly raised his head and became serious. Hold on a little longer, I have indeed thought of something. I need to leave for a while to verify it. I can't do it. Bellamy shook her head. There are at most 5 minutes left. This is already my limit. Then 5 minutes. Fang Heng immediately threw a sleeping bag on the ground and went offline. He decided to go offline now and directly go look for Instructor Dicky. He wanted to see if there was any other way to unlock all of Hyla's strength. In the real world, Fang Heng exited the game cabin and immediately went to look for the great instructor of the Necromancer Association, Dicky. You want to look for Instructor Dicky? Now. Tan Shao and Li Shouqian had received orders from the Federation. During this period of time, they had been waiting outside the door for Fang Heng and were ready to help him at any time. The two of them listened to Fang Heng's words and looked at each other. The matter in District 7 had caused a huge commotion. Naturally, they had also heard about it. Just a moment ago, they had been lamenting that Fang Heng had suddenly become a world lord of 2 worlds. He was in the limelight. Why did he suddenly come looking for Instructor Dicky? Moreover, he had a very hurried and urgent look on his face. Yes, it's very urgent. Where is Instructor Dicky now? Unfortunately, Instructor Dicky has arranged to hold a public lecture today. It seems that the lecture will start in less than half an hour. He should be in the lounge right now preparing for the lecture. If you want to look for him, it's better to change the time. Li Shouqian was just halfway through his speech when Tan Shao pulled him. Huh? What? Li Shouqian was puzzled. His gaze shifted to Tan Shao. Tan Shao used his gaze to signal Fang Heng. Li Shouqian suddenly understood. Oh, right. Fang Heng, after all, was enjoying the treatment of being a favorite of Dicky's. After all, the lecture had not started yet. There was still time. Even if the lecture had started, so what if Instructor Dicky interrupted the lecture midway to meet Fang Heng? Over the past few days, the players had been discussing Instructor Dicky's newly recruited students. Li Shouqian's ears were about to get calluses from listening to them. He heard that Instructor Dicky had been in a very good mood during this period of time. The students would not be punished even if they made a small mistake. He would even give the students a few pointers from time to time. Instructor Dicky had a wealth of experience in necromancy. A casual sentence could sometimes make the player suddenly see the light and increase a lot of skill and experience points. At first, the players were curious about what had caused Instructor Dicky to be in such a good mood. Later, there was a rumor that Instructor Dicky had recruited a new student. It was obvious that the student was Fang Heng. Ahem. Li Shouqian thought about it and coughed lightly. He changed his words and said, Fang Heng, the lecture hasn't started yet. Instructor Dicky should still be preparing in the lounge. We can find an attendant to bring us to him. Under the guidance of the attendant, Fang Heng's group of 3 arrived at the lounge behind the hall on the 6th floor. As expected, After hearing that it was Feng Heng, Dicky gladly let them enter the lounge to look for him. Instructor Dicky is inside. Please come in. Look. The treatment towards his favorite. Tan Xiao sighed in his heart. He was not surprised by this result at all. Li Shaoqian, who was at the side, was excited for a moment. He pushed Tan Xiao, who was beside him, and quickly exchanged glances with Tan Xiao. Hey, didn't you say to let Feng Heng go in alone? Let's go in together and take a look? Is it really possible? Don't be timid. Are we going or not? We have to go. Instructor Dicky has been in a good mood for the past 2 days. Perhaps Feng Heng has encountered some problems with his cultivation, and we can follow him to gain some experience. That makes sense. Let's go. After the exchange was completed, Dan Xiao and Li Shaoqian thickened their skin and followed Feng Heng into the lounge. Teacher Dicky. Time was tight, and the task was of utmost importance. Feng Heng had already figured out Dicky's routine. After entering, he saw Dicky and called him teacher first. Feng Heng, good, good. Dicky waved his hand amiably. He raised his head and focused his gaze on Feng Heng's face. At this glance, the smile on Dicky's face grew even wider. Ha 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 ha, good, you advanced to elementary necromancy so quickly. You really didn't disappoint me, Feng Heng. Dicky waved at Feng Heng. Come, sit down first. Let's talk after sitting down. Dicky looked at Feng Heng, feeling extremely satisfied. No matter how he looked at Feng Heng, he found him pleasing to the eye. With such talent and such diligence, he was able to complete the absorption of the high-tier souls in the Book of Prayers in just a few days, raising the basic necromancy skills to the elementary level. He had talent. He had perseverance. There was hope for necromancy. Unfortunately, his granddaughter was already a few thousand years old, and the difference in age was a little too big. Otherwise, he would have tried to set them up. Dicky was very pleased. Tan Xiao and Li Shaoqian, who were behind him, were trembling in fear as they followed at the door. When they heard Dicky's words, they were shocked, and their faces were filled with astonishment. What was going on? Elementary necromancy? Feng Heng? He had already completed the advancement to elementary necromancy? No way? Thinking back to just a few days ago, Feng Heng was just a newbie who had just come into contact with necromancy. Ridiculous. Didn't they say that elementary necromancy could only be upgraded in intermediate games and above? Could it be that they heard wrongly? Tan Xiao and Li Shaoqian quickly exchanged glances with each other. Did I hear wrongly? Was it an auditory hallucination? Feng Heng advanced. Auditory hallucination, my ass, I heard it too. Don't tell me both of us were hearing wrongly. But isn't his a little too ridiculous? Didn't he just get the World Lord of District 7? Where did he find the time to level up? How would I know? Ask him. There's a problem. What's the problem? Could it be that there's a cheat? I think you're jealous. Yes, I am jealous. Aren't you jealous? It's all thanks to Teacher Dicky's help that I was able to advance in such a short period of time. Feng Heng was filled with respect and gratitude towards this kind and generous elder. Putting everything else aside, Feng Heng had remembered the fact that the other party had selflessly given him more than 10 books of prayers. Teacher Dicky was still a good person. High-level souls were hard to find, especially in the elementary game. If he were to rely on himself to slowly collect souls, who knew when he would be able to truly advance to elementary necromancy? If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely repay Teacher Dicky. After all, it was Feng Heng's principle to repay kindness with kindness, take revenge with hatred, and be greedy with greed. Chapter 619, Remnant Page. Of course there's help. It also requires your talent and diligence. There's no need to be humble. If it were the two of them, they wouldn't be able to do it even if you gave them 3 months, let alone 3 days. Dicky casually pointed at Tan Xiao and Li Shaoqian, who were standing behind him. How long have the two of you been studying here? You haven't even gotten the basic level of necromancy. Tan Xiao and Li Shaoqian's faces fell, and they both admitted their mistakes. We are ashamed. Forget it. Dicky was in a good mood. He waved his hand and looked at Feng Heng. Feng Heng, the cultivation of necromancy is an extremely long process. I've only had a head start of a few thousand years before you. If you encounter any problems on your path in the future, you can come to me anytime. I hope that my experience can help you. Thank you so much, teacher. Dicky really enjoyed being addressed as teacher. He began to think about how to protect this student. Should he find a few trustworthy people to enter the game and protect him 24 hours a day? At the same time, he couldn't help but worry that if he overprotected him, he would lose the motivation to move forward, and his personality might become arrogant because of it. Unconsciously, Dicky recalled his last student. He had the same brilliant talent and expended a sheer amount of effort in cultivation. Unfortunately, the new student in front of him was more brilliant than him, and Dicky naturally cherished him more. Teacher Dicky? Oh? Dicky recovered from his memories. He looked up and said, Fang Heng, did you meet with some trouble to came to me in such a hurry? Yes, teacher. Fang Heng nodded and quickly cut to the point. I told you last time that I resurrected a dead soul, but her strength was greatly reduced. As this was related to the main storyline, Fang Heng roughly recounted the entire process in a different way. Then he asked, Teacher Dicky, time is very tight. I am about to return to the game soon. Is there any way to quickly restore that soul's strength? Indeed. After advancing to elementary necromancy, your control over the soul has become even stronger. The hostility of the life form revived by the soul summoning spell isn't that strong either. But it's still too early for you to rely on your own strength to unseal all the power of the soul. Dicky had lived for thousands of years and had encountered many problems. He stroked his beard and quickly came up with an idea. Attendant, help me get Margarita's Book of the Dead. Yes. A moment later, two necromancy attendants respectfully handed over a tray. On the tray was a Book of the Dead with gold threads. Dicky opened the Book of the Dead and gently tore a page from it. Fang Heng, this Book of the Dead was left behind by a great necromancer. He left strength in the Book of the Dead. With his strength, you can temporarily form a spiritual connection with that soul and completely unseal her strength. Dicky handed the torn page to Fang Heng. However, there is a price to pay for using it. After activating the strength of the remnant page, you will need to absorb 1,000 elementary souls as repayment. Before absorbing 1,000 elementary souls, your elementary necromancy will no longer be able to make any progress. Dicky looked at Fang Heng and asked, Fang Heng, are you willing to pay this price? Gulp. Seeing that the Book of the Dead, which Dicky regarded as a treasure, was given to Fang Heng so easily, Li Shouqiang swallowed his saliva with envy. Damn it. The treatment towards his favorite. This was too intimate. He was envious and even a little jealous. The Book of the Dead was an extremely precious and powerful treasure. At the same time, it was also a one-time consumable item. Use a page, lose a page. The only thing was that this negative effect was too ridiculous. Did he need to absorb 1,000 elementary souls in order to fully repay it? Wouldn't it take a few years? A few years without any progress? That was ridiculous. Of course, I am willing. Fang Heng's answer was very straightforward. It was just a soul body. 1,000 of them were nothing. It was not a lot at all. First, he had to solve the current problem first. Then, he would think of a way to slowly let the zombie clones absorb the souls. Well, your mental strength is not strong enough yet, so you must be careful when using the remnant page. Dicky nodded. Fang Heng was very satisfied. He continued to remind him, the advanced soul summoning spell will allow your spirit to establish a connection with the soul of the caster. If the difference between your strength and the summoned spirit is too big, your consciousness will be affected by the reverse impact of the spirit. This impact is extremely dangerous. If you encounter this kind of situation, immediately cut off the spiritual connection. It's very dangerous. Sometimes, you can't even react, so promise me that you can only use it in the elementary game. Do you understand? Fang Heng took the page and nodded solemnly. I understand, Teacher Dicky. I will only use it in the elementary game. Ding. You have obtained an item Margarita's Book of the Dead Remnant page. Item, Margarita's Book of the Dead Remnant page. Type, consumable. Description, by using this remnant page, you will be able to temporarily form a contract with Margarita. Your soul summoning skill will be enhanced to the soul binding skill, and your skill level will be temporarily increased to level 45. Effect duration, 30 minutes. Description, after using this remnant page, you will be able to form a contract with Margarita by default. After the item effect ends, you will have an unknown negative effect. Fang Heng quickly glanced at the hint and placed the remnant page into the space-time jump backpack. He nodded and said, Thank you very much for your gift, Teacher Dicky. I am very sorry, but I need to return to the game immediately. Okay, hurry up and go. They were all crazy. These people were all crazy. Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao looked at each other speechlessly as they watched Fang Heng jog out of the lounge. Margarita's Book of the Dead remnant page. This thing was so precious, and its negative effects were so terrifying. One dared to give it away for free, and the other really dared to take it for free. Yes, you too. Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao quivered at the same time. They bowed together and nodded respectfully. Instructor Dicky. Look at you two. You've been learning for so long. You're not even as good as a newbie who just came into contact with necromancy. Dicky shook his head. He stood up and prepared to attend the lecture. I will punish you. Stay and clean the house. If you have any questions in the future, just ask me, got it? Yes. Teacher Dicky. The two lowered their heads and looked at each other. They were overjoyed. Cleaning the house. And they could also ask questions. Those were all good things that could increase hidden friendships. It doesn't look like a punishment, it looks like a reward. Once you have a good relationship with this big brother. This was a big win. Chapter 620, Gone? Zombie Apocalypse, District 7. TSK, man. Looking at the sleeping bag beside her, Bellamy shook her head helplessly. She had been waiting on the spot for 7 minutes. In fact, it wasn't that she couldn't continue to maintain the mental strength lock on Anjita's. She could continue. But if she did, the probability of being discovered by the vampires would increase. The risk was too great. If this matter was discovered by the Elders' Council, it would be quite troublesome. Therefore, 7 minutes was the most Bellamy could give to Feng Heng. I've already given you too much time, Feng Heng, so... Bellamy muttered to herself. Both of her hands condensed a mark on her chest and dispelled the seal of mental strength on the sacred tree of the vampires, Anjita's. The moment she retracted her mental strength and perception seal, Prince Matthews and Duke Nate, who were trying to seal Hyla on the battlefield, had a change of expressions at the same time. They simultaneously sensed the extremely weak Anjita's. Anjita's. What happened? Why did Anjita's strength become so weak in an instant? Was the headquarters attacked? Or was it affected by the strength of perception? Did it cause them to misjudge Anjita's condition? Anjita's had the ability to protect itself. Theoretically, it would not be weakened to such an extent in such a short period of time. Prince Matthews and Duke Nate were bewildered. They subconsciously felt that someone might have secretly affected their perception of Anjita's. Matthews frowned and quickly thought about it. He already completed about 40% of the seal on the unknown life form in front of him. If he left now, not only would all his previous efforts be wasted, he would also leave behind a huge hidden danger. However, he could not just let Anjita's, who might be in danger, be left alone. To the vampires, Anjita's was fundamental. There must not be any problems. First, let Nate go back and check. Nate had a special long-distance teleportation skill. He would soon be able to figure out what was going on at the headquarters. It was even faster than him personally rushing back to check. Thinking of this, Matthews said in a deep voice, "Nate, go back and see what happened." "Yes, Your Highness." Nate quickly retreated from the center of the battle. His hands condensed and he summoned a blood-colored magic array on the spot. In less than a minute, the magic array was formed. In order to prepare for an ambush by the enemies, Nate was in battle mode as he stepped into the magic array. At the same time, a blood-red magic array appeared on the 5th basement of the vampires' headquarters. In the next second, Nate, the Duke of Vampires, stepped out of the magic array. What? When he saw the scene in the 5th basement, Nate's pupils suddenly constricted and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. He had thought that there might be a surprise attack from the Inhumans at the vampires' headquarters, and he had also thought that he might see a damaged Anjita's. He had even thought that there might be a rebellion and internal strife among the vampires. However, the scene before his eyes made Nate completely lost. For a moment, his mind was a little blank. Where was Anjita's? Where was the sacred tree of the vampires? Gone? Disappeared? Why did it disappear? Was it teleported? Impossible. Apart from needing the support of the holy weapons of the vampires, the teleport also required the cooperation of the Elders' Council. Furthermore, the huge energy fluctuation produced during the teleport could not be hidden. But why did it disappear? Did Anjita's just disappear into thin air? And what about the vampires who were supposed to protect Anjita's? They were all gone? There were no vampires in the 5th basement, only a dozen or so blood puppets in hibernation mode. The cave was extremely quiet. Nate couldn't understand what he was seeing. He looked around carefully again. There was only a huge pit where Anjita's was. A hole? Nate looked at the hole in the cave again. Could it be? For a moment, an extremely strange thought rose in Nate's mind. Could it be that someone had dug up Anjita's together with its roots? Not to destroy or teleport, but it was dug away by someone? Impossible. Why did they dig Anjita's away? What was their purpose? Was it necessary? Who else besides the vampires had the ability to stimulate Anjita's strength? Nate felt that his conclusion was too strange. If it wasn't dug out, how could he explain the hole in the ground? After becoming a Duke of Vampires, Nate was at a loss for the first time. Then, an indescribable fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Anjita's was the foundation of vampires. Once Anjita's went missing, the strength of the entire vampires would be greatly reduced, and the entire vampire race would be at risk of being exterminated. Of course, before being exterminated, if this matter was known by the Elders' Council, death penalty. He would first be executed by the Elders' Council tens of thousands of times, becoming a disgrace in the history of the vampires. An indescribable fear rose in Nate's heart. He had to go back and look for Prince Matthews. Prince Matthews could rely on the strength of his bloodline to quickly locate the specific location of Anjita's. Anchitas must not be harmed. Nate was extremely flustered. He did not even have the time to go upstairs to the headquarters teleportation hall to investigate. He turned around and entered the magic array, returning to the front line once again. At this moment, Prince Matthews, who was in the process of sealing Hyla, also sensed something. His heart was slightly uneasy. A slight fluctuation appeared on the magic array. Matthews turned around. He saw Nate walk out of the teleportation magic array again, his face pale. Seeing this, Matthews' heart immediately sank. He asked, "Nate? How is it?" "My lord, Anchitas is missing." "Missing?" Nate's description made Matthews feel a little strange. "Missing? Moved away by the Elders' Council?" No. Nate did not know how to explain what he had just seen in the 5th basement. It was not done by the Elders' Council. "I did not find Anchitas in the 5th basement of the headquarters, but I saw a huge hole where Anchitas originally was." "Hole?" Matthews had an incomprehensible expression. He felt that this matter was a little surreal. "You mean someone dug Anchitas away?" Although this matter was unbelievable to the extreme, this was already the best explanation that Nate could think of. He nodded. Matthews' expression changed slightly. He didn't believe that someone could dig Anchitas away. Something must have gone wrong. He could not care less about sealing Hyla anymore and immediately retreated from the battle. He placed his hands in front of his chest and made a vampire curse imprint. Suddenly, the curse imprint on Matthew's body appeared clearly and emitted a faint red light. Under the activation of the curse imprint, red blood continuously flowed out of Matthew's curse imprint. Drops of blood floated in the air and were attracted to Matthews until they condensed into a fist-sized scarlet ball of blood in front of him. Chapter 621, Unsealing the sphere slowly squirmed, finally forming an arrowhead that pointed in a certain direction. Matthews immediately raised his head and looked in the direction the arrowhead was pointing at. Anchitas is in that direction. Nate heaved a huge sigh of relief. He sensed it. Fortunately, Anchitas was still around. The sacred tree of the vampires was related to the lifeblood of the entire vampires. Compared to Anchitas, the unknown creature in front of him, or even the purple spatial crystals, were not important at all. Matthews was about to ask Nate to follow him to find Anchitas when he suddenly stopped. He felt a strong power erupting behind him. "Be careful, step back." Boom. The next moment, Hyla's life form, which was covered in orange eyeballs, exploded on the spot. A blast wave came in their direction. Matthews waved his hand. A dark red crystal barrier opened in front of the two of them, blocking the blast wave that came from the front. The violent explosion instantly wiped out more than half of the vampires who had gathered around Hyla and could not run away in time. Matthews frowned. He lowered his head and looked down. After the violent explosion, the mass of flesh with the yellow eyeballs was less than 1/10 of its original size. It seemed to have suffered a great injury and kept staggering backward. As it retreated, the rotten flesh and eyeballs attached to its body kept falling off. Along with the layers of rotten flesh falling off, the seal that Matthews had placed on the eyeballs also lost its effect. The life form that was piled up by the rotten flesh also revealed its original appearance, returning to the appearance of a human. It was a woman. Matthews stared at the woman on the ground with a gloomy expression. That woman. Was it the main body? Hyla slowly raised her head. She looked at Matthews in midair and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Then, she turned her head and looked in a certain direction in the forest. Hyla's gaze seemed to pierce through layers of obstacles and landed on Fang Hang in the dense forest not far away. "It's about time," Fang Hang said in a low voice, and the Book of the Dead remnant page in his hand turned into ashes. The wind blew and completely dissipated. A game hint floated across Fang Hang's vision. "Ding, you have used Margarita's Book of the Dead remnant page on Hyla. Your soul summoning spell has been temporarily upgraded to a soul binding spell. Moreover, your level has been upgraded to level 35 and you have obtained an amplification effect. Ding, through the soul binding spell, you have built a spiritual link with Hyla's soul, broken. During the construction process, Hyla's soul power will be continuously consumed. Ding, through the soul binding spell, all the abilities of Hyla's soul, broken, have been unlocked. Relying on the strength of the dissipated remnant page of the Book of the Dead, Fang Hang felt that he had formed a weak spiritual connection with Hyla. He reached out his hand and pointed at the marquee of the vampires in the sky. He moved his lips slightly and gave Hyla the first order. "Hyla. Kill them." Fang Hang frowned. He gave the order, but the other party's response was not obvious. He felt that Hyla was still in a state similar to a newborn, and her response to the order was extremely weak. There was no time left. Fang Hang gritted his teeth and said sternly, "Hyla. Destroy them. Destroy those two vampires, just like you said. This world should be destroyed. Everyone should die. Let's start with those two first." The effect was extremely obvious. Shush. After sensing the spiritual perception from Fang Heng, Hyla's heart surged with indescribable anger and her eyes were once again shrouded in a layer of red light. Fang Heng, who was standing on the ground, trembled at the same time. He felt an extremely huge negative emotion surging into his mind through the spiritual connection between him and Hyla. The angry emotion almost instantly broke his will. The upfront killing directly overwhelmed his brain. Kill them. Destroy this world. Fang Heng's eyes fell into a layer of red. Shoosh. The machete was covered with a layer of red light. Fang Heng directly pulled out his machete and slashed at Bellamy. Bellamy had long realized that something was wrong with Fang Heng. The moment he pulled out his machete, she retreated. Kai. The sharp machete cut Bellamy's wrist like a knife cutting through tofu. There was no blood splashing, but the severed wrist was firmly attached to the body of Fang Heng's machete. In less than a second, the severed wrist quickly squirmed and formed a twisted mass of flesh. The mass of flesh quickly extended along the body of the machete and crawled on Fang Heng's wrist, quickly forming a human face. The human face opened its mouth and shouted, "Fang Heng! Don't go crazy! Wake up!" Fang Heng's pupils constricted. In the next moment, the red color in front of his eyes quickly faded away. A game hint appeared on his retina. Ding! You have received a mental shock from Hyla. Revived body, hint, triggered by elementary difficulty, protected by low-tier game difficulty. You are immune to the damage of this mental shock. The mental connection between you and Hyla has been interrupted. That was close. Fang Heng's back was already drenched in sweat after being affected by Hyla's spirit for only a few seconds. He panted heavily, feeling a little exhausted for a moment. Are you alright? Bellamy, who was not far away, carefully observed Fang Heng and waved her hand at him. Shoosh. The meatball attached to Fang Heng's wrist flew back into Bellamy's hand. After a series of wriggling movements, the wrist that had been cut off by Fang Heng's machete returned to its original state. Yeah, I am alright. Fang Heng's lost health point was quickly restored through the skill effect of the undying body. He quickly recovered to almost 80%. However, he did not expect the backlash from controlling Hyla to be so strong. He actually lost control of himself in an instant. The special anomaly caused by the mental shock could not be removed even by the undying body effect. Fortunately, Teacher Dicky had warned him earlier. The difficulty of the low-tier game had saved his life. Recalling what Dicky had told him before, Fang Heng smiled bitterly in his heart. Was the difference in strength between the two sides too great? Fang Heng took out his binoculars from his backpack and looked in the direction of the main battlefield once again. Hyla half raised her head and looked at the two vampires in the air. Blood-red tears kept flowing down from her eyes. I curse you, I curse this world, fall into the cycle of death together with this world. As Hyla whispered, the sky slowly darkened again. The dim red color replaced the originally blue sky. Blood Moon had descended on the earth. Almost at the same time, the players from District 7 nearby received a game hint. Ding! Affected by a special strength, the Blood Moon of this district has descended ahead of time. Blood Moon level, it's here. The Cursed Moon. Fang Heng's spirit was roused, and he was looking forward to it. After releasing all of Hyla's strength, would it be able to finish off the Prince of Vampires? Hyla. Finish them off. Don't embarrass the zombie apocalypse. Fang Heng secretly cheered Hyla on in his heart. Following the descent of the Blood Moon, the rotting flesh and bones that had been sleeping underground gradually crawled out from the depths of the ground. They intertwined and condensed together until they formed a rotten bone corpse puppet made of corpses. Chapter 622, Rotten Bone Barrier. It's coming, it's coming. Bellamy looked at the red moon in the sky and sensed the power fluctuations from Hyla's body. Her eyes revealed a long-lost excitement and shock. It had been a long time since she was this excited. This power, if properly developed, will be on par with a vampire king. Bellamy had realized this a long time ago. Hyla's power had many similarities to the power she controlled. If she could use this to completely control the battlefield. At this moment, the Northern Federation players had already retreated some distance away from the main battlefield. They had just retreated from the battle zone and were returning to their base camp in Area G in an orderly manner. In the distance, the descending blood moon and the sudden hint of the game had once again shocked the players. They all turned to look at the descending blood moon behind them and started discussing in soft whispers. Looking at the exploding blood moon in the distance, Zi Junhao, who was observing with his binoculars, felt a deep fear rise in his heart. That woman. Who was she? No matter who she was at the highest level of power in the zombie apocalypse. Damn it. In the 3 elementary games, the world of the vampires had the highest combat strength, and the zombie apocalypse now had an unknown woman with the highest combat strength. Her strength could even suppress the prince of the vampires. Only in their wasteland world. The highest combat strength was only at the peak of Tier 6. It was not enough. Reporting. Officer Z. Chen Yu is personally leading a group of people to the Area G shelter area. A Federation player walked forward and whispered into Zi Junhao's ear, "Officer Z, Chen Yu came back with the fusion tyrant forms. They seem to be transporting something very important. They should be arriving at Area G soon. Also, Chen Yu's men just collected a large number of mechanical materials from the nearby shelters. They are in need of them. His men are gathering them quickly." Zi Junhao listened to his men's report and could not help but put down the binoculars in his hands. He was confused. How strange. Under such circumstances, what other important things were worth Chen Yu's efforts to smuggle them out of the vampire's headquarters? And he even needed to personally escort them? There was only one answer. Purple spatial crystals. Hey! Zi Junhao sneered once again. Deep down, he was very impressed by Chen Yu's plan. Their Northern Federation had worked so hard to fight head-on here and they were beaten up by the vampires. Not only were Chen Yu and Feng Hang secretly completing the main storyline mission of District 7, but they even went to the vampires' headquarters to steal the purple spatial crystals. Were they trying to let them take all the trouble while they took advantage of it? Did they really think that the people in the wasteland region were idiots? That they were at the mercy of others? But, thinking about it carefully, it was very strange. Why did Chen Yu send all the purple spatial crystals back to Area G? He couldn't have deliberately brought the materials here to show off to the Northern Federation to anger him, right? Zi Junhao felt that Chen Yu's character was not malicious and he wouldn't do something like that. Or did Chen Yu have a follow-up plan? Zi Junhao felt that something was strange. Could it be that Chen Yu was laying a trap again? Or maybe this trap was not for him, but for the vampires. Pass down the order, return quickly. Understood. On the battlefield, the rotten flesh and bones that extended from the ground quickly gathered together. The body of the rotten bone corpse puppet expanded rapidly until it formed a giant-sized monster that was more than 10 meters tall. Swoosh! The rotten bone corpse puppet waved the wiggling bone blade in its hand and slashed forward, creating a sound that cut through the air. In midair, Matthews and Nate quickly dodged. Matthews looked at the giant-sized rotten bone corpse puppet that was continuously agglomerating with a solemn expression. Was it the second form? That woman. Matthews could clearly sense that the vampire's incantations that he had left on the life form with eyeballs had all been undone. Now, even he himself was firmly locked by the other party's mental strength. That woman's aura was extremely powerful. She was very troublesome. He might not be able to get rid of her in a short amount of time. And if he was delayed because of her, Anchita's might be in danger. Matthews made a quick judgment and said in a deep voice, "Nate, let's go. Let's find Anchita's first. We will think of a way when we come back." "All right." Nate agreed and immediately followed Matthews to flee into the distance. His current situation was extremely terrible. As the blood moon descended, he realized that his body had been affected by the strange moon and was gradually becoming tired. The two of them were flying rapidly into the distance. Suddenly, Nate realized that there was a tremor under his feet. Boom. Then came a violent roar. Nate's brows raised. Almost instantly, a huge wall of rotting flesh and white bones rose from the ground in front of them. The wall directly blocked the path of the two of them. Boom. Boom boom boom. With Hyla as the center, a wall of rotting flesh and bones extended out at the same time from the ground within the surrounding area of 500 meters. The wall formed a huge circle, trapping Hyla and the two of them. Nate's heart sank. Trapped within the wall, Nate could feel a shadow gradually engulfing them. He looked up. It was not over yet. The huge wall of flesh and blood actually formed a round lid in the air. Boom. The lid of the rotten bone mixture above his head closed with a loud bang, locking them firmly within. Nate's brows were tightly furrowed. There were still fresh flesh and bones squirming into the barrier. From the outside, the barrier made of decaying flesh and bones was thickening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The two of them were completely trapped. Matthews realized that something was wrong and pulled out the silver longsword in his hand. The silver longsword emitted a blood-red light. He raised his hand and the blood sphere that Matthews summoned flew towards Nate. "I will hold him off. Nate, you go and find Anchita's first." "Yes, Your Highness." Nate replied and immediately took control of the blood sphere. The blood sphere gradually materialized in Nate's hand and quickly formed an arrow that pointed in a direction. Matthews quickly turned his head back and slashed his long sword forward. The blood light that was attached to the long sword drew out several blood-colored sword gis that agglomerated into a solid form in the air. Kai. Boom. Boom boom. The sword gis smashed into the wall, and a hole was created in the flesh barrier. When Nate saw this, he immediately transformed into a bat and flew rapidly towards the hole that was created. However, the barrier was healing at an extremely fast speed. "I can make it." Nate was anxious and sped up again. He saw that he was about to escape from the hole in the barrier. Kai. Kai. In the next moment, several rotten bone spikes extended out from the rotten bone wall around the hole. The spikes stabbed at Nate. Chapter 623, Base? Nate was so surprised that he had no choice but to dodge to the side. The spikes slowly retracted. This was bad. Nate cursed in his heart. It was precisely because of his delayed reaction that the tear on the rotten bone wall quickly healed. Damn it. Nate was extremely anxious. Entita's whereabouts were unknown, but for a moment, they were still unable to break free from this damn barrier. In the outside world, not far away, Feng Heng was also shocked when he saw the rotten bone barrier rising from the ground. He originally thought that Hyla lacked the ability to fight in the air, so it would be a little difficult to stop Nate and Matthews at the same time. He did not expect her to be so powerful. She directly blocked the movements of the two vampires. Unfortunately, the rotten bone barrier did not seem to be the derivative effect of the eternal moon. Feng Heng was a little envious. However, under such circumstances, he was unable to find out the exact situation of the fight between Hyla and the vampires inside the rotten bone barrier. As he thought about this, Feng Heng glanced at Bellamy. Bellamy's eyes flashed with fiery light as she stared at the barrier with a face full of ecstasy. She could not help but mutter something to herself. Another crazy. Feng Heng shook his head. He was praying in his heart that Hyla would be able to directly kill two vampires when a game hint quickly appeared on his retina. Ding, you have received an emergency message from Zhonglei, Zhonglei? Judging from the time, they should have returned to Area G by now, right? As he was thinking, Feng Heng turned on the survival radio to check the information. Zhonglei, Feng Heng, we are about to reach Area G teleportation point, 3 minutes at most, how are things on your side? Feng Heng, not bad, I will be back soon, good. Chen Yu's team has arrived. After confirming that Chen Yu and the others were about to reach the teleportation point, Feng Heng was excited. Opening the passage of District 8 required his World Lord status, so he had to rush back now. At the same time, he had to inform Mojai Oi of District 8 to open the main passage connection. First, he had to deal with entities. He had to take advantage of the fact that the Prince of Vampires was trapped by Hyla. Feng Heng looked away from the rotten bone barrier in the distance and looked at the eager-looking Bellamy. He said, "Hey, Bellamy, I've done what I promised you. The rest is up to you. I wish you good luck." Then, without waiting for Bellamy to react, Feng Heng transformed into his bat form and rushed toward Area G shelter. After a long time, Bellamy looked away from the distant barrier. Hee, leaving? So busy? Then I won't see you off. Bellamy murmured softly. She looked in the direction where Feng Heng was going, and then fixed her eyes on the flesh barrier in front of her. Nice working with you. As she spoke, Bellamy's hands formed a red handprint in front of her chest. Kai. Bellamy's right half of her body started to squirm and slowly split apart. A moment later, two identical Bellamy appeared on the spot. The two of them looked at each other. One of the Bellamy quickly walked towards the rotten bone barrier. At this moment, Feng Heng transformed into his bat form and quickly flew towards Area G's teleportation point. Chen Yu, Feng Heng, we're here. Everything is normal. We've completed the modification of the space-tearing device. We're currently controlling the space-tearing device to connect to District 8. We need your other half to apply for permission. Feng Heng, we are on our way. Chen Yu was still reliable. Angitas. Feng Heng's eyes were filled with excitement. Whether or not Angitas could be brought back to the headquarters of the vampires would depend on this wave. After the evolution of his high-tier vampire bloodline, he could fly at a relatively high speed in his bat form, but it would consume a lot of stamina. Now, with the improvement of his body's various basic abilities, it was not difficult for Feng Heng to fly continuously for a short period of time. After flying at high speed for more than 10 minutes, Feng Heng finally entered the periphery of the shelter in Area G. After landing, Feng Heng returned to his human form. The team of Federation elites arranged by Chen Yu was already waiting at the door. After seeing Feng Heng, they immediately took him to the truck and went straight to the teleportation hall in Area G. Area G. Ever since it was taken over by the Northern Federation players, Area G was assigned to the Northern Federation by Chen Yu. The equipment and reinforcements of Wasteland World were sent to District 7 through the teleportation passage of Area G. Now, Chen Yu led a group of players to completely control the teleportation point at lightning speed. With the assistance of a few mechanical expert NPCs, they were connecting the teleportation passage to District 8. The Northern Federation players could only watch as Chen Yu and the others completed the switch. Soon, almost all of the large-scale space stabilizers were released. Reporting. The target teleportation point has been successfully located. Reporting. Docking in progress. The space equipment has been successfully docked. Connecting in progress. Feng Heng stood at the side and turned to look at Chen Yu. How much longer will it take? Next to him, a research personnel replied, "Sir, the space docking will take some time." I estimate that it will take at least another hour to complete. 1 hour was still too long. Feng Heng looked at the surveillance monitors. He did not know if Hyla could delay the vampires for an hour. In the air, the Duke of Vampires, Nate, followed the blood sphere's lead and rushed towards the location of Angitas. With the assistance of the Prince of Vampires, Nate spent a lot of effort escaping from the rotten bone barrier that Hyla had constructed. For this, he paid a price and suffered some minor injuries. The most troublesome one was still the blood moon from before. Under the influence of the blood moon, his strength had been greatly weakened. At this moment, Nate was extremely anxious. He could feel that Angitas was falling into an extremely weak state. He needed to increase his speed. Nate pushed his speed to the limit. Suddenly, Nate sensed a threat. Bang! Nate dodged the incoming bullets. It was a sniper rifle. Looking in the direction of the incoming bullets, Nate's heart skipped a beat. He noticed that the area in front was the player's shelter line. Was it the Inhumans' headquarters? Bang! Bang bang! As he approached, more sniper rifle bullets brushed past him. Nate looked down carefully. All the black muzzles of guns outside the shelter were aimed at him. As soon as he entered the attack range, all the cannons would fire at once. Nate narrowed his eyes slightly. He was naturally not afraid of these Inhumans. But at this critical moment, the safety of Angitas was still his top priority. After thinking for a while, Nate decided to go around this shelter and find Angitas first to confirm its situation. What's going on? What Nate did not expect was that after he circled around the periphery of this large-sized shelter, he actually found that the blood sphere was pointing to the inner part of the shelter. The headquarters of those Inhumans. Nate's eyes were filled with extreme anger. It was them. After exiting the bat form, Nate hovered in the air and put his palms together. In front of him, a blood-red transparent crystal barrier opened. Chapter 624, Delay. Bang! 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 The incoming sniper bullets were blocked by the crystal. Nate spread his hands beside him, and 2 blood-red flames appeared in the center of his palms. Boom! Boom! 2 giant-sized flames were thrown into the shelter and exploded. Enemy attack! Attack! High-tier vampires! Under attack, the entire Area G shelter reacted immediately and alarms were sounded throughout the large-sized shelter. All the turrets were fired at the same time, aiming at Nate, the Duke of Vampires, in the air. However, Nate had no choice but to hide outside the range of most of the cannons. Zijunhao had just returned to the shelter with the main player force of the Northern Federation. They had suffered a great loss. A large number of mutant fusion beasts they had brought with them from the wasteland apocalypse had died on the battlefield. The overall strength of the Northern Federation had been greatly reduced. Fortunately, because a powerful unknown life form had appeared in District 7 to help them stop the vampires, the Northern Federation did not lose too many members. Huh? Are you saying that Feng Heng is also in Area G? Zijunhao listened to his subordinate's report and frowned again. Chen Yu and Feng Heng. It was definitely not a good thing for these two to be together. He wanted to see what they were doing at the teleportation point. Whoa. Whoa. Zijunhao had just entered the command post, but before he could completely disband his team to find Chen Yu at the teleportation point, he heard an alarm sound from inside the shelter. His heart skipped a beat. What's going on? A player rushed up to report, Sir. The shelter has been attacked by vampires. It's a Duke level, Tier 6 vampire. Damn it. Zijunhao knew something was wrong. On the battlefield, Zijunhao had witnessed the power of a Tier 6 Duke of Vampires. Let's go and take a look. Zijunhao did not have time to think too much. He immediately led his team to the periphery of the shelter to organize the players to resist the high-tier vampire. In the periphery of the Area G shelter, the Duke of Vampires, Nate, was suspended in the air, constantly using long-range blood magic to bombard the shelter. Nate's main body was not weak in combat, but his strength had been weakened during the fight with Hyla. He did not dare to take on the powerful firepower of the shelter so easily. In particular, he had the blood sphere in his hand that was used to locate Angitas. The blood sphere had almost no protection. Once it was accidentally destroyed in battle, he would lose the ability to track Angitas. Looking at the Inhumans who were struggling to resist, Nate's eyes were full of anger. This bunch of low-level creatures. They were trying to lay their hands on Angitas. They deserved to die. Destroy them all. Leave no one alive. Nate used the most stupid method. He summoned the vampires who had joined the battle and used long-range blood magic to bombard the shelter's defensive facilities. Let's see how long you can hide. In the shelter below, Zijunhao rushed to the defensive line with his men to provide support. Seeing the enemies bombarding the shelter in the air, Zijunhao felt his head hurt. Wasn't that the Duke of Vampires he had seen on the front line? He had caught up with them. Damn it. They had already retreated, but they still refused to let go. Did they really think that the people from Wasteland Apocalypse were easy to bully? Anyone could step on them. Zi Junhao was furious. He immediately ordered his subordinates, counterattack. Charge the energy weapons and get ready. Think of a way to lure him down. Defeat him. At this time, the players who were connecting the teleportation hall to the passage of District 8 also heard the alarm from outside. Through the surveillance monitors, Feng Hang saw the Duke of Vampires, Nate, who was attacking the shelter from the outside. Only Nate? Feng Hang touched his chin and thought to himself. When he first heard the alarm, he thought that Hyler had been killed by the vampires, so he was still a little flustered. After seeing the situation outside clearly through the surveillance monitors, Feng Hang felt a little more at ease. Now it seemed that Hyler had already trapped the Prince of Vampires, leaving only Duke Nate to catch up alone. Feng Hang looked at the Federation's research personnel's NPC who was engaged in the space-tearing device's focus connection. How much longer will it take to complete the passage? The Federation's NPC researcher quickly checked the information on the screen and nodded, reporting, at least half an hour. It was a bit late. In half an hour, the Northern Federation's people probably would not be able to stop the Duke of Vampires. It seemed like he could only personally go and stall him. Let's try that move. Feng Hang narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, you guys stay here and continue to connect to the time passage. I will think of a way to stall him. Bring some people with you. Chen Yu knew that the enemy was very difficult to deal with. As he spoke, he wanted to bring the players of the Eastern Federation with him. Feng Hang placed a hand on Chen Yu's shoulder. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I can handle it alone. Alone? Chen Yu was stunned for a moment. His expression was solemn. Feng Hang, that's the Duke of the Vampires. Don't force yourself. Don't worry, don't you know me? I value my life very much. It's not good to have too many people. You guys stay here and guard the teleportation passage. After saying that, Feng Hang waved his hand and left the teleportation hall alone. Watching Feng Hang leave, Zhao Dongyang sighed in his heart. Listen to this. Going alone to stall the Duke of Vampires? Was this something that humans could do? Should we follow and take a look? Lin Hanzing's heart itched and he suggested to everyone. Zhao Dongyang heard Lin Hanzing's words and became curious as well. That's right. Feng Hang's actions always seemed to be out of everyone's expectations, but in the end, everyone would discover that he actually had a special plan and method every time. He would most likely choose to go alone because he had some weight to deal with a Tier 6 Duke of Vampires. Damn it. One-on-one fight with a Tier 6 Duke of Vampires? How could he miss this big battle? When the time came, he would shoot a video of the battle to sell on the forum. Wouldn't that be a great fortune? Zhao Dongyang's eyes lit up. Go, go, go. Let's go and have a look. Let's go together. The periphery of the shelter. Nate crazily used the vampire's curse to bombard the buildings on the periphery of the shelter, venting his anger. Hand over Angitas, or else. Nate could sense that Angitas was still weakening. His patience was almost worn out. I will personally enter your world and slaughter all your clansmen. Hearing Nate's threat from high up in the sky, Zi Junhao, who was leading his team to resist, frowned. What was he saying? Angitas? The sacred tree of the vampires, Angitas? What nonsense was that crazy vampire saying? When did they touch the vampire's sacred tree? The other two deputy commanders also looked at Zi Junhao at the same time, puzzled. Sir, did you touch Angitas? Chapter 625, Take the Blame. Zi Junhao was even more baffled. He turned around and looked at the two deputy commanders. Did you have any plans to deal with Angitas? The two deputy commanders shook their heads in unison. Zi Junhao gritted his teeth and thought to himself, what the hell is this? Have the vampires gone mad? They insisted that they robbed the vampires of their sacred tree? This was simply an undeserved disaster. Zi Junhao tried to get the player to use the loudspeaker to shout into the air. There's been a mistake. We didn't touch Angitas. In the air, Nate sneered. He was anxious and angry at the same time. Now that things have come to this. Do you still want to lie to me? He raised his hands again and activated his bloodline power. The blood-red energy sphere quickly gathered in his hands. Well, since you choose not to hand over Angitas, then I will destroy everything. Two burning blood blobs fell into the shelter. Boom. Boom. The blood blobs contained a great amount of energy, and when they landed in the area where the shelter's defenses were concentrated, they instantly exploded. The durability of a large number of defense facilities dropped rapidly. More than two-thirds of the area where the explosion occurred immediately lost the ability to attack. The blast wave created by the explosion carried a large number of metal pieces and spread out in all directions. The high-speed metal fragments were also extremely dangerous. Zi Junhao and the others had no choice but to hide behind cover. Zi Junhao really wanted to curse now. What Angitas? The stupid vampires couldn't even look after their own sacred tree, and they still came to look for him? They had been fighting the vampires head-on from the beginning to the end. How could they take the blame for no reason? Yet, the vampires were adamant that they were the ones responsible. Zi Junhao had never lost control like today. He was even a little flustered. Anjitas, bullshit. We didn't even. As he was saying this, the second half of Zi Junhao's sentence suddenly got stuck in his throat and he couldn't continue. An idea flashed through his mind and a name appeared in Zi Junhao's mind very clearly. Could it be Feng Heng? In an instant, many things came to Zi Junhao's mind. He recalled how Chen Yu helped them build the teleportation passage stabilizer, and how Chen Yu sneaked into the vampires' headquarters and stole something from there. He even personally escorted them back to the teleportation point in Area G. Could that thing be? Could it be the sacred tree of the vampires, Anjitas? Zi Junhao's pupils dilated hundreds of times. He turned his head and looked at the location of the teleportation point. Anjitas. That's right. It was Anjitas. It was Chen Yu's plan again. He had been tricked by Chen Yu again. He had once again taken the blame for Chen Yu. Looking at the location of the teleportation point in Area G from afar, Zi Junhao was not angry, but rather shocked. He had already been tricked by Chen Yu too many times today. He no longer cared that he had once again become the target of Feng Heng and Chen Yu. He was not surprised about being the target of Chen Yu, but was more shocked about Anjitas. The scenes from the past gradually surfaced in his mind. He realized that the whole thing was set up by Feng Heng and Chen Yu. Could it be? From the very beginning, Feng Heng and the others were targeting Anjitas? Take Anjitas back to District 8 through the teleportation passage? How could they be so greedy? What made Zi Junhao even more surprised was that, at least from the current situation, Feng Heng and company had done it. As early as nearly half an hour ago, Anjitas has been moved by Chen Yu from the vampires' headquarters to their shelter teleportation hall. And now, Anjitas, the sacred tree of the vampires, had probably been sent to Feng Heng's zombie apocalypse in District 8. This was something that Zi Junhao didn't even dare to think about. And not only did Feng Heng think of it, he even did it. He even did it when District 7 was facing such a huge crisis. For the first time, Zi Junhao truly felt a sense of helplessness and defeat in his heart. Hand over Anjitas. Nate, the Duke of Vampires, did not know the shock that Zi Junhao was experiencing. He only knew that Anjitas was gone. If Anjitas could not be found, sooner or later, he would have to die. Nate's eyes were red. A large number of vampires were summoned from afar and flew into the Federation camp in Area G. Players from the Northern Federation raised their guns and worked together with the automatic turrets and energy weapons in the shelter to fight against the vampires. Zi Junhao gritted his teeth after understanding the whole situation. What else could he do now? Other than cursing Feng Heng and Chen Yu in his heart, could he really work with the vampires to kill Feng Heng? He could only rely on the strength of the shelter to resist the Duke of Vampires. If he didn't resist, there was a high chance that the elite team he brought from the Northern Federation would be wiped out here. He had personally trained these elite soldiers, and every death made his heart bleed. Sir, the shelter's defenses are about to collapse. We need to retreat. Okay. Zi Junhao braced himself and commanded the team, prepare to retreat. The shelter's defenses were very strong and they could still withstand the attacks of the vampires for a short period of time. However, they were completely unable to deal with the bombardment of the Duke of the Vampires, Nate. Nate's blood magic had dealt fatal damage to the shelter's defensive facilities. They could only retreat step by step. In just a moment, more than a third of the entire Area G's defensive facilities had been destroyed. If this continued, Zi Junhao gritted his teeth and the veins on his neck bulged. Connect me to Chen Yu's communicator. Yes. A player beside him immediately took out his communicator and tried to connect. Zi Junhao grabbed the communicator and shouted into it, Chen Yu, listen up. If you don't help me, I will destroy it too. Don't even think about taking the sacred tree of the vampires. At most, we will all die here. Zizizi. The sound of electricity came from the communicator. Everyone fell silent again. The player explained in a low voice, Sir, the electromagnetic tower may have been destroyed. Communication cannot be reached. Zi Junhao clenched his fists. Just as he was about to say something, a voice that Zi Junhao had never heard before came from behind. Officer Z, you're very angry. Don't worry. Chen Yu can't come because he has something to do. I am here to help. Zi Junhao was stunned for a moment, then immediately turned to look behind him. He saw a few players running towards him from the inner area of the shelter. Zi Junhao was very familiar with the leading player. Zi Junhao recognized him at first sight. District 8's World Lord Feng Heng. To be more precise, he was now the World Lord of District 7. Feng Heng. Hello, Officer Z, I am here to help. Even though he knew clearly that this Duke of Vampires was also Fang Heng's doing, Zi Junhao still tried his best to restrain his displeasure of being tricked. He used his eyes to signal to the Duke of Vampires in the air and said, "His long-range destruction ability is too strong. We have to think of a way to stop him." Chapter 626, Rotten Bone Corpse Puppet. OK. Fang Heng also quickly hid behind the cover and looked up at Nate, the Duke of Vampires, who was in midair. "I will go talk to him. You guys help me. Be careful." As Fang Heng spoke, he walked out from behind the cover. "Hey, you." When Zi Junhao saw Fang Heng walking out from behind the cover, he subconsciously wanted to reach out to stop him, but he forcefully held back. How could someone who could design such a huge pit to trap him be an idiot? Fang Heng must have his own plan. Zi Junhao held his breath and stared at Fang Heng. In the air, the Duke of Vampires, Nate, frowned. His gaze was focused on Fang Heng, who walked out from below. He clearly sensed Fang Heng's vampire bloodline. "Nice to meet you, Duke Nate. Allow me to introduce myself." Fang Heng walked to an empty space and looked up at the Duke of Vampires in the air. "I am Fang Heng, from another parallel world." "Fang Heng?" Nate's pupils constricted a few times. "You're Fang Heng?" Nate focused his gaze on Fang Heng. The young man who could escape from the hands of Duke Bellamy? The young man Ji Kai-Ubai had repeatedly told them to be careful. How strange. Why was he able to have the vampire bloodline? Nate was extremely suspicious. "I didn't expect you to have heard of me." "I am honored, Duke Nate." Fang Heng said seriously, "Everyone is very busy, so I will get straight to the point. I really admire you, Duke Nate. As the new owner of Angitas, I'd like to extend an invitation to you. You're welcome to come to my world and work for me. Believe me, I am willing to build our world into the first realm. Next, I can introduce our world's development plan to you. The zombie apocalypse is only the first step in my plan. Next, I will use 2 months to unify the zombie apocalypse worlds and then think of a way to expand the territory to the world of the vampires and the wasteland world. If everything goes smoothly, I estimate that it will take about 6 months." Hearing what Fang Heng said, Zi Junhao, who was hiding behind the cover, almost went crazy. What kind of joke is this? Fang Heng was talking nonsense again. Did he really want to subdue a tier 6 NPC in this situation? What kind of bullshit follow-up plan was this? To unify the zombie world, expand to the world of the vampires and the wasteland world. Did he think he was the game designer? He couldn't play this way even if he wanted to stall for time. Could he be a little more serious? Zhao Dongying swallowed his saliva and didn't reply. He turned on the game's internal recording system and aimed it at Fang Heng, who was in midair. After all, Fang Heng was the kind of person who could do such an arrogant thing as seizing Angitas. Zhao Dongying felt that Fang Heng was most likely not joking, and most likely had this idea. Fang Heng really did think so. Give it a try. It wouldn't hurt to try. What if Nate accepted his invitation to join his world? The Duke of Vampires was quite strong. Are you kidding me? Fang Heng. Hand over Angitas. I can spare your life. Duke Nate opened his hands again. 2 blood-red spheres agglomerated in his hands. Fang Heng sighed silently in his heart. It seemed that he had failed. Fang Heng decided to give it one last try. Nate, I am really curious. Everyone says that Angitas is the sacred tree that gave birth to your vampires. But if you really don't have Angitas, how long can your vampires survive? Is it a year? A month? Or a week? You're courting death. Nate's eyes were bloodshot as the blood-red spheres agglomerated in his hands and smashed towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng. Zi Junhao's heart tightened. The blood-red spheres whizzed and smashed towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng raised his head and looked at the 2 incoming red balls. 2 streams of blood-red tears flowed from his eyes. Skill Eternal Moon. Almost instantly, an illusory red moon rose into the sky. Ding. Player has used skill Everlasting Moon. Player has successfully summoned Cursed Moon. Ding. Player has entered the reincarnation state. Boom. Boom. Fang Heng felt a huge strength exploding in front of him after being hit by the 2 blood-red spheres. His health point instantly went down. Boom. The second explosion created a huge shockwave at the spot where Fang Heng landed. Ding. Player has received Melting Blood Bomb attack. Suffered 52,126 damage. Ding. Player has died. Player is currently in the reincarnation state. Rebirth will be completed in 10 seconds. In midair, Nate looked down. The dust caused by the air wave temporarily blocked his vision. In his mind, Fang Heng had been hit by the lifeblood bomb head-on. There was no way he could survive. The dust caused by the explosion gradually dissipated. Suddenly, Nate's face revealed an expression of disbelief. He stared at the 2 deep pits that had been blasted out by the lifeblood bomb. Fang Heng? He was still standing there. He didn't die? On what basis? On what basis was Fang Heng able to withstand the bombardment of the two melting blood bomb attacks? Rebirth, rebirth. After completing rebirth, Fang Heng muttered to himself. He sensed the changes in his body and raised his head to look at the sky expressionlessly. Was this the feeling of death? It happened too quickly and he actually didn't feel much pain. The cursed moon. Looking carefully, there were two moons hanging in the sky. Compared to the blood moon hanging high in the sky, the cursed moon that Fang Heng summoned was grayish-white in color, and it was more than twice as small as the red blood moon. Moreover, it did not condense into a physical body and appeared to be half empty. Affected by the cursed moon's effect, the soil under Fang Heng's feet kept rolling. The rotting flesh and bones twisted and stretched out from the ground, gradually condensing into a 6-meter-tall life form. Rotten bone corpse puppet. Fang Heng felt that he could easily control these life forms. Creature, rotten bone corpse puppet, level. Description, a life form that has been resurrected by the cursed moon effect, under the control of the caster. Description, resurrection can be obtained after death. The condensed rotten bone corpse puppet stepped forward, holding a long white bone saber in its hand as it swept forward. Kai. The bone saber slashed through the air. Nate quickly dodged to the side to avoid the attack of the rotten bone corpse puppet. Nearby, there was a steady flow of small rotten bone corpse puppets resurrecting from the ground. The small rotten bone corpse puppets held bone spears in their hands. Dense white bone spikes flew towards the vampires in the air. Under the cover of the cursed moon, the vampires summoned by Nate suffered a series of negative effects such as curse, festering, bleeding and parasitism. The strength of the vampires was greatly reduced and their bodies began to fester. Chapter 627, Explosion. The players of the Northern Federation were shocked to discover that there was a terrifying reincarnation buff. Rebirth after death. And countless times. What kind of terrifying skill was that? Instantly, the players' morale was greatly boosted. They took out their weapons and aimed them at the vampires outside the shelter. Within a few seconds of summoning the cursed moon, the battlefield scene was instantly reversed. After carefully checking the buff effect on his body, Zi Junhao was shocked. He first looked up at the dark moon in the sky, then at Fang Heng. His eyes were filled with envy. Reincarnation. Was it related to the strange moon in the sky? Was it the mission reward after completing the hidden ending? It was too terrifying. As one of the World Lord of the Wasteland world, Zi Junhao had only completed a normal level main storyline mission. The final main storyline mission's reward was indeed exceptionally generous, but he did not receive the hidden skill reward. The Duke of Vampires, Nate, kept dodging the attacks from the rotten bone corpse puppets in midair. His face was slightly pale. What kind of strength was that? Fang Heng's current performance immediately reminded him of the woman he saw on the main battlefield. Back then, he was almost trapped and died in that terrifying rotten bone barrier. And now, Nate seemed to have seen a weakened version of a monster. Fang Heng. Nate felt his strength slowly drain away. His body was gradually aging and slowly losing strength. The source of that special strength was. Nate raised his head. It was the strange moon in the sky. Nate instantly realized the problem. And the person controlling the moon was Fang Heng. Nate stared at Fang Heng below. From his point of view, Fang Heng's forehead was already covered in sweat, as if he was trying his best to control the moon. Nate had seen Hyla's strength and judged that Fang Heng had the strength of a weakened version of Hyla. Naturally, he mistakenly thought that Fang Heng could use the cursed moon like Hyla without any time limit. He had to get rid of him as soon as possible. He could not drag this on any longer. He could not afford to drag this on. Anjita's life was in danger, and he could not afford to waste any more time. Since the long-range blood magic could not finish Fang Heng off, then he would charge over and cut him into pieces. Nate instantly made his decision. A vicious glint flashed through his eyes. He dodged the joint attack of a few rotten bone corpse puppets and quickly charged toward Fang Heng's position. Fang Heng was also stunned. He actually rushed over just like that? It was Fang Heng's first time using the everlasting moon, and he was indeed unable to do it to his heart's content. He clearly realized that his spirit attribute had yet to reach the level where he could fully control the everlasting moon. At the current stage, just maintaining the everlasting moon would consume almost all of his mental energy, and it would not be easy for him to even move. Moreover, he could not hold on for too long. At most, he could only continue to summon the cursed moon for 2 minutes. However, when he raised his head, Fang Heng did not expect Nate to actually rush toward him. Since he had chosen to send himself to his death. Then. Alright. That skill. Fang Heng raised his right hand. A faint blue light appeared on the imprint on the back of his right hand. Occult Ritual Derivative Skill Low Efficiency Energy Storage, can be detonated. Skill Description 1, player can store energy in the occult mark through the occult ritual. Current conversion efficiency is extremely low, Conversion efficiency and maximum stored energy upper limit are related to the tier of the occult ritual and the basic occult ritual. Skill description 2. Player can instantly release all stored energy in the mark to trigger an explosion of energy, causing a large amount of damage to the area. The amount of damage is related to the imprint's current stored energy intensity and the level of the occult ritual. Damage does not care about friend or foe. If the energy point of the explosion is greater than a certain limit, there would be a probability of triggering an energy vortex. Skill cooldown time, 24 hours. Back then, after awakening the derivative skill of the occult ritual, Feng Heng had absorbed a large amount of energy from the blue crystal energy bodies and had already filled up the entire energy. Through the ability of energy explosion, he could now instantly activate all the energy stored in his body. The negative effect was that he was at the center of the explosion. He had to bear the greatest damage. It seemed that the price was extremely high and it was an extremely stupid ultimate skill. Feng Heng was very sure that this skill was a spell damage effect. Even if the Undying Body skill could not be immune to it, it would not be used easily unless it was at the most critical moment. But now, the Everlasting Moon had an additional reincarnation effect. That was to revive within 10 seconds after death. It was finally time to try this skill. Feng Heng stared at Nate, who was charging toward him. The figure charging towards him gradually grew bigger in his eyes. The silver longsword in Nate's hand stabbed into Feng Heng's chest. Did he succeed? Nate's heart skipped a beat. Boom. The next moment, an intense explosion resounded in his ears. A dazzling blue light filled his entire vision. Boom boom boom. The intense blue light instantly spread out in all directions. Everything that the blue light touched instantly melted. It spread out for hundreds of meters. Ding, you have received the effect of an energy explosion. You have suffered 198,912 damage. Ding, you have triggered the rebirth effect. You will complete rebirth in 10 seconds. At the teleportation point, everyone witnessed the blue light explosion. Almost at the same time, all the surveillance cameras flashed at the same time. The dazzling blue light shone into the teleportation hall from outside the window, illuminating the entire hall as if it was daytime. Almost everyone narrowed their eyes at the same time and raised their hands in front of their eyes. It lasted for a full few seconds. When the blue light dimmed slightly, the players finally put down their hands in front of their eyes and looked out of the window. A blue pillar of light rose into the sky. The energy shockwave gradually dispersed. After 10 seconds, Feng Heng resurrected again. Along with him were the Federation players who had just been engulfed by the blue light. They won. Huh? The Federation players did not know what had happened. In the end, they only saw a blinding blue light. Then, 10 seconds passed in an instant. Feng Heng raised his head and the cursed moon in the sky gradually dimmed. His vision began to refresh crazily. Ding, you have killed a mid-level vampire. You have obtained 21 survival points. You have obtained a complete evolution crystal one piece. Ding, you have killed a high-tier vampire. You have obtained 31 survival points. You have obtained a tier 2 evolution crystal one piece. Ding, you have killed your teammate. Ding, you have killed. Ding, you have killed the Duke of Vampires Nate. Your friendship with the various clans of vampires has decreased. Ding, you have obtained a high energy evolution crystal 5 piece. Ding, you have received a negative effect from the skill occult ritual. Ding, you have received a negative effect from the skill energy explosion. Chapter 628, Holy Weapon Level Who? Feng Heng felt a wave of weakness. He knelt on one knee with one of his hands on the ground as he panted heavily. The back of his right hand also felt a strong burning pain. Feng Heng raised his hand and looked at the back of his hand. The mark on the back of his hand was continuously corroded by the blue energy, but at the same time, it received the effect of the Undying Body. The back of his hand was continuously recovering. It seemed that the explosion just now was too strong, exceeding the upper limit of the occult ritual mark. The burning pain on the back of the hand was slowly weakening. Feng Heng checked the skill description again. When he found that there was no problem with the skill description, he was relieved. Thinking back to the previous battle, the Cursed Moon could be considered a relatively comprehensive group buff skill. The effect was very good when fighting head-on. However, if the opponent wanted to run for his life, then he couldn't stop him. Fortunately, his opponent was Nate, that boorish guy who came straight at him. Otherwise, the Cursed Moon in the air disappeared completely. The revived Federation players all looked at Feng Heng in awe. District 8's World Lord Feng Heng. He was the one who had caused the explosion. After such a powerful explosion, half of the shelter had been reduced to ruins. Everything had been reduced to a huge crater. Everything within the explosion's range had been instantly killed, even the Tier 6 Duke of Vampires. This was too exaggerated. Zhao Dongying and Lin Hanzing, who had just resurrected, were once again shocked by Feng Heng's trump card. The two of them did not speak for a long time. If such an explosion had happened in the 5th basement where Anjitis was, Zi Junhao looked at Feng Heng and was even more shocked. He had assessed Feng Heng in all aspects. He had such a terrifying explosive ability. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that such an ability was extremely rare even in the intermediate game. If Feng Heng's world participated in the next round. Zi Junhao took a deep breath and calmed himself down. After thinking for a while, he finally gave up on questioning Feng Heng about the fact that he had tricked the Northern Federation this time. Wouldn't he be extremely stupid to do that? He had fallen into someone else's trap, and if he were to question Feng Heng about it, wouldn't his Northern Federation subordinates know that he was an idiot who had fallen into someone else's trap? The crucial point was that monster, Feng Heng. Their Northern Federation was still fucking unable to defeat him. Zi Junhao could only close his eyes and take a deep breath, forcefully swallowing the anger of being played. He even had to thank Feng Heng for helping them block this wave of vampires' attacks. Otherwise, their Northern Federation's losses would definitely be even more disastrous. Feng Heng, thank you. You're welcome. Feng Heng withdrew his gaze from the game log. He smiled and looked at Zi Junhao. Oh right, I have a batch of goods here that I am looking for a buyer. If you're interested, you can come and talk to me after this matter is over. We can be considered partners for once. I will definitely give you a friendly price when the time comes. Zi Junhao was at a loss and blinked a few times. He thought, who's your partner? Thank you. It's been a pleasure working with you, but there's no next time. Forget it. If you're interested, you can come and find me. Seeing Zi Junhao's strange expression, Feng Heng waved his hand. I have a lot of goods over there. There must be something you want. After using the Everlasting Moon skill, Feng Heng felt extremely exhausted in spirit. This kind of exhaustion could not be removed even if he was resurrected. He rubbed his neck, took out a can of coffee from his backpack and drank it. He endured the tiredness and looked around on the ground. This wave was still a bit of a loss. Nate was directly crushed and evaporated after the explosion. There was no residue left from the explosion and there were no raw materials left to make the blood marrow. As for the soul, Feng Heng was also unable to use the Book of the Dead to collect it earlier on. Found it. On the ground not far away, something was emitting a demonic red light. The vampire's holy weapon. Feng Heng walked forward and looked at the red belt left behind by Nate after his death. The quality of the vampire's holy weapon is pretty good. Such a powerful explosion and it's still intact. Feng Heng muttered. He bent down and picked up the red belt. The moment he held it, Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. A faint light flashed and he held the belt tightly in his hand. A line of game hints flashed. Ding, player has attempted to obtain a high-tier holy weapon of the vampires. Ding, this equipment requires the player to have a high-tier vampire bloodline. Ding, player's bloodline has been determined. Ding, player has obtained an equipment holy weapon of the vampire's belt, inferior. This equipment's attribute has been activated. Item, the 13 holy artifacts of vampire's belt, inferior. Description, special item, soul binding, occupies a special backpack slot, cannot be discarded and will definitely drop after death. Description, the 13 holy artifacts of vampires, rumored to have powerful strength, will immediately take effect when placed in the backpack. Increase basic agility plus 1.5, basic strength plus 1.5, basic vitality plus 1.5 and blood affinity plus 5. Additional skill, blood barrier. Skill description, consumes blood to form a blood barrier that can absorb damage. After investing more powerful energy of the same element or performing a special sacrificial ritual, the blood barrier can be strengthened to a higher level. The size, strength and damage absorption value of the barrier are related to the player's basic attribute, blood affinity and the strength of the blood used to cast spells. Skill cooldown time, 60 minutes. Description, the 13 holy artifacts are rumored to contain a huge secret of the vampires. Additional effects can be obtained by obtaining more combinations of the vampire's holy weapons. Ding, you have obtained 6 pieces of the vampire's holy weapon set. You have activated the special effect of the vampire's holy weapon Blessing of the Blood. All attributes will be increased by 5 points. You have collected 9 pieces of the vampire's holy weapon. You can level up the effect of the set. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. Additional skill, blood barrier. It could be considered a decent skill. It could absorb spell damage and physical damage. In short, it was the icing on the cake. It seemed that the blood barrier that enveloped the entire vampire's headquarters was created with the help of the strength of the holy weapon of the vampires. From the description of the skill, after absorbing a large amount of energy, he might be able to create a powerful blood barrier. However, that thing was a little flashy. Feng Heng was pondering when he suddenly noticed something. Feng Heng flipped back to the game log and the item description. The 13 holy artifacts of vampires dropped by the Duke of Vampires required a high-tier vampire bloodline. In the past, he only needed the vampire bloodline. On closer look, He obtained a high-tier holy weapon of the vampires this time. In that case, there are also high-tier and low-tier holy weapons of the vampires. Fortunately, he had upgraded his vampire bloodline when he had poached Angitas. Otherwise, he would not have been able to equip it. Feng Heng pursed his lips and fell into deep thought again. Chapter 629, Transportation. Zhao Dongying and Lin Hanxing walked up from the side. Feng Heng, are you okay? We have just received news from Chen Yu that they have finished connecting with District 8. It seems that they will start to connect to the teleportation passage soon. Yeah. I am fine. Feng Heng grunted and turned his head to look at the two of them. He asked, do you know anything about the 13 holy artifacts of vampires? The Duke of Vampires also carries holy weapons with him? Zhao Dongying was caught off guard by this question. They had not settled the issue with Angitas yet and he was already aiming for the 13 holy artifacts of vampires. He was typically looking at the pot while eating. But on second thought, it didn't seem to be a problem. Feng Heng had killed the Duke of Vampires and the teleportation passage had just been connected. Now that Angitas was more or less settled, Feng Heng should have already snatched many of the holy weapons of vampires, right? Fuck. Thinking about it carefully, Zhao Dongying was a little excited. In the legend of vampires, there lies a great secret of the vampires in the 13 holy artifacts of vampires. This secret could only be solved after all the holy weapons were gathered. Was he going to witness the day when the secret was revealed? I've heard about it. Lin Hanxing didn't think too much about it, he answered directly. It's said that a long time ago, in order to balance the strength of the various clans of vampires, the 13 holy artifacts of vampires were distributed by the Elders' Council to the major clans of vampires. The major clans would inherit the holy weapons. If the clans disappeared, the Elders' Council would take over the holy weapons again. In his excitement, Zhao Dongying added, yes, the 13 holy artifacts of the vampires are divided, according to the strength, into 9 pieces with low-level ability, 3 pieces with medium-level ability, and 1 piece with high-level ability. So that was how it was. There were also differences in the strength of the holy weapons of the vampires. Feng Heng understood. According to the game logic, the game could set up the marquee of the vampires to drop a low-level holy weapon after his death. As long as he had the bloodline of the vampires, he could use it. The middle-level holy weapon could only be dropped by the Duke of the Vampires after his death and only those with high-tier bloodlines could equip it. His current bloodline strength could only equip a Duke-level holy weapon. It was a match. From this, it was reasonable to speculate that the Tier 7 Prince of the Vampires that he had seen before would also drop the highest-level holy weapon of the vampires after his death. It was estimated that the demand for that piece of equipment was even higher. He might need to upgrade his vampire bloodline again before he could equip it. It seemed that it would be a little troublesome to gather and equip the 13 holy artifacts of vampires. Feng Heng pursed his lips. He still needed to upgrade the strength of his bloodline first. And the prerequisite for upgrading the strength of his bloodline was the character level. He had to at least level up his character to level up to level 20 before he could think of a way to upgrade his bloodline. One step at a time. Really? There was still a long way to go. Feng Heng thought as he put the holy weapon of vampires into his backpack and waved his hand at the stars scattered on the ground in the distance. The crystallized crystals scattered on the ground after the vampires died were absorbed by Feng Heng into the mark on the back of his hand. Ding! You have obtained 192 pieces of complete evolution crystals, 82 pieces of Tier 1 crystallization crystals, 77 pieces of Tier 2 crystallization crystals. The huge explosion almost turned half of Area G into a deep pit. Leaving most of the Northern Federation players to clean up the mess, Zi Junhao led a small team of Northern Federation players to the teleportation hall to look for Feng Heng. He had lost. Zi Junhao was convinced that he could put it down. Especially Chen Yu and Feng Heng. They were already strong enough but they still had to play dirty. He couldn't defend against them at all. It would be a miracle if he could beat them. After mulling over it in his heart, Zi Junhao decided to simply go look for Feng Heng and the others to ask for mercy. Their Northern Federation had lost miserably this time. They could no longer afford to suffer even greater losses. Just as he brought his people back to the teleportation hall, Zi Junhao saw that all the stabilizer devices in the hall were gradually activated. Was it going to start? Zi Junhao immediately signaled the player to stand by and not to disturb. Passage coordinates have been docked. Two-way communication has been completed. Positioning complete. Passage is being established. Construction in progress, current 12%, 29%, 45%. Buzz. A blue light screen gradually condensed in the center of the teleportation hall. It's here. 29 large-scale space stabilizing devices were gradually released, and the performance of the large-scale space tearing device slowly increased until its power was maximized. Replenish the energy. An NPC controlling the passage shouted, quick. The energy consumption of opening the passage also doubled. A large number of blue crystal ores were consumed every second. Zijunhao frowned when he saw this, and he immediately felt that he had made a loss. Damn it. These energy and materials were all provided by their wasteland world. 73%, 99%. Buzz. A giant-sized light screen that was nearly 5 meters tall appeared in the middle of the teleportation hall. The surrounding players were somewhat amazed. This was the first time they had seen such a large space passage. What exactly was it that required him to build such a large space passage? Before Fang Heng could control the fusion tyrant forms to carry Anjitas in, a slight fluctuation appeared on the light screen. Kaiyu Yaoking was the first to enter the world of District 7 from the other end of the teleportation passage. After the initial short period of dizziness, Kaiyu Yaoking immediately recovered. He quickly looked around the hall. Then, his gaze was fixed on the life form tightly wrapped by the black tarp. Anjitas? It was too eye-catching. Even though Anjitas was already in an extremely weak state, its body was still extremely huge. That's right. It was Anjitas. Kaiyu Yaoking stood where he was with his hands behind his back. His hands were trembling slightly due to his excitement. Chen Yu was stunned when he heard Kaiyu Yaoking's voice. He had been escorting the object that was tightly wrapped in black tarp all the way here. Chen Yu had always wondered what this thing was. Anjitas. It was actually the sacred tree of vampires, Anjitas. Did he hear wrongly? Chen Yu was in a daze for a moment. He looked back at Fang Heng in disbelief. Anjitas was actually Fang Heng. Kaiyu Yaoking forcefully controlled his trembling hands. He took 2 steps forward and took out a measuring instrument and placed it on the sacred tree Anjitas. Not good. Looking at the numbers displayed on the instrument, Kaiyu Yaoking frowned. Why are the vitality fluctuations so weak? It was even weaker than the fluctuations he had sensed when he was doing the experiment. The situation of Anjitas was not good. Kaiyu Yaoking immediately turned around and shouted, "Quick, carry it back. Anjitas is in a bad condition. If we delay too long, the transplant may fail. Begin." Fang Heng nodded and immediately controlled the 8 fusion tyrant forms to carry the shelf-carrying Anjitas again, passing through the blue light screen and returning to District 8. Watching the fusion tyrant forms carry Anjitas through the teleportation passage, Fang Heng lightly waved his fist. Chapter 630, Transplanting Plan to Plunder Anjitas. Success. The vampires would have to pay a small price for what happened next. Vampires dared to invade his world. Tit for tat, he had to take something from them. The more, the better. Fang Heng thought with bad intentions. Teleportation successful. Watching the last fusion tyrant form disappear into the blue light screen, Fang Heng nodded at Chen Yu and the others. Reduce the energy supply in the passage. I will go in and take a look. I will be back soon. Zhao Dongyang, Lin Hanzeng, follow me. The blue light screen in the teleportation hall gradually shrank. Fang Heng quickly stepped into the passage and disappeared. It was only now that Chen Yu finally came to his senses. Anjitas had been taken back to District 8 by Fang Heng? Was this even possible? This was troublesome. Thinking carefully, Chen Yu felt troubled. He scratched his hair out of habit again. Should he report this matter to his superiors? Or should he wait a little longer? It was very urgent now, and he didn't have time to think about the matter of reporting. He would talk about it later. District 7. In a cage made of rotten bone summoned by Hyla. Kai. A silver-white sword light flashed. Matthews had already cut Hyla's body completely for the 7th time. Hyla, who had been cut into pieces, melted into 2 lumps of rotten flesh. In the blink of an eye, they were repaired and condensed into form. The best way to deal with a life form like Hyla, who could not be killed, was to seal it. Matthews maintained his patience. Every time he cut Hyla open, he would take the opportunity to cast a spell on Hyla's body. Soon, Hyla's strength was rapidly weakening. However, it was the same for him. After being out of hibernation mode for a long time, Matthews felt that the curse in his body was acting up at an accelerated speed. However, he was sure that he could hold on. He was confident that he could completely seal Hyla before the curse completely erupted. Become the nourishment for Anjitas. Matthews was about to launch another attack when his body suddenly trembled. What's going on? In that instant, Matthews suddenly realized that the connection between himself and Anjitas had disappeared. Disappeared? What happened to Anjitas? Why can't I sense it? Matthews' expression changed several times in an instant. This strange situation made him extremely uneasy. Could it be that Anjitas has been destroyed by someone? No, it was impossible. While he was still bewildered, Matthews realized that his strength was rapidly decreasing. The runes on his body were constantly flashing red. He was being summoned from the original world. What was going on? What exactly happened to Anjitas? No matter what, he had to end the battle immediately. Otherwise, if he was interrupted during the teleportation. Matthews frowned. He sidestepped to avoid the continuous attacks of the rotten bone corpse puppets and moved back a distance. A row of dense blood-colored incantations appeared on the silver longsword in his hand. The red blood attached to the longsword burned fiercely. Whoosh! The strength from his bloodline was pushed to the extreme. Matthews flashed in front of Hyla and stabbed forward with his sword. Kai! The long sword stabbed into Hyla's body. In an instant, dense red runes spread out from the sword to Hyla's skin. Hyla's body froze on the spot, unable to move at all. The runes gradually spread throughout Hyla's body. At the same time, a red magic array appeared on the ground behind Matthews. The magic array spun quickly. An ancient red coffin rose from the magic array. Boom! The lid of the coffin was automatically opened. Matthews held the long sword in his hand as if he was being pulled by an invisible strength. He slowly leaned back until his entire body was lying in the coffin. It's a pity, I was so close. Matthews looked at the coffin lid that was gradually closing in front of him and thought to himself. Just a little bit more and he would have been able to seal Hyla forever and bring her back to his world. The coffin was dragged into the magic array and disappeared along with it. Hyla was still trapped by the incantation and stood in her original position, unable to move. Creak creak creak. A few minutes later, the rotten bone barrier behind Hyla began to flip slightly. A strange body slowly climbed in front of Hyla. Gulp. The body merged with Hyla's body in an extremely strange way. The next moment, Hyla's body started to distort violently. Vampire Apocalypse, District 8. Prison Shelter. Quick. Hurry up. Get out of the way. Get into the elevator. In the teleportation hall, Mojai Aoi and Liao Bufan were the first to receive Anjitas, guiding the NPCs to bring it back to the 7th basement. Zhao Dongying and Lin Hanzing followed Fang Heng to the 7th basement of the District 8 prison. These days, the prison shelter had been recruiting players and NPCs to work. They had been working day and night. Finally, they finished the job in the morning. A huge cave had been dug in the 7th basement. The layout of the 7th basement was completely set by ding minutes. The air, temperature, humidity and living environment almost completely simulated the environment of the 5th basement of the original vampire's headquarters. The NPCs who had been waiting for Fang Heng in the 7th basement nodded to express their respect. They were all NPCs who were urgently recruited by Mojai Aoi from the outside and had all kinds of planting skills. The NPCs held high-level composite shovels and dug a deep hole in the ground according to the ratio of the size of the Anjita's tree. They began to try to straighten the Anjita's tree, plant it and fill the soil. In just a moment, the Anjita's tree was completely transplanted into the 7th basement. Ding Minutes and Kaiyu Yokang took a sample around the Anjita's tree. They used instruments to test it while discussing in a low voice. Fang Heng and the others watched from the side. Zhao Dongying frowned and said in a low voice, "Boss Fang Heng, the situation doesn't look good. I don't know much about transplants, but the tenacity of Anjita's vitality will usually take root in a very short time. It's been so long and Anjita's condition is still unstable." After a while, Ding Minutes walked up to Fang Heng. "We've encountered some trouble." Fang Heng frowned and asked, "Big trouble?" Ding Minutes shook her head and looked at Anjita's, who was still undergoing the final transplant. "It's a creature's instinct. When it's about to enter a state of near death, Anjita's will enter a self-protection state similar to hibernation. It will avoid disasters from the outside world and maintain the life source to not die for the time being." Hibernation. Fang Heng muttered to himself and turned to look at the two vampire experts. Zhao Dongying and Lin Hanzing looked at each other and said almost at the same time, "I don't understand, I don't know." No one had ever used physical methods to transplant Anjitas. As for hibernation, they had never heard of it. In the history of the vampires, Anjitas had never been so miserable as it was now. Chapter 631, Elementary Miracle. Zhao Dongying thought for a moment and added, "Maybe the Dukes of Vampires or the Elders' Council know something about it." As they were talking, the NPCs had already completely straightened the ancient tree and completed the transplant. In the next moment, a few game hints flashed across Fang Heng's vision. Ding. Player has obtained a legendary item in the current world, the dormant ancient tree. Ding. Player's current world strength has slightly increased. Current strength rating is level 5. Ding. Player's current game world can integrate with vampires. Ding. Player has unlocked the vampire's high-level research system and gained the research speed bonus. Player can unlock the fusion project of zombies and vampires. Ding. The adaptability of vampires in the current game world has greatly increased. Ding. Player can currently control part of Anjita's via District 8's interface. Ding. Player can try to awaken Anjita's to increase its strength and the current world's strength rating. Fang Heng quickly checked the game hints and his eyelids twitched. The adaptability of vampires. Did this mean that he could nurture vampires in District 8? Unlock the research system and research how to fuse zombies and vampires? Great. Then, Feng Heng immediately opened the attribute panel of the world and found the description of Angitas. The Sacred Tree of Vampires Angitas, Bound World, Zombie Apocalypse District 8. Master not bound. Type, Elementary Miracle, can grow. Current tier, Level 1 in Hibernation. Current health point, 12%. Additional ability Miracle, increases the basic growth of the world, provides support to the world, increases the adaptability of the world, region, to vampires. Additional ability Blood Ancestor Tree, consumes energy, can summon vampires through Angitas. Additional ability Blood Draw, unawakened, Angitas can draw energy from the blood, raise its level and restore its health point. Additional ability Blood Pool, unawakened, Angitas can condense a blood pool through origin power. The blood pool can provide vampires with bloodline refinement and increase vampires' strength. Additional ability Condensation of Blood, unawakened, pulls the soul of the dead back from the land of the dead and is reborn through the fusion of the sacred tree's strength. Current tier is only effective on the life form of this world. Additional ability? Unawakened, unlock when a certain tier is reached. Additional ability? Unawakened, unlock when a certain tier is reached. Description: all additional ability effects are related to the level of Angitas. Ding. Player has not obtained full control of Angitas, some of its skills are still unknown. Looking at the game hint, Feng Heng sighed in his heart. Well, he had spent a lot of effort, but in the end, he managed to get a half-dead guy back. Feng Heng suddenly felt a little helpless. The few additional skills of Angitas could only be used after it was unlocked. At the moment, it was only useful for the adaptation of the current world to vampires. He still had to think of a way to awaken Angitas quickly and unlock the subsequent skills. Professor Caillou will do a detailed test on Angitas. The test report will take some time, Ding Minutes said and yawned. She asked, is the situation with the scavenger army okay? Yes, everything is fine. That's good. I will go back and rest first. This place is too humid. It's not good for the skin. Ding Minutes patted her cheek and nodded. She left the fifth basement, leaving Caillou Yokang, who had been in an excited state, to study Angitas alone. Feng Heng lowered his head and thought for a moment. Angitas, who was in hibernation, seemed to be useless for the time being, but at least it was still alive. Moreover, the vampire's high-level research had been unlocked. It seemed that the fusion between vampires and zombies could only be carried out by Angitas. At least, it was confirmed that Angitas was still safe for the time being. So, he had to take action. Old Mr. Mo, I will leave this place to you. I have to go back and find a way to ask the vampires about the hibernation. No problem. Mojai I patted his chest and said, leave it to me. Zhao Dong Yang, Lin Hanzeng, come with me. District 7. In the teleportation hall in Area G, seeing Feng Heng walk out of the teleportation screen, the players had different expressions. So, did Feng Heng really take the sacred tree of vampires back to District 8 just like that? So easily? Chen Yu walked up quickly and whispered into Feng Heng's ear, Feng Heng, our people have been observing the situation of the Prince of Vampires. About 10 minutes ago, the giant-sized rotten bone barrier completely disappeared, and the Prince of Vampires and Hyla who were trapped inside also disappeared. Both were missing? Were both sides injured? Feng Heng raised his eyebrows and quickly looked at his game log. The game did not hint that he had gained the authority of the World Lord of District 7. This meant that District 7 was still being invaded. Feng Heng, the Intelligence Department has determined that the Prince of Vampires has more than a 95% chance of entering hibernation mode and being driven back to the vampire apocalypse. Can we attack the vampires' headquarters next? Chen Yu rubbed his fists, eager to give it a try. Their original plan was to target the shelter of the vampires. Now that things had progressed to this point, they could finally launch a large-scale counterattack and completely wipe out the vampires' headquarters. Don't be anxious. Feng Heng asked, how is the batch of materials that I asked you to prepare? Oh, you are talking about mechanical equipment, right? Zhu Hongtao has already arranged it. All the materials on the list have been gathered half an hour ago. For safety reasons, I even asked him to prepare a backup. I reckon that they are still on their way back to the gathering point and will arrive soon. Alright. Once everything was ready, they would start the general attack. Feng Heng also cheered up. He nodded and said, alright, let's split up. You guys bring your people directly to the shelter. I still need to go check on the Prince of Vampires and Hyla. When the time comes, we will meet up at the shelter. Also, get ready to attack District 5. We will start the attack in an hour. Okay, leave it to me. I will contact the other side. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. The counterattack was about to begin. They were going to join forces with District 5 and District 7 to launch a war of annihilation against the vampires. Zi Junhao, who was listening from the side, also realized that things had progressed to this stage. Chen Yu and Feng Heng were already preparing for the final battle with the vampires. Moreover, it seemed that Fang Heng already had a plan for this and victory was within his grasp. Fang Heng, do you need our Wasteland World's help? Fang Heng shifted his gaze to Zi Junhao. The miniature energy weapons in the Wasteland World were still very powerful. They could increase the success rate of his next plan. Of course. If possible, I hope that you can provide some help. I don't need many people. I need an elite player who can control high-tier energy beam weapons. Chapter 632, The Missing Hyla. Zi Junhao was stunned for a moment. At first, he was just asking casually. He had thought that Fang Heng would refuse decisively. If he were Fang Heng, he would also refuse. Fang Heng once again surprised Zi Junhao. Did Fang Heng believe in him? Or was Fang Heng so powerful that he didn't care at all? Zi Junhao nodded and said, "Okay, I will go make the arrangements now." Since the other party was willing to believe him, Zi Junhao didn't mind helping Fang Heng. At the same time, he could also see how Fang Heng planned to seize the main base of the vampires and win this last battle. For Zi Junhao, the plan to seize District 7 this time had completely failed. But at least on the surface, they still helped to chase away the vampires in the end. They could also have a reasonable explanation when facing the Central Federation Parliament. Driving the same small car, Fang Heng, Zhao Dongying and Lin Hanxing arrived at the location where Hyla and the Prince of Vampires, Matthews, had fought. The blood moon that was hovering in the air had disappeared for some time. Fang Heng got out of the car and carefully looked around. The surrounding area was full of potholes. It was obvious that they had experienced a fierce battle. Fang Heng did not find the holy weapon of vampires that the Prince of Vampires dropped after he died. He was confused. He turned to look at Zhao Dongying behind him and asked, "Is he dead?" Zhao Dongying thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "The analysis of the Federation's intelligence department should be correct. The Prince of Vampires was born with a curse. They can't keep fighting for too long. There's a high chance that the Prince of Vampires went into hibernation again, right? It's very likely that he was dragged back to the vampire apocalypse through a secret method." While the two were talking, Lin Hanxing, who got online in a hurry, opened the door behind the car and walked out. "It's confirmed. He's not dead. Prince Matthews has been recalled by the Elders' Council of the Vampire Apocalypse in District 8. I just got first-hand information from my friend in Vampire Apocalypse of District 8. It's absolutely reliable." Lin Hanxing patted his chest and promised, "Also, the Elders' Council of the Vampires in District 8 is having an emergency meeting. I am not sure if the Elders' Council has noticed that you've poached Anjitas. The Elders' Council of the Vampires has a special secret technique. Losing Anjitas in a short period of time won't affect all the vampires. However, the Elders' Council won't be able to hold on for long. The strength of the vampires in District 8 will gradually weaken. Boss Fang, I am just reminding you that we must be careful of the vampires when they become desperate." With that, Lin Hanxing looked pleased with getting revenge against the vampires. He thought, "Who told you all to come to District 7 for no reason? Now you get to taste your own medicine. You all did not cause much damage to District 7 and also put your sacred tree Anjitas at risk. Serves you right." Hearing Lin Hanxing's words, Fang Heng nodded in agreement. He still had to guard against the other party's desperate actions. However, Anjitas was stored in the novice mode of District 8, so it would be very difficult for the vampires to take it back. But to be on the safe side, Fang Heng looked around again. So the Prince of Vampires was sent back to the vampire apocalypse. What about Hyla? Hyla was a powerful life form that could not be killed. Strangely, there were no traces of Hyla's tissue. Even if Hyla's soul was dead, her body should still have endless vitality. Strange. Fang Heng whispered. He had planned to recycle Hyla's tissue sample. Hyla's tissue sample was something good. Her tissues could be used for scientific research, or as raw materials for the zombie clones to level up and fuse with the fusion tyrant form. In fact, she could also be used as nutrients for Anjitas. How perfect? Zhao Dongying looked at the dazed Fang Heng and couldn't help but say, "Boss Fang Heng, Chen Yu is almost here. He's asking about our situation." Forget it. Fang Heng finally used his eyes to scan the surroundings and decided to give up for the time being. At worst, he could think of a way to go to the other zombie apocalypse game areas after this matter was over. He could think of a way to find a tissue sample of Hyla from there. Tell them that we will be there soon. At the meeting point at Point E more than an hour ago, Zhu Hongtao had urgently received Chen Yu's orders. He had done everything he could to help Fang Heng gather all the mechanical parts and materials he needed. Zhu Hongtao led the player team to wander around a few large-sized shelters, then hurriedly returned with a truck full of supplies. Not long after arriving at the meeting point, Chen Yu arrived with the Eastern Federation's elite team to provide support. Zi Junhao and a small number of Federation elites followed at the back of the team. The final battle. There must be no mistakes. After meeting up, Chen Yu immediately called for the players to set up a defensive line and prepare for the final battle with the vampires. All the players worked together to their best effort. On the way here, they had already received the news that the Prince of the Vampires had been defeated. Now was the best chance for District 7 to attack the lair of the vampires. After being suppressed by the vampires for so long, it was finally time for the final counterattack. To completely drive the vampires out of this world, and completely destroy Night Owl's evil plan. Today was the day to make achievements, be promoted and receive a raise. Chen Yu did not even need to motivate them, the players' morale had already reached its peak. Not long after, from afar, the players saw the small car that Fang Heng was in slowly drive over. Following behind the small car were 8 fusion tyrant forms. Fang Heng opened the car door and jumped down from the front passenger seat. This lineup, all these good people. Seeing thousands of players with high fighting spirits gathered together, Fang Heng was caught off guard and felt shocked. Chen Yu walked forward and said, Fang Heng, the Federation team has been assembled. This is the strongest team we can assemble at the moment. We can set off at any time. Huh? No. Why did he bring so many people? Wait, what if the vampires got scared off? Zhao Dongying and Lin Hanzing, who were following behind Fang Heng, looked at each other and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The vampires' headquarters still had combat strength? Are you kidding me? The sacred tree Angitas had already been stolen back home by Fang Heng. The prince of the vampires had also been chased back to the world of the vampires. The few marquis of the vampires who had stayed behind at the headquarters had all been killed by Fang Heng. Duke Nate was even worse off. After his pursuit to the shelter, he was instantly killed. Right now, there was only a group of normal vampires left in the shelter that had been fooled by Fang Heng. Wasn't this a crushing defeat? Ahem. Fang Heng knew that Chen Yu had misunderstood, so he coughed lightly. He shook his head and said, No, we don't need so many people. We just need to streamline the team. We just need to bring a few elite teams with us. The rest of the teams will stay here as support. Chen Yu blinked twice in succession, his heart filled with suspicion. They only needed a few elite teams to win the final battle? Chen Yu was a little uncertain. He moved closer to Fang Heng and asked in a low voice, You really don't need them? No, I have a plan. Okay. Chapter 633, Infiltration and Ambush. Hearing that Fang Heng had a plan, Chen Yu immediately felt at ease. Most of Fang Heng's plans were quite whimsical, but they had never failed. Elite team, prepare for battle with me. Everyone else, stay here and wait for orders. Zhu Hongdao, you will be in charge of commanding. Yes. Chen Yu had always trusted Fang Heng without reservation. He immediately called the players in his elite team to board the truck and follow Fang Heng to the main base of the vampires. Zhong Lei, who was on the team, also led more than 20 players from Leftway Gaming Guild to board the truck loaded with materials and followed behind. Let's go. Soon, dozens of large trucks rumbled in a straight line on the wide main road. Players from the Northern Federation followed at the back of the team. Zi Junhao sat in the front passenger seat of a large truck and his brows were tightly knitted. What was Fang Heng up to this time? Was it really alright to attack the headquarters of the vampires just like that? Such an irresponsible formation. If they were to be attacked by the vampires at this time, they would have almost no ability to resist. Could it be that Fang Heng had become arrogant after obtaining the Angitas? Or did Fang Heng have some unique method that could ensure that his party would not be attacked by the vampires? What Zi Junhao could not understand was in the dozen large trucks traveling in the middle was nothing else but a large number of mechanical parts and materials that Chen Yu had ordered people to prepare in a hurry not long ago. This was just strange. Why did Fang Heng need so many mechanical parts and materials? Was he going to use them to fight the vampires head-on? He had never heard of a saying that mechanical parts could restrain the vampires though. Chen Yu was also puzzled, but he had always trusted Fang Heng. It was a trust that had been established since their time together in the sewer. Chen Yu believed that Fang Heng must have some strange method to help them win. Officer, we're almost there. Looking out of the window, a corner of the vampires' shelter was in sight. Zi Junhao's frown deepened. Weren't they going to stop? Did they treat the vampires as nothing? What was even stranger was that the headquarters of the vampires looked calm and peaceful. At first glance, there didn't seem to be any defense or watchmen. Along the way, the team of Federation players was not subject to any attacks. The moving trucks gradually slowed down, until the trucks at the front stopped in front of the shelter. Fang Heng jumped down from the truck. A few tyrants' fusion forms that had been following behind the team strode forward and walked to the shelter. Together, they pushed open the tightly shut iron door of the shelter. What was going on? Why was there no reaction from the vampires' headquarters shelter? Following that, the Federation elites got down from the trucks. The player teams all assumed battle positions and maintained formation as they raised their guns and coordinated with each other to move forward cautiously. Soon, they occupied the entrance of the shelter. Feng Heng stood at the entrance of the vampire's shelter casually. He gathered all the captains of the elite teams to tell them the battle plans. Everyone, the mission target this time is to infiltrate the target location. Equip all weapons with silencers, and bring along your equipment and battle materials. Chen Yu, bring your men and follow me. Don't run around. If you see any vampires during the journey, shoot them dead. Understood? Zi Junhao. Your men will assist the team at the rear. Don't attack unless you have no other choice. Okay. Feng Heng then looked at Zonglei who was beside him. Without the needing to explain, Zonglei understood. He nodded at Feng Heng and gave him a thumbs up to show that he understood. According to his previous discussion with Feng Heng, Zonglei brought the players from Leftway Gaming Guild to move the boxes of high-tier parts from the truck. Then, they carried the boxes and stood in the middle part of the team. After the preparations were done, Feng Heng took the lead and led the players into the headquarters of the vampires. He brought them in the direction of the 5th basement as if he knew the place like the back of his hand. Zi Junhao gestured for his team to remain vigilant and continued to move forward. They sneaked into the vampires' shelter and never stopped moving forward. Zi Junhao thought to himself, this is really strange. The interior of the shelter was too quiet. It was already extremely strange for them to have not been attacked by the vampires while they had been in the periphery of the shelter just now. Now that they had invaded the lair of the vampires, they still could not find a hint of a vampire's shadow. Were the vampires using the empty city strategy? Chen Yu also found it strange. He even wondered if Feng Heng had long slaughtered the vampires in the headquarters shelter. Thinking carefully, Chen Yu shook his head. He felt that the idea was too ridiculous. After passing through the long passage, Feng Heng led the players back to the 5th basement of the shelter. At the end of the team, Zi Junhao led the Wasteland World's Northern Federation players into the cave as well. This is where the Anjitas are stored? Yes, Feng Heng nodded and looked around. Let's begin. We will set up an ambush here. Later, I will lure the vampires here in batches. Prepare the magic arrays, injections, beam weapons, and the sort. Wait for my command at any time and take care of them batch by batch. Chen Yu, I will leave this place to you. What did he mean? Did they come here to ambush the vampires in the ladder's headquarters? Zi Junhao felt dizzy just listening to it. He had read some basic military tactics, but he had never heard of such a strategy. Since he was already here, he might as well do as told. Chen Yu knew that Feng Heng had many tricks up his sleeve, so as usual, he didn't think too much about it. He simply nodded quickly and said, okay, I will arrange the place immediately. Feng Heng waved his hand again and said to Zonglei and Lin Hanzing, let's go, follow me. While Chen Yu was leading the Federation elites to set up an ambush, Feng Heng led Zonglei and the other players from the Leftway Gaming Guild to transport all the boxes containing machinery and construction materials to the 4th basement. Boss, it's done. Zonglei rubbed his hands excitedly. Okay, go. Let Chen Yu get ready. No problem. Boss, you be careful too. Zonglei nodded at Feng Heng and waved at the players behind him. Let's go. Let's get back to work. Crack, crack, crack. After Zonglei and the other players left, a series of cracking sounds as if rocks were rubbing against each other could be heard. On the ceiling, the zombie clones, which had been tightly wrapped with vines, put away the vines. One by one, they fell to the ground and stood up shakily again. Under Feng Heng's guidance, the zombie clones opened the toolboxes on the ground and equipped themselves with a wrench each. Then, they worked together to lift the dozens of boxes. After that, they staggered into a few rows and followed behind Feng Heng. Done. After finishing all this, Feng Heng returned to the teleportation hall in the 2nd basement alone. Lord Marquis. In the teleportation hall, the vampires were still faithfully carrying out the orders that Feng Heng had given before he left. They were doing their best to protect the 2nd basement and did not allow any outsiders to come near. Feng Heng licked his lips slightly. Very good. This group of vampires was still in a tricked state. A high-tier vampire walked to Feng Heng and knelt on one knee. He reported, Lord Marquis, we sensed that there might be some problems with Anjitas. Should we? There's no need to be nervous. Feng Heng raised his hand to stop the vampire from continuing. Anjitas has encountered a small problem, but His Highness the Prince is personally handling this matter. I believe it will be resolved soon. Chapter 634, The Wise Duchess Bellamy. Yes. How's the construction of the teleportation passage? Lord Marquis, we're doing our best to build it, but we're still short of some materials, so. Very good. I've hired some helpers to help you. As he said this, Feng Heng waved his hand. With that, a group of vine zombies staggered into the teleportation hall from outside the door, each holding a wrench in their hands. Under the surprised gazes of the vampires, the zombie clones raised their wrenches and started busying themselves around the space-tearing device. The vampires were all stunned. Notification: your zombie clones have contributed to the construction of the large-scale space-tearing device. Consumed 2 advanced parts, advanced mechanical lubricant 7-piece, completion rate +2. Notification: your zombies. Feng Heng retracted his gaze from the game log and scanned the vampires in the hall again. He explained, "Don't be surprised. This is the latest research of Duchess Bellamy. She can control zombie corpses to become slaves for us vampires." Hearing this, the vampires showed a look of understanding and admiration. Most of the time, they are even more useful than blood slaves. Hearing this, all the vampires once again knelt on one knee as they chanted, praise for Duchess Bellamy's wisdom. Zombie Apocalypse World, District 5. Commander Keon led the Federation elites of District 5 to launch another death charge at the headquarters of the vampires. With a temporary base, the Federation elites began to deplete the remaining strength of the vampires. Ever since the failure of the assault mission against the headquarters of the vampires previously, District 5 had lost some of its vitality. As such, Keon had been initially hesitant after receiving the request for assistance from District 7's Chen Yu. He felt that the gamble was too risky. It was very difficult for the federal forces in District 5 to defeat the vampires, to begin with. In addition, the various anti-Federation forces in District 5 joined in the battle to take advantage of the situation. It was almost impossible for them to defeat the vampires by themselves. However, when Keon heard Chen Yu guarantee success and learned that the mission this time would be led by Feng Heng, Keon quickly made up his mind. He chose to believe in Feng Heng and stood on Chen Yu's side. The last time he cooperated with Feng Heng, Keon had found that Feng Heng was a genius. As expected, it didn't take long for Feng Heng to become the World Lord of District 8. Not long after, he even became the World Lord of District 7. Keon felt that his taste in geniuses was extraordinary. He would take the gamble this time. Therefore, an hour ago, Keon gathered the elite troops of District 7 and urgently gathered all available manpower outside the district to launch an attack on the headquarters of the vampires. In the headquarters of the vampires' shelter located in District 5, Aizen estimated the situation on the battlefield and found it strange. This wave of Inhumans attacks had come out of nowhere. They should know very well that such an attack could not pose a threat to the shelter. The result of forcibly attacking the shelter would just be meaningless consumption of their resources. The casualties were much more disadvantageous to the Inhumans. Yet why did the group of Inhumans still choose to charge like this? Were they going to do the same as last time, attacking openly and ambushing secretly? Aizen shook her head. Weren't these humans a little too stupid? Why did they use the same set of idiotic moves again and again? The Inhumans should not be that stupid, so there should be a problem. To be safe, Aizen suggested that they use the most stable defense to block the players' attacks. While she was pondering, a white light flashed by, and she turned to look at the person who had come. Is there any news about District 7? Marquis Aizen, there's been a huge accident in District 7. Feng Heng invaded the headquarters of the vampires there in an attempt to destroy Anjitas. The Marquis of the Vampires there was killed by him too, and our people were forced to escape. Therefore, we don't know the situation of the headquarters of the vampires there yet. Feng Heng? Hearing this name for the third time, Aizen was a little surprised. Yes, our analysis suggests that the headquarters of the vampires in District 7 has most likely fallen. Ha, naive. To think they want to make a move on Anjitas, Aizen interrupted Saikong Mao's words and smiled disdainfully in her heart. She truly understood now, but humans were really creatures that had wild imaginations. Don't worry. Anjitas can't possibly be destroyed, nor will the headquarters of the vampires fall. Being in District 5, Aizen was unable to sense the coordinates of Anjitas, but she was very certain in her heart. Anjitas had lived for thousands of years and absorbed a large number of blood abilities. Even if a prince of the vampires made a move himself, he would not be able to destroy it in a short time. Moreover, Anjitas was protected by the dukes and marquises of the vampires. Even if the inhuman named Feng Heng could kill the marquises with all kinds of tricks, could he kill dukes? What a joke. In Aizen's eyes, the situation of the Anjitas being in danger, and even the fall of District 7's headquarters was impossible. Saikong Mao's expression was solemn as he continued. In addition, there are unconfirmed rumors that the prince has been defeated. Aizen abruptly turned to look at Saikong Mao. The prince has been defeated? Impossible. There should be something wrong with the rumors then. The prince can't possibly be defeated. He must have solved the problem and entered hibernation mode again. Aizen was extremely confident in the prince's strength. This means that the prince has solved the problem. Saikong Mao frowned when he heard this. All the news he had now was from Ji Kai Ubai, who was offline. However, Athena was right. The prince was a tier 7 creature. Once he was awakened, the other party would be crushed. There shouldn't be any suspense in the outcome. As the two were talking, a vampire came forward and reported, Marquis Athena, the repair of the teleportation passage in District 7 is complete. They have sent us a communication request. The repair of the teleportation passage had finally been completed. Finally, a piece of good news. Athena's expression changed into a smile. The last time she contacted District 7, they had said that it would take some time to complete the construction of the time passage. She did not expect it to be completed ahead of time. See, just as I expected, since the prince has made his move, everything has been settled. The crisis in District 7 should have all been resolved. Which is why they can now free up their hands to activate the time passage with all their might. In this way, the unusual movements of the Inhumans outside can also be explained. They must have known that they cannot pose any threat to the headquarters of District 7, so they chose to bet everything they had in a single throw. In the end, they launched a general attack on District 5, trying to destroy the teleportation passage here. But these are all futile struggles, Athena shrugged. Humans are always so self-righteous in doing these meaningless things. Sai Kong Mao was convinced. He felt that Athena's deduction was reasonable. He thought to himself, Ji Kai-ubai's actions this time are quite fast. He had just told Ji Kai-ubai that District 5 was under attack by the Federation, and the latter had immediately told the vampires in District 7 to send reinforcements through the teleportation passage. Alright, since the passage has been opened, let's go to District 7 to take a look. The high-tier vampire continued to kneel on one knee and reported to Athena, Lord Marquis Saul has already prepared the materials in the teleportation hall and is preparing to send the materials back to District 5. Marquis Saul. Upon hearing this name, a hint of displeasure flashed across Athena's face. She shook her head inwardly. That guy was so eager to make a name for himself. It seemed that he really wanted to show his face in front of the prince. That's fine. Then we will defend this wave of the Inhumans' attack. A large number of purple spatial crystals had been accumulated in District 5. It was time to send them all back. Seeing that the mission was about to be successfully completed, Athena was in a good mood and thus too lazy to compete with Saul for the credit. Thanks for reading on Mibo X NOVL Chapter 635, Ganging Up in the Headquarters of the Vampires in District 8, Marquis Saul led two high-tier vampires there and stepped into the teleportation hall. Just as they walked out of the teleportation passage, Marquis Saul frowned. What was going on? Where was Angitas? Why couldn't he sense Angitas? The two high-tier vampires guarding the teleportation passage knelt on one knee and reported, Marquis Saul, Angitas is in trouble. Marquis Bellamy needs your help. I hope you can go to the 5th basement immediately. Angitas was the lifeblood of the vampires. They could not afford to lose it. I understand. You guys stay here. After saying that, Saul immediately transformed into his bat form and flew towards the location of Angitas in the 5th basement. In the 5th basement, the small team of Federation elites had been waiting here for more than half an hour. The large-scale power supply had been installed, and the two high-tier charging light cannons had been set up and were ready. Zhao Dongying had already painted a few weakened magic arrays on the layers of ceilings that targeted the vampires and set up 2 ceiling magic arrays at the entrance to prevent the vampires from escaping. The Northern Federation players hid behind 2 huge rock covers in the corner. Zi Junhao waited patiently, his gaze occasionally shifting to Feng Heng, who was in the pit at the side. Would the vampires really come over in batches to die, just like Feng Heng had said? He hoped so. Feng Heng was currently conversing with Lin Hanzing and Zhao Dongying in a low voice. That should be the case, so to kill them, we should need. As the few of them were conversing, Feng Heng suddenly sensed something and raised his head. Everyone, the vampires are coming soon. Get ready for battle. Watch my hand gestures. Chen Yu made an okay hand gesture at Feng Heng. Feng Heng, be careful. The players all held their breaths and stared at the entrance, waiting carefully. In just a moment, 3 vampires in bat form entered the cave. After entering the cave, the 3 vampires immediately returned to their normal forms. Marquis Saul looked at the interior of the cave and was extremely surprised. Where was Angitas? Why couldn't he find Angitas? A huge pit was in front of him where Angitas was supposed to be. While he was surprised, Saul noticed a vampire bat flying out of the pit. He asked, where is Angitas? What happened to Angitas? Feng Heng turned into a bat and flew into Saul. He said in a deep voice, Marquis, we seem to have encountered some trouble. Angitas, Saul frowned and hurriedly asked, speak. What's wrong with it? There's a problem. Duke Bellamy wants you to take a look at this first, Feng Heng said and took 2 steps forward, approaching Saul and stretching out his hand. In the palm of his spread-out hand was a cane. Saul's pupils abruptly contracted. The vampiric spirit cane? Why did he also have this in his hand? Move. Taking advantage of the moment when Saul's face revealed a shocked expression, Feng Heng shouted. He clenched the spirit cane in his hand tightly and fiercely struck it on the floor. Saul instantly realized that something was wrong. He immediately wanted to reach out and grab Feng Heng. Buzz. A red ripple rapidly spread out in all directions from where the spirit cane had landed. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. The Federation elites who were hiding in the pit and behind the cover of the rocks immediately attacked Saul. Countless cannons were aimed at the latter. Just as they had discussed beforehand, the Federation players did not care about Feng Heng's life or death. A large portion of the energy beam passed through Feng Heng's body and landed on Saul. Saul was sealed completely by the silence effect of the vampiric spirit cane, which made it so that he could not use his skills at this moment. Being bombarded by a large number of energy beams and bullets, Saul's health point rapidly decreased. For a moment, he was in a daze. The two high-tier vampires beside him were instantly killed. Stop. Feng Heng had been staring at Saul's health point. He watched as Saul's health point was reduced to 1/3 of his original health point. Zhao Dongying. Hurry. Roger that. In the next moment, Zhao Dongying and Lin Hanzing activated the weakening magic arrays at the top of the cave at the same time. Dong. Dong, dong. In the next moment, 8 fusion tyrant forms leaped out of the deep pit. They took heavy steps and rushed towards Saul with iron twists in their hands. Whoosh. The iron twists whistled through the air. Bang. Saul was hit by the iron twists and flew to the side. Another fusion tyrant form followed up and brandished the iron twist in its hand while aiming at Saul again. Bang. Bang, bang. The 8 fusion tyrant forms surrounded Saul, swinging the iron twists and beating him. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with the dull sounds of the iron twists hitting flesh. A row of game notifications swept across Feng Heng's retina. Notification: your zombie clone, fusion tyrant form, has dealt 527 damage to the vampire Marquis, Saul, and has repelled him. Notification: your zombie clone, fusion tyrant form, has dealt 451 damage to the vampire Marquis, Saul. The surrounding Federation elites raised their guns and watched carefully as the vampire Marquis was surrounded and beaten up. Fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. Zi Junhao also carefully gulped and turned to look at Chen Yu. The plan that Feng Heng had set up had indeed succeeded. Their follow-up actions were also executed with exceptional perfection. Zi Junhao did not know what sorcery Feng Heng had used to make the vampire Marquis come down alone to die. But now, he felt that none of this was important. The scene before him. Was this Feng Heng's evil taste? They could have just used long-range attacks to kill the vampire Marquis as quickly as possible to avoid any accidents that might follow. Why did he have to use the fusion tyrant forms to bludgeon the vampire Marquis to death? Was it to vent his anger? Chen Yu also found it strange. When he noticed Zi Junhao's inquisitive gaze, he gave the latter an unfathomable look. He knew, but he couldn't tell him the reason. Zi Junhao frowned. Among the many players, Lin Hanzing and Zhao Dongying cautiously looked at each other. The two of them had already seen through everything. Damn it, Feng Heng was definitely doing this because he wanted the most of Saul's high-level vampire blood. Previously, when they had been waiting for the vampires to take the bait, Feng Heng had repeatedly asked them how they could condense more vampire blood marrow after killing the vampire Marquis. After a simple discussion, they gave an answer. Delivering heavy blows that didn't leave external injuries was a good method to ensure that there was the most blood left on the corpse. In addition, many of the skills of vampires were released through blood. After the vampire Marquis used his blood to release his skills, it would affect the quality of the blood in his body. Therefore, it was best not to let them use their skills before they died. Looking at Feng Heng's killing method, Lin Hanzing and Zhao Dongying felt a chill in their hearts almost at the same time. Scary Boss. Chapter 636, Skinning and Deboning. Hee. Feng Heng looked at the game log that kept popping up, his eyes flashing with excitement. Soon. Seeing Saul's health point gradually decrease, Feng Heng took out the Book of the Dead from his backpack. Notification: your zombie clone, fusion tyrant form, has caused 451 damage to the vampire Marquis, Saul. The vampire Marquis, Saul, has died. You have received 298 survival points. You have received High Energy Evolution Crystal 1 piece. Notification: vampire Marquis, Saul, has died. Your intimacy with the various clans of the vampires has decreased. It was here. Feng Heng had been waiting for this moment. He immediately injected his mental strength into the Book of the Dead. In the next moment, his eyes were covered with a layer of ashes. Feng Heng could see a soul slowly condensing from the body of the vampire Marquis, Saul. Absorb. After Angitus's effect of absorbing the soul had been lost, the Book of the Dead could absorb souls with ease. The Book of the Dead released a weak attracting power. Saul's soul followed the guidance of Feng Heng's Book of the Dead and was successfully absorbed into the book. Notification: you have used the Book of the Dead to seal a special height to your soul. Notification: your elementary necromancy experience point +1. Success. Feng Heng immediately closed the Book of the Dead and threw it into his backpack. Then, he walked to Saul's corpse. After that, he turned his head and waved at Zhao Dongying and Lin Hanzing, who were behind the covers. Hurry up. What are you waiting for? Come over and help. Coming. Zhao Dongying and Lin Hanzing had expressions of "I thought so" on their faces. They answered and quickly walked out from behind the covers and ran over. Feng Heng pointed at Saul's corpse, which was surrounded by the fusion tyrant forms, and asked, "What should we do next? Some guidance, please?" Zhao Dongying looked at Lin Hanzing and hesitated. To be honest, the blood of the vampire was not wasted, but the corpse had been smashed beyond recognition by the fusion tyrant forms. "I will do it." Zhao Dongying patted his cheeks and slowly walked forward. He squatted and first drew a simple rune on Saul's wrist. Then, he took out a small knife and cut a hole under the rune, while using his right hand to take out a glass bottle and put it under the wound to receive the blood. Then, Zhao Dongying put away the small knife and pressed his index finger on the rune. A faint red light flashed on the rune. Then, the blood kept gushing out of the cut and poured into the bottle. Amazing, as expected of a professional. Feng Heng's eyes lit up and he asked, "This is quite powerful. Where did you learn it? Do you think I can learn it?" Zhao Dongying wanted to say that it was impossible for him to learn it. However, Feng Heng was an anomaly. After being proven wrong many times, Zhao Dongying became more cautious. "Boss Feng, this move is a skill of the demon hunters. Theoretically, it might conflict with the vampires." "Okay, never mind then." Feng Heng felt a little regretful. While Zhao Dongying was drawing blood, he went forward to look for the equipment left behind after Saul's death. Why? Feng Heng frowned. He bent down and reached out to hold the vampiric spirit cane that had dropped after the death of Marquis Saul. Notification: player's bloodline has been determined successfully. The player has obtained an item, vampiric spirit cane, inferior. Item, vampiric spirit cane, inferior. Description: special item. Soul binding. Occupies a special backpack slot. Cannot be discarded. Will drop upon death. Description: one of the 13 holy artifacts of vampires. It is rumored to possess great strength. Immediately effective when placed into a backpack. Basic agility +1, basic strength +1, basic vitality +1, blood affinity +3. Player already has a vampiric spirit cane in his backpack. This effect cannot be triggered repeatedly. Additional skill, silence. Description: this spirit cane is marked with a faint 8. The 13 holy artifacts of the vampires correspond to each vampire apocalypse. After assembling 5 vampiric spirit canes, inferior, and carrying out a vampiric ritual, you can synthesize a vampiric spirit cane, elite. Additional description: vampiric spirit cane, elite, will have a stronger effect. When the vampiric spirit cane, elite, is successfully synthesized, all spirit canes, inferior, will lose their effect. Additional description: vampire holy weapons with the same name will only count as one set. Looking at the attribute description of the vampiric spirit cane in his hand, Feng Heng lowered his head and pondered. He had gotten the same item again? He carefully checked the description again. Last time, the vampiric spirit cane was from District 2. This time, it was from District 8. It was a bit of a loss. The additional attribute effects of the 2 spirit canes couldn't be stacked, and the number of set equipment could not increase by 1 either. After thinking for a while, Feng Heng took out all the vampire's holy weapons from his backpack and compared them. Except for the spirit cane that he obtained when he first entered District 5 to destroy Night Owl's clan, which belonged to District 2, all the other vampires' holy weapons had come from District 8. Judging from this, the vampires who invaded Zombie Apocalypse's District 5 the last time and the vampires who invaded Zombie Apocalypse's District 7 this time were not from the same group? Strange, why did Night Owl do this? Was it a coincidence? Feng Heng scratched his head, feeling that his IQ was not enough. Who cares if it was a coincidence or not, though? In other words, if his guess was correct, this group of vampires also came from the Vampire Apocalypse's District 8. Then, if he killed the remaining 2 vampire marquises, they would not drop the same vampiric holy weapon. Feng Heng held the newly acquired vampiric spirit cane and played with it. There was another piece of good news. The cooldown time of the vampiric spirit cane's additional skill was 3 hours. Since the cooldown time of the 2 canes was not shared, he could switch between them. It was not bad. He would continue to kill the marquises. In this operation, the vampires in District 5 must all be killed and their equipment all dropped. He would drain their blood and rob their souls. On the side, The Federation players did not know what exactly had happened. They only saw Feng Heng torture and kill the vampire Marquis, then extract its blood and debone it. Looking at the red-eyed Feng Heng, the players felt a little scared. The World Lord of District 8. He was indeed a more terrifying person than the rumors. Here, it's done, this is it. After a while, Zhao Dongying placed 7 large glass bottles filled with blood on the ground in a row and nodded to Feng Heng. The blood contains highly concentrated energy. They are the raw materials of the blood marrow, high grade. Notification: you have obtained highly concentrated blood, large bottle, 7-piece. Item: high concentrated vampire Marquis's blood. Description: the blood of vampire Marquis after his death contains extremely strong vampiric energy. It is of excellent quality. Description: triggered by a high-tier vampire bloodline, you can extract the strength of the blood from it and increase the experience points of your vampire bloodline skills. Description: triggered by elementary occult, this blood can be used to produce blood marrow. It is also an excellent casting material. Description: player can use basic occult skills to analyze and retrieve more information. Chapter 637, Lore. Again Feng Heng checked the game description and then looked at Zhao Dongying. His eyes were full of curiosity. Then? How do I get the blood marrow? Huh? Blood marrow? Zhao Dongying feigned innocence and waved his hands. Boss, I really don't know this. I am a demon hunter. Vampires are the ones who create the blood marrow. What evil thoughts could a demon hunter have? At most, he could only draw blood and make some magic rays. Only vampires like Feng Heng would kill a vampire Marquis and extract his blood to make blood marrow. Fine, I will think of something when we get back. Feng Heng was helpless. He shook the bottle in his hand. Speaking of which, this thing won't go bad, right? Theoretically. Lin Hanzing said with uncertainty. Just don't put it under direct sunlight. In District 5, the vampires didn't realize that Marquis Saul, who had returned to District 7 to deliver materials, had died. Walker and 18 were leading the vampires in the periphery of the shelter to resist the attacks of the Inhumans. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. If this continued, the Inhumans would lose their ability to fight in an hour at most. A vampire bat flew over from the rear, stopped behind the two, and half knelt on the ground in human form. Lord Marquises. Speak. The sacred tree Angitas is in trouble. Duchess Bellamy needs Lord Walker to return to District 7 to provide assistance. 18 and Walker frowned at the same time. The sacred tree Angitas was in trouble again? Since it was an order from Duchess Bellamy and Angitas was in danger, Walker naturally wouldn't refuse. 18, I will leave this to you. I will go back and help first. As Walker spoke, he immediately left with a few high-tier vampires. 18 slowly averted her gaze from the two who had left. She had a vague feeling that something was not right. Angitas was still in danger? Moreover, an order from Duchess Bellamy? That Duchess. She did not seem to care much about vampires in the past. 18 had the feeling that something was not right. Sai Kong Mao, who had witnessed the entire incident, also said, do you also suspect that there's a problem? I've received the latest news that the Federation has already gathered a large number of people. They should be launching an attack on the headquarters of the vampires in District 7. Moreover, I've also heard some uncertain news that the vampire prince might have already returned to the world of the vampires. 18 lowered her head and pondered, indeed, something isn't right. I will go over and take a look. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. 18 decided to simply go back and take a look. Bang. Bang, bang. Within the cave, 8 fusion tyrant forms surrounded and beat up the vampire Marquis, Walker. Behind the covers in the corner, Zi Junhao watched as the scene that had happened before replayed itself. When did the vampires become so stupid? They seriously came one by one? What kind of sorcery did Feng Heng use? At a certain moment, Zi Junhao even felt that he could do it. Chen Yu was in high spirits. He knew that Feng Heng could do it. Chen Yu knew very well that the vampire Marquises were the most powerful force among the vampires in the invasion of District 7. Every death of a Marquis would be a huge blow to the vampires. The more vampire Marquises died, the more advantage they would have. Notification: your zombie clone, fusion tyrant form, has caused 451 damage to the vampire Marquis, Walker. Vampire Marquis Walker has died. You have received 398 survival points. You have received a high energy evolution crystal. Notification: Vampire Marquis Walker has died. Your intimacy with the various clans of the vampires has decreased. Notification: you have used the Book of the Dead to seal a special high-tier soul. Notification: Elementary Necromancy experience points +1. Lines of game notifications appeared in Feng Heng's vision. After finishing the soul sealing, Feng Heng closed the Book of the Dead again. Following the same routine as the first time, he successfully killed another Marquis of the vampires. Feng Heng felt secretly pleased. He had gained another high-tier soul. He had also gained another vampiric holy weapon. No difficulty. No risk. This was what playing a game meant. If it was possible, it would be best if he could continue to kill all the vampires from districts 1 to 9. When Zhao Dongying saw the vampire marquis die, he rushed over to help draw blood like last time. Feng Heng picked up the holy weapon that the vampire marquis had dropped while he was at it and observed its attributes. Notification: player's bloodline has been determined successfully. The player has obtained an item: Vampire's Holy Weapon Boots, right inferior. Item: Vampiric Holy Weapon, Boots, right, inferior. Description: special item, Soul Binding. It occupies a special backpack slot and cannot be discarded. It will drop after death. Description: one of the 13 holy artifacts of the vampires. Rumored to possess great strength. Immediately effective when placed in the backpack. Basic agility +1, basic strength +1, basic vitality +1, blood affinity +3, additional skill, levitation. Skill description: when used, the player can temporarily levitate. While levitating, the player can move slowly. Speed will be 1/3 of normal walking speed. The elevation may be interrupted if any damage is received. Skill consumption: mental strength, skill cooldown time, 120 seconds. Description: the 13 holy artifacts are said to contain a huge secret about vampires. Additional effects can be obtained by obtaining more combinations of the vampiric holy weapons. Notification: you have obtained 6 pieces of vampiric holy weapon set equipment. You have activated the special effect of the vampiric holy weapons, Blood Blessing. All attributes will be increased by 5 points. When you have collected 9 pieces of vampiric holy weapons, the effect of the set equipment can be leveled up. This skill was quite ordinary. Feng Heng put the boot into his backpack. He suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze to the other side. A vampire marquis was here. To think someone came ahead of time? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. He had previously asked the high-tier vampires who were guarding the headquarters. There were a total of 3 vampire marquises guarding District 8. This should be the last one. Someone's coming, retreat. Hearing this, Zhao Dongying, who had been drawing blood, immediately picked up the half-full blood bottle on the ground and dodged to the back. Whoosh! A vampire in bad form entered the cave. Turning into human form, Athena stared at Feng Heng. She recognized him at a glance. Feng Heng? It's you. Feng Heng also recognized Athena and asked curiously, you actually recognize me? It was you who killed Walker? Athena noticed Walker's corpse on the ground and her expression changed slightly. She looked up and saw that Anchitas was missing from the hall. She was immediately shocked and uncertain. She looked at Feng Heng with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Where's Anchitas? What do you think? Feng Heng sized up the seductive vampire marquis before him. Athena. The 2 vampiric spirit canes in his hands were in cooldown. The skills that the other party possessed were unknown. How could he get the vampiric holy weapon in her hands, drain her blood, and absorb her soul in the safest way? Chapter 638, Give it a try. Athena sensed Feng Heng's gaze and became extremely wary of him. What did you do to Anchitas? Did you kill Walker? And why do you have the bloodline of vampires? You have a lot of questions. Feng Heng took half a step forward, spread his hands, and said casually, to be honest, it's nothing much. Anchitas is in a good condition, I just helped it move. Coincidentally, I have a question to ask you. You helped it move? Athena frowned and asked in a deep voice, what do you mean? Allow me to introduce myself. I am the new owner of Anchitas, Feng Heng. Anchitas is now in my world. Don't worry, he's very well. Athena's pupils constricted, and her eyes revealed a look of disbelief. This was impossible. Such a crazy matter like moving Anchitas. However, everything she saw in the 5th basement told Athena that something must have happened to Anchitas. You're lying to me. Is there a need for that? We're already in this situation. Looks like you're not going to answer my question, so it's better for you to stay here. Feng Heng said as he waved his hand forward, do it. Bang. Bang, 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 bang. The surrounding Federation players appeared at the same time and raised their guns to attack Athena. Crack. Bang. The bullets hit Athena, and her body shattered in front of Feng Heng like a piece of glass. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes. It's an illusion, Feng Heng. Lin Hanzing poked his head out from behind the rock and shouted at him, that's her illusion. Her main body should be nearby. It's okay, she can't escape. On the other side, Zhao Dongying was already prepared. As he spoke, he patted the wall on the side. Buzz. The preset magic arrays at the entrance of the cave were activated instantly. A red light screen rose, completely sealing the cave off. The gunshots stopped temporarily. The players were on alert, trying to search for Athena's main body. Athena's shattered illusory body soon reappeared in front of Feng Heng. Everyone has underestimated you, Feng Heng. Thank you for your praise. Feng Heng's gaze quickly scanned the surroundings. At the same time, he controlled 4 fusion tyrant forms to take large strides forward, firmly blocking the entrance and exit of the cave. He was currently unable to determine the source of Athena's voice. He could only try to use his perception to sense her true location. Seeing this, Zhao Dongying began to set up a magic array on the spot. Brothers, protect me. I can set up a magic array to find her location. She won't be able to escape. Hearing this, the Federation players raised their guns and changed their formation, tightly protecting Zhao Dongying in the center. Feng Heng looked coldly at Athena's illusory body. You heard it. You can't escape. Hidden in the dark, Athena's expression changed slightly. She had never thought that she would be reduced to such a state. Since he had nothing to do, Feng Heng casually waited for Zhao Dongying to set up the sensor magic array while saying in a relaxed manner, Athena, I've already told you the location of Angitas. In return, shouldn't you tell me some information? Athena, who was hiding in the dark, was thinking about how to escape while trying to get more information from Feng Heng. What do you want to know? You know, our technology is quite crude, so there was a little trouble in the process of moving Angitas, Feng Heng said and sighed softly, saying as if he was feeling pity. Angitas entered self-hibernation mode after changing homes, so I wanted to ask a professional how to wake him up. As a vampire, you don't want anything to happen to Angitas, right? Athena's expression changed again. Angitas entered hibernation mode? At first, she hadn't believed Feng Heng at all, but after seeing the situation in the 5th basement, Athena became increasingly doubtful. At this point, she believed 70% of what Feng Heng said. She had only read about the possibility of Angitas entering hibernation mode in ancient books a long time ago. She did not think that Feng Heng would be able to fabricate such details. Oh? Are you not willing to answer? Looking at Athena's grave expression, Feng Heng spread his hands and said casually, forget it. I won't force you, but you look different from those stupid vampires. Have you considered working for me? Feng Heng, I admit that your ability has exceeded my expectations, but I will still do my best. Once the Duke returns. You mean Nate? Feng Heng waved his hand, you can forget about it. He is already dead. It's impossible. You can't have killed him. Really? Then take a look at what this is. As Feng Heng spoke, he flipped his wrist and showed Athena the vampire belt that had dropped after Nate's death. When she saw Feng Heng take out the belt that was one of the vampiric holy weapons, Athena was once again shocked. The holy weapon belt. It was the holy weapon belt that Nate possessed. Why was it in Feng Heng's hands? Could it be that everything was as he had said? Athena was a little absent-minded. Could it be that he had really? She was done for. What should she do? If everything was as Feng Heng had said, the death of the vampire duke was not the most terrifying thing. The destruction of the divine tree Angitas meant that all vampires would face a catastrophe. Not only Nate, but many others have died at my hands. As he spoke, Feng Heng continued to display the vampiric holy weapon he had in his backpack in front of Athena as if he was displaying treasures. Boots, spirit canes, headdresses, wrist guards. Looking at the vampiric holy weapons in Feng Heng's hands, Athena's face turned extremely pale. She could confirm that they were all authentic. This meant, other than her and another vampire marquis who stayed behind to guard the zombie apocalypse world, all the other vampire marquises had died at Feng Heng's hands. This time, the core force of the vampires that had invaded the other world had been almost completely wiped out. Did this inhuman really have such strong strength? Could it be that what he said was true, that Angitas had already been? Athena suddenly raised her head and said in a deep voice, Feng Heng, I admit your strength. I don't want to die. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. Feng Heng was stunned for a moment. Did she surrender? Really? Initially, he just wanted to give it a try. He didn't expect that Athena would really surrender. The surrounding players who were keeping watch were also shocked when they heard this. A vampire marquis surrendered just like that? She even pledged her loyalty to Feng Heng. Rows of notifications appeared in Feng Heng's vision. Notification, the player has met the hidden condition. Notification, after judging the situation, Vampire Marquis Athena has pledged her loyalty to you. Are you willing to accept it? Notification, if you accept her allegiance, Athena will join your shelter. Chapter 639, Loyalty. Seeing the game notification on his retina, Feng Heng was stunned. She was going to join the shelter? A normal NPC like her was joining District 8's shelter as a survivor? Was there such a setting in the game? After the initial shock, Feng Heng quickly weighed the pros and cons. How sincere was Athena's surrender? Would she betray him then? If Athena was truly loyal to him, it would definitely be beneficial to his subsequent plans of plundering. Also, The most important point, 18 had a large amount of information related to the vampires. He would give it a try first. Those who aren't greedy before apparent benefits are bastards. Feng Heng immediately made a decision. 18, I am willing to accept your loyalty. It's time for you to show your sincerity. Bang. The illusory body before Feng Heng shattered with a bang. On the right side of the cave, 18 emerged from the void. She slowly walked to Feng Heng and knelt down on one knee, performing the standard etiquette of vampires. 18 pledges my loyalty to you. Tell me, 18, what made you choose to pledge your loyalty to me? Angitas is our divine tree. Without the protection of Angitas, the strength of all vampires will continue to weaken until we are exhausted. In the beginning, the elder councils can use a secret technique to barely maintain the vampires for some time, but after that, the overall strength of the vampires will be greatly reduced. 18 could already see the huge disaster that the vampires were about to face. We will all die. Greatly reduced strength? Die? Feng Heng felt that this was the best news. As 18 spoke, she extended her right hand and placed it in front of one of her eyes. Squelch, squelch. The eye squirmed, and in 18's hand was a red eye prosthesis. She maintained a kneeling position and respectfully handed the eyeball, which was one of the vampire's 13 holy artifacts, to Feng Heng. Master, I hope this can prove my loyalty. 18 didn't want to die. Compared to her life, what was a mere vampiric holy weapon eyeball? Notification, you have received one of the vampire's 13 holy artifacts of vampires, blood gaze, right eye, inferior, item, vampiric holy weapon, blood gaze, right eye, inferior, description, special item, soul binding. Occupies a special backpack slot. Cannot be discarded. It will drop after death. Description, one of the vampire's 13 holy artifacts. Rumor has it that it possesses great strength. Effective immediately when placed into the backpack, basic agility +1, basic strength +1, basic vitality +1, blood affinity +3. Additional skill, piety, skill description, obtain an additional bonus when using vampiric curses. The bonus effect is related to the player's blood affinity. Description, the 13 holy artifacts are rumored to contain a huge secret about vampires. Additional effects can be obtained by obtaining more combinations of the vampiric holy weapons. Feng Heng quickly scanned the attributes of the right eye holy weapon. It was useless. To 18, the holy weapon could increase her overall strength, but it was totally useless for Feng Heng. Never mind though, he could use it as a prop to support his attributes. Putting away the vampiric holy weapon, Feng Heng looked at 18, very well, 18, I accept your loyalty. You won't regret your choice. Yes, respected master. Notification, you have received the loyalty of the Vampire Marquis 18, Vampire Marquis 18, grade, S, level, 27, 18's loyalty is below 70, unable to view skills, current loyalty, 37, there is a possibility of defection, as expected, 18's loyalty was very low. According to the game settings, with her current loyalty, 18 could possibly defect. Feng Heng remembered that he had seen some tests about NPC loyalty on the internet before. The NPCs in the King of Gods game had intelligence that was infinitely close to that of humans. They were not just the game settings. In the past, most internet games would operate according to internal logic settings. The program was set as such that the NPC's loyalty would be randomly determined every time they went out on a mission. The lower the loyalty, the higher the probability of the NPC defecting. However, this was not the case in the King of Gods game. The behavior of the NPCs had strong personal emotional tendencies and was based on logical thinking. Sometimes, even if their loyalty was not high, they would never betray their master after considering multiple factors. Get up, 18, Feng Heng thought about it as he continued to ask, 18, you haven't answered my previous question. How can I wake up the sleeping Angitas? I am sorry, master. I've only read some descriptions about the Divine Tree's hibernation in the Elders' Council's library. The specific awakening ritual is very complicated and requires a lot of sacrificial materials. I can't remember them clearly. I need to find that book. Feng Heng frowned. Fine. 18, there's no rush to wake up Angitas. We still have a lot of time to take it slow. Now, I need you to do two things immediately. 18 about again, please instruct me. First, return to District 5 and stop attacking the outside world. Ask the vampires to teleport all of District 5's materials into District 7. Second, the passage to the world of the vampires can still be opened. I need you to open the teleportation passage and return. Think of a way to lure a few batches of vampires from the world of the vampires here. Be careful not to be discovered by them that you have defected. Feng Heng looked at 18. I believe that you can do these with your ability. Hearing this, 18 was shocked again. She reconfirmed with Feng Heng, Are you saying that you want me to return to the world of the vampires alone? Feng Heng nodded and said, yes. Atina was extremely puzzled. Was he letting her return to the world of the vampires just like this? Was Feng Heng not worried that she would defect again? Or did he not care at all? As you wish, respected master. Atina decided not to think about it anymore, and she immediately flew out of the cave in her bad form. It was better this way, anyway. She could use the chance to confirm Anjita's situation when she returned to the world of the vampires. Seeing Atina leave, Zhao Dongying was dumbfounded. He walked up and asked in a low voice, "Hey, Boss Feng, are you really going to let her go? What if she runs away? What else could he do? He would just lose out." Feng Heng had already calculated everything in his mind. Atina's basic loyalty was, after all, too low, and he didn't have enough time to slowly bring her loyalty back to the safe line. This time, he was going to test her. He would let her go back to the world of the vampires to test whether she would come back or not. If he failed, he would only lose a high-tier soul and 3 bottles of blood. He could think of a way to kill Atina the next time he met her. He could also avoid being stabbed in the back by Atina at critical moments in the future. If he won the bet, he would profit by a huge margin. As for whether his trust in Atina could be maintained in the future, that would depend on the future. Thinking of this, Feng Heng patted Zhao Dongying's shoulder. "Hurry up and continue to draw the blood. We still have work to do later." "Oh, okay." Chen Yu, who was behind Feng Heng, was also baffled. He walked to Feng Heng's side and asked, "Feng Heng? What's the situation?" "Good news. Get someone to tell Commander Qi On of District 5 to stop attacking the vampires for now." Feng Heng turned his head and said, "Continue to be prepared to fight the vampires. We have to make the vampires pay a price, right?" I think so." Chen Yu blinked and it was apparent he didn't understand. Chapter 640, Get Crystals in District 8 of the World of the Vampires. The moment she walked out of the portal, Atina's expression changed several times. She still couldn't sense the existence of Anjita's. From this moment on, Atina was completely convinced. Anjita's had already been seized by Feng Heng. How should she choose? Atina quickly weighed the options in her mind. "My lord. The Elders' Council is holding an emergency meeting. Mr. Kui from the Elders' Council wants you to report to them immediately after you return." A high-tier vampire knelt on one knee. Atina raised her head and looked at him coldly. "Anjita's is in an emergency. Immediately mobilize a team and go to the underground cave to provide support." The high-tier vampire raised his head. "Understood. Wait. The situation is urgent. There's no need to inform the Elders' Council. Immediately gather the troops to provide support." "Understood." In the 5th basement's cave, the Federation players were quietly lying in ambush, waiting for the arrival of the vampires. Notification: Atina's loyalty to you has increased to 40. Seeing the notification that flashed past, Feng Heng found it strange. He was prepared for Atina to defect, so why did her loyalty suddenly increase instead? "Feng Heng, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" Zhonglei saw Feng Heng's strange expression and asked. "Nothing, I just thought of something. Let's continue to prepare for battle." Since the game did not notify him that Atina had defected, it meant that everything was normal. That was the good thing about the game system. With this thought, Feng Heng raised his gun and pointed it at the door. In just a moment, the sound of the wings flapping could be heard from outside. They were here. It was the vampires. Feng Heng was quite excited. Good. He had won the gamble. When the Federation elites heard the wing flapping sounds from the outside world, their hearts started to race as they gripped their guns tightly. This continued until the vampires outside charged into the cave and entered the encirclement. "Fire!" Chen Yu shouted. The players who were hiding behind the covers appeared at the same time. They raised their automatic rifles and fired wildly at the bats in the air. Bang! 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 The sounds of gunfire rang out as vampires fell from the sky. The lickers and divine zombies, which had been hanging upside down from the ceiling, pounced on the fallen vampires and attacked them crazily. Dong! 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 8 fusion tyrant forms jumped out of the pits on both sides and joined the battlefield. They used their bodies to seal off the entrance of the cave. They were shutting the door and killing the dogs. Feng Heng also raised his sniper rifle and aimed at the high-tier vampires in the team to kill them. Rows of game notifications quickly refreshed on his retina. Notification: your zombie clone, Vine Parasite, has received 263 damage. Notification: your zombie clone, Fusion Tyrant Form, has caused 491 damage to a high-tier vampire and caused it to be repelled. Notification: your zombie clone, Liquor, has killed the mid-tier vampire and obtained 1 complete evolution crystal. Bang! Feng Heng shot a low health point high-tier vampire with his gun. He then turned around and shouted at Chen Yu, who was commanding the team. "Chen Yu, Do me a favor. I want all the Tier 1 evolution crystals from the spoils of war. Okay. No problem. Chen Yu didn't think too much about it. Hearing Feng Heng's words, he immediately nodded and agreed. Weren't they just spoils of war? As long as they could drive the vampires back home, what were these little spoils of war worth? Wait. Chen Yu thought of something and he quickly turned to look at Feng Heng. Thinking carefully, he felt that something was off. He vaguely recalled the first time he met Feng Heng. Back then, they had formed a team and killed the zombie crowd in Hope Town. Why did it feel a little similar to this time? Feng Heng, It can't be that he wanted to kill this group of vampires to earn evolution crystals, right? No. Chen Yu shook his head and quickly dismissed this strange idea from his mind. He focused on commanding the team to kill the vampires. On the side, Zi Junhao stared at the battlefield in front of him in silence. The powerful fusion tyrant form, along with a large number of lickers and zombies. So this was the ability of the World Lord of District 7 and District 8. Just the terrifying combat strength displayed by the zombie life forms was enough to shock Zi Junhao. Compared to the information he had gathered before, Feng Heng's true strength was much higher. If the zombie apocalypse were to start a war with the wasteland apocalypse, Feng Heng's zombie life forms were much more useful than the wasteland apocalypse's mutated beasts. They were also much stronger, especially their tenacious life force. Zi Junhao assessed the zombies' combat strength, and his heart grew colder. The difference in strength was huge, and the chance of them winning against the zombies was less than 10%. About 10 minutes later, the last high-tier vampire was killed with a slap from a fusion tyrant form. Good. With the cooperation of the zombie group, they managed to wipe out a small group of vampires without suffering any casualties. Thus, the morale of the players in the federal team was high. Feng Heng waved his hand at the evolution crystals scattered on the ground. The red dots merged into the mark on his arm. Notification: player has obtained 62 pieces of evolution crystal fragments, 32 pieces of complete evolution crystals, 18 pieces of Tier 1 evolution crystals, 5 pieces of Tier 2 evolution crystals. Upon death, high-tier vampires had a probability of dropping complete evolution crystals, Tier 1 evolution crystals, and Tier 2 evolution crystals, while mid-tier vampires had a very small probability of dropping Tier 1 evolution crystals. The total number of vampires in one team was around 500, while the number of high-tier vampires was around 100. As such, it was estimated that they could earn around 20 Tier 1 evolution crystals in one go. Very good. They would continue harvesting as long as possible. He still needed more than 2,000 Tier 1 evolution crystals to level up. Theoretically, it would be done after another 100 or so rounds. Simple. After quickly cleaning up the battlefield, Feng Heng controlled the zombie clones to hide again. Then, he turned his head and said, "Chen Yu, hurry up and get ready. The next wave of enemies will be here soon." "Okay, got it." While the troops were resting, Zi Junhao walked up from the side to Feng Heng and whispered in his ear, "Feng Heng, energy beam weapons are different from normal weapons. They consume a lot of energy. The ammunition that we brought over is limited. I need a rough estimation of the number of enemies to better allocate the ammunition and maintain sufficient combat strength." "Yes, the supplies too." Feng Heng rubbed his chin. Considering the long-term battle, the players' energy and food supply were indeed a problem. What if they were hungry or ran out of bullets while killing monsters? Feng Heng turned to look at Chen Yu and said, "There are a lot of vampires. We need to be prepared for a long-term battle. We need to contact Zhu Hongtao and ask him to think of a way to transport some ammunition over." "Huh?" Zi Junhao was stunned when he heard that. Then, he smiled bitterly. Feng Heng was really treating the vampires as nothing. They were now deep in the headquarters of the vampires. Did he really think that supplies could be transported over so easily? Chen Yu was also stunned. Were all the bullets going to be used up? It couldn't be to that extent, right? Chapter 641, Liver Pain. Just as Feng Heng was engrossed in farming monsters, Saikong Mao, who had stayed in Zombie Apocalypse's District 5, had noticed the problem. The few vampire marquises of District 5 had left and never came back. Not long ago, the vampire shelter had taken a defensive stance against the outside world. However, what was even stranger was that the Federation had also taken a defensive stance, constantly strengthening their temporary shelter outside. What was going on? Vampires were still constantly sending auras to District 5, and they didn't allow anyone to get close. Vampires are still unreliable. Saikong Mao felt uneasy. He made up his mind and quickly walked toward the warehouse of the vampires. In the current situation, to be on the safe side, he decided to take a safer approach. The waves of vampires that continued to enter the 5th basement went on for an entire day. The vampires only stopped appearing at 3:30 a.m. the next day. Seeing that vampires were no longer gushing out of the cave entrance, the Federation players did not feel any joy of victory. They only mechanically assumed a stance of fighting. The high-intensity grinding of monsters lasted for half a day and half a night. In the beginning, it was still alright. But now, the players' mental states had almost reached their limits. Zijunhao forced himself to stay awake while downing a mouthful of coffee and giving the team the order to continue to be on alert. He looked at the commander, Chen Yu, with an inquiring gaze. From the bottom of his heart, Zijunhao admired Feng Heng. He could do what he said. He really had people transport supplies all the way from the headquarters. Among them were boxes of coffee and compressed biscuits. He really did not treat the vampires as human beings. Of course, what Zijunhao admired the most was Feng Heng's methods. To think he could control the number of vampires and lure them in wave after wave, wiping out the vampires in batches. Just how did he do it? After enduring for so long, Chen Yu's eyes were bloodshot. When he saw Zijunhao's gaze, he was dazed for a moment and simply blinked at him in confusion. Zijunhao was speechless. He gestured to Feng Heng with his chin. Is it over? Oh. Only then did Chen Yu realize that the vampires had not appeared for a while. So he turned to look at Feng Heng. Chen Yu's expression was stiff. Feng Heng did not look tired at all. Instead, he looked energetic. However, his eyes were filled with a strange mix of disappointment and anticipation. He wanted more. Feng Heng was staring at the entrance of the cave. His heart was filled with anticipation and anxiety. In half a day's time, he had obtained a total of 1900 Tier 1 evolution crystals. He was still short of only 150 evolution crystals to level up. After such a long time, the dawn of level up had finally arrived. Yet, he was just short of the last 150 evolution crystals, but the vampires had stopped coming. How infuriating. Ahem. Chen Yu cleared his throat lightly and pondered for a moment before asking, Feng Heng, is this about it? Yes. Feng Heng said in his heart. It had already been 15 minutes. It seemed that the vampires would not continue to come. To be honest, he was already very surprised that they were able to farm until now. Initially, Feng Heng thought that they would only be able to deceive the vampires for 2 to 3 hours. He did not expect Aizen to be so reliable. Rest and reorganize now. A last batch of vampires will be coming later. I will personally bring them over. Understood. Feng Heng decided to go to the teleportation hall alone to take a look at the situation. After transforming into a bat form, he returned to the teleportation hall of the vampires' headquarters. In the hall, everything was normal. Noticing Feng Heng's arrival, a high-tier vampire came up and bowed to him, Lord Marquis. Feng Heng responded softly and looked around. The vampires were still staying inside the passage to guard it, except for Aizen. Then, he looked at the teleportation passage. The teleportation passage leading to the vampire apocalypse world had been closed. Feng Heng asked, what's with the teleportation passage? Marquis, about 10 minutes ago, the other side closed the teleportation passage. Feng Heng frowned. The vampires had stopped the teleportation? Did they realize that they had been tricked? Where's Aizen? Marquis, Aizen has returned to the vampire apocalypse. She hasn't returned yet. Feng Heng had a bad premonition. He quickly flipped through the game log. He didn't see any information about Aizen's betrayal or the decrease in her loyalty. Based on this, she might have encountered an unexpected situation and couldn't escape. With Aizen's intelligence, she should know how to protect herself. Her identity as a mole shouldn't be easily seen through. Feng Heng thought as his gaze swept past the resources piled up in the hall and the last wave of vampires left in the teleportation hall. Unfortunately, the number of vampires here was not enough to gather 150 Tier 1 evolution crystals. Whatever. He could not waste. He would just get as many as he could. He would kill them all together. I got it. Entitas is in danger in the 5th basement. I need backup. Everyone, go over and help. Yes. Understood. The vampires didn't suspect anything and immediately followed Feng Heng's orders. All of them transformed into bats and went to help Entitas. When all the vampires left, Feng Heng let out a sigh of relief. He removed the bombs that he had set up beforehand from the large-scale space-tearing device. Such benevolent vampires. He would keep the large-scale space-tearing device then. After he took over the shelter, he would rely on it to send the materials back to District 8. Feng Heng already had a plan. After all, District 8 was still in newbie protection mode, so it was safer to store the materials there. It would be the same in the future. It was more reliable to store the important resources in District 8. As for District 7, Feng Heng had not thought of what to do with it for the time being. A moment later, a game notification refreshed on Feng Heng's retina. Notification: the player has ended the invasion from the world of the vampires. Notification: the player has obtained the final control rights of District 7. The player can control District 7 in the world level interface. Notification: it has been detected that the player has the control rights of 2 worlds at the same time. The player may choose to keep both worlds. The player may also choose one to be a subworld that will be fused into the main world. After the fusion of worlds, the main world's area will become larger, and the world's resources will be more comprehensive. The subworld will disappear. Notification: you must choose one world as the main world. You can choose another player as the subworld agent. The agent will have control over the subworld. Notification: please choose the current world mode. Feng Heng looked at the game notifications and lowered his head while thinking. He switched the world mode to the peaceful mode, then cancelled the world fusion. There were no rewards for fusion, so it seemed unnecessary. Most importantly, if the newbie protection mode of District 8 was cancelled out after the fusion, it would be a huge loss. Keeping District 7 temporarily might be useful in the future. With this in mind, Feng Heng stretched his back and opened the world boundary interface. He searched for Jikai Ubai and kicked all the players named Jikai Ubai out of District 7. He was a little sleepy. He needed to hold on for a little longer. After all the materials were transported back to District 8, he would go offline to sleep and rest. With this thought in mind, Feng Heng downed a bottle of coffee and thought about adjusting the space staring device to connect to District 8. Chapter 642, Over Did They Win? In the cave in the 5th basement, after they defeated the last wave of vampires, Chen Yu was in a daze. Commander Chen, Feng Heng sent a message. He has taken control of the main control room. He has confirmed that all vampires have left District 7. We have seized control of the entire vampire headquarters. The teleportation passage has been closed. The reinforcements of the vampires are no longer able to enter District 7. Reporting to the commander. Commander Qian from District 5 has sent a message. They have completely occupied the teleport point of the vampires in District 5. However, after preliminary screening, a large number of District 5's resources that had been plundered by the vampires were transferred by the vampires in advance. Chen Yu nodded. So, they had won this round? In the underground cave, the players who received the good news of victory were just like Chen Yu. For a moment, they were in a daze. The long fight made them more or less numb to the news. It wasn't only after a while that everyone realized that they had taken control of the vampires' headquarters shelter. The vampires had been defeated. The teleportation passage was closed. They won. Good. We won. Team 1 and Team 2 will enter the main control room and meet up with Feng Heng. Team 3 and Team 4 will remain on alert. The rest of the teams will stand down and rest on the spot. After receiving Chen Yu's order, the Federation players who had finally come back to their senses couldn't care less to celebrate. They threw away the weapons in their hands and lay down to rest. It had been too fucking torturous. Even the elite players of the Federation did not want to celebrate this hard-won victory at this moment. The smile on Chen Yu's face could no longer be suppressed. The cooperation with Feng Heng was just too good. They had killed so many vampires and completely destroyed Night Owl's plan, driving the vampires back to the vampire apocalypse. Their superiors would definitely be very satisfied with this result. Chen Yu was already thinking about how to write the operation report when he returned. At the side, Zi Junhao frowned slightly. How did they win all of a sudden? Thinking about it carefully, had he been used by Feng Heng again? Forget it. Zi Junhao was tired. He shook his head, not thinking about these problems anymore. It was time to go back and report. At least this time, he had figured out the strength of Feng Heng and District 8. He was indeed very strong. Terrifyingly strong. Thinking of this, Zi Junhao suddenly smiled. He was looking forward to it. He had already received the news that the zombie apocalypse would participate in the next world boundary upgrade. He was looking forward to letting those arrogant guys witness Feng Heng's strength. Feng Heng would definitely let them suffer a great loss. What was the point of being unlucky himself? If he was going to be unlucky, might as well make everyone unlucky as well. So the materials plundered from District 5 were not sent to Vampire Apocalypse's District 8 in the end? Yes, Vampire Apocalypse did not receive any materials. In addition, District 8 has been severely damaged and will not be able to provide us with effective support in the short term. They even sent us a request for assistance. Damn it. Damn it. Jikai Ubai punched the wall hard a few times, venting the anger in his heart. He secretly hated himself for being useless. When faced with Feng Heng, he failed again. He had failed again and again. He was indignant, sullen, and angry. Ever since he met Feng Heng, he had not been successful. Well, fortunately, I managed to get some purple spatial crystals from the vampires when I was evacuating. I left them in the periphery of the shelter in District 5 in advance. The Federation shouldn't be able to find them. Jikaiubai was stunned. He turned his head in surprise. Really? Yes, Saikong Mao nodded and said in a low voice, there aren't many. They will have to do. Finally, a piece of good news. Indeed, Night Owl's people were reliable. If he had known earlier, he would not have trusted the vampires. He should have hidden more. Jikaiubai took a deep breath and warned himself not to let his emotions influence his thinking. Alright, I will think of a way to get people to transport those materials in batches. Jikaiubai immediately began to think of the next step. He lowered his head and calculated, the player's backpack cannot carry large amounts of ore-type resources. It will probably take some time. The number of purple spatial crystals is not enough, so there is no guarantee of a 100% success rate. We can't wait any longer. Saikong Mao shook his head repeatedly and looked at Jikaiubai, then said in a deep voice, I met the commander just now, and they can't wait any longer. They have invested a large number of resources, so it will be difficult for us to explain. After this batch of crystals has been transported, we will immediately start the plan. As for the remaining ores, they will think of a way. TSK, Jikaiubai spat disdainfully, dogfight. At noon on the third day, Feng Heng, who had slept in reality for more than a day, returned to the game. After a day of renovation, the shelter left behind by the vampires had been completely taken over by Leftway Gaming Guild. The initial renovation was basically completed. The large-scale space-staring device in the teleportation hall had also completed its connection with District 8. When he entered the game, the space-time passage had already been activated. To avoid any more trouble, Feng Heng began to control the zombie clones to move the boxes of materials back to District 8. The materials that the vampires had painstakingly plundered from District 5 naturally became Feng Heng's. Tianzan from the Leftway Gaming Guild watched from the side in a great mood. Ever since the news of the vampires being defeated was announced, District 7's housing prices had started to rise. From now on, his partner would be District 7's world lord. Who would dare to oppose him? His investment had been really profitable. Chen Yu also felt that his investment was very profitable. Due to his outstanding performance in this operation, his superiors had already decided to promote him to become District 7's chief commander. The official appointment process was currently in progress. It would probably be done in 2 days. Feng Heng watched as the materials were sent back to District 8. At this time, he finally had the time to take stock of the gains and losses. First of all, he had obtained District 7 and an exclusive hidden skill. A great profit. He had tested the skill, Everlasting Moon, in actual combat and found it very useful. Moreover, it was a skill that could grow. The strength of the skill would increase with the increase of one's basic attributes. It had great potential. Next was the vampire's divine tree, Angitas. This divine tree was a little troublesome. Although he had gone through a lot of trouble to get the tree back to District 8, it was still in hibernation mode. He could only use less than 10% of its strength. He wasn't very happy about that. There was also Athena. Until now, Feng Heng had not seen Athena return to District 7. There was no hint of Athena rebelling or dying in the game log either. It seemed that she was temporarily trapped. He hoped that she was fine. He had wanted to find a way to wake up Angitas from Atia. Since this was the case, he might have to go to Vampire Apocalypse to look for Athena, and also go to the world of the vampires to find a way to wake up Angitas. Angitas. Troublesome. Feng Heng was having a headache when a light wave flashed across the space-staring device's teleportation light screen. Chapter 643, Tariff Mojai I walked out of the teleportation passage. He looked around and then waved at Feng Heng excitedly. Feng Heng, I've been looking for you for a long time. So you're here. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. What's the matter? Is there a new discovery for Angitas? No, it's Victor. He made a major discovery and wants you to go and take a look. Victor? Feng Heng was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. That's right. Tier 4 space-tearing device. He had killed quite a number of Marquis of the Vampires and Blood Puppets before. He had already gathered the high-energy evolution crystals to level up the Tier 4 time passage and handed them over to Victor to upgrade the teleportation passage. Judging by the time, Victor should have almost completed it. Now was the time to take a look at Victor's construction results. Feng Heng immediately nodded and said, "Alright, let's go." The two of them returned to the teleportation hall of District 8 through the light screen. Victor was fiddling with the time teleportation equipment. Seeing that Feng Heng had returned, he raised his head and used his sleeve to wipe the oil stains on his face. Feng Heng, you're here. Victor was in a very good mood. When he spoke, he had a smile on his face. I have good news for you. Mr. Caillou has developed the latest antivirus potion. Angel's condition has stabilized. She even woke up for a period of time yesterday. Mr. Caillou said that she will wake up completely in a few days. Is that so? That's great. Feng Heng immediately brightened up. Yes, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you. Victor smiled. Alright, let's not talk about the past. Come and take a look at this. I modified the space-tearing device according to the blueprint, and now its maximum power has been amplified. Now we can travel more easily to and from various time anchor points, saving a lot of time for construction and positioning. The frequency of going through the teleportation passage can also increase in a short period of time. A game hint refreshed on Feng Heng's retina. Ding! You have completed the upgrade of Tier 4 space-tearing device. Your shelter level has increased. Ding! Your research personnel has received encouragement. You have received a special status. Sincere cooperation, lasts for 12 days. All members' loyalty has increased. Some researchers' experience points have increased. Some researchers' level has increased. Research speed and construction speed have increased. Feng Heng opened the shelter tab to check. The loyalty of the members of the shelter was almost full. Even the loyalty of Adia, who had just surrendered, had increased by 12 points. It could be considered as additional good news. Thinking about it, Feng Heng once again checked the attribute of the space-tearing device. Item, large-scale space-tearing device, current tier, level 4. Current tier effect 1, permanently reduces the location time of the branch-tearing device and shortens the construction and positioning time of the passage. Current tier effect 2, currently, the large-scale space-tearing device can be transported across a region. Server maximum duration, 72 hours. It can be transported on a large scale and reduces the time required to connect and locate. Requires a large amount of energy to connect in advance on the other end of the teleportation passage. Current tier effect 3, player Feng Heng has gained 3 additional time warp backpack slots. Feng Heng read the description carefully. Tier 4 passage only increased the efficiency of the transportation compared to Tier 3 passage. It didn't seem strong. Well, at least it was nice to have 2 more time warp backpack slots. It somewhat eased the urgent situation. Feng Heng was thinking about it when he heard Victor say, "Oh right, other than this, I also found something very interesting when I was researching and modifying it. You will definitely be interested." Something very interesting? When you were not here these 2 days, I asked Mojai for some materials in advance and made a temporary sample in the storage room. I will bring you there to take a look. With that, Victor led Feng Heng to the storage room outside the teleportation hall. This is... Opening the door, Feng Heng saw a very familiar mechanical metal teleportation ring. He was stunned. Mechanical teleportation disc, an accessory of the space-tearing device. It's suitable for single-person teleportation and can greatly reduce energy consumption. Moreover, it's small in size and easy to build and maintain. Victor explained the advantages of the mechanical teleportation disc to Feng Heng. In the future, if we carry out single-person teleportation, we won't have to spend so much effort to open a teleportation passage every time. Now, the power of the tearing device can bind up to 12 teleportation discs at most. After the space-tearing device is upgraded, we can continue to increase the number of binding teleportation discs. Great. Genius, Victor. Even the metal teleportation disc was created. Feng Heng felt that saving Victor back then was the best decision ever. Feng Heng had seen the metal teleportation disc at the Dark Knight's headquarters in the beginning. It was used by the Dark Knights when they used the single-player teleportation. Before Feng Heng could go up to check carefully, several game hints flashed across his vision. Ding! Player has unlocked Tier 4 time passage. Ding! Player's identity as World Lord has been confirmed. Ding! Player has unlocked tariff system, tariff-related description. Description 1. All players who belong to District 7 and District 8 of Zombie Apocalypse can use the mechanical teleportation disc to teleport. Description 2. Player can use King of Gods points to teleport. When performing teleportation, player can bring up to 5 backpack-type items. The maximum duration of teleportation is 12 hours. After 12 hours, player will be automatically pulled back to King of Gods space. Cooldown time for single-player teleportation, 24 hours. Description 3. Current teleportation zones, Zombie Apocalypse, District 1-7, use up 10 King of Gods points, Vampire Apocalypse, District 9, use up 20 King of Gods points, Wasteland Apocalypse, District 11, use up 20 King of Gods points. Description 4, currently single target world's maximum number of transportable people, 3, that is, through this teleportation method, a maximum of 3 people can exist in the same target world. Additional description, player can try to raise the level of the space-tearing device, unlock more backpack slots, acquire more teleportation time, acquire more teleportation target points. Additional description, player's teleportation costs 50% of King of Gods points and will be used as tariff income to provide to the World Lord. Warning, this teleportation method will be treated as a stealth invasion. The player cannot enter the game world in beginner mode. Fuck. Seeing this game hint, Fang Heng was shocked. So that's what tariff meant. It's good stuff. Fang Heng's eyes instantly lit up. So the meaning of the tariff is to encourage players to wreak havoc in different worlds. Who cares? The good news was that besides the current destination, zombie apocalypse, he now had two more options, vampire apocalypse and wasteland apocalypse. Fang Heng didn't think too much about it. According to the game's meaning, he could only teleport to wasteland apocalypse and vampire apocalypse in a single large region. He estimated that he would have to wait until the next upgrade before he could unlock more options. In theory, when the space-tearing device leveled up by 1 or 2 levels, he could run to any channel in the elementary world. Good. He would run over there and rob them of all their resources. Chapter 644, Tier 5 Requirements. Apart from that, the players of District 7 and District 8 could also use this passage. Every time they entered the passage, they had to give money to him? Wasn't this equivalent to not doing anything and still getting money? Just thinking about it made Fang Heng's heart surge with excitement. Ding! Does the player want to open up the teleportation passage to the outside world? Exclamation mark. Open up to the outside world? Fang Heng carefully read the description again. The World Lord could set the mode of using the teleportation disc. The first mode was private mode, which could only be used by the World Lord. The second mode was authorized mode, which could only be used by the World Lord and the player authorized by the World Lord. The third mode was public mode, which could be used by anyone. Currently, the foundation of District 8 was still too weak. In order to prevent the passage from being used by others, it was better to slow down the opening of the passage. After thinking for a while, Fang Heng decided to temporarily adjust it to authorization mode. Then, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Victor. His eyes were shining with passion. Victor, you're really a genius. Ha ha ha, Fang Heng, my daughter has always praised me like that. Victor laughed loudly. He looked at the newly developed metal teleportation disc and a sense of pride rose in his heart. What a wonderful guy, right? Of course. Fang Heng was secretly delighted. If anything, Night Owl was the one with the foresight. How boring would it be to steal something from his zombie apocalypse? A real man should go and steal materials from other worlds. Victor didn't know what Fang Heng was thinking, and his eyes were filled with excitement as he continued. Fang Heng, did you know that I've studied the level up map that you gave me last time for Tier 5 space-tearing device? As long as I have all the materials, I can immediately start building it. After reaching Tier 5, we can find more time anchor points and explore the entire world. That's right. Explore the entire world. Rob the entire world. Fang Heng also became excited. Ding! Player has obtained information to upgrade to Tier 5 space-tearing device. Space-tearing device, Tier 5. Level up requirement, high tier mechanical drive 27 piece, energy solidified body 999 piece, premium chrome metal 763 piece. Fang Heng quickly glanced at the requirements. There were many requirements for the materials. The difficulty level of the requirements was at least twice as high as Tier 4, and a large portion of them were resources that he had never heard of before. Fang Heng pondered for a moment, but he didn't panic about this matter. All the resources in Districts 7 and 8 belonged to him. He had to do his best to gather them. He couldn't give up on building a Tier 5 space-tearing device just like that. However, the last few level-up requirements caught his attention. Notification, player has obtained 33 pieces of high-energy evolution crystals, purple, 33 pieces of high-energy evolution crystals, blue, 33 pieces of high-energy evolution crystals, green. It was the same as the purple spatial crystals that the Night Owl was looking for. Purple corresponded to the zombie apocalypse world, blue corresponded to the vampires apocalypse, and green corresponded to the wasteland apocalypse world. Damn it. This difficulty was a little high. There was no hurry. He could only think of ways to slowly collect the information. Fang Heng recorded the requirements for the upgrade of the time passage in his notebook. Victor, I think so too. This world is full of dangers. Make the first move and firmly grasp the future in our hands. I will leave the expansion of the space-tearing device to you. Mojai I will do his best to cooperate with you in collecting the materials. Fang Heng patted Victor's shoulder as he spoke, in order to explore the wider world. We've always believed in you, Fang Heng. After mesmerizing Victor with his words, Fang Heng headed toward the underground laboratory. One of the biggest gains from this mission, Angitas. He didn't know if Caillou Yokeng had found anything and could think of a way to wake Angitas up. Fang Heng pondered along the way. Now with the authority of the World Lord, he had the Tier 4 space-tearing device. He could go to the world of the vampires and ask around about the ways to restore Angitas. It was a pity that the world of the vampires was only open to District 9, and Adia belonged to District 8. Otherwise, he could go to District 8 to find Adia and find a way to resurrect Angitas. Thinking about it carefully, the metal teleportation disc could be used for single-player teleportation in District 9 of the World of the Vampires and District 11 of the Wasteland World. Both were the last two districts to be opened. It had been a few years since the server opened, and they had all passed the novice phase. It was probably one of the game settings. Just as he was thinking, Feng Heng heard sounds of quarreling coming from afar. Oh my god. How dare you do this? Blasphemy. This is blasphemy against Heart. God will punish you. Hearing this scream, Feng Heng felt a headache coming on. Sandy. The great artist. They had spent a lot of money to build an art gallery in the shelter and used up a lot of their resources, but it turned out that, well, it really didn't have much effect. Great sacred tree. How dare you treat a miracle like this? You will suffer retribution. When Feng Heng stepped into the laboratory, the first thing he saw was Sandy wailing loudly. He had a sorrowful look on his face and his voice was a little hoarse. You will all become sinners of history. You will be written into the textbooks and spurned by future generations. Hey. What are you doing? Sample? It's already like this and you still want to take samples? Are you still human? Sandy's face was filled with shock. He shouted and rushed up, trying to stop a few sample-taking researchers. Caillou Yaoking was discussing the research project with Ding Minutes. He was disturbed and turned his head, his gaze coldly sweeping across Sandy. It's very noisy. If you continue like this, I will ask you to leave. Sandy glared at Caillou Yaoking. He was full of hatred, but there was nothing he could do. He had already been dragged out by two security guards several times before. Feng Heng? Seeing Feng Heng who had pushed open the door and entered, Sandy seemed to have seen his savior. He shouted excitedly and rushed up. Feng Heng. Look at them. Look at what stupid things they've done. Stupid things? Ding Minutes yawned and reminded, Sandy, you'd better be careful with your words. Commander did this to Angitas. Huh? Commander? You mean Feng Heng? Sandy was stunned and continued, impossible. Feng Heng is not such a person. I know him very well. His respect for artwork is far greater than you can imagine. Oh? Is that so? Ding Minutes looked at Feng Heng with a playful expression. Ahem. Feng Heng reached out and patted Sandy's shoulder. Sandy, I understand your pursuit of art. We need to take a sample of Angitas for research. Only then can we think of a way to wake it up. It's because they use such a crude method to move this miracle. What do they know? Sandy was a little exasperated. He walked to the front of the Angitas tree and carefully touched the trunk of Angitas. He sighed and said, such a great artwork. It didn't need to be treated in the first place. Damn it. If I had known earlier. Chapter 645, Art Upgrade. Ding Minutes shrugged and cast a helpless look at Feng Heng. It's been like this since yesterday. I can't stop him. Feng Heng also smiled bitterly and shook his head. Feng Heng, art knows no boundaries. I admire your actions of bringing artwork back to protect it, but it's a crime to treat artwork so rudely. If it were a few hundred years earlier, they would have been hanged on the gallows. Sandy turned around and stared at Feng Heng. Next time you want to move artwork, you must bring me along. Understand? Understood, understood. Feng Heng shrugged and said perfunctorily. He thought to himself, you're not a vampire, why would I bring you there? To visit? Eh? As he was cursing in his heart, Feng Heng let out a soft "eh" and raised his eyebrows. He noticed a few game hints flashing across his vision. Ding, Sandy has come into contact with the elementary god level. After a period of trial and error, his mind is in a state of agitation and as if he has divine help, he has mastered a part of the skill. Ding, Sandy has mastered the skill Miracle Appreciation, level 67, Miracle Repair, LV, 47, Miracle Imitation, level 3, Miracle Beautification, level 43, and Miracle Relocation, level 21. Ding, Sandy's character rating has been upgraded to SS. What the fuck? This worked. Feng Heng was shocked. He opened his mouth and turned around. He looked at Sandy from top to bottom as if he suddenly saw him in a different light. Damn, he remembered correctly. Sandy was originally an S-level character, but he had evolved all of a sudden. He was even more powerful than Caillou Yaoking. This old man who talked about art all day long. He was also a genius. The shelter was full of talented people. Wait, Miracle Relocation? Did he mean moving Angitas? What about repairing it? Could Angitas be repaired? Feng Heng, I am talking to you, do you hear me? Seeing Feng Heng stunned, Sandy unhappily waved his hand in front of Feng Heng, trying to get his attention. This world has gone mad. Who came up with this idea to put Angitas in the 7th basement? A miracle like Angitas should stay in its own temple and be worshipped by others. Feng Heng, We have to start building the temple now and relocate entities immediately. Leave the details to me. I will keep an eye on that kid Mojai. As for the construction, I will also communicate with Victor. Sigh, you're the only one who understands me in this world. Feng Heng, don't worry. I will do my best to complete it, for the sake of art. Feng Heng came back to his senses and nodded. Okay. But given Anjita's current state, we are not able to move it now. I have a way, Sandy said. I was about to tell you about this. As long as I have enough brilliant gemstones, I can completely restore the miracle and its vitality. It will probably wake up by then. Huh? Brilliant gemstones? Feng Heng was stunned again. Using gemstones to restore the sacred tree? Why did it sound so unreliable? He looked at Kaiyu Yaokang with a puzzled gaze. Kaiyu Yaokang nodded and said, Feng Heng, we were just about to tell you this. The brilliant gemstones don't possess any special strength. However, just like you guys, Sandy may have been affected by the mutation of the virus. He has a special strength that allows him to use the brilliant gemstones to restore Anjitas. In theory, restoring Anjitas to a certain extent can allow it to awaken naturally. Ding minutes added on at the side, however, the amount of brilliant gemstones required is huge. Oh. Feng Heng used his fist to tap his palm. He understood. After all this time, it turned out that Sandy had awakened his talent skill. Using brilliant gemstones to restore a miracle. This talent was definitely a godly skill. Feng Heng felt as if he had picked up a treasure. Bullshit. This is a miracle. It's a gift from the god of art, not some bullshit mutation. What do you know? Sandy was like a rooster that liked to fight, cursing in a low voice. Feng Heng had a headache. He scratched his hair and forcefully pulled Sandy back. Kaiyu Yaokang was very calm. He continued to explain to Feng Heng. Sandy's ability is helpful to Anjitas. We have tested it. At this stage, Anjitas has stabilized. Kaiyu Yaokang looked back at Sandy and repeated, but this is not a gift from the god of art. Yes. Feng Heng nodded to show that he understood. In addition, I've tried many ways to stimulate Anjitas, but all of them failed. An even more intense stimulation will damage Anjitas. We don't want to take the risk unless it's absolutely necessary. We still need to further research and spend more time. Hearing this, Sandy felt that he had won and chuckled. He said, how is it? After all, there's still no way, right? Feng Heng. Leave it to me. I can wake it up as long as you can provide it with the brilliant gemstones. It doesn't need a lot. It only needs 10 tons. As soon as he said this, Sandy felt that something wasn't right and quickly changed his words. No, maybe it's not enough. 20 tons. Feng Heng, I promise you, 20 tons is definitely enough. Feng Heng's head hurt when he heard that. 10 tons? The brilliant gemstones were top-level artwork. They were made from all kinds of gemstones, and among them, there was no lack of extremely rare gemstones. These were all scarce resources. The reserves of District 7 and District 8 were extremely scarce. The price was too high. Feng Heng decided to wait a little longer to see if Kaiyu Yaokang could come up with new research findings, or if there would be any news from Adia. Wait a little longer, Sandy. We don't have that many raw materials for gemstones. I will think of a way to deal with this. Alright, then you have to hurry up. I will go prepare to build the temple first. You have to keep an eye on them. Don't let them do anything to the miracle. While speaking, Sandy glared at Kaiyu Yaokang and hurriedly left the laboratory. Kaiyu Yaokang turned to look at the two researchers and said, what are you waiting for? Continue collecting. Feng Heng spread his hands and forced a smile. By the way, Kaiyu Yaokang looked at Feng Heng and said, Dr. Ding Minutes has provided us with perfect information on zombie research, which makes up for the lack of our current research. During this period of time, we have been working with Dr. Ding Minutes. The liquor transformation project has been completed. We can transform a normal zombie corpse into a liquor at any time. The success rate is 99%. In addition, the transformation of the tyrant form can also interface one live sample experiment. We estimate that the success rate of the modification is 1%. Kaiyu Yaokang took the file from his researcher and lowered his head, saying, we will try to improve it step by step during the experiment to increase the success rate. Chapter 646, Entering the Quarantine Zone Again. Great news. The liquor was a small-scale combat unit. It could climb all sorts of terrain and adapt to most battles. Coupled with the blood explosion skill, it was almost omnipotent. Next was the tyrant form. The comprehensive ability of the tyrant form was not weak either. In a head-on fight, its strength would definitely crush the liquor. It was just that its movement aspect was a little weak. There was no hurry. He would first transform the tyrant form, then transform it into the fusion tyrant form. He would do the upgrade step by step. The current 1% probability seemed a little low, but he wasn't worried. After all, the zombie clone could be resurrected indefinitely after it died, so he just needed to fight for a chance. Ding Minutes flipped through the experiment report in her hand, then raised her head and said, Fang Heng, the first batch of experiments needs 100 zombie corpses. When do we start? Let me make this clear, I won't stay up late. Fang Heng was about to agree when he realized that he was in trouble. He didn't have enough zombie clones. After all, he couldn't use the proliferator in the experiment. If he didn't have 100 zombie clones, it was still okay in the short term, but if it was going to be a long-term project, there wouldn't be anyone to do the work. After all, the tyrant form was too big. It could only be used for basic felling and transporting materials, but it couldn't be used for delicate tasks like soul absorption and sealing. Also, the zombie clone that had turned into a liquor couldn't do any work at all. I need to think of a way to level up quickly and get more clones. Fang Heng muttered. What did you say? Oh, it's nothing. Let's get ready. We will start the experiment this afternoon. Fang Heng decided to get a batch of tyrant forms first. Taking advantage of the fact that Night Owl was chased away, District 7 and District 8 were also taken. Speaking of which, due to the after effects from the last time he forcefully used the remnant page to control Hyla, he was unable to level up his necromancy skills, so it was useless even when he was in the basement with the newly built miniature whaling room. As for the strength of his sealing skill, it had already reached over 10,000 recently, and it still didn't seem to reach the upper limit. Alright, since he wasn't in a hurry to use the zombie clones, he could temporarily conduct experiments on them. Fang Heng tried to clear his mind. He planned to take advantage of this period of time to rest for a while. He didn't want to cause any trouble, so he decided to consolidate his strength first. Currently, there were 4 things that he needed to deal with. Completing any one of them would greatly increase his strength and speed of development. Firstly, he needed to wake up Angitas, which was in a slumber. One of the solutions was to use a large number of brilliant gemstones to repair it. The problem was that gemstone resources were scarce. If he were to ask the Federation for some, he should be able to get some, but the amount was probably not enough. Of course, he could also wait for the Federation and Adia, and see if they could come up with other optimized solutions. He had to put this matter aside for now. Secondly, upgrade the large-scale space-tearing device to Tier 5. Upgrading required a large number of materials and the high-energy evolution crystals of the 3 major elementary games. Since opening the passage between District 7 and District 8 for a long time would consume a large amount of energy, it was very inconvenient to transport materials. Normal materials would be gathered in District 8 for the time being. As for what was lacking, they would have to think of another way. For the time being, he would not consider going to other regions to cause trouble. He would put this matter aside for now. Thirdly, he would go to other zombie apocalypses to look for the tissue sample of Hyla. This was a little troublesome. After discovering the secret of Hyla's tissue sample, Fang Heng asked Mojai Aoi to inquire about it privately. From the feedback from Mojai Aoi's secret channel, it seemed that Hyla's tissue mission had not been triggered in other regions. He tried to forcefully search for it, but he did not find any information related to the metal box or the secret shelter of the meteorite company. Fang Heng felt that this might have something to do with the game's settings. He might not have completed the pre-mission, so he could not refresh the metal box. Fang Heng thought that when he was free, he would personally make a trip to take a look. Therefore, this matter had to be put aside for a while. Fourthly, increase the character's level. The Tier 1 evolution crystal was a necessary tool for leveling up to level 19. Currently, he was still short of the last 100 or so to complete the mission. Good. He could not let this go. He would start to level up. He would have a good time. As for how to level up, Fang Heng already had an idea in his mind. The quarantine zone. The place where the supervisor of the meteorite company used to conduct mutation experiments on virus bodies. The quarantine zone was filled with dangerous viruses. The meteorite company had placed a large number of mutated life forms in this area, allowing them to mutate and grow on their own. Therefore, the quarantine zone was filled with a large number of high-level zombie life forms. After all the life forms entered the center of the quarantine zone, they would be continuously infected by the mutated virus. It was the same for the player. The most direct effect was the loss of health point. After staying in the quarantine zone for a long time, the speed of health point loss and the infection index would increase significantly. The high-density virus in the air inside the quarantine zone had mutated billions of times. Even a vaccine could not resist it. It was that place. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Night Owl. Ever since Fang Heng found high-level metal materials to completely seal off the quarantine zone that Night Owl had destroyed, the quarantine zone had also been transformed into Fang Heng sub-base. Given the danger of the quarantine zone, Fang Heng had once reached an agreement with Chen Yu. The quarantine zone was mainly guarded by Feng Heng. The Federation would also send people to participate in the security work at the periphery of the quarantine zone to prevent the enemy from sneaking in and destroying the stability of District 8. The quarantine zone that had been maintained for so long. It was time to clean up. The main purpose was to collect crystals. Feng Heng licked his lips and opened the game log. He counted the available fusion tyrant forms and liquors, and was ready to make a fight. 3 hours later, in the transformed shelter of the quarantine zone. Ka. The heavy metal door opened in front of Feng Heng. Director Feng, passage number 5 is in front of us. From passage number 4, there is a faint presence of the virus. It is hazardous. As the passage goes deeper, the concentration of the virus will gradually increase. Finally, after passage number 1 is the underground quarantine test area. Please be careful. A few NPC researchers in protective suits followed Feng Heng respectfully and reminded him carefully. Got it. You guys go back to the main control room. Feng Heng nodded. Following behind him were the fusion tyrant forms and the zombie clones. It was time to start farming monsters. In the past, the zombie clones couldn't withstand the high-intensity virus corrosion and could only circle around the quarantine zone. They couldn't effectively farm evolution crystals. But now, the zombie clones had the added undying body effect. Would they be able to withstand high-intensity virus corrosion? Following the long pathway, Feng Heng led the zombies forward. They reached the end of the last passage. Ka. The front door opened with a bang. The sound came through the walkie-talkie. Director Feng, the opening of door number 1 will cause a large amount of virus gas to leak out. Please close the door as soon as you enter the quarantine zone. Yes, I know. Feng Heng nodded and stepped into the door. Chapter 647, Hang up for a while, ding. Player is currently exposed to a high concentration of mutated virus gas, ding. Player is affected by the virus. Player's infection rate is increasing, ding. Player's health point is slowly decreasing. In the darkness, Feng Heng's eyes flashed with a hint of scarlet. With the help of his vampire bloodline's night vision ability, he could see his surroundings clearly. He saw the ruins of the destroyed research institute. The mutated zombies that lived here had evolved such that they had night vision abilities. Hiss. A hiss came from a corner in the darkness. Countless zombies attacked from the shadows and rushed toward Feng Heng. Go. Feng Heng waved his hand. The 8 fusion tyrant form warriors behind him raised their iron twists and rushed forward, blocking in front. A group of red lickers followed suit. A game hint appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding, your zombie clone, fusion tyrant form, has killed a tier 2 mutated zombie. You have obtained complete evolution crystals 1 piece, ding, your health point has recovered by plus 55, ding, your infection index is increasing, ding, your zombie clone, licker, has killed a tier 2 mutated zombie. You have obtained a complete purification crystal 1 piece, ding. Through the skill effect of the undying body, your infection index has been emptied. It seems to be quite stable. The undying body skill was immune to the infection effect and only received an additional blood draining effect. At the current negative level, this damage reduction effect was not fatal at all, and it did not even have the effect of physical lethal immunity. Feng Heng muttered to himself, silently stuffing a piece of Oreo into his mouth. In theory, this damage reduction was a physical attack, right? Wouldn't that make him invincible? He would go one step at a time. He did not know how many levels were there in this quarantine zone. The deeper he went, the higher the damage he received from the virus body. He cleared the levels one by one, starting from the first level. Thinking of this, Feng Heng silently stretched and threw a sleeping bag onto the ground. There was no point in staying here. He would go offline and sleep again, so he will just hang up for a while. After all, he hadn't hung up for a long time. Necromancer Association. Opening the game cabin, Feng Heng tossed himself onto the bed like a sandbag. Rumble rumble. He was hungry. The last time he went offline, he was too tired, so he directly lay on the bed and turned over to sleep. When he woke up, he was quite excited and immediately returned to the game to check on the harvest of District 7. Now, after everything had came to an end, Feng Heng finally realized that he was hungry. Very hungry, and very unbearable. But thanks to the skill effect of the undying body, this kind of hunger was not life-threatening at all. Feng Heng decided to have lunch. District 7 was not at a loss this time, and there was even a small profit. He had to reward himself. After asking the attendant outside the door, Feng Heng followed the smell of the food to the cafeteria on the 3rd floor. He could not help but be in awe at the hospitality of the Necromancer Association once again. Judging from the quality, it was probably 150 yuan per person outside. But in this place, it was actually free. Feng Heng randomly picked some squid sashimi and grilled lamb chops that he liked to eat. He was ready to find a seat and sit down. Fang Heng. Fang Heng looked toward the source of the voice and saw Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao greeting him while they were eating. Are you eating? Come over to our side. Let's eat together. Fang Heng carried the tray and walked toward the two of them. You're here too? What a coincidence. The matter in District 7 had came to an end. Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao had finally completed the mission assigned by their superiors and received a wave of rewards from their superiors. To them, the biggest reward was not the rewards. On the contrary, due to their acquaintance with Fang Heng, they formed a relationship with the great instructor Dicky and increased their favorability rating. That was something that could not be bought with money. Therefore, these 2 days, both of them diligently helped the great instructor Dicky clean up and worked hard to earn a favorable rating. Ha ha ha, thanks to you, we also received a lot of rewards. Come, let's toast to you. Li Shouqiang was in a good mood. After receiving the bonus, he pulled Dan Shao, who was not in a good mood, over to celebrate. Fang Heng slowly relished the food. He said with satisfaction, the dishes here are pretty good. Speaking of which, the treatment of the association is excellent. I really want to stay here forever. The two of them looked at each other and suddenly felt that the roasted prawns on the plate did not smell good. That's only for you. The disciple of great instructor Dicky who owned a platinum membership card of the Necromancy Association. He could eat and live freely. There was also a monthly living allowance that was transferred into the card. It was only limited to the user. Otherwise, a buffet meal here would cost 1888 yuan. It was very expensive. The two of them only spent public funds once in a while. Tan Shao, whose Dao heart was already shattered, sighed silently. He looked at Fang Heng who was eating without a care in the world. He thought about his uncertain future and his mood became even gloomier. Oh right, there's something I need to consult you guys about. Fang Heng threw down the bone of the roasted lamb chop that he had just finished eating and wiped the corner of his mouth with a tissue. He then picked up another piece and said very casually, how do I get my hands on an elementary soul? The after effects of using the remnant page to control Hyla made it impossible for him to continue training to level up his necromancy skills. He needed to absorb 1,000 elementary souls in order to completely remove the negative effects. Then, trouble came. At first, Fang Heng mistakenly thought that a normal soul could be considered an elementary soul. Unexpectedly, when he ran back to the wailing room to hack, he saw that this was not the case. The plan for the zombie clone hack was also disrupted. Fortunately, the normal zombie clones were used for the tyrant form transformation experiment, so there was no time to hack. Taking advantage of the free time he had in the game to hack and farm evolution crystals, Fang Heng planned to take care of this problem before he left the Necromancer Association. It's because of the negative effects of using the page, I need to absorb 1,000 elementary souls as the price. Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao were there when he asked for help from Instructor Dicky, so they understood immediately. Yes, that's it. Fang Heng raised his head and said, do I have to go to the high-level wailing room? The two of them looked at each other. Even though his level of necromancy was so high, he didn't even know the basic knowledge of necromancy. It was no wonder.